Because of this indecision, because of the fear of violating doctrinal scruples, but feeling that they could not leave the central government entirely in the hands of rival organizations, the delegates of the regional committees of the CNT tried a novel approach. At a plenary assembly held on September 15 they decided that the government should be replaced by a National Council of Defense composed of 5 members of their own organization, 5 of the UGT, and 4 members of 201. The Republican parties. 32 The National Council of Defense, of course, would have been a government in everything but name, although the title would have been less offensive to the libertarian movement. The anarcho-syndicalists certainly wanted to enter the government, wrote one libertarian after the war, but they demanded that it should change its name to National Council of Defense. The purpose of this purely nominal change was to reconcile their fervent desire to enter the government with their anti-state doctrine. What childishness! A movement that had cured itself of all prejudices and had always scoffed at mere appearances tried to conceal its abjuration of fundamental principles by changing a name. This behavior is as childish as that of an unfortunate woman, who, having entered a house of ill fame and wishing to preserve a veneer of morality, asks to be called a hetera instead of a whore. 33. As Cesar M. Lorenzo, the son of Horacio M. Prieto, the secretary of the CNT National Committee, observes, the CNT had entered the Catalan government and fervently wished to enter the Basque government. Then why differentiate between a regional and a national government? A municipal councillor, a judge, or a policeman was just as much an element, a part of the state, as a minister. Exercising authority in a village was neither more nor less anti-anarchist than exercising it in a nation. A vast territory can be administered very democratically, whereas a locality can be subjected to tyranny. 34. Foreign anarchists, who later criticized the Spanish libertarians for entering the government. 35 had previously approved of the idea of a National Council of Defense. It is a curious thing, wrote Helmut Rudiger, representative in Spain of the International Workingmen's Association, with which the CNT was affiliated, and director of the German-language papers, CNT-FAI8 Informationsdienst and Sociale Revolution, both published in Barcelona, that nearly all the dissenting comrades abroad accepted the program providing for the direction of the anti-fascist movement by a National Council of Defense. Let us be frank. This was also a program for the exercise of power, the only difference being that the name was a little more pleasant to our anarchist comrades in other countries. 36. In the hope of avoiding any resistance to the proposed council on the part of communists, socialists, and republicans because of possible repercussions in moderate circles abroad, the delegates of the CNT regional committees to the plenary assembly held on September 15 proposed that Manuel Aznar continue as president of the Republic. 37 Our position abroad, declared Solidaridad Obrera, the leading newspaper of the CNT, cannot deteriorate as a result of the new structure we propose, for it must be borne in mind that the decorative figures that characterize a petty bourgeois regime would be retained so as not to frighten foreign capitalists. 38. Nevertheless, the CNT's campaign in favor of a National Council of Defense elicited no support from any of the parties in the government and, on September 28, at another plenary assembly of the regional committees of the CNT, the National Committee Secretary, Horacio Prieto, assailed the project as a waste of 202 time since it was unacceptable to the political parties and, in his opinion, evidenced a total lack of realism, taking into account foreign powers and the international aspect of the war. He hammered away at his arguments in favor of government participation pure and simple, demanded that the delegates put an end to so many scruples, moral and political prejudices, so many denials of reality, and so much semantic fuss, pleading that it was necessary to act quickly, that every day that passed aggravated the position of the CNT. 39. Although shaken by Prieto's words, the delegates still clung to their proposed solution. For several weeks the CNT waged a ceaseless campaign in favor of the National Council of Defense 40, but its efforts were unavailing. Largo Caballero was adamant in his opposition. His attitude, which was identical with that of the Communists and Republicans. 41 found expression in the following passage taken from an editorial in his mouthpiece, Claridad: a radical transformation of the organs of the state would occasion at the present time a loss of continuity, which would be fatal to us. Furthermore, we are waging a battle in Geneva at the League of Nations, which, in the event of victory, could have far-reaching consequences for us because the scales would be tipped in our favor in view of the fact that we would obtain the material elements indispensable for winning the war. What would be the repercussions of the leap outside the bounds of the Constitution peremptorily demanded by the comrades of the CNT? We fear that it would put things just where our enemies want them. 42. A month later, another editorial in Claridad declared, quite as important as attending to the purely military needs of the Civil War, perhaps even more so as to give to the institutions of the regime a form that will awaken the least suspicion in foreign countries. 43. That these editorials reflected the personal views of Largo Caballero was confirmed by Mariano Cardona Rosal, who became a member of the National Committee of the CNT at the end of September 1936 and was one of the members of that body who conducted the negotiations with the Premier. 44. Look, if we were to agree to what you propose, Largo Caballero allegedly told a group of CNT leaders, we would, in effect, be putting ourselves on the same level as the Junta de Burgos, the rebel junta. We would lose our trump card, the existence of the legal government of the Republic, proclaimed and legitimized by the people in various elections. Forget your priestly scruples and appoint your representatives in the government, and I promise you that we shall do everything possible to help the collectives and to see that there is an equitable distribution of arms, so that the communists, who are your great fear, do not begin to monopolize everything with the blackmail of Russian aid. 45. Faced by Largo Caballero's unbending attitude and by opposition from other quarters, Horacio Prieto decided to put an end to the last remnants of opposition within the CNT and convocate a plenary session of the regional federations for October 18. This time his arguments prevailed. The plenum accorded him full powers to conduct negotiations in his own way in order to bring the CNT into the government. I was convinced, he wrote after the war, of the necessity of collaboration, and I smothered my own ideological and conscientious scruples. 46. Explaining the libertarian movement's new line, CNT declared, we are 203. Taking into consideration the scruples that the members of the government may have concerning the international situation. And for this reason the CNT is ready to make the maximum concession compatible with its anti-authoritarian spirit, that of entering the government. This does not imply renouncing its intention of fully realizing its ideals in the future, it simply means that, in order to win the war and to save our people and the world, it is ready to collaborate with anyone in a directive organ, whether this organ be called a council or a government. 47. In their negotiations with Caballero, the CNT representatives asked for 5 ministries, including war and finance, but he rejected their demand. 48. Finally, on November 3, they accepted 4, justice, industry, commerce, and health, none of which, however, was vital. Moreover, the portfolios of industry and commerce had previously been held by a single minister. The composition of the reorganized government was as follows. Francisco Largo Caballero, Socialist, Prime Minister and War. Julio Alvarez del Valle, Socialist. Foreign Affairs. Angel Galarza, Socialist. Interior. Anastasio de Gracia, Socialist. Labor. Juan Negrin, Socialist. Finance. Indalecio Prieto, Socialist. Navy and Air. Jesus Hernandez, Communist. Education and Fine Arts. Vicente Uribe, Communist. Agriculture. Juan Garcia Oliver, CNT. Justice. Juan Lopez, CNT. Commerce. Federica Montseny, CNT. Health and Public Assistance. Juan Pyro, CNT. Industry. Carlos Espla. Left Republican. Propaganda. Jose Giral. Left Republican. Minister without portfolio. Julio Just. Left Republican. Public Works. Bernardo Giner de los Rios. Republican Union. Communications. Jamie Aguad. Left Republican Party of Catalonia. Minister without portfolio. Manuel de Irajo. Basque Nationalist. Minister without portfolio 49. 204. It was not without foreboding that the CNT representatives crossed the unfamiliar threshold of ministerial responsibility. Indeed, according to one libertarian writer, they knew, when they took possession of their departments, that they could not influence the revolution. 50. To be sure, Largo Caballero's decision to give the CNT 4 portfolios instead of 1 was an act neither of sympathy nor of generosity. There is evidence that he was motivated partly by his desire to invest his government with greater authority. 51. At a time when he was planning to transfer his government to Valencia in the belief that at any moment Franco's forces might seize the capital. The moment had arrived, he wrote later, to leave the capital. The enemy had concentrated large forces and might make a surprise attack any night and enter Madrid. 52. He also feared, whether with grounds or not, that if the cabinet should leave Madrid without first admitting representatives of the libertarian movement, the CNT and FAI might set up an independent administration. In Madrid's critical situation, writes Álvarez del Valle, had the anarchists not been allowed to share the government's responsibility, it is more than likely that they would have seized the opportunity afforded by the government's departure for Valencia to try to set up a local junta of their own. This would have only produced confusion and disaster throughout the loyal territory. 53. Whether warranted or not, this concern does not appear to have been an issue with President Aznar, who, after his flight from Madrid 2 weeks earlier, was now installed in Barcelona with his presidential guard, conveniently close to the French border. Still savoring his presidential powers that, in the final analysis, he now derived not from the rule of law, as embodied in the Constitution, but from his tenuous role as constitutional cover for the revolution, he refused at first to sanction the decrees appointing the libertarian ministers. He did not see, writes Largo Caballero, the effect that the revision of Spanish anarchism would have upon the future. From terrorism and direct action, it had moved to collaboration and to sharing the responsibilities of power. It was a unique event in the world and would not be sterile. I told him that if he did not sign the decrees I would resign. He signed them, although with reservations. 54. Aznar, records Álvarez del Valle, raised serious objections to the appointment of 2 of the 4 candidates proposed for the ministerial posts, Federica Monsanati and Juan Garcia Oliver, both members of the FAI. In different circumstances the natural course would have been to yield to the will of the president or to give him time to change his mind. But in those dark days through which Madrid was passing, any indecision would have been fatal. Already the prospective ministers, 2 of whom had come expressly from Barcelona, had begun to suspect that their entry into the government was not well considered in high places, and were talking about returning to Catalonia and breaking off relations between the CNT and the government. Twice I had to leave the Prime Minister's study in order to quiet and reassure them. A telephone conversation between the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister, not lacking in a certain dramatic quality, put an end to an embarrassing situation. Although we were unable to hear 205. His voice, the rest of us could almost feel the exasperation of Señor Aznar coming over the wires. Within a few moments, however, Señor Largo Caballero was given authorization to send to the official gazette the notice of the appointment of the 4 CNT members, duly sanctioned by the President. 55. Mindful of posterity, Aznar wrote in his memoirs some 6 months later, not only against my judgment, but against my most angry protest, was the cabinet reorganization of November incorporating the CNT and the anarchists into the government which the Republicans themselves considered inevitable and useful forced upon me. 56. In connection with this episode, the then mayor of Barcelona, Carlos Pisunier, a member of the Catalan Esquerra and confidant of Aznar, relates in his memoirs that the president telephoned him one evening, saying that he wished to speak to him. I went there immediately. I found him shattered, his morale in ruins. Even his intelligence, so brilliant, appeared dull, half extinguished. He told me he wanted to go away, to leave Spain, to resign the presidency of the Republic. What had happened? Largo Caballero had telephoned him to say that he was going to form a government with 4 CNT ministers. Aznar had objected, but, in spite of his objection, the decrees appointing them had appeared under his name in the official gazette. But he did not wish to ratify the appointments. We spoke for a long time. When, finally, I left him, very late, he seemed to have resigned himself to remaining in the office to which destiny had tied him. 57. Shortly after the names of the CNT ministers appeared in the Gaceta de Madrid of November 5, Largo Caballero raised the question of transferring the seat of government to Valencia. Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist and Navy and Air Minister, who according to one of his own supporters was convinced like Largo Caballero that within 3 to 6 days the enemy would seize Madrid, 58, testifies, Francisco Largo Caballero assembled his ministers in order to propose that the government should leave Madrid. Without a moment's delay. Weeks before I had proposed that the government should leave, but with publicity. I didn't want the transfer to take place at the last moment unexpectedly, which would give the impression of a flight. It was advisable, I felt, that the people of Madrid should be psychologically prepared so that they would find the measure justifiable and would bid us farewell with affection rather than vilify us as fugitives if we did not advise them in advance. But the Premier disregarded my proposal. The subsequent debate on his proposal was most dramatic. The 4 members of the National Confederation of Labor who had just joined the government considered that they were victims of a deception. Believing that they had been made ministers solely in order to implicate them in this grave decision, they refused to approve it. 59. In his unpublished memoirs, Largo Caballero writes, the CNT ministers at first maintained that none of the ministers should leave even if the enemy should capture all of them. It would be neither fair nor loyal, they said, if the 206 government were to save itself and the rest of the populace were to be sacrificed. They insinuated that it would be useless to try to leave, because the people would prevent them. This was regarded as a veiled threat. 60. Indalecio Prieto continues. After considerable discussion, the CNT ministers suggested that we should all leave except the 4 who would remain in Madrid. I joined in the debate, vigorously opposing that formula. Either we all leave, I said, or no one leaves. It would be unacceptable if some were to be branded as cowards and others hailed as heroes. Either we are all cowards or all heroes. The CNT ministers requested permission to discuss the matter among themselves and left the conference room. After considerable delay they returned to say that they would approve the proposal. Largo Caballero announced that the new residence would be Valencia and not Barcelona as had been expected, where the President of the Republic had moved. He demanded secrecy of everyone and stated that anyone could leave whenever he wished. I could count on 2 passenger planes that were to undertake the flight at dawn and were capable of carrying all those ministers who wished to fly. No one accepted my invitation at the time. Some believed it was too long to wait. No sooner had the cabinet meeting ended on November 6 than Largo Caballero took to the highway and passed through the town of Tarancon that lay across the direct route to Valencia. Tarancon was occupied by the Rosal column, composed of anarchists and convicts from the San Miguel de los Reyes penitentiary in Valencia, who had been freed at the outset of the rebellion. When news of the government's agreement reached Colonel Rosal, he decided that no one should proceed to Valencia. Julio Alvarez del Valle, the foreign minister, was the object of gross abuse. 61 Juan Piro and Juan López, the CNT ministers, were turned back. They presented themselves at my house in the middle of the night, and I took them with me by plane. 62. Also turned back was Pedro Rico, the rotund mayor of Madrid. Upon his return to Madrid, writes Indalecio Prieto, instead of rejoining the city council, he took refuge in the Mexican embassy. His stay in the embassy, where all the refugees with the exception of himself were rightists, was most disturbing to Pedro Rico. He could not return to the city hall, where his attempt to flee had been condemned. Fearing reprisals, he did not dare sleep at home, even less walk the streets. The prospect of again confronting the militiamen at Tarancon terrified him. I suggested that he should travel in the trunk of an automobile as I and several socialists had done in 1934 when we had escaped to France. It required the help of God to stuff him into the trunk. His fatness, greater than mine, and his awkwardness made it very difficult to pack him in. This provided an enjoyable spectacle to all those Franco supporters who witnessed the operation in the patio of the Mexican Embassy 63. Indalecio Prieto's account of the government's furtive departure from Madrid is fully confirmed in all essentials by the famous anarchist militia leader. 207. Cipriano Mera, later commander of the 14th Division and the 4th Army Corps, who hastened to Tarancon to protest the government's flight. There he found ministers, undersecretaries, and other government officials, as well as top military men, all detained by the Rosal column. Horacio M. Prieto, the secretary of the CNT National Committee, soon arrived, also on his way to Valencia with the other members. He defended the committee's departure on the grounds that it had to be close to the government in order to be fully informed of events and to determine its policy accordingly. Mera replied that the National Committee of the CNT should not abandon Madrid, especially when everyone was fleeing. Its presence in Madrid, he argued, can be of great moral value to the people and can help to change the situation in our favor. The departure of the government is a shameful flight, because hardly 8 hours ago it told the people of Madrid that it would share its fate. But the decision to leave Madrid had been made, and Mera, declaring that he would organize 1,000 men to defend the capital to show these people that, while they flee, we shall defend what they have abandoned, returned to Madrid without shaking the hand of the National Secretary because I regarded him as a weakling and unworthy of the important post he held in a revolutionary organization such as ours. 64. The decision of the anarcho-syndicalist ministers to leave Madrid had immediate reverberations in the libertarian movement. When they arrived in Madrid to take up their posts, writes Cesar M. Lorenzo, the CNT leaders asked his father, Horacio M. Prieto, to instruct them how to act as ministers. Prieto replied that they had had sufficient experience as militants to know what to do in the interests of the CNT. A libertarian, even a national secretary, he told them, ought not to give orders to other libertarians or subject them to any special kind of discipline. The CNT was not the Communist Party. They should act according to their good conscience. The latitude Prieto gave them, Lorenzo adds, was soon to turn against him, for when the question of the government's transfer to Valencia was debated, the ministers agreed without consulting the National Committee. Horacio Prieto could not demand the resignation of the 4 ministers, and thus provoke a government crisis. The departure of the government for Valencia, which entailed the departure of the National Committee 65, provoked the anger of the militants of the CNT. They held Horacio Prieto responsible, accusing him of cowardice and calling him a liquidator. As a result, on November 18, Horacio Prieto, at a special national plenum, tendered his irrevocable resignation as secretary of the National Committee 66 and was succeeded by Mariano R. Vázquez, the secretary of the powerful Regional Committee of Catalonia. But more important than the CNT minister's departure from Madrid and the resignation of Horacio Prieto was the profound stir created in the libertarian movement by the decision of its leaders to enter the central government. Not only did this decision represent a complete negation of the basic tenets of anarchism, shaking the whole structure of libertarian theory to the core, but, in violation of democratic principle, it had been taken without consulting the rank and file. 67. 208. From the day the cabinet was reorganized, the leading anarcho-syndicalist newspaper, Solidaridad Obrera, in an attempt to overcome the scruples of the purists, sought to justify the decision by minimizing the divergence between theory and practice. The entry of the CNT into the central government is one of the most important events in the political history of our country. Both as a matter of principle and by conviction, the CNT has been anti-statist and an enemy of every form of government. But circumstances have transformed the nature of the Spanish government and the Spanish state. At the present time, the government, as the instrument that controls the organs of the state, has ceased to be a force of oppression against the working class, just as the state no longer represents a body that divides society into classes. And both will oppress the people even less now that members of the CNT have intervened. 68. In subsequent months, as the friction between the collaborationist and abstentionist tendencies in the libertarian movement increased, some supporters of government collaboration argued that the entry of the CNT into the cabinet had marked no recantation of anarchist ideals and tactics. 69 While others frankly acknowledged the violation of doctrine and contended that it should yield to reality. The philosophico-social conceptions of anarchism are excellent, wonderful, in theory, wrote Manuel Mascarell, a member of the National Committee of the CNT, but they are impractical when confronted with the tragic reality of a war like ours. The conduct of anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists should be inspired by and should be in harmony with our anarchist ideology, but when circumstances, when particular events demand a modification of tactics, anarchists should not confine themselves to the limited framework of what, theoretically, in normal times, was held to be their line of action, because to cling obstinately to principles, to follow a rigid line without departing one iota from what is laid down in anarchist textbooks and declarations is the most comfortable attitude one can adopt in order to justify doing nothing or risking nothing. 70. As for the opponents of government collaboration, one libertarian historian writes, "I believe that there was tacit consent on the part of many militants, enemies of collaboration, who uttered pious cries of wrath, but who allowed the others to have their way." 71. Whatever the varied reactions within the libertarian movement, the CNT-FAI leaders had not entered the government without an inner struggle with conscience and principle. Not all of them admitted this conflict, but the confession of Federica Monsanati, the Minister of Health and a member of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI who, to use her own colorful language, had sucked anarchist milk at her mother's breast. 72 gave unerring expression to the doubts and misgivings that had assailed a large segment of the libertarian movement. At a meeting of the CNT after she had ceased to belong to the cabinet, she declared, 209. As the daughter of veteran anarchists, 73 as the descendant, I might say, of a whole dynasty of anti-authoritarians, with an achievement, with a record, with a life of struggle in continual defense of the ideas I inherited from my parents, I regarded my entry into the government, my acceptance of the post to which the CNT assigned me, as having more significance than the mere appointment of a minister. Other parties, other organizations, other sectors cannot appreciate the struggle inside the movement and in the very consciences of its members, both then and now, as a result of the CNT's participation in the government. They cannot appreciate it, but the people can, and if they cannot, then they should be informed. They should be told that for years who had fought incessantly against the state, who had always affirmed that through the state nothing at all could be achieved, that the words government and authority signified the negation of every possibility of freedom for men and for nations. Our intervention in the government as an organization and as individuals signified either an act of historical audacity of fundamental importance, or a rectification of a whole work, of a whole past, in the field of theory and tactics. We do not know what it signified. We only know that we were caught in a dilemma. When I was appointed by the CNT to represent it in the government, I was in the Regional Committee of Catalonia. I had lived through the whole epoch from July 19 to November without a stain. What inhibitions, what doubts, what anguish I had personally to overcome in order to accept that post. For others it could have meant their goal, the satisfaction of their inordinate ambitions. But for me it implied a break with my life's work, with a whole past linked to the ideals of my parents. It meant a tremendous effort, an effort made at the cost of many tears. But I accepted the post. I accepted it, conquering myself. I accepted it, ready to clear myself of responsibility before my own eyes for what I considered to be a rupture with everything I had been, on condition that I would always remain loyal, upright, honest, always faithful to the ideals of my parents and of my whole life. And that is how I entered the government. 74. In a letter to me after the war, Severino Campos, who was secretary of the Catalan Regional Committee of the FAI and was present at the meeting of CNT-FAI leaders at which the entry of the CNT into the government was decided upon, said that Federica Montseny at first vigorously opposed her appointment as one of the 4 ministers, but finally yielded to pressure. The other appointees, he said, were not present at the meeting. 75 After the war, Montseny wrote to me stating that the 4 persons designated to represent the CNT in the government were selected by Horacio Prieto, secretary of the National Committee. Juan Piro and Juan Lopez, she pointed out, represented the right wing and Juan Garcia Oliver and herself the left. Horacio Prieto, she added, hoped that I would check the opposition of the Puritans. 76. 210. In an article written several years after the war, Montseny affirmed that she personally never had any illusions as to the possibility of achieving anything in the government. I knew, we all knew, she averred, that in spite of the fact that the government was not at that time a real government, that power was in the street, in the hands of the combatants and producers, governmental power would once again be coordinated and consolidated and, what is worse, with our complicity and our help, and that it would ruin many of us morally. 77. Such a complete departure by the CNT and FAI from their anti-government creed could have been determined only by very powerful motives. Of these motives, the following given by leading members of the CNT were undoubtedly among the most important. We were compelled by circumstances, Montseny herself declared shortly after entering the cabinet, to join the government of the Republic in order to avoid the fate of anarchist movements in other countries that, through lack of foresight, resolution, and mental agility, were dislodged from the revolution and saw other parties take control of it. 78. At that time, she affirmed at a later date, we only saw the reality of the situation created for us, the communists in the government and ourselves outside, the manifold possibilities, and all our conquests endangered. 79. Were we going to entrust the interests of the workers exclusively to the political parties? Asked Juan Lopez, CNT Minister of Commerce. On no account. 80. The CNT, wrote Manuel Villar, director of Fragua Social, the CNT newspaper in Valencia, was compelled to participate in the government for the specific purpose of preventing an attack on the conquests of the workers and peasants, of preventing the war from being conducted in a sectarian manner and the army from being transformed into an instrument of a single party, of eliminating the danger of dictatorship, and of preventing totalitarian tendencies in every aspect of our economic and social life. 81. Another reason was given by Garcia Oliver, CNT-FAI Minister of Justice. To secure military aid from the international bourgeoisie, he asserted, after he had left the cabinet, it was necessary to give the impression that not the revolutionary committees were in control but rather the legal government. 82. And, finally, according to Juan Lopez, the Minister of Commerce, one of the CNT's fundamental objectives in entering the government was to regulate the political life of Spain by giving legal validity to the revolutionary committees that had sprung up in the first months of the Civil War. 83. But the diverse explanations given by representatives of the libertarian movement as the rationale of the CNT's entry into the government would be incomplete if they did not include those adduced by Horacio M. Prieto, the principal advocate of collaboration. His son, Cesar M. Lorenzo, writes: the reasons that made the participation of the CNT in the central government necessary were presented by Horacio Prieto in numerous speeches, lectures, de 211, debates, and discussions. They can be summarized as follows: the libertarians were not equipped psychologically or materially to impose their will in the Republican zone, even less to win the war against fascism. Even in the most unlikely event that they were to triumph over the fascists and the other anti-fascists, the revolution would be suppressed by the economic blockade and armed intervention of foreign powers. Furthermore, the Republican government was leading the Loyalists to disaster through its political blindness and military incapacity, and was also devoting its efforts to combating the working class, its militia, and its revolutionary work. Hence, it was necessary, within the framework of an advanced democratic state, to save the gains of socialization, to centralize the conduct of military operations, and neutralize the pressure of the great powers. Finally, the de facto politicalization of the libertarians from the first days of the Civil War, through their participation in all local or regional organs of administration, and the desire of the popular masses to see created a true union of anti-fascists, had to be consummated in the sharing of supreme responsibility. 84. 212. 20. Against the revolutionary committees. While the anarcho-syndicalist leaders fostered the hope that the libertarian movement's participation in the cabinet would enable it more successfully to defend its revolutionary conquests, the communist leaders, on the other hand, their eyes turned toward the Western democracies, hoped that this participation, by enhancing the government's authority among the rank and file of the CNT and FAI, would facilitate the reconstruction of the shattered machinery of state, and would enable them, under cover of a democratic superstructure, to gather into their hands all the elements of state power appropriated by the revolutionary committees at the outbreak of the Civil War. They further hoped that the CNT's entry into the government would hasten the supplanting of these committees which, in addition to assuming powers of state, had superseded the normal functions of the municipalities and of other local governing bodies, be regular organs of administration that had either been thrust into the shade or had ceased to function from the first day of the revolution. This policy represented a radical change for the communists, who, at the time of the left-wing rising in Asturias in 1934, had called for the substitution of the republican state by revolutionary organs of power. It also contrasted with the policy pursued by the Russian Bolsheviks in 1917, for whereas the latter had directed their efforts during the first months of the revolution to supplanting the old governing bodies by the Soviets, in the Spanish Revolution the communists strove to replace the revolutionary committees by regular organs of administration. An epidemic of exclusivist committees of the most varied shades and performing the most unexpected functions has broken out, complained the communist organ, Mundo Obrero, early in the war. We declare that each and every one of us should be interested in the defense of the democratic republic, and for this reason all bodies should reflect accurately the composition of the Largo Caballero government as well as the aims that inspire it, aims we have all undertaken to support and defend. This is a prerequisite for winning the war, imposed by numerous factors, both of a national and international character, and to which we must adapt our step to. The communist view shared by socialists and republicans was that the 213 committees, which in most cases were dominated by the more radical members of the CNT and UGT and whose authority was practically unlimited in their respective localities, should give way to regular organs of administration, in which all the parties forming the government would be represented and whose powers would be circumscribed by the laws of the state. The anarcho-syndicalists contended that these revolutionary bodies should, on the contrary, become the foundation stones of the new society. The committees, declared CNT, the principal libertarian newspaper in Madrid, are organs created by the people to oppose the fascist insurrection. Without these committees, which replaced the municipal and provincial administrations as well as many other organs of bourgeois democracy, it would have been impossible to resist fascism. They are revolutionary committees that the people created in order to make the revolution. By this we do not mean to say that Spain should be split up by the work of hundreds of scattered committees. We want the reconstruction of Spanish society to be based on the organs that have sprung up from the people, and we should like them to work in agreement with one another. Our prime motive in defending them is to prevent the resurgence of those bourgeois organs and norms that were shipwrecked so pitifully on 19 July. 3. Inside the cabinet, however, the CNT-FAI ministers yielded step by step to their opponents, who applied constant pressure to end the power of the committees on the ground of placating foreign opinion and enhancing the government's prospects of securing arms from the Western powers. Writes Federica Monsanei, one of the 4 anarcho-syndicalists in the cabinet, the arguments of the communists, socialists, and republicans were always the same: it was essential to give an appearance of legality to the Spanish Republic, to calm the fears of the British, French, and Americans. As a consequence, the state recovered the positions it had lost, while we revolutionaries, who formed part of the state, helped it to do so. That was why we were brought into the government. Although we did not enter it with that intention, we were in it, and therefore had no alternative but to remain imprisoned in the vicious circle. But I can state positively that, although we lost in the end, we defended our ground inch by inch and never voted for anything that curbed the conquests of the revolution without first being authorized by the National Committee of the CNT, on which there was a permanent representative of the FAI-4. In February 1937, Juan Piro, CNT Minister of Industry, acknowledged his fear that Britain and France would not reverse their stand on the matter of supplying arms to the government, but stated that victory depended on these 2 powers, on condition that we prosecute the war and not the revolution. This, he added, did not imply renouncing the revolution. The road to follow is this: we must wage the war, and, while waging it, limit ourselves to preparing for the revolution by means of a conscientious and discreet control of the factories, for this is equivalent to taking up revolutionary positions and equipping ourselves in a practical way for the final assault on capitalist society after the end of the war. 5. A prominent member of the left wing of the libertarian movement wrote, it was 214. Feared that we would lack the help of the democratic nations, if they were to see us driving ahead with the revolution, and with this argument the politicians succeeded in causing the promoters of the movement for liberty in Spain to hesitate. 6. As a result, the government, with the acquiescence of the CNT members, approved decrees that, far from giving legal validity to the committees as the CNT had hoped on entering the cabinet, 7 provided for their dissolution and replacement by regular provincial and municipal councils, in which all the parties adhering to the Popular Front as well as the trade union organizations were to be represented. 8. In addition, a decree was published providing for the suppression of all controls on highways and at the entrance to villages set up by local committees and by parties or trade union organizations, and for the taking over of their functions by the police forces under the Ministry of the Interior. 9. All of these measures, of course, which threatened the predominant position of the anarcho-syndicalists in numberless towns and villages and actually resulted in their exclusion from village councils in certain instances. 10. Threw the more extreme spirits into a position of antagonism to the leadership of the CNT and FAI. That Largo Caballero, despite his revolutionary stand before the war and the fact that the UGT, which he controlled, held a dominant position on the committees in many towns and villages, should have found common ground with the communists and other members of the government on the matter of their dissolution is understandable, if only because of his concern for foreign opinion. When, shortly after taking office, he had declared that it was necessary to sacrifice revolutionary language in order to win the friendship of the democratic powers, he must have realized that his efforts to secure Anglo-French aid could not be confined solely to verbal adhesions to the Republican Constitution, and that it would be necessary to dissolve the revolutionary organs that had assumed state functions. The pressure of the communists and the fear of provoking England and France convinced Largo Caballero of the need to respect Republican legality, argues one historian of the left, and in the end he accepted the thesis of the Spanish Communist Party: first let us win the war, then the revolution. Although he firmly maintained his revolutionary convictions, he believed that the moment was not opportune for taking power and that it should be postponed until after the war. But the communists, the reformist socialists and the Republicans wanted to go further. They wanted to recapture the power lost by the small bourgeoisie in July and to crush the revolution. 11. Apart from the question of foreign opinion, Largo Caballero and most members of the cabinet had other cogent motives for opposing the committees, chiefly the fact that many of them were controlled by the CNT and FAI and that they impinged on the government's authority and obstructed its work in almost every sphere. 12 At the present time, commented Claridad, the mouthpiece of Largo Caballero, these organs can only serve as impediments to a function that belongs solely and exclusively to the Popular Front government, in which all parties and labor organizations in the country participate with full responsibility. 13. And the 215. Communist Mundo Obrero declared, there may be some doubt as to whether or not the numerous bodies created at the beginning of the Civil War in the towns and villages of Loyalist Spain were necessary. But there can be no doubt that at the present time they greatly hinder the work of the government. 14. Criticism of the committees on this score came not only from the communists and socialists, even Juan Piro, the anarcho-syndicalist minister of industry, avowed that they interfered with government functions. The government issues an order, he declared at a public meeting of the CNT a few weeks before the promulgation of the aforementioned decrees, but the local committees interpose their directives. While it tries to put order into things, they disorganize everything. Murmurs from the audience. Either the government is superfluous or the committees. Cries of yes. What do these interjections mean? That the committees are superfluous? More cries of yes. No. Yes. The committees are not superfluous, but they must become auxiliary bodies of the government. 15. Because of the cleavage in the libertarian movement on the question of dissolving the committees, it was a far cry from the promulgation of the decrees to their actual implementation, and in a large number of localities, where the anarcho-syndicalists were in undisputed ascendancy, and even in some where the less radical UGT was dominant, the committees subsisted in the teeth of government opposition. It should be noted, however, that according to the anarcho-syndicalists, the delay in setting up the new municipal councils in some places was due to the efforts of the Popular Front parties to secure a representation out of proportion to their strength. In spite of the time that has elapsed since the promulgation of the decree providing for the formation of the new municipal councils, wrote the FAI organ Castillo Libre, with regard to the province of Ciudad Libre, previously Ciudad Real, they have been set up in only 3 or 4 localities. The Popular Front, which represents no one, wants to appropriate the majority of posts. We want proportional representation. 16. Those who defend the existence of a network of committees of all kinds, the communists remonstrated, forget one important thing, that at the present time nothing can be more prejudicial to us than the division of power. We know that the comrades who uphold the committees do not want Spain to be atomized by the scattered efforts of hundreds of these committees. On the other hand, they consider that the democratic organs of the Republic are useless at the present time. This is an error. As we have to defend the democratic structure of the state because it conforms to the present period of the revolution and because it is a vital requisite for winning the war, it is inexplicable that anyone should think of converting that structure and the organs that give it life into a mere decoration. 17. But persuasion alone could not ensure the enforcement of the decrees. Only by reconstructing the security forces of the Republic could the government impose its will and centralize in its hands all elements of state power assumed by the revolutionary committees. And of this the cabinet of Largo Caballero had long been conscious, as will now be seen. 216. 21. The security forces. Early in this volume it was shown that the police power of the Republic crumbled under the impact of the military rebellion and the social revolution. The civil guard, the assault guard, and the secret police disintegrated as a result of wholesale desertions to the rebel cause and the taking over of police functions by vigilance committees and militia units improvised by the left-wing organizations. These forces, declared Angel Galarza, Minister of the Interior in the Largo Caballero government, either well or badly, efficiently or inefficiently, some in absolute good faith, others driven by base ambitions and evil instincts, performed a function in the rear. And were the only forces that at one time could be used against the fascists in the towns and villages too. Fascism in the rear areas, wrote Politica, the organ of the left Republican Party, has been put down principally as a result of the intelligent and skillful work of the militia. 3. With only the bare remnants of the Republican police corps at its disposal, the liberal government formed by José Giral on July 19, 1936 was impotent in the face of the revolutionary terror exercised by the working-class organizations, whose police squads and patrols carried out searches, arrests, and summary executions. In Madrid, according to Arturo Beria, a socialist, each of the branches and groups of the trade unions and political parties set up its own police, its own prison, its own executioners, and a special place for its executions. 4. Nor could the Giral cabinet or any government that succeeded it hope to curb this terror and establish its authority in the eyes of the Western world without reconstructing and expanding the security forces under its control. On this point the communists, socialists, and republicans were of one mind, although each had its own view as to who should ultimately control the reorganized police corps. The first significant step in the reconstruction of the regular security forces was taken on August 31, 1936, when the Giral cabinet promulgated a decree providing for the purging and reorganizing of the Civil Guard, henceforth to be known as the National Republican Guard. 5 Under the Largo Caballero government, thousands of new members were recruited for this corps. The same was true of the Assault Guard, whose numbers increased by 28,000 at the beginning of December, according to Angel Galarza, the left-wing socialist. 217. Minister of the Interior. 6. No less important was the growth of the Carabineros, or Carabineros, a corps composed of customs and excise officials and guards dependent on the Ministry of Finance, which, like the assault and civil guards, had fallen to pieces under the blow of the military insurrection and the revolution. Although the Giral government planned to reorganize and use the corps as a force of public order against the left wing of the revolution, its reconstruction and expansion were not seriously undertaken for this purpose until Dr. Juan Negrin, regarded at the time as a protege and supporter of Indalecio Prieto, assumed control of the Ministry of Finance in September 1936 and began transforming it into an elite corps under the exclusive control of the moderate socialists. Although, before the war, the Carabineros had numbered approximately 15,000 in the entire country. 7. They were reported in April 1937 to total 40,000 in the left camp alone, that is, in about half the area of Spain. 8. True, some of them served in special Carabiner units at the front, but the majority were kept in the rear. 9. It was common knowledge that Prieto and the moderate socialists had encouraged the growth of the corps in order to strengthen their position vis-a-vis the Caballero socialists, but it was evident that they regarded it primarily as a counterpoise to the extreme wing of the revolution. Hugh Thomas is correct when he records that the anarcho-syndicalists accused Negrin of building up the Carabineros as a private army under the Ministry of Finance, but his argument that this was done by Negrin to ensure that the government received proper customs dues 10 is unacceptable in view of the fact that the territory under the control of the Republican government had been reduced, as already noted, by April 1937 to half its pre-war size, and that the number of Carabineros had been increased from an approximate total of 15,000 to 40,000. In a speech addressed to the Carabineros in December 1936, Geronimo Bujda, a moderate socialist and Negrin's undersecretary, made clear the future role of the Carabineros when he declared menacingly, "You are the guardians of the state that Spain wishes to create for herself." Those visionaries who believe that a chaotic situation of social indiscipline and licentiousness is permissible are utterly mistaken, because the army of the people, as well as you Carabineros, who are a glorious part of that army, will know how to prevent it. 11. The anarchists did not conceal their fears that the Carabineros would eventually be used against them. 12. In a dispatch from Valencia published in the New York Herald Tribune, James Minify reported, "A reliable police force is being built up, quietly but surely." The Valencia government discovered an ideal instrument for this purpose in the Carabineros. The anarchists have already noticed and complained about the increased strength of this force at a time when we all know there's little enough traffic coming over the frontiers, land or sea. They realize that it will be used against them. 13. From a force of 40,000 in April 1937, the Carabineros increased, according to a communist source, to 60,000 at the beginning of 193,814 and later in the year to 100,000, according to the anarchists, who dubbed the Corps Négrins 100,000 sons 15. Whether or not this number was ever reached cannot be said with 218 certainty, but throughout 1938 efforts continued to augment the size of the Corps, first by lowering the age limit from 18 to 17 and then by raising it from 40 to 45. 16 Negrin had a predilection for the carabiners. He had a son in the Corps, was waited on at table by them, and they guarded his house in Naquera, a small town near Valencia. 17 After he became defense minister in April 1938, he appointed a captain of the carabiners to head the SIM, the notorious Servicio de Investigación Militar, and, at the end of the war, according to Carlos Contreras, Vittorio Vidali, stupidly entrusted the shipment to Mexico of the fabulous Vita treasure to Enrique Puente, a socialist and colonel of the carabiners, who betrayed him and turned the treasure over to Prieto, at that time Negrin's archenemy. 18. Due to their special privileges, the carabiners were unpopular among the men and officers of the popular army and were called La Peste Verde, the Green Plague, after their green uniforms. Occasionally, some units served at the front, where, according to Chief of the General Staff, Vicente Rojo, their presence was usually a source of displeasure owing to the privileges they enjoyed. 19. They earned 15 pesetas a day as against 10 for the popular army soldiers, were better fed and armed. 20 had their own factories and workshops, as well as transportation, which was often superior to that of the army. Later, as we shall see, when Negrin broke with Indalecio Prieto, he was hampered by the very force he had created. 21. Concurrently with the reconstruction of the security forces, the government of Largo Caballero took steps to bring the independent squads and patrols of the working class organizations under its control. Shortly after taking office, it published a decree providing for their incorporation into a vigilance militia, under the authority of the Ministry of the Interior, to collaborate with the official police forces in the maintenance of internal order. 22 All militiamen performing police functions who did not belong to the new corps were to be regarded as disaffected elements, while the members were given priority if they wished to enroll in the regular security services. 23 The decree soon proved to be but a preparatory step toward the incorporation of the squads and patrols of the working class organizations into the armed forces of the state. 24 Members of the Communist, Socialist, and Republican parties were quick to avail themselves of the opportunity to enter the official police corps, but the anarcho-syndicalists held back and in many places clung tenaciously to their own police squads and patrols in defiance of the government. Far from acquiescing in the absorption of their own militia by the state, some of the more resolute elements demanded that the government police corps should be dissolved and their members be incorporated into the militia of the working class organizations. 25 But it was a vain demand, for the government, strengthened by the reorganized security forces and by the absence of any apparent protest by the CNTFAI ministers, was beginning to disarm and arrest recalcitrants and take over the administration of public order in one locality after another, where the anarcho-syndicalists had been in control since the first days of the Civil War. 26 Some of the measures taken by the police in different localities 219 were in accordance with instructions issued by the Minister of the Interior to local authorities under his jurisdiction to collect arms in the possession of all persons not belonging to official bodies under the control of the Ministries of Finance, Interior, Justice, and War. 27. Parallel with the reconstruction of the government security services, important changes were taking place in the field of justice. The revolutionary tribunals set up by the working class organizations in the early days of the war were gradually being displaced by a legalized form of tribunal composed of 3 members of the judiciary and 14 members of the Popular Front parties and trade union federations, 2 representing each organization. 28 Although decrees providing for the creation of the new courts were promulgated by the Giral government at the end of August 1936, they did not begin to function in all the provinces of the left camp until several weeks after the CNT had entered the Caballero government in November. 29. While the reorganization of the regular police corps was gradually taking place, the communists were making full use of their growing power and their skill in proselytism, defamation, and infiltration to secure for themselves a position of predominance. 30 Together with Soviet agents, they exerted what pressure they could on the civil governors of various provinces, as Justo Martinez Amucio, the civil governor of Albacete, testifies. 31 Moreover, aided by both overt and covert supporters in high places, by the timidity if not the complaisance of leading socialists and republicans, they secured for themselves pivotal positions in the reconstructed police apparatus. For instance, in November 1936, Santiago Carrillo, the Counselor of Public Order in the Junta de Defensa de Madrid, which was set up when the Largo Caballero government moved to Valencia, and his successor, José Cazorla, both converts to the PCE, succeeded in taking control of the new security forces in the capital. 32 Luis Omana Diaz and Loreto Apellanes, also party members, were appointed by Angel Galarza, the left socialist minister of the Interior, to the posts of General Commissar and Police Inspector in Valencia, the new seat of government. 33 The communists Justiniano Garcia and Juan Galán were made chief and sub-chief of the Servicios Especiales, the intelligence department of the Ministry of the Interior, while two other communists, Fernando Torrijos and a certain Adam, were appointed to vital posts in the police administration. Torrijos was made Commissar General in the Department of Security, in charge of the appointment, transfer, and discipline of the police, and Adam was appointed head of the training center of the secret police school, the Escuela de Policía, that formed the cadres of the new secret police corps. 34. From the time of its creation, this corps, ultimately more important than any of the uniformed forces of public order, became a mere arm of the Soviet secret police, which, because of the paramount position Spain now occupied in Soviet diplomacy, had established itself in the left camp quite early in the war. According to Walter Krivitsky, an emergency conference was held in Moscow on September 14, 1936, at which Abram Slutsky, head of the Foreign Division of the Soviet Secret Police 35, was present. From Slutsky, he adds, I learned 220. That at this conference a veteran officer of his department was detailed to establish the OGPU NKVD 36 in Loyalist Spain. He was Nikolsky, alias Shwed, alias Lyova, alias Alexander Orlov 37. The fact that these aliases were revealed by Krivitsky in 1939, long before they were published elsewhere, is proof of his inside knowledge of the NKVD, a knowledge already confirmed by two men of high integrity, Boris Nikolovsky and Paul Wohl, who knew him intimately. Nikolsky was Orlov's party name, according to the legacy of Alexander Orlov, which was prepared by the U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security after his death in the United States in 1973-38, where he had resided since his defection in 1938. Shwed was the code name, as Orlov himself confirmed in 1966, that Stalin employed to communicate with him regarding the shipment of Spanish gold to Russia. 39 And Lyova was corroborated by Louis Fischer, who met him in Madrid in mid-September 1936. And revealed this information in 1941.40. In reply to a questionnaire prepared by Stanley G. Payne, 41, Orlov stated on April 1, 1968 that he was appointed by the Soviet Politburo on August 26, 1936, and that the date given by Krivitsky of September 14 is false. The discrepancy is not important. Indeed, what is important is Krivitsky's knowledge of this top-secret appointment, considering the massive campaign against him as an impostor. Orlov also stated, in response to the same questionnaire, that Krivitsky had never held a high office in the Soviet secret police, but served only as an NKVD letter drop in The Hague, the lowliest denomination on the operative scale. This statement can be dismissed as a belated attempt to denigrate Krivitsky, who exposed, as we shall see, the repressive role of Orlov's apparatus in Republican Spain, for in none of his books, articles, or testimony before the U.S. Senate Subcommittee did Orlov make this charge. Nor could anyone supposedly so low on the scale of command have had such far-ranging and accurate inside knowledge as did Krivitsky. 42. Within a few months of Orlov's appointment, the Soviet secret police, operating in intimate association with Spanish and foreign communists, with crypto-communists in the ranks of socialists and republicans, and with the communist-controlled Spanish secret police, became a key factor in determining the course of events in the anti-Franco camp. 43 The Stalinist secret services, writes the former communist leader, Fernando Clautin, behaved, in effect, within the Republic as though it were the Republic of Outer Mongolia. 44. In reference to my book The Grand Camouflage, Herbert L. Matthews, former New York Times correspondent in the left-wing zone and an influential molder of public opinion, wrote on page 113 of his last work on Spain, Half of Spain Died. Bolloten claims that the secret police in Spain became a mere arm of the Soviet secret police apparatus and that the Russian OGPU quickly became the decisive force in determining the course of events in the anti-Franco camp. This is a wild exaggeration. Governmental power at no time got out of the hands of Spanish Republican leaders. Yet, on page 110, he observes, as early as September 1936 the Communists, under the direction of the Russian NKVD representative, Alexander Orlov, began filling prisons with hundreds of their not necessarily the Republican government's enemies, torturing and killing. 221. Many of them. There was not, as Burnett Bolloten, the former United Press correspondent on the Franco side actually I was on the left-wing side from July 18, 1936, claimed, an independent Russian police system dominating all of loyalist Spain throughout the war. There were many police organizations, Hugh Thomas counted 9, including some legitimate ones. 45 It is, of course, true, as I have already pointed out earlier both in this volume and in The Grand Camouflage, that in the first months of the war police powers were exercised by a multiplicity of police squads, militia units, and patrols belonging to the various trade union and political organizations. If, in fact, as Matthews concedes, there were many such units, including some legitimate ones implying that there were many that escaped the authority of the government of, moreover, as he allows, the communists under the direction of the NKVD began filling prisons with hundreds of their enemies, torturing and killing many of them. It is difficult to reconcile these statements with his assertion that governmental power at no time got out of the hands of the Spanish Republican leaders. The following quotation on page 120 from the same work by Herbert Matthews should suffice to point out the incongruity of this assertion. On November 6 and the night of November 78, 1936, when the fate of Madrid hung in the balance, about 1,000 prisoners were taken from the model prison and massacred in Madrid and surrounding villages. I believe, myself, that the orders came from the Comintern agents in Madrid because I know that the sinister Vittorio Vidali alias Carlos Contreras in Spain, alias Eneas Sormonti in the United States spent the night in a prison briefly interrogating prisoners brought before him and, when he decided, as he almost always did, that they were fifth columnists, he would shoot them in the back of their heads with his revolver. Since Vittorio Vidali was part of the NKVD apparatus in Spain, Alexander Orlov's responsibility for these assassinations cannot be gainsaid. Yet, in all his written and oral testimony, Orlov invariably describes his functions in Spain somewhat inoffensively as those of chief Soviet advisor to the Republican government on intelligence, counterintelligence, and guerrilla warfare. 46 and avoids any reference to his secret police functions and repressive role in the internal affairs of the left camp, whether against alleged rightists or anti-Stalinists. On the other hand, Louis Fisher describes Orlov as chief of the GPU NKVD agents in loyalist territory. 47 A simple and unadorned title that expresses more bluntly the power he exercised over the lives of Spanish citizens. The OGPU NKVD, Krivitsky affirmed, had its own special prisons. This fact was confirmed by Santiago Carrillo in 1974 when he was secretary of the Spanish Communist Party in exile. 48 Its units carried out assassinations and kidnappings. It filled hidden dungeons and made flying raids. It functioned, of course, independently of the loyalist government. The Ministry of Justice had no authority over the OGPU, which was an empire within an empire. It was a power before which even some of the highest officers in the Largo Caballero government trembled. The Soviet Union seemed to have a grip on loyalist Spain, as if it were already a Soviet possession. 49. 222. 22. Nationalization versus socialization. If, in order to impose the will of the government, it was necessary to reconstruct the regular police corps and dissolve the revolutionary committees that had assumed functions formerly belonging to the state, the communists, socialists, and republicans believed it was also necessary to weaken the power of the revolutionary committees in the factories by bringing the collectivized enterprises, particularly in the basic industries, under the control of the government. A preliminary step in this direction was taken at the outset of the revolution by José Giral's liberal republican government. With a view to strengthening its position vis-a-vis the committees and to giving an aura of legality to their expropriations, it approved a decree on August 2, proposed by the Republican Minister of Industry and Commerce, Placido Álvarez Villa, providing for the sequestration by the state of industrial and commercial enterprises whose owners or managers had abandoned them, in other words, had escaped abroad, gone into hiding, or been imprisoned or executed at the outset of the Civil War. If the owners and managers, the decree stipulated, failed to present themselves for work within 48 hours of the publication of the decree, the state would proceed with the sequestration of their firms in order to guarantee their continued operation. 1. Although government intervention during the early months was very limited and did not extend beyond the appointment of a representative of one of the Popular Front parties to each of certain officially designated industrial and commercial enterprises in Madrid that had been taken over by workers' committees too, the decree was nevertheless the first significant step taken by the central government with a view to controlling industry and trade. Other decrees followed shortly afterward. By the decrees of 14 and August 20 and 1 September 1936, reads the official communist history of the Civil War and Revolution, the Giral government appointed a series of state advisors to various electric power companies and formed a Consejo General de Electricidad, Board of Electricity, with powers to intervene in technical and administrative questions in these companies. The executive committee of this council had a Popular Front composition, the Repub. 223. Lacan Elfidio Alonso, the socialist Amador Fernandez, the communist Luis Cabo Gerla, the Eugenista Manuel Lois, etc. There arose in the Spanish economy a very special kind of state capitalism. It was not the kind of state capitalism utilized or manipulated by the financial oligarchy. It was a state capitalism in which control was exercised through the representatives of the Popular Front parties, which assured no small influence to the working class. The Giral government, despite its limitations, carried out revolutionary measures that until that time no bourgeois government in Spain had undertaken. And one can only speak of it with respect and admiration. 3. State capitalism or nationalization, the communists knew, would eventually enable the central authority not only to organize the manufacturing capacity of the anti-Franco camp in accordance with the needs of the war and to control the output and allocation of war material, often assigned by the labor unions to their own locals or militia units but also to weaken the left wing of the revolution at one of the principal sources of its power. They did not, of course, openly acknowledge the political advantages of nationalization and defended it solely on military and economic grounds. 5 In their campaign they were aided by the fact that collectivization suffered from palpable defects. In the first place, the collectivized enterprises appeared unconcerned with the problems of provisioning and distributing skilled labor, raw materials, and machinery in accordance with a single and rational plan of production for military needs. We have been satisfied with throwing out the proprietors from the factories and putting ourselves in them as committees of control, declared Diego Abad de Santillan, CNTFAI leader in the semi-autonomous region of Catalonia. There has been no attempt at connection, there has been no coordination of economy in due form. We have worked without plans and without real knowledge of what we were doing. 6. Furthermore, non-essential civilian goods and even luxury items were being produced simply because they yielded a high profit, with the resultant waste of raw materials and human effort. 7 According to Michael Seidman, in his study of the economic revolution in Barcelona, based in large measure on original trade union sources, although the unions and factory committees standardized and modernized production, bought new machinery, improved working conditions and tried to eliminate a number of the most glaring deficiencies, they often ran into the resistance of the workers themselves, who continued to demand more pay, to fake illnesses, to sabotage production, and to reject the control and the discipline of the factory system. 8. Albert Porras-Baró, a CNT militant and a leading participant in the collectivist movement in Catalonia, describes the initial economic confusion. After the first few days of euphoria, the workers returned to work and found themselves without responsible management. This resulted in the creation of workers' committees in factories, workshops, and warehouses, which tried to resume production with all the problems that a transformation of this kind entailed. Owing to inadequate training and the sabotage of some of the technicians who remained, many others had fled with the owners' workers' committees and other bodies that were 224. Improvised, had to rely on the guidance of the unions. Lacking training in economic matters, the union leaders, with more goodwill than success, began to issue directives that spread confusion in the factory committees and enormous chaos in production. This was aggravated by the fact that each union gave different and often contradictory instruction. 9. In order to overcome these problems and to give legal status to the collectives, which have been described by non-anarchist historians as the greatest experiment in workers' self-management, a decree on collectivization and workers' control was approved on October 24, 1936 by the Generalitat, the semi-autonomous government of Catalonia. The measure was sponsored by the CNT and signed by its representative in the government, Juan P. Fabregas, the Councillor of Economy. 11 Under Article 2, all firms employing more than 100 workers were automatically collectivized, and those employing less than 100 could decide on collectivization provided that the majority of the personnel agreed. Although this part of the decree did little more than legalize the existing situation, the law, in the words of Porras-Baró, attempted to coordinate, codify, and unite in a single practice what previously had been open to the interpretation of every trade union or workers' committee. 12. In addition, with the approval of the workers, a representative of the Generalitat was appointed by the CNT Councillor of Economy to each of the collectivized enterprises, which were grouped into large concentrations called General Industrial Councils. Each council was, in turn, represented in the Economic Council of Catalonia, a central planning and coordinating agency. 13 Not all anarcho-syndicalists approved of the decree. Diego Abad de Santillan, one of the FI's leading ideologues, who succeeded Fabregas as Councillor of Economy, wrote subsequently, "When I became councillor, I had no intention of taking into account or carrying out the decree. I intended to allow our great people to carry on the task as they best saw fit, according to their own inspiration." 14. The decree, he said, on another occasion, deprived the working people of the initiative in an area where it did not require the advice of experts of any kind. 15. It is no wonder then that the decree was never vigorously enforced, that there were numerous violations, and that an important provision to form a bank of industrial and commercial credit to finance the collectivized enterprises was never implemented. Nor is it any wonder that when the workers in some of the collectivized plants asked José Tarradellas, the left Republican Councillor of Finance in the regional government, for financial assistance, he attempted, according to his own testimony, to use their predicament to capture control of the collectives. 16. Outside Catalonia, Finance Minister Juan Negrin, a centralist and a strong advocate of nationalization, also hoped to exploit the economic dislocation. When the war broke out, he told Louis Fischer, working men's committees, often anarchist, took over the factories. They paid themselves in wages everything they took from sales. Now they have no money. They are coming to me for running expenses and for raw materials. We will take advantage of their plight to gain control of the factories. 17. 225. Although the communists had cogent arguments in favor of nationalization, The anarcho-syndicalists, contrary to common belief, were not without their own plans for the nationwide control and rationalization of production. Rootedly opposed to state control or nationalization, 18 they advocated centralization or socialization, as they called it, under trade union management of entire branches of production. 19 If nationalization were carried out in Spain as the socialists and communists desire, said one anarchist newspaper, we should be on the way to a dictatorship, because by nationalizing everything the government would become the master, the chief, the absolute boss of everyone and everything. 20. In the opinion of the anarcho-syndicalists, socialization would eliminate the dangers of government control by placing production in the hands of the unions. This was the libertarian conception of socialization, without state intervention, that was to eliminate the wastes of competition and duplication, render possible industry-wide planning for both civilian and military needs, and halt the growth of selfish actions among the workers of the more prosperous collectives by using their profits to raise the standard of living of the workers in the less favored enterprises. 21 According to Daniel Guerin, an authority on the Spanish anarchist movement, it appeared that workers' self-management might lead to a kind of egotistical particularism, each enterprise being concerned solely with its own interests. This was remedied in Barcelona by the creation of a central equalization fund. As a result, the excess revenues of the bus company were used to support the streetcars, which were less profitable. 22. But, in actuality, there were many cases of inequality that could not be so easily resolved. Already in the early months of the war, the leaders of some of the local unions of the CNT both in Catalonia and the rest of Spain had introduced limited forms of socialization, confined to one branch of industry in a single locality, such as the cabinet makers' trade in Madrid, Barcelona, and Carcassonne, the dressmaking, tailoring, metal, and leather goods trades in Valencia, the shoemaking industry in Sitges, the metal and textile industries of Alcoy, the lumber trade of Cuenca, the brick-making industry of Granollers, the tanning trade of Barcelona and Vich, and the shoemaking industry in the province of Alicante, to mention but a few examples. 23 These partial socializations were not regarded as ends in themselves but rather as transitional stages in the integration on a national scale of atomized branches of production into a socialist, that is, a libertarian, economy under trade union control. This work of socialization, however, could not go forward as rapidly as the libertarian planners desired. They encountered the opposition of many concerns in a privileged position, controlled by workers of the UGT as well as by those of the CNT, who did not wish to sacrifice their profits to help the less successful collectives. 24 In addition, the leadership of the PSOE and the Socialist UGT, like the Communist Party, advocated government ownership and control of the basic industries. 25 And opposed the collectivization of the property of the small bourgeoisie, on which complete socialist planning, in accordance with the ideas of the CNT leaders, depended. 226. The divergence of outlook between the CNT and UGT on economic matters was constant, testifies Mariano Cardona Rosell, a member of the National Committee of the CNT, owing to the fact that while the CNT advocated a more and more effective socialization, it met with lack of cooperation on the part of the national, regional, and local leaders of the UGT, who paid little or no attention to this vital problem. As a result, the rank and file of the UGT followed the directives of the CNT in many localities. 26 These divergent attitudes rendered the establishment of a centrally coordinated industry impossible, either through libertarian socialization or nationalization, and partly explain why the elaborate plans for the socialization of industry under trade union control propounded at the enlarged National Economic Plenum of the CNT in January 1938 remained on paper. 27. Another obstacle to the integration of industry into a libertarian economy lay in the fact that a large number of firms controlled by the CNT were in a state of insolvency or semi-insolvency and were compelled to seek government intervention to secure financial aid. They did not in general have recourse to the banks, for these were controlled by the UGT Bank Employees Union, the Federación Nacional de Banca, a fief of Amaro del Rosal, the president of the union and a communist supporter. Because of their contempt for money, the CNT and FAI had never attempted to organize the bank employees and gave the UGT free rein, much to their regret during the Civil War. In Catalonia, one of the peculiarities of the economic situation was that whereas the CNT had taken over the majority of industrial and business enterprises, the rival UGT had assumed control of the banks and other credit institutions under the general supervision of a banking commission on which the UGT and the Generalitat government were represented. Since, for both political and ideological reasons, the CNT enterprises refused to deposit their funds in the established banking institutions and conducted their transactions in cash, the profitable concerns amassed huge sums of money on their premises. 28 This hoarding created a serious currency shortage and restricted the basis of credit, which otherwise could have been used to finance the less successful enterprises. Hoping to remedy the situation, Council of Finance Tarradellas decreed that all sums in excess of 1,000 pesetas were to be paid by check. 29 But the measure went unheeded. The immobilization of large amounts of money, wrote La Badala, the organ of the POUM, the dissident Marxist Party, is due to ideological reasons and cannot be resolved so long as two labor unions exist and nearly all the means of production are controlled by one union and the means of credit by the other 30. As the CNT declined to use the financial institutions and inasmuch as it required funds for its socialization projects, a CNT Congress held in February 1937 proposed that the organization create its own bank. 31 But nothing came of the project. 32. Both in Catalonia and the rest of Republican Spain, this situation created grave economic problems for the CNT collectives. So desperately did some of them require funds that Juan Piro, the anarcho-syndicalist Minister of Industry, 227, openly recommended intervention by the central government, 33 having received in his department 11,000 requests for funds in January 1937 alone. 34 According to the official communist history, the CNT ministers of industry and commerce tried by every means to legalize and consolidate the dominion of the CNT over the greater part of the economy, utilizing state funds to finance the syndicalized i.e., collectivized enterprises in a state of bankruptcy. 35. But the efforts of the CNT to obtain government aid to salvage these enterprises and to extend the collective system were unsuccessful. José Pirates, the anarcho-syndicalist historian, attests that Juan Piro tried to draft a decree providing for the collectivization of all industries, but Largo Caballero made him desist, warning him that England, France, and Belgium, which owned substantial economic interests in Spain, would withdraw diplomatic recognition from the Republican government. Piro then redrafted his decree, but the cabinet opposed it and made certain changes. From the cabinet the decree went to a ministerial commission that, according to Pirates, converted it into a skeleton. But the cavalry is not over. To put the decree into effect money is necessary, that is, a credit must be granted by the Minister of Finance Juan Negrin. He haggles like a usurer and finally grants an insignificant sum. Finally, the industrial bank intervenes, which reduces the amount still further. The outcome, concludes Pirates, was that the government crisis of May 1937 discussed later in this volume occurred before the Minister of Industry could put into effect this eminently conservative decree and that the first act of the new government, in which the CNT was not represented, was to rescind the decree purely and simply. 36. The Communists took advantage of the economic problems to further their campaign in favor of government control of industry and finance. Economic power must be in the hands of a single entity, declared Pere Ardiaca, a leader of the communist-controlled PSUC. 37 and PCE Secretary José Díaz, referring to the premature experiments in collectivization and socialization, declared, if, in the beginning these experiments were justified by the fact that the big industrialists and landlords had abandoned their factories and estates and that it was necessary to continue production, later on they were not. At first it was understandable that the workers should take possession of the abandoned factories in order to continue production at all costs. I repeat that this was understandable, and we are not going to censure it. But today, when there is a government of the Popular Front, in which all the forces engaged in the fight against fascism are represented, such things are not only inadvisable, but they have the opposite effect from that intended. Today we must coordinate production rapidly and intensify it under a single direction so as to provision the front and the rear with everything they need. To rush into these premature experiments in collectivization and socialization when the war is still undecided and at a time when the internal enemy, aided by foreign fascism, is violently attacking our positions and endangering the future of our country, is absurd and is tantamount to aiding the enemy. 38. 228. 23. A democratic and parliamentary republic of a new type. At the root of the Communist Party's opposition to the CNT's plans for the libertarian socialization of industry lay the fact that socialization was a threat to its own program of nationalization, and also that, to be effective, it must impinge on the property of the middle classes, whose support the Kremlin needed for the success of its foreign policy. To counter this danger, the Spanish communists argued that the attempts to further the revolution at the expense of the middle classes were due to the workers' lack of political understanding. In the first days of the rebellion, declared a communist leader, referring to Valencia, many workers fell into a mania of confiscating and socializing because they believed that we were in the midst of a social revolution. Nearly all industries were socialized. This fever of socialization not only laid hold of factories and workshops abandoned by bosses who supported the rebellion but even encroached on the small property of liberal and republican employers. Why have the workers fallen into these errors? Mainly owing to a lack of understanding of the present political situation that leads them to believe that we are in the midst of a social revolution. 1. Federico Melcher, a member of the executive committee of the JSU, the Communist-Oriented Unified Socialist Youth Federation, affirmed, "We are not making a social revolution today, we are developing a democratic revolution, and in a democratic revolution, the economy cannot be launched into socialist channels. If we are developing a democratic revolution and say we are fighting for a democratic republic, how can we attempt in the economic field to introduce methods of a totalitarian socialist type?" Comrade Alvarez del Valle said the other day, "In order to triumph, a correct political line is necessary. To that we should add, a correct political line based on a clear economic line, on a correct economic line, is necessary. These economic aberrations, these economic trends, these experiments that are carried out in our country, are not due to any accident, they stem from a whole ideology, from the ideological deformation of a broad section of the working class movement that is trying to carry forward the eco. 229. Economic development of our country without adapting itself to the stages that this economic development requires. 2. These arguments of course conformed in all respects to the line laid down by the Communist International and to the requirements of Stalin's foreign policy. Palmiro Togliatti stated in November 1936 that the task confronting the Spanish people was to carry out the bourgeois democratic revolution, thus distorting the proletarian nature of the revolution that had exploded 4 months earlier. 3. To argue along these lines in the prevailing state of revolutionary exultation was for the communists a heavy task, for they had to contend not only with the libertarian movement, but also with the more radical members of the UGT, of the Socialist Party, and of the JSU. From this task they did not shrink. At a time of the greatest revolutionary effervescence, recalled Antonio Mij, a member of the Politburo, we communists did not blush on the platforms of Madrid and the rest of Spain, when we came out in defense of the Democratic Republic. Whereas some people were afraid even to mention the Democratic Republic, we communists had no objection to explaining to impatient elements, who did not understand the situation, that politically it was advisable to defend it against fascism. 4. We are fighting for the Democratic Republic, and we are not ashamed to say so, affirmed Santiago Carrillo, the secretary of the JSU, in a speech at the National Conference in January 1937 in which he outlined, for the first time since the fusion of the socialist and communist youth movements, the policy of the United Organization. Confronted by fascism and the foreign invaders, we are not fighting at the present time for the socialist revolution. At this point, before proceeding with this citation, we must intercalate a statement that Carrillo made years later, which suggests what he and other communist leaders may have really felt about their own asseverations. In an interview published in 1974, when he was secretary of the Communist Party in exile, he said, "At that time, we called it a popular revolution. All of us knew that it was the establishment of socialism in Spain. That was clear. Where were the big capitalists, the large landowners, and the apparatus of the bourgeois state? They had all disappeared. Hence, the entire discussion appeared absurd and Byzantine to me. 5. But at the National Conference, Carrillo expressed different thoughts. There are, he continued, some who say that at this stage we should fight for the socialist revolution, and there are others who even say that we are practicing a deception, that we are maneuvering to conceal our real policy when we declare that we are defending the democratic republic. Nevertheless, comrades, we are fighting for a democratic republic, and, furthermore, for a democratic and parliamentary republic. This is not a stratagem to deceive Spanish democratic opinion, nor to deceive democratic opinion abroad. We are fighting sincerely for the democratic republic because we know that if we should commit the mistake of fighting at this time for the socialist revolution in our country and even for some considerable time after victory we should see in our fatherland not only the fascist invaders but side by side with them the bourgeois democratic govern. 230. Ments of the world that have already stated explicitly that in the present European situation they would not tolerate a dictatorship of the proletariat in our country. 6. Failure to protect foreign capital, affirmed Federico Melcher, the JSU leader quoted earlier in this chapter, would be an error in international relations because then England would decisively intervene against Spain not on our side but with Franco, because England has economic interests in our country to defend. 7. Although there is no record that any democratic government ever threatened to intervene, the fear of incurring the open hostility of the democratic powers no doubt carried considerable weight among the rank and file of the JSU. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction with the policy adumbrated at the conference was not long in manifesting itself, for, within a few weeks, it was denounced by Rafael Fernandez, General Secretary of the JSU of the Asturias, as anything but Marxist. This was more than a personal opinion. It was the opinion of a substantial number of socialists in the JSU, who felt themselves betrayed by what they regarded as a rightward swing, and their mood is accurately reflected in the following protests sent from the battlefront. I have read several times in different newspapers the speeches made by Carrillo, to the effect that the unified socialist youth is fighting for a democratic and parliamentary republic. I believe that Carrillo is completely mistaken. As a young socialist and revolutionary I am fighting for the collectivization of the land, of the factories, of the entire wealth of Spain, for the benefit of everyone, for the benefit of humanity. Do Carrillo and the others who aim at leading us along that prejudicial and counter-revolutionary road believe that the militants of the JSU are sheep? No, we are not sheep, we are revolutionaries. What would our comrades who have perished on the battlefields do if they could raise their heads and see that the JSU had been an accomplice in betraying the revolution for which they gave their lives? They would do only one thing. They would spit in the face of the culprits. 9. If it was difficult for the communists to convince the radical members of the JSU of the correctness of their policy, it was still more difficult to convince the libertarian movement. Yet, the success of that policy depended on the compliance, if not the wholehearted approval, of this powerful movement. With this end in view, Soviet diplomatic representatives, according to Federica Montseny, anarcho-syndicalist Minister of Health, held frequent conversations with CNTFAI leaders. The advice they gave us, she wrote, was always the same: it was necessary to establish in Spain a controlled democracy, euphemistic term for a dictatorship. It was not advisable to create the impression abroad that a profound revolution was being carried out. We should avoid awakening the suspicion of the democratic powers. The behavior of the Russians, she adds, was very courteous. I never heard them utter a threatening word. When I went to Geneva in January and February of 1937 to attend the Congress of Hygiene, Rosenberg, the Soviet ambassador, urged me to go to Russia, saying, "Comrade Stalin would be very happy to meet you. Go there, Federica. You will be received like a little." 231. Queen. The Russians never made any concrete offer that would have forced me to break relations with them. They were too subtle for that. But on various occasions, Rosenberg suggested that I send my daughter to Valencia to live with his wife and children in a villa they occupied on the outskirts. When I heard these suggestions, the blood froze in my veins. 10. If the CNTFAI ministers felt compelled to make political concessions to Soviet policy at the expense of the revolution in the hope of influencing the democracies, they did not adhere undeviatingly to the communist slogan of the Democratic Republic. 11. If, on entering the government, they had agreed to adopt the slogan, they did so, according to Juan Lopez, CNT Minister of Commerce, in order to produce an impression beyond the frontiers, but never to strangle the legitimate revolutionary conquests of the working class. 12. That the libertarian movement as a whole accepted the communist slogan of the Democratic Republic with even less enthusiasm than did the CNTFAI ministers was clearly reflected in its press. The thousands of proletarian combatants at the battlefronts, declared the Bolloten de Información, are not fighting for the Democratic Republic. They are proletarian revolutionaries, who have taken up arms in order to make the revolution. To postpone the triumph of the latter until after we win the war would weaken considerably the fighting spirit of the working class. If we wish to raise the enthusiasm of our fighters and inject the anti-fascist masses with revolutionary zeal, we must drive the revolution forward with determination, liquidate the last vestiges of bourgeois democracy, socialize industry and agriculture, and create the directing organs of the new society in accordance with the revolutionary aims of the proletariat. It should be clearly understood that we are not fighting for the Democratic Republic. We are fighting for the triumph of the proletarian revolution. The revolution and the war are inseparable. Everything that is said to the contrary is reformist counter-revolution. 13. CNT exclaimed, "Democratic revolution. Parliamentary republic. This is not the moment for carrying out the social revolution." Here are a few slogans worthy of the political program of the Republican parties but degrading to the working class organizations. If the socialist and communist parties as well as their youth movement had honored their socialist principles, the entire apparatus of the old bourgeois state, Marx, and the structure of capitalist economy would have been destroyed. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels never referred to a transitional period of a democratic and parliamentary republic. For this reason, the Marxism of all the Spanish Marxist parties is a Marxism that has nothing in common with revolutionary Marxism but much with social democratic reformism, against which Lenin directed his revolutionary theories outlined in State and Revolution. 14. To counter the embarrassing denunciations of their policy in the CNT and FAI press, the communists at the beginning of the Civil War, as has already been seen, had likened the revolution taking place in Spain to the bourgeois. 232. Democratic revolution that had been achieved over a century before in France were compelled, for the purposes of home consumption, to modify their language. What do the comrades of CNT accuse us of? Asked Mundo Abrero in reply to the anarcho-syndicalist organ. According to them, we have diverged from the path of revolutionary Marxism. Why? Because we defend a democratic republic. We should like to define the character of the republic in our country at the present time. First, the working class, the peasants, and the small bourgeoisie have all the arms. Second, the peasants have the land, the agricultural laborers are working the former large estates collectively or individually, and the tenant farmers now possess their own land. Third, working class control has been established in all factories. Fourth, the big landowners, the bankers, the large industrialists and the big political bosses who joined the military rising have been expropriated and therefore deprived of their social and political power. Fifth, the greatest influence, the principal directing influence in the development of the democratic revolution is in the hands of the entire working class. Sixth, the former army of oppression has been destroyed and we have a new army of the people. Hence, our republic is a special type. It is a democratic and parliamentary republic with a social content that has never existed before. And this republic cannot be considered in the same light as those republics where democracy is a fiction, a democracy based on the absolute hegemony of the exploiters. This point having been established, we must inform the comrades of CNT that by defending democracy and the republic we do not abjure or contradict the doctrines of revolutionary Marxism. It was Lenin who taught us that to be revolutionary one should not jump into space. It was Lenin who taught us that to be revolutionary one should always bear in mind the concrete situation of a given country so as to apply to it the most suitable revolutionary tactics. 15. At a plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party in March 1937, José Díaz declared, "We are fighting for the democratic republic, for a democratic and parliamentary republic of a new type and with a profound social content. The struggle taking place in Spain is not aimed at the establishment of a democratic republic like that of France or of any other capitalist country. No. The democratic republic for which we are fighting is different. We are fighting to destroy the material foundations on which reaction and fascism rest, for without their destruction no true political democracy can exist. And now I ask, to what extent have they been destroyed? In every province we control big landowners no longer exist. The church, as a dominant power, has likewise ceased to exist. Militarism has also disappeared, never to return. Nor are there any big bankers and industrialists. That is the reality of the situation. And the guarantee that these conquests will never be lost lies in the fact that the arms are in the hands of the people, of the genuine anti-fascist people, of the 233 workers, the peasants, the intellectuals, and the small bourgeoisie, who were always the slaves of those castes. That is the best guarantee that the past will never return. And precisely for that reason, because we have a guarantee that our conquests will not be lost, we should not lose our heads and forget reality by attempting experiments in libertarian communism and socialization in whatever factory or village it may be. The present stage of political development in Spain is that of the democratic revolution, the victory of which depends on the participation of all the anti-fascist forces, and these experiments can only serve to drive them away and estrange them. 16. But the efforts of the communists to convince their critics were unavailing, for the adherents of the libertarian movement, particularly of its extreme wing, the libertarian youth, the Federación Ibérica de Juventudes Libertarias FIJL, were in their immense majority immovably hostile to communist slogans and, in distinction from the leadership of the CNT and FAI, were becoming more and more skeptical as to whether any advantage could be gained by making concessions to foreign opinion. Some hint of the temper of the movement may be gleaned from the following quotations. In an attack on the communist-led JSU that in January 1937 had officially espoused the cause of the Democratic Republic, Juventud Libre, the leading organ of the libertarian youth, declared, "The strongest argument that the unified socialist youth can put forward in order to defend the democratic and parliamentary republic is that we should desist from speaking of revolution so as not to make our position with regard to the European democracies more difficult." Childish argument. The European democracies know only too well who we are and where we are inevitably going. They know, just as the fascist countries know, that in Spain practically all the soldiers who are fighting against fascism are revolutionaries and will not permit this magnificent occasion for making the revolution to be snatched from them. Whether we speak either of the democratic and parliamentary republic or of the revolution, the European democracies will help us only if it suits them. To deceive our soldiers, who are dying heroically on the battlefields, to deceive our peasants and workers, who are laboring in the rear areas, with the democratic and parliamentary republic, is to betray the Spanish Revolution. The economic wealth of the country as well as the arms are in our hands. Everything belongs to us. We are defending everything we have against the international fascist criminals. The traitors who try to steal what belongs to us should be denounced as fascists and shot without mercy. 17. Anyone who comes to us at this time, when we have the possibility of transforming Spain socially, with the story that this transformation would not be approved of by the international bourgeoisie, is a joker, declared José García Pradas, director of CNT. From the very moment that he aspires to make a revolution with the license of the international bourgeoisie, he has no authority to tell us what to do. 234. If we have to refrain from making the revolution in order to prevent the international bourgeoisie from clashing with us, if we have to conceal our every aim, if we have to renounce our every aim, then why are our comrades fighting? Why are we all fighting? Why have we thrown ourselves into this struggle, into this war without mercy against Spanish and foreign fascism? 18. And Fraguas Social, the CNT organ, stated, at the very moment when our country is being lashed by a tempest, by a real social revolution that has changed everything, the Communist Party comes out with the demand for a parliamentary republic, a republic that has already been left far behind by the march of events. Paradoxically, this results in a situation where the Communists form the extreme right wing of Loyalist Spain, the last hope of the small bourgeoisie, which sees its world going under. However strange it may appear, the Communists are the nerve center of a policy and of a campaign of propaganda aimed at pushing us back to the first years of the bourgeois republic, a policy that ignores the existence of a triumphant and regenerating 19 July 19. It was, of course, incorrect to ascribe to the Communists the intention of rolling back the revolution to before July 19. It would be more accurate to say that under the veil of democratic institutions it planned to convert the popular revolution into a totalitarian one-party police state. This was undoubtedly what Stalin had in mind when he told Largo Caballero that the parliamentary way might prove a more effective means of revolutionary development than in Russia, and when he pressed him to support the fusion of the socialist and communist parties. It would also be more accurate to state, as two well-known Spanish communists averred after the Civil War, that the democratic and parliamentary republic of a new type was the forerunner of the people's democracies in the first stage of their development that emerged in Europe after World War II. 20. While paving the way toward their own hegemony, the communists needed everyone they could muster to defeat General Franco. This should be called the hour of all comrades, ruminated former Central Committee member Enrique Castro according to his frank exposé of his cynical thinking at that time. After the defeat of Franco, everyone will be correctly labeled, the Republicans, lackeys of the bourgeoisie, neither more nor less, the socialists, lackeys of the bourgeoisie, but a little more so than the Republicans, the anarchists, a threat to our revolution. This will give us sufficient reason to annihilate them after we have annihilated Franco. Until then, we'll call them comrades and give them a few pats on the back. To be sure, our humanity is something new in history. We shall treat them well during the period of the Holy Alliance. Afterwards, we shall kill them quickly so that they don't suffer too much or too long. 21. Despite the CNT's charges that the PCE wished to roll back the revolution to before July 19, they could not return to the bourgeois republic of 1931 without restoring the property of the big landowners and industrialists, in other words, without giving them a share in the affairs of state. This would have been incompatible with the party's long-term aims and with the Kremlin's purpose in Spain, which, under cover of a democratic superstructure, was to control her domestic. 235. And foreign policy in conformity with its own diplomatic needs. By curbing the revolution, the PCE aimed not at restoring the property of the big landowners and industrialists but at finding a backing for itself among the middle layers of the population and at using them, as long as it suited its purpose, to offset the power of the revolutionary segment of the anti-Franco camp and to assure its own hegemony. This was its policy in the field of industry and trade and also in the field of agriculture, as will be seen in the succeeding chapter. 236. 24. Balancing the class forces. Aided by the Ministry of Agriculture that they controlled, the Communists were able to influence substantially the course of events in the countryside. By far the most resounding of the decrees issued by Vicente Uribe, the communist minister, was that of October 7, 1936, by which all rural properties belonging to persons who had intervened either directly or indirectly in the military insurrection were confiscated without indemnity and in favor of the state. This decree, commented Mundo Abrero, the Communist Party organ, breaks the foundation of the semi-feudal power of the big landlords who, in order to maintain their brutal caste privileges and to perpetuate salaries of 2 pesetas a day and labor from dawn to dusk, have unleashed the bloody war that is devastating Spain too. Under the terms of the decree, the estates that had been cultivated directly by the owners or by their stewards or had been leased to large tenant farmers were given in perpetual usufruct to organizations of peasants and agricultural workers to be cultivated individually or collectively in accordance with the wishes of the majority of beneficiaries. Small cultivators who had leased estates were promised the permanent use of their holdings, not to exceed 30 hectares in dry sections, 5 in irrigated districts, and 3 in fruit-growing areas. 3 The decree of October 7, affirmed the communist organ Frente Rojo, is the most profoundly revolutionary measure that has been taken since the military uprising. It has abolished more than 40% of private property in the countryside. Although the language of the decree gave the impression that the government had taken the initiative in confiscating the properties of supporters of the military insurrection, in point of fact the measure merely set the seal of legality on expropriations already carried out by agricultural laborers and tenant farmers. The communists, however, frequently represented the measure as having been instrumental in giving the land to the peasants. In communist newspapers, wrote Ricardo Zabalza, left-wing socialist and general secretary of the powerful National Federation of Land Workers, the Federación Nacional de los Trabajadores de la Tierra, affiliated with the socialist UGT, we have read such things as this: thanks to the decree of October 7, a measure of a communist minister, the peasants have the land today. Such statements no doubt make very effective. 237. Propaganda among the ignorant, but they cannot convince anyone who is half acquainted with the facts. Before any communist minister was in the government, the peasant organizations, on instructions from our federation, had already confiscated de facto all the land belonging to the rebels. 5 And, in an article published after he had ceased to belong to the Communist Party, Rafael Moreda Núñez, the Communist Secretary General of the Institute of Agrarian Reform in 1936 and 1937,6 wrote, I can state positively, and this everyone knows, that it was not the government that handed the land to the peasants. The latter did not wait for a government decision, but appropriated the estates and cultivable lands themselves. Hence the much vaunted decree of October 7, which a certain political party practically claims to be exclusively its own creation, did not give those estates to the peasants or to anyone else, for the peasants were already working them several months before, and the only thing the decree accomplished, a decree that was, of course, approved by the government, was to give legal status to those expropriations. 7 years later the communists continued to claim that the peasants had received the land due to their initiative. The Spanish agricultural workers and peasants, wrote 2 prominent members of the party in exile, did not receive the land from the hands of the bourgeoisie, but from the hands of the working class on the initiative of the communists. 8 Because the decree applied only to the estates of persons charged with participating directly or indirectly in the military revolt and thereby exempted from legal confiscation the properties belonging to Republicans and other landowners who had not identified themselves with General Franco's cause, the anarcho-syndicalists considered that it was inadequate to the situation. CNT commented, the Minister of Agriculture has just promulgated a decree confiscating in favor of the state all rural properties whose owners intervened directly or indirectly in the fascist insurrection of July 19. As usual, of course, the state arrives late. The peasants did not wait for such a vital problem to be settled by decree, they acted in advance of the government, and from the very beginning. They seized the property of the landowners, making the revolution from below. With a real understanding of the land problem, they were more expeditious than the state. They expropriated without making any distinction between owners who had intervened and owners who had not intervened in the rebel conspiracy. The expropriation as a punishment, only of those who have intervened directly or have helped the fascists, leaves the supreme problem of the Spanish Revolution unsolved. Our authorities should understand once and for all that the 19th of July destroyed the regime of unjust privileges and that a new life is springing up all over Spain. As long as they do not understand this, as long as they cling to institutions and methods that became obsolete on July 19, they will always lag behind the conquests of the people. 9. 238. Criticisms of the limitations of the decree came also from the National Federation of Land Workers, controlled by the left-wing socialists. At a national conference held in June 1937, the Federation demanded that the decree should be amended so as to include within its scope not only persons implicated in the military uprising, but also those who had been regarded as enemies of the working class for having violated labor contracts, discharged workers unjustly because of their ideas, denounced them to the police without good reason, and encouraged strike breaking. 10. But the Communist Party could not countenance such an amendment. Seeking support among the propertied classes in the anti-Franco camp, it could not afford to repel the small and medium proprietors who had been hostile to the working class movement before the Civil War, and, indeed, through the Ministry of Agriculture and the Institute of Agrarian Reform, which it controlled, it seconded, on the basis of the limitations of the decree of October 7, many of their demands for the restitution of their land. I can tell you about the Castilian countryside, declared a leader of FIJL, the Libertarian Youth Movement, because I am in daily contact with all the agricultural districts of Castile, districts to which the delegates of the Ministry of Agriculture go. With the object of returning to the bourgeoisie, to the fascists, to the landowners, the property they once possessed. The Minister of Agriculture claims that these are small proprietors. Small proprietors, with a splendid number of acres, are the political bosses of the villages and those who used to conspire against the workers small proprietors. Are those who have 20 or 25 workers and 3 or 4 pairs of bullocks small proprietors. I must ask where the policy of the Minister of Agriculture is leading and just what is the limit to the term small proprietor. 11. The protection the Communist Party gave even to farmers who had belonged to right-wing parties before the Civil War, particularly in the province of Valencia, where it organized them into the Peasant Federation, irrevocably antagonized a large segment of the rural population. The Communist Party, complained a socialist, referring to the Peasant Federation, devotes itself to picking up in the villages the worst remnants of the former Partido Autonomista, who were not only reactionary, but also immoral, and organizes these small proprietors into a new peasant union by promising them the possession of their land. 12. There can be no doubt that the Communist Party's championship of the small, to say nothing of the medium proprietor, irrespective of his political antecedents, was one of the many important reasons for the bitter strife that soon developed between itself and the left wing of the Socialist Party, which, as we have seen, controlled the National Federation of Land Workers. 13. The Communists demanded that collectivization be entirely voluntary. 14. Thereby implying that the property of the right wing, as well as of the Republican farmer, should be respected. The left-wing socialists, while against the compulsory collectivization of the land of the small Republican farmer, were opposed to sacrificing the growth of the collective farm movement to the small owner who had been in open conflict with the rural wage worker before the Civil War. The loyal small proprietor. 239. Declared the left socialist paper, Claridad, the mouthpiece of the UGT, should not be forced to enter the collective farms, but generous technical, economic, and moral aid should be given to every spontaneous initiative in favor of collectivization. When we say loyal small proprietor, we deliberately exclude both the small owners, who were brazen enemies of the working class, and the venomous and petty political bosses, who are now sniveling and trying to keep in the background and who constitute a real fifth column in the rural areas. As for these, we must draw their teeth and claws. It would be a veritable catastrophe if, on the basis of these elements, an attempt were made to create an organization of kulaks, while ignoring the courageous peasant fighters who have suffered imprisonment, torture, and misery. 15. The former communist leader and Central Committee member, Enrique Castro, who became director of the Institute of Agrarian Reform in September 1936, attests in Hombres Made in Moscow that his main objectives in the institute were to destroy the socialists in the countryside and to win the support of the peasants. 16. In this introspective memoir, he unveils his inner thoughts, which were clearly those of the party. We need all these people who have an insane ambition to possess their own land, he mused. We need them now, and we shall need them for a long time to come, as long as it takes us to assume power and to consolidate ourselves in power. Afterwards, we'll talk about it. Afterwards, we'll clarify matters. Afterwards, we shall be able to say who is the real owner of the land. But until then, we must proclaim every day that the land is theirs, that the party gave it to them, that we gave them money, seed, equipment, and advice. Only if they feel that they are the owners of their property will they fight to protect it. 17. In their efforts to win the support of the middle layers of the rural population, both right-wing and Republican, the communists were forced to restrain the collectivist tendencies not only among the left socialists and anarcho-syndicalists, but even within their own youth movement. Not only have we seen certain organizations advocate collectivization, said Santiago Carrillo, General Secretary of the JSU, but in the beginning we also saw our own youth defending it through failure to understand the character of the present struggle. However, the comrades of Badajoz and other peasant provinces know very well that when the JSU told them they were pursuing the wrong policy and that when they started to follow the correct one the situation in the countryside began to change. It is hardly necessary for us to point out how the only country in the world that has made the revolution, the Soviet Union, began to collectivize the land after 9 years of proletarian power. How, then, in a democratic republic are we going to do what the Soviet Union did after 9 years of workers' power? We declare that, as long as the situation in our country does not permit any other course, our line for a long time to come will be the defense of the small peasant, the defense of the legitimate interests of the small proprietor of the countryside. 18. The policy of the communists, as expressed by the Minister of Agriculture's decree of October 7 and by its practical application, was criticized for other reasons than those given in the foregoing pages. Ricardo Zabalza, General Secret. 240. Theory of the National Federation of Land Workers that enrolled small tenant farmers as well as farmhands, affirmed, when interviewed about conditions in the province of Albacete, there are many landowners whose properties have not been confiscated, either because they are adherents of the left or because they have passed themselves off as such. Their tenants are compelled by law to continue the payment of rent, and this is an injustice because the tenants of rebel landowners are freed from such payment. 19. Zabalza also criticized the decree on the ground that it prevented a distribution of land in favor of the village poor. This criticism was based on the fact that the tenant farmers and sharecroppers who benefited from the decree were legally entitled to retain all the land they had cultivated before the revolution, provided that it did not exceed the specified limits, and were therefore unwilling to cede any portion of their holdings to the rural wage workers. As a result, Zabalza argued, the wage workers remain without land in many places or have to content themselves with the worst soil or with that farthest from the villages because the rest of the land, or nearly all of it, is in the hands of small owners and tenant farmers. This makes friction inevitable, for it is impossible to accept the galling injustice of a situation whereby the sycophants of the former political bosses still enjoy a privileged position at the expense of those persons who were unable to rent even the smallest parcel of land because they were revolutionaries. 20. But more important still as a source of friction in the countryside was the fact that the communists used the decree to stimulate the personal interest of those tenant farmers and sharecroppers who, before its publication, had been caught up by the collective farm movement or had agreed to a redistribution of land in favor of the agricultural laborers. Then came the decree of 7 October, declared the National Federation of Land Workers, offering tenant farmers the possibility of retaining in perpetual usufruct all the land they formerly cultivated, provided that it did not exceed 30 hectares in dry sections, 5 in irrigated districts, and 3 in fruit-growing areas. This represented a guarantee that no lessee, provided that he was not an open supporter of the rebellion, could be dispossessed of his land. And the practical effect of this decree has been to create, among the tenant farmers and sharecroppers who had accepted the new order of things, a desire to recover their former parcels. 21. Encouraged by the support they received from the communists, many right-wing tenant farmers and sharecroppers who had accepted collectivization in the first months of the revolution demanded the return of their former holdings. At the peak of the offensive against the collective farms, Ricardo Zabalza declared, "Our most fervent aim today is to guarantee the conquests of the revolution, especially the collective farms that were organized by the different branches of our federation and against which a world of enemies is rising up, namely, the reactionaries of yesterday and those who held land on lease because they were lackeys of the political bosses, whereas our members were either denied land or evicted from their wretched holdings. Today these reactionaries, protected by the 241 famous decree of October 7, and enjoying unheard of official aid, are endeavoring to take by assault the collectivized estates with the object of dividing them up, distributing their livestock, their olive trees, their vineyards, and their harvests, and of putting an end to the agrarian revolution. And in order to do this they are taking advantage of the absence of our best comrades, who are at the front and who would weep with rage if they should find on their return that their efforts and sacrifices had served only to enthrone their eternal enemies, who, to increase the mockery, are now protected by membership cards of a working-class organization." 22. In their campaign against the collective farms, the communists also endeavored to mobilize the agricultural laborers. Early in April 1937, Mariano Vázquez, who in November 1936 had succeeded Horacio Prieto as secretary of the National Committee of the CNT, accused them of going to areas where the CNT and UGT had established collective farms by mutual agreement and of stirring up egotistic impulses. By promising personal advantages to the laborers and inciting them to divide up the land that they were working collectively. 23. Nor did the communists limit themselves to this procedure, for Vázquez also charged that they had assassinated dozens of anarcho-syndicalists in the province of Toledo. 24 and, a few months later, the General Secretary of the CNT Peasants' Federation of Castile declared, "We have fought terrible battles with the communists, especially with brigades and divisions under their control that have assassinated our best peasant militants and savagely destroyed our collective farms and our harvests, obtained at the cost of infinite sacrifice." 25. The attacks on the agricultural collectives occurred at this time mainly in New Castile, the central region, where the communist military units were predominant, and where, according to the CNT historian and militant, Juan Gómez Casas, some 300 model collective farms had been established by the CNT and UGT. 26. José García Pradas, the director of the anarcho-syndicalist daily in Madrid, CNT, claims that Enrique Lister, the communist commander of the 11th Division, was responsible for the assassination of a large number of Castilian peasants accused of being uncontrollables and fascists. As many as 60, he claims, were executed in Mora de Toledo. 27. Lister never denied that he had committed these assassinations. In that region, he affirmed years later, the anarchists had established a veritable terrorist dictatorship, as a result of which everyday peasants from the villages passed over to the enemy. He put an end to all that, he stated. It was necessary to create a tribunal in Mora de Toledo and to take very strong, very severe measures. Later, I was accused of having shot such and such a person. I replied that I had carried out executions, and that I was ready to do so as many times as necessary, because as I said in reply to the accusations, I am not fighting the war to protect bandits nor to exploit the peasants. I am fighting the war so that people will be free. 28. It was inevitable that the attacks on the collectives should have had an unfavorable effect upon rural economy and upon morale, for while in some areas collectivization was anathema to the majority of peasants, in others collective. 242. Farms were organized spontaneously by the bulk of the peasant population. Ralph Bates, noted author, Assistant Commissar of the 15th International Brigade, and an authority on Spain and the Spanish Revolution, wrote to me after he had severed his ties with the Communist Party: the CP drive against collectivization was absolutely wrong, for while there were plenty of abuses, forced collectivization, etc., there were plenty of good collectives, i.e., voluntary ones. 29 In Toledo province, for example, where even before the war rural collectives existed, 83% of the peasants, according to a source friendly to the communists, decided in favor of the collective cultivation of the soil. 31. As the campaign against the collective farms reached its height just before the summer harvesta period of the year, when even the more successful farms were beset with economic difficulties, a pall of dismay and apprehension descended upon the agricultural laborers. Work in the fields was abandoned in many places or carried on apathetically, and there was danger that a substantial portion of the harvest, vital for the war effort, would be left to rot. The communists then suddenly changed their policy. The first intimation of this about-face came early in June 1937, when the Minister of Agriculture issued a decree promising various forms of aid to the collectives so that they could carry out as satisfactorily and as speedily as possible the agricultural labors appropriate to the season. 32. This did not mean that no assistance had been given in the past. According to the communist organ Frente Rojo, the Institute of Agrarian Reform, which was controlled by the Minister of Agriculture, and, under the decree of October 7, had been charged with the task of apportioning aid to the beneficiary had since that date provided collective farms with 50 million pesetas in credits, farm implements, seeds, and fertilizers. 33 This is not unlikely. But this assistance must have gone solely to collectives that accepted the intervention of the Institute, for the CNT, which rejected state intervention because it threatened the autonomy of its collectives, charged that the latter were denied all help from the Minister of Agriculture. 34 On the other hand, according to Mariano Cardona Rosal, a member of the National Committee of the CNT and its representative on the Executive Commission of the National Service of Agricultural Credit, although the Institute of Agrarian Reform was not empowered to extend credits and assistance to collectives outside its jurisdiction, such collectives could apply for aid from the National Service without any danger of control other than that arising from the credit transactions involved. 35 But this service, which operated under the auspices of the Ministry of Agriculture, and on whose executive commission there were representatives of the CNT and UGT as well as officials of that department, 36 did not begin to function properly until late in the summer of 1937. Moreover, although, according to Cardona Rosal, it extended very substantial credits to collective farms that applied for assistance, some CNT collectives did not take advantage of it for a long time owing to their suspicion of official bodies and the fear that these might curb their independence. 37. The preamble to the Minister of Agriculture's decree of June 1937, previously 243 mentioned, promising various forms of aid to the collectives, stated that help was necessary to avoid economic failures that might chill the faith of the land workers in the collective form of cultivation they chose freely when they confiscated the land of the rebel exploiters. Said Article 1 of the decree, for the purposes of assistance by the Institute of Agrarian Reform, all collective farms set up since July 19, 1936 are considered legally constituted during the current agricultural year, 38, and no claim will be handled by the subsidiary departments of the Institute of Agrarian Reform for the return of land occupied by the said collectives. Even in cases where it is alleged that errors have been made of a legal character or in defining the political status of the former owner or beneficiary of the collectivized land. This means, commented Frente Rojo, the communist organ, that the only thing that counts in guaranteeing the legality of the collectives is the very act, the revolutionary act of having formed them, and that they are thus saved from any legal or political stratagem that might be devised against them. It did not mention the fact that the status of legality had been conceded only temporarily. The decree, it asserted, grants to the agricultural collectives formed since July 19, 1936 an indestructible legal position. What began as a spontaneous impulse among a large section of the agricultural workers has now been converted by virtue of the decree into a legal form of agricultural labor. 39. Nevertheless, many months later, in a program of common action, the CNT and UGT found it necessary to demand that the collective farms be legalized. 40. This did not change matters, for toward the end of the Civil War CNT, the anarcho-syndicalist organ in Madrid, was still insisting that they be legalized. 41. In fact, Vicente Uribe, who remained in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture until the end of the conflict, never granted a permanent status of legality to the collectives. 42. Although the decree of June 1937 offered no guarantee of legality beyond the current agricultural year, it produced a sense of relief in the countryside during the vital period of the harvest, and in that respect achieved its purpose. But no sooner had the crops been gathered than apprehension again set in. On August 11, the central government, which in May had been reorganized without the participation of the CNT, dissolved the anarchist-dominated Regional Defense Council of Aragon that had been formed early in the war to control the revolution in that part of Aragon occupied by the anti-Franco forces, predominantly libertarian. After the Communists had helped to prepare the way for its dissolution by a short though fierce campaign at the beginning of August 43, the 11th Division under the command of Enrique Lister, acting on instructions from Indalecio Prieto, then defense minister, and with the full knowledge and approval of the cabinet, moved into the region and dissolved the council. 44. So as not to arouse suspicion, the division had been instructed to proceed to Aragon to rest and reorganize after the battle of Brunt on the Central Front, and a dissolution decree, secretly approved by the central government, was published only after the council had been dissolved. 45. Hated by the people, the Council of Aragon collapsed without the firing of a single shot, writes Lister. And when 244. The next day the dissolution decree appeared in the Gaceta, the council had ceased to exist. 46. Commenting on the decree, Adelante, mouthpiece at that time of the moderate socialists in the government, said, "Perhaps the change that took place yesterday in Aragonesa territory may not have extraordinary repercussions abroad. No matter. It deserves to have them because by this action the government offers the firmest testimony of its authority." 47. Concurrently with the publication of the decree, José Ignacio Manticón, a member of the Left Republican Party, but a communist sympathizer, who after the Civil War joined the party, 48, was appointed Governor-General of the region. "From the first day," writes Lister, "we understood each other perfectly and we gave him all our collaboration and help in his difficult task." 49. Backed by the military power of the 11th Division, Manticón ordered the breakup of the collective farms and the arrest of militants of the CNT. 50. According to a report of the Aragon CNT, the land, farm implements, horses, and cattle confiscated from right-wing supporters were returned to their former owners or to their families. New buildings erected by the collectives, such as stables and hen coops, were destroyed, and in some villages the farms were deprived even of the seed necessary for sowing, while 600 members of the CNT were arrested. 51. Of this repression the tenant farmers and small owners who had entered the collective farms in the early weeks of the revolution, when the power of the CNT and FAI in Aragon was undisputed, took full advantage. They divided up the land as well as the crops and farm implements, and, with the aid of the assault guards and communist military forces, even raided those collectives that had been established in accordance with the wishes of their members. The situation became so serious that the communists, although evading personal responsibility, later acknowledged that a dangerous policy had been adopted. To redress the situation the party again changed its policy, and some of the dismantled collectives were restored. "The recognition of the rights of the collectives," wrote José Silva, the Communist General Secretary of the Institute of Agrarian Reform, 52, and the decision to return what had been unjustly taken away from them, together with the efforts of the Governor-General of Aragon in this direction, brought things back to normal. Tranquility returned, and enthusiasm was revived among the peasants, who gave the necessary labor for sowing the abandoned land. 53. After the destruction of the collective farms in Aragon, the Communist Party was compelled to support collectives in other regions against former owners who sought the return of confiscated land. 54 This change was caused not only by the damage inflicted on rural economy and on morale at the front and in the rear by its previous policy, but by another important factor. Much as the Communist Party needed the backing of the small and medium tenant farmer and proprietor in the anti-Franco camp, it could not allow them to become too strong, lest, under the leadership of the liberal Republicans and moderate socialists, they should, in conjunction with the urban middle classes, endeavor to take the affairs of state into their own hands, in order to guide domestic and foreign policy in accordance. 245. With Russia's diplomatic needs, the Communists had to be supreme. This they could be only by a careful interplay of the pieces on the board, for their influence rested not only on the inherent strength of their own party, powerful though it was, but on a careful balancing of class forces which, because of their mutual antagonisms, could not combine against the arbiter that stood between. Hence, if in the beginning it was essential for the Communists to destroy the power of the extreme left by an alliance with the middle strata of the population, it was no less important at a later stage to prevent these layers from acquiring too much strength and threatening the supremacy of their party. But no attempt on the part of the Communists to balance one class against another could succeed for long unless they could gain control of the armed forces, both at the front and in the rear, unless they could incorporate the independent revolutionary militia into a regular army under the command of a staff of officers and political commissars amenable to their wishes. This necessity they recognized from the first days of the revolution. 247. Part 4. From the revolutionary militia to a regular army. 249. 25. The revolutionary militia. The reader will remember that the government of liberal republicans formed by José Giral at the outset of the Civil War inherited an officer corps whose cohesion had been shattered by the military insurrection and social revolution. In an attempt to counter the rebellion, the government issued a decree releasing the enlisted men from all oaths of service and obedience to their officers. But the decree, wrote President Azana, was not heeded in cities that were controlled by the military. On the other hand, it was observed in the garrisons of Madrid, Barcelona, Cartagena, Valencia, and other cities, where the rebellion had been thwarted. The men left their barracks and nearly all of them went home. An appreciable number joined the volunteer units that, under improvised leadership and with limited weapons, went to fight at the fronts. The few units that could be kept in their barracks were virtually useless. The rebellion had undermined discipline everywhere. The professional officers were suspect, and the ranks, composed mainly of workingmen, preferred to listen to the directives of their unions or parties than to those of their commanders. In Madrid, whose garrison consisted of 13 regiments, it was a hard job, during the first few days, to organize 4 to 6 infantry units and a battalion of engineers for service in the Sierra. The Republican government gave arms to the people in order to defend the approaches to the capital. Several thousand rifles were handed out. But in Madrid, and especially in Barcelona, Valencia, and other places, the masses stormed the barracks and carried off the arms. In Barcelona they occupied all the military establishments. War material, which was already scarce, disappeared. They burned the draft records, they burned the horses' saddles. In Valencia the horses of a cavalry regiment were sold to the gypsies for 5 or 10 pesetas each. At the beginning of a war that threatened to be terrible, the deluded masses destroyed the last remnants of the military machine, a machine that was going to be so badly needed. These deeds, and others that were no less deplorable, were due to the following reasons. Few people gauged the importance of the rebellion and the gravity of the situation. Many welcomed it as a favorable event. 1. 250. Because the government lacked the necessary forces with which to combat the military insurrection, the weight of the struggle at the fronts fell upon the labor unions and proletarian parties that organized militia forces under commanders appointed or elected from among the most resolute and respected of their men. These militia units, or columns, as they were generally called, to which army officers were attached under the watchful eye of party or union representatives, were controlled exclusively by the organizations that had created them, the officers assigned by the war minister possessing little or no authority. 2. When, out of absolute necessity, the working class organizations had to make use of us, complained a Republican Army officer, they employed only the minimum of loyal officers strictly indispensable to their needs. These were kept under constant vigilance and were, in addition, menaced because of their alleged fascist sympathies. 3. In order to create a counterpoise to the revolutionary militia, no less than to organize additional armed units for service at the front, the liberal Republican government of José Giral decided, during the last days of July, to call up 2 years of conscripts for a measure that met with trifling response, not only because many of the men were already in the militia, but also because the government lacked any coercive machinery for enforcing the draft. In addition, during the first few days of August, the government published a decree providing for the creation of volunteer battalions. 5 and 2 weeks later, in a still more significant move, it issued a series of decrees aimed at the formation of a volunteer army that was to be raised from among men in the first-line reserve, with cadres composed of retired officers and of non-commissioned officers not then on active service, whose loyalty had been attested by a popular front organization. 6. But the effect of these measures, too, was negligible because, as President Azanat testifies, thousands upon thousands of volunteers preferred to enlist in the popular militia organized spontaneously by the unions and parties. 7. Hence, the volunteer army, as a professional officer testifies, remained on paper. As for the combatants who had already enlisted in the militia, they preferred to remain in their own units with their friends and comrades in arms rather than join the new volunteer battalions. 8. Moreover, the idea of an army under the control of the government, a government whose premier, José Giral, and war minister, Hernández Sarabia, were both stalwart supporters of the moderate-minded Azanat, was viewed with alarm not only by the anarcho-syndicalists of the CNT but also by the left-wing socialists of the UGT, whose secretary, Largo Caballero, had several violent interviews with José Giral on this account. 9. In an editorial published 2 days after the promulgation of the decrees, Claridad, the mouthpiece of Largo Caballero, declared that the measures could not be justified either on the ground that the militia forces were not large enough numerically to carry on the war or on the ground that they lacked efficiency, that the number of men incorporated in them or who desired to join them could be considered virtually unlimited, and that as far as their military efficiency was concerned, it could not be 251 greater, and we doubt whether it could be surpassed by any other armed organization. Furthermore, Claridad affirmed, the reserve soldiers who had not yet volunteered for service in any other force were not animated, however great their loyalty to the Republic, by the same political and combative ardor that had induced the militiamen to enlist, and the preferential right granted them under the terms of one of the decrees to enroll in the regular army units to be organized after the war would not stimulate the fighting zeal of the militia. Having disposed of the military arguments in favor of the volunteer army, the editorial continued. The new army, if there must be one, should have as its foundation the men who are fighting today and not merely those who have not yet fought in this war. It must be an army that is in keeping with the revolution, to which the future state will have to adjust itself. To think of replacing the present combatants by another type of army that, to a certain extent, would control their revolutionary action, is to think in a counter-revolutionary way. That is what Lenin said, state and revolution. Every revolution, after destroying the state apparatus, shows us how the governing class attempts to re-establish special bodies of armed men at its service, and how the oppressed class tries to create a new organization of this type capable of serving not the exploiters but the exploited. 10. Unlike the left-wing socialists, the communists entertained no misgivings about the projected army, and, indeed, aided the Giral cabinet in implementing its decrees. 11. Yet, if, as has already been shown, their championship of this government sprang from the need to keep it in office as a democratic veil to influence the Western world, if, in particular, Their support of the military decrees was inspired by the need to create a centralized force of greater combat efficiency than the militia. The Communists also had a more subtle motive, for they not only regarded the decrees as a step toward a permanently organized army of the state, over which they hoped, in the course of time, by systematic and adroit penetration, to establish their supremacy, but they knew that as long as the unions and parties possessed their own armed units and as long as these units had not been merged into a regular army whose pivotal positions they themselves controlled, their own party could never be master of the anti-Franco camp. In their endeavors to quiet the fears of the Caballero Socialists with regard to the creation of the volunteer army, the Communists were careful to conceal the political motive of their support under the sole and powerful argument of military efficiency and to refrain, as yet, from calling for the fusion of the militia into a government-controlled army, a demand that was soon to become an important item in their declared program. Their central organ, Mundo Obrero, wrote, "We believe that all the parties and organizations belonging to the Popular Front will agree with us on the necessity of creating in the shortest possible time an army with all the technical efficiency required by a modern war. There can be no doubt that the cornerstone of our army is our heroic popular militia. But it is not 252 enough to romance about its self-sacrifice and heroism. We must give thought to the measures that should be put into effect immediately with a view to increasing the efficiency of the people in arms. Some comrades have wished to see in the creation of the new volunteer army something like a detraction from the role of the militia, possibly because the decree lacks sufficient clarification. Undoubtedly the militia should enjoy all the advantages conceded to the volunteer army, and we do not entertain the least doubt that the government will say so immediately because no one under present circumstances could think of creating anything that runs counter to our glorious popular militia. Actually, the aim of the decree is to complement and reinforce the popular army, to give it greater efficiency, and to end the war as soon as possible. 12. But the issuance of a further decree granting militiamen the same preferential right as conceded to members of the volunteer army 13 did nothing to remove the uneasiness that the government's project had created in the minds of the left-wing socialists. The appointment of Diego Martinez Barrio, who had formed the ill-starred cabinet of conciliation on the morning of July 19, and whose party, the Union Republicana, stood on the right flank of the Popular Front coalition to head the commission charged with the organization of this Army 14, only tended to deepen their suspicion of the government's intentions. It was this suspicion, superimposed upon the imminent threat to Madrid consequent upon the rapid advance of General Franco's forces, an advance that had carried them more than 230 miles in 20 days after their capture of Badajoz on 14 August, that impelled José Giral, weary of presiding over a government that had power on paper only and lacked the support of the majority of the working class, to propose that the government be broadened to include other Popular Front organizations. It was in these circumstances, as has already been shown, that a new government was formed on September 4, with Largo Caballero as Premier and War Minister. Whether Largo Caballero would carry out the thoroughgoing military reorganization that the Communists envisioned was by no means certain in view of his antipathy to the entire concept of militarization expressed not only in the above-quoted editorial in Claridad, but in the following interview given to Mikhail Koltsov, Stalin's unofficial envoy, on August 27, 1 week before he entered the War Ministry. Koltsov noted in his diary, "Largo Caballero himself is dressed in workman's overalls, a revolver in his belt. He is tanned by the sun and wind, very vigorous and hardy for someone who is nearly 70 years of age. Alvarez del Valle has set up the appointment and acts as interpreter. Without preliminary remarks of any kind, Largo Caballero fulminates against the government. The working class militia doesn't believe in the government, it doesn't believe in the war ministry, because the ministry makes use of the services of shady people, of former reactionary monarchist generals, of career officers, who are obvious traitors." To the 253. Question why there is such a delay in converting the militia units into a regular army and whose fault it is, he gives no precise answer and renews his attack on the government. He regards as dangerous the recently published decree laying the foundations for the volunteer army. He sees in the decree a contempt for the working class combatants and a bestowal of special privileges on career soldiers. The military caste is being resuscitated. I try to make him see the value of reserves for the army, especially in a country like Spain, without military training, that has done hardly any fighting. He predicts that the regular army will wrest from the people the arms that have cost them so dearly. A long and lively discussion ensues regarding the advantages of the army and the militia. Largo Caballero cites passages from State and Revolution by Lenin regarding the people in arms. I remind him that it was Lenin himself who created the workers' and peasants' army, granting it absolute priority over the heterogeneous militia groups, columns, and detachments. The fusion of the best elements among the lesser officers, carefully selected, with the advanced revolutionary workers, comprises the alloy from which a powerful anti-fascist popular army can be forged. Whenever units of the army and detachments of militia or guerrillas exist side by side with equal rights, sooner or later a contradiction emerges that later degenerates into a conflict, and the army, being on a much higher level, always wins. Then why prolong this period of contradictions? The fusion of all the anti-fascist armed forces into a single military organism must be accelerated. Again, he offers no direct objections, but he censures the communists for wanting to organize everything, to place leaders everywhere, to give everything a title, a label, a number. He attributes this to the youthfulness of their leaders, to the party's self-confidence, which is based not on its own successes and its own experiences but on those of the Russian communists. He says that by helping the Gyril government the communists are doing harm, that they are inviting catastrophe, and are increasing popular discontent. The working class parties must sweep away the functionaries, the bureaucrats, the whole ministerial system of operation and adopt new, revolutionary forms of leadership. All this gushes from Largo Caballero with vehemence and irritation, with the stubborn force of conviction. It is difficult to comprehend the source of this belated radicalism, this maximalism, in a man who, for decades, defended the most conciliatory and reformist positions within the working class movement, who entered into agreements and even coalitions with extreme right-wing bourgeois governments, including the reactionary monarchist dictatorship of Primo de Rivera. But Álvarez del Valle and many others affirm that the old man has in fact changed enormously deep down within himself, that the struggle in Asturias in 1934 and the experiences of the entire subsequent period have caused him to revise his political course. We speak for another hour and a half. Caballero refers several times to the incapacity and lack of loyalty of the Republican generals, personal friends of 254. Azana, although Sarabia is a reference to Hernández Sarabia, Minister of War. Later, when we are alone, Álvarez del Valle and I enter a small bar. He is very pleased with the interview and the conversation. He is confident that the old man is now in complete agreement with the need for a regular people's army. He did not tell you this frankly, that's his way, but you will see, he will come out in favor of the army. The old man is favorably disposed toward the Soviet Union and the experience of the Russian Revolution. 15. But only time would tell how far Largo Caballero, in his new capacity as war minister, would travel with the communists and their Russian aides in creating the type of army they had in mind. The first major problems that confronted him in his new capacity were undoubtedly the defects of the militia system, for, in spite of Claridad's claim that the efficiency of the militia could not be greater, these defects were indubitably among the principal reasons for General Franco's swift advance up the Tagus Valley toward the Spanish capital. True, they did not spring from any lack of combativity, for in street fighting or in small battles against a localized enemy, the militiamen showed great courage. They sprang rather from lack of training and discipline, from the absence of any effective unity, either of conception or of action, among the militia units, and from the rivalry existing between the various organizations. President Azana recalls. There were Republican, Socialist, Communist, CNT, UGT, FAI, and other battalions and brigades, as well as units formed by workers belonging to the same trade, without any plan, each one leaving happily for the front, with commanders selected by the militiamen, and with political and strategic objectives of their own creation. No one was subject to military discipline. The War Ministry under Hernández Sarabia tried to put order into all this confusion. It officially recognized the militia units, tried to arm them, gave them professional leadership, when they were willing to accept it, and assigned tactical and strategic missions to them in accordance with the most urgent needs. Whether these missions were carried out or not depended on the mood of the men, the whims of the subordinate officers, or the directives of the political organizations. The personnel reports prepared by the War Ministry every day reveal the incredible heterogeneity of that army and the varied composition, in number and quality, of its units. At any rate, the commander of each sector of the front was a professional officer appointed by the War Ministry. There were other professional officers in subaltern command posts. They were all in a difficult position. Their authority was not always respected. They had to convince their subordinates that orders should be obeyed and take care that they did not arouse any suspicion of disloyalty. If the men retreated in disorder, if they disobeyed, or fulfilled an order badly, the commander could not deal harshly with them. 16. The malicious distrust of professional officers, their inexperience under fire, the paucity of heavy arms and the total absence of effective military leadership. 255. Gave the enemy forces an advantage that far outweighed their inferior numbers. On the Andalusian front, for example, a career officer, a Major Menendez, who had been assigned by the War Ministry to assume command of a militia column on the Montoro sector, telephoned Madrid on October 1, 1936 to report that the enemy had attacked Alcalá la Real and occupied it without any resistance. The morale of the militia, he said, was terrible. There were two groups, one doesn't obey anybody. All they can say is that they should shoot their officers. The other group, which does obey, flees on the slightest pretext. Fortunately, we had a few carabiners, men in their 50s, who were able to avert a real catastrophe. As for weapons, the situation is also very bad, because the column doesn't have a single cannon or machine gun. I must tell you once again that there is no way to get the militiamen to obey. 17. It is hardly necessary to say, wrote a left-wing observer, that these troops made every mistake that can be made. Night attacks were launched with vivas for the revolution, artillery was often placed on the same line as the infantry. Sometimes there were really grotesque incidents. One day a militiaman told me that after lunch a whole detachment went into a neighboring field to eat grapes, when it returned its position was occupied by the enemy. 18. Referring to the offensives launched by Catalan militia forces against the besieged town of Huesca, in the region of Aragon, Manuel Aznar, a supporter of General Franco, writes, in the early days, the attacks of the Catalan columns, nearly all of which were made up of anarchist militia, were so completely uncoordinated and so divorced from the norms of military technique that their movements resembled the arbitrary efforts of disintegrated hordes rather than genuine military operations. As a result, nationalist headquarters gained 2 to 3 months in which to assemble reinforcements, to learn from their own weaknesses, to concentrate war material, and to prepare for the transition from an elastic to a rigid defense. Furthermore, it could be seen from the concentration of artillery fire, the disposition of machine guns, the preparation of assaults, the bad organization of the troops, the irresolution of the subaltern commanders, and from the weakness of the offensives that the besieging army lacked the most essential psychological and technical elements for war. 19. On the same front, according to Jesus Pérez Salas, a professional officer and a loyal Republican who commanded the Maesha Company's column in the early months of the war, it was impossible to carry out a combined operation involving different units. Whenever the staff decided upon an operation of this kind, it was obliged to call the militia commanders to headquarters and explain to all of them the fundamental objective of the operation and the role that each column was to play. Thereupon, a debate was initiated, during which the militia commanders expressed their agreement or disagreement, often forcing a change in the original plan by their vetoes. After a great struggle, an agreement was reached, but always with respect to an operation on a reduced scale and of much smaller scope. Even so, it was never carried out, because when the time came for undertaking the Op. 256 Irration, there was always somebody who acted tardily, upsetting that coordination which is the key to success. This was due to the fact that orders, even within each sector, were never carried out precisely, and that, as forces of very distinct ideology existed on the front, each one of them looked upon the failure of the others with a certain degree of satisfaction. The CNT, which formed the bulk of the forces, wished for the defeat of its political enemies of the POUM and the PSUC with all its heart. These, in their turn, held the men of the CNT in abomination. 20. Sectarianism, differences in outlook, and proselytizing zeal, wrote a prominent member of the CNT and FAI, resulted not only in the militia units being indifferent to one another's existence and forgetting that they had a common foe, but also, on many occasions, in really dangerous situations arising among them. 21. Party pride seemed stronger than the feeling of common defense, affirms the socialist writer Arturo Beria, who was in frequent contact with militiamen returning from the Madrid front. A victory of an anarchist battalion was paraded in the face of the communists, a victory of a communist unit was secretly lamented by the others. The defeat of a battalion was turned into ridicule for the political group to which it belonged. This strengthened the fighting spirit of the individual units, but also created a hotbed of mutual resentment, damaging the military operations as a whole, and circumventing a unified command. 22. But the most striking overall account that may be regarded as typical of the situation obtaining on most of the fronts in the early months of the Civil War is given by the Republican officer Major Aberri, who was sent from Barcelona to assist in the reorganization of the Aragon front. On approaching Serinana headquarters of the militia forces, I came across a truck halted on the other side of the highway, and, at the request of a group of soldiers, I stopped my car. Their truck had broken down, but they did not know what was wrong with it. "Where are you going?" I asked them with surprise. "To Barcelona, to spend the Sunday there." "But aren't you supposed to be at the front?" "Sure, but as there's nothing doing we are going to Barcelona." "Have you been given leave?" "No." "Can't you see we are militiamen?" They did not understand my question because it was the most natural thing in the world for them to leave the front when it was quiet. They knew nothing of discipline, and it was clear that nobody had bothered to instruct them on the subject. After a 40-hour week at the front they got bored and left it. Once in Serinana I reported to the commander of the Aragon front, a professional officer, and informed him of my assignment. I told him what plans I had in mind, what I thought it necessary to do. He looked at me pityingly, and then replied, "We shall see. We shall see. Things are not what they used to be, and you 257 have to be pretty smart to get along with these fellows. At any rate, I am having a conference with the heads of the militia columns very soon, and you will have an opportunity to judge for yourself. Meanwhile, stay and have lunch with me." We spoke at length during the meal, and he told me about his tragedy. He had no authority and could not make himself obeyed by anybody. The leaders of the columns were demigods who accepted neither orders, advice, nor suggestions. You will see for yourself. The war cannot be waged in this way. I have no supplies, war material is distributed by the parties and trade unions, arms are not sent where they are most needed, but where these organizations decide. The leaders of some of the columns arrived. The majority of them had never served in the army. Some were accompanied by professional officers, who were called technicians, but who unfortunately were without authority. Their role was an auxiliary one, and their advice was to no purpose. Also to no purpose were the mortifications we officers had to suffer in spite of the fact that we had been loyal to our oath and had risked our all. Nobody had any confidence in us, Any Tom, Dick, or Harry thought he had a right to spy on us and ignore our suggestions. The commander of the Aragon front recommended that a decisive operation be launched against Huesca. Everything pointed to the fact that this historic Aragonesa town was almost without protection, and that with an intelligent and well-coordinated attack it would have fallen into the hands of the Republic. Those present listened to his plan, which was discussed in detail, but unfortunately they finally decided to consult their respective trade union organizations before accepting anything. In the end the discussion took a very regrettable turn because the commander's request that some of the columns should hand over to other units the additional material they needed was rejected out of hand. In other words, the commander of the front had absolutely no authority to decide on the disposition of men and arms. I point these things out, even though briefly, since they accurately reflect the predicament of a people who, because of a lamentable indiscipline and a tremendous lack of equipment, had to perform prodigies of heroism in order to resist a regular army. What could they not have achieved with good leaders, with sufficient war material, and with military discipline? I saw this later when I visited the different sectors of the front. There were no fortifications at that time. A position was taken by sheer courage, but since nobody bothered to fortify it, it was lost during the next enemy counterattack. The employment of war material was equally absurd. I was once in a position where there were several 10.5 guns, but there were no munitions. These were in the possession of a nearby column, which refused to part with them although it had no artillery itself. The system of trenches was also in keeping with the situation. At some points parapets had been thrown up with an eye to a neighboring column that belonged to a different political organization. There was a certain amount of satisfaction when a rival got a beating from the enemy. During my mission on the Huesca front, I had to pass a night very near the 258th enemy lines. I was tired and I lay down to sleep, but shortly after wrapping myself up in my blanket, I heard someone singing at the top of his lungs. I got up and found a sentinel singing a jota for all he was worth. "Listen," I said. "Don't you know that a sentinel should keep quiet? Who the hell cares? That's what things were like in the past." "No, man, no. They should be the same now. Don't you realize that they could spot you and plug a bullet into you from the other side? Nuts? We have agreed not to plug one another. Besides, if I don't sing, I'll fall asleep." In face of such reasoning I retired to my improvised dormitory, a blanket, the earth, and the grass ready to sleep when this yokel of a guard had finished his repertoire. But no sooner had he stopped singing than I heard him speaking with a loud voice, as though carrying on a discussion with someone at a distance. I got up from my nook again and saw with amazement afterward nothing amazed me that our sentinel was talking to the sentinel on the fascist side of the lines, who was asking him what he had eaten for dinner. Our man, laying it on thick, gave him a Pantagruelian menu. Lucullan had eaten at his own table. "You've eaten all that," retorted the other. "You've only had potatoes and you've had to be thankful for them. You mean that potatoes are all you've eaten, and things are going to get even worse for you? We have everything we want here. Come over and you'll soon see." Turning down this offer, the other fellow replied with an invitation to a certain member of his enemy's family, whom he qualified in not very academic language, "your whore of a mother 23, to come over to his own lines," adding, "And shut up, you starving rat." "Starving rat?" exclaimed our sentinel. "Just to show you that we have more food here than we need, here's a sausage for you." And without further ado, he flung a hand grenade over the parapet. The result was inevitable. Within a few seconds the firing became general along the entire front. Hand grenades, rifles, and machine guns performed their fantastic symphony for a good quarter of an hour. Then silence fell, but only after several thousand cartridges had been wasted stupidly. 24. In addition to all the aforementioned defects, the militia system had other notable shortcomings. There was, for example, no central general staff in the proper sense of the word. José Martín Blasquez, an officer in the War Ministry, first under Hernández Sarabia and then under Largo Caballero, writes, "There was, of course, no general staff, but its functions were partly fulfilled by the intelligence department, which received all cables and radio messages. Most of the other departments of the general staff were not created until after Largo Caballero became Minister of War 25. It is worthy of remark that the War Ministry under Hernández Sarabia had to rely upon the working class organiza. 259. Shins for much of its information. In the offices of the UGT in Madrid, writes Álvarez del Valle, a permanent information bureau was set up, and this for some time was the War Ministry's finest news agency. From every province, from every village where a representative of this organization was installed, the slightest movement of rebel troops was telephoned immediately to the central office. 26. Still, there was no central military body that could review the situation on all the battle fronts, formulate a common plan of action, and decide on the allocation of available supplies of men, munitions, arms, and motor vehicles in such a way as to produce the best results on the most promising front. Nor could such central control be expected in the early days of spontaneous activity and individual initiative. We all remember, writes a Republican sympathizer, how we began to wage the war. A few friends got together, jumped into a truck or car that they owned or confiscated, one with a rifle, another with a revolver and a few cartridges, and took to the highway to look for fascists. When we reached a point where we encountered resistance, we fought, and, when munitions were exhausted, we generally retreated not to a defensive position, but to our point of departure. 27. In the first months of the revolution the War Ministry exercised hardly any authority in the field of transportation and had to rely upon a National Committee of Road Transport, dominated by representatives of the C'Entende UGT. 28. Not only did the committee pay scant heed to the demands of the War Ministry. 29. But its own orders were for the most part disregarded by militia units, committees, trade union branches, and local party headquarters that retained what vehicles they could for their own use, without regard to general requirements. 30. To make matters worse, each party and labor union had its own military headquarters that, in most cases, attended to the requirements of its own militia without any knowledge of or regard to the needs or military plans of other units on the same or neighboring sector, least of all on distant fronts. 31. And, frequently, supplies of one unit were stolen by another. 32. Alejandro Garcia Val, a commander at one time of the Communist Party's 5th Regiment, acknowledged after the war that the regiment often stole vehicles from the CNT to compensate for its own deficiency. 33. Whereas the strength of General Franco's forces during the first few months of the war lay largely in the Moors and foreign legionaries with their stern discipline, training, and professional cadres. 34. And in the modern aircraft that had been arriving from Italy and Germany since the first weeks of the war, the militia units, with few exceptions, had no staff of officers they would trust to lead them into the field, were, for the most part, ignorant of the organization of war, of cooperation between sections and companies, of the use of cover and camouflage, of the digging of trenches, were subject to the orders of no central military authority, had little or no discipline, and had no modern aircraft to protect them until the adversary reached the very gates of Madrid at the beginning of November. 35. In such circumstances, despite their numerical superiority, they were not only incapable of any sustained offensive action in the first months of the war. 260. And at many points wasted month after month in fruitless sieges. 36. But they often crumbled under the onset of the enemy. It is a phenomenon of this war, declared Garcia Oliver, the anarchist leader, that when towns held by the fascists are attacked they hold out for a long time, and that when we are attacked we do not resist at all. They surround a small town, and after a couple of days it is taken, but when we surround one we spend our entire life there. 37. 261. 26. Discipline and the anarcho-syndicalist militia. Of the manifold defects of the militia system that General Franco's victories forced to the front during the first weeks of the war, none was more hotly debated or called for more urgent correction than the lack of discipline. Although this problem beset all the militia units, whatever their ideology, its solution encountered a philosophical impediment only in those formed by the libertarian movement, for the liberty of the individual is the very core of anarchism, and nothing is so antipodal to its nature as submission to authority. Discipline is obedience to authority, anarchism recognizes no authority, said La Revista Blanca, a leading anarchist journal, in an issue published before the Civil War. 1. The CNTFAI militia reflected the ideals of equality, individual liberty, and freedom from obligatory discipline integral to the anarchist doctrine. There was no officers' hierarchy, no saluting, no regimentation. A CNT member will never be a disciplined militiaman togged up in a braided uniform, strutting with martial gait through the streets of Madrid, and rhythmically swinging his arms and legs, said an article in CNT.2, and a resolution approved at a regional congress of the Valencia CNT stated, when a comrade enters the CNT barracks, he must understand that the word barracks does not signify subjection to odious military regulations consisting of salutes, parades, and other trivialities of the kind, completely theatrical and negating every revolutionary ideal. 3. If there was no discipline in the CNTFAI militia units in the early days of the Civil War, there were also no military titles, badges, or distinctions in the way of food, clothing, and quarters, and the few professional military men whose services were accepted acted only in an advisory capacity. 4. The basic unit was the group, composed generally of 10 men, 5 each group elected a delegate, whose functions were somewhat akin to those of a non-commissioned officer of the lowest rank, but without the equivalent authority. The groups formed a century that elected its own delegate, and any number of centuries made up a columna, or column, 6 at whose head stood a committee of war. 7. This committee was likewise elective and was divided into various sections in accordance with the needs of the column. 8. The gradation into group and century delegates and a committee of war did not imply the existence of any permanent staff with special privileges, since all delegates could be 262 moved as soon as they failed to reflect the wishes of the men who had elected them. 9. The first impression one gets, ran a CNTFAI account, is the total absence of hierarchy. There is no one giving orders by authority. 10. Nevertheless, duties had to be assigned, and in such a way as to avoid friction. In the anarchist iron column, for example, lots were drawn by the militiamen to decide who should stand guard at night and who in the early morning. 11. The few professional officers who were nominally placed in charge of libertarian units were dismayed by the absence of discipline and hierarchical command. On one occasion, Captain Alberto Bayo, who led an attempt to take the island of Majorca, complained to the Committee of War in Barcelona, headed by the famous anarchist Juan Garcia Oliver, that discipline was unknown and that it was essential to introduce a hierarchical structure with responsibility of command. To achieve this, he argued, an iron fist was necessary, and he requested permission from the committee to shoot the first man who got out of hand. So, whom do you propose to shoot? Garcia Oliver asked me. The first man who gets unruly, I retorted, the first who creates indiscipline among the men and does not obey orders, the man who appropriates to himself what belongs to the community, the thief, the criminal. You'll soon get rid of those ideas, he said, cutting me short. Those are the ideas of the old society. In our regime, no unfortunate comrade is shot. He is corrected, but he is not deprived of life. You'll free yourself pretty soon of those criminal ideas, because if you were to commit such a crime your head would roll right after his. It is absolutely imperative to set an example. One cannot lead these men unless the commander has coercive power over them, because speeches and harangues are useless at a time when thousands of men are overwhelmed. Forget such measures of coercion and punishment. If a comrade errs, he should be corrected with affection and made to understand his mistake, but he should never be deprived of his life. The worker has entered a revolutionary period in which he is lord and master instead of slave. He can no longer be treated as he was in the past, and you army officers had better convince yourselves of that. 12. But so serious were the drawbacks of this anti-authoritarian system, particularly in the field of battle, that a widespread call for discipline soon arose. On repeated occasions we have stated that we do not believe in the discipline of the convent or of the barracks, declared Solidaridad Obrera, but that in actions in which a large number of persons participate a precise coincidence of views and a perfect coordination of effort are indispensable. In the course of the last few days we have witnessed certain things that have broken our hearts and made us somewhat pessimistic. Our comrades act independently and in a great number of cases ignore the slogans issued by the directing committees of the CNT. 263. The revolution will escape from our hands. We shall be massacred from lack of coordination if we do not make up our minds to give the word discipline its real meaning. To accept discipline means that the decisions made by comrades assigned to any particular task, whether administrative or military, should be executed without any obstruction in the name of liberty, a liberty that in many cases degenerates into wantonness. 13. Gaston Laval, the well-known French anarchist writer, who was active in Spain during the Civil War, maintained that it was incongruous to try to wage war on the basis of anarchist ideas because war and anarchism are two conditions of humanity that are mutually repugnant. One is destruction and extermination, the other is creation and harmony. One implies the triumph of violence, the other the triumph of love. There were in the rear, he said, a large number of comrades who at first had rejected discipline altogether and then had accepted self-discipline, but if self-discipline results in an effectual collective discipline in a particular column, this does not justify dangerous generalizations, because this is not the case in the majority of militia forces, and, to avoid disasters, a discipline imposed from without is essential. 14. The following anecdote appeared in an anarcho-syndicalist refugee periodical about Buenaventura Durruti, the most revered of the anarchist leaders and regarded as a purist in matters of doctrine, who organized the first of the militia columns that left Barcelona in July 1936 for Aragon in the hope of conquering Saragossa, and who was killed on the Madrid front in November shortly after he and his men arrived to help in the defense of the threatened capital. While he was still in Aragon, a group of young militiamen left the front in panic with the object of returning to Barcelona. Apprised of their intention, Durruti hastened to intercept them. Springing out of his car, and brandishing his revolver, he cowed them and made them face the wall. Meanwhile, a militiaman from the locality arrived on the scene and asked him for a pair of shoes, to which he replied vigorously, "Look at the shoes these fellows are wearing. If they are all right you can have the pair you like. There's no need for the shoes to rot in the soil." It was very far from Durruti's mind to shoot those youngsters because he was accustomed to say, "Here no one is under compulsion. Those who are afraid to remain at the front can return to the rear." But he was so convincing that all of them asked to return to the front, where they fought with unexampled heroism. 15. In spite of the persuasiveness of the CNT's widespread call for discipline, it was no easy task to secure the acceptance of ideas that slashed at the roots of anarchist doctrine, and not a little ingenuity was at times necessary. In an article that appeared in the organ of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, a leading anarchist argued, if the war is being prolonged, this is due not only to the material help the rebels receive from the fascist countries, but also to the lack of cohesion, discipline, and obedience of our militia. Some comrades will object, we anarchists cannot accept the command of anyone. To these we should reply. 264. That anarchists also cannot accept any declaration of war, yet we have all accepted the declaration of war against fascism because it is a question of life and death and involves the triumph of the proletarian revolution. If we accept war, we must also accept discipline and authority because without them it is impossible to win any war. Then, criticizing a statement made by a delegate at a recent FAI Congress to the effect that anarchists had always been enemies of discipline and that they should so continue, he said, the Tarragona delegate starts from a fundamental error. We anarchists have encouraged indiscipline against the institution and power of the bourgeoisie, not against our own movement nor against our own cause and our own interests. To lack discipline where the general interests of our anti-fascist movement are concerned is to condemn ourselves wittingly to failure and defeat. 16. On static fronts, the idea of obligatory discipline was slow in taking root among the CNTFAI militia. But on the fluid Central Front, where the advantages of General Franco's superior military organization were presented in dramatic terms, the breakdown of traditional anarchist principles had gone so far by the beginning of October that the CNT Defense Committee of Madrid, which was in charge of the Madrid CNTFAI militia, was able to introduce regulations that included the following articles: every militiaman shall fulfill the regulations issued by battalion committees and century and group delegates. He shall not act on his own account in matters of war and will accept without discussion any post and any place to which he is assigned, both at the front and in the rear. Any militiaman not obeying the regulations issued by battalion committees and century and group delegates will be punished by his group, if the offense is slight, and by the battalion committee, if the offense is serious. Every militiaman must understand that, although he joined the militia voluntarily, he now forms part of it as a soldier of the revolution, and that his duty is to take orders and to execute them. 17. Ricardo Sanz, a prominent CNT militia leader, wrote some years later, "The militiaman managed to understand that war is a school in which something is learned every day. As a result, things changed without the need to impose a draconian discipline on combatants, all of them volunteers, who could have abandoned the front without being called to account." 18. Although many libertarians yielded to the idea of discipline as one of the great sacrifices that the victory of redemptive ideals imposes, 19 others saw in the acceptance of the concept of authority by the libertarian movement a blow so deadly to anarchist principles, a threat so real to the future course of the revolution, that they could not conceal their anxiety. "We know," stated a propaganda committee of the anarchist youth movement, "that present circumstances have compelled us, for the time being, to forget some of our dearest principles. But do not let us forget that the basic tenet of anarchism is anti-authoritarianism, and that if we sail along with the authoritarian current by which some comrades have already been carried away, nothing will remain of anarchist ideas. Let us remember." 265. That other revolutions were arrested in their ascending movement and were brought to disaster when they were warped by the authoritarian disease that every revolution breeds. No, comrades, for the sake of the ideals that animate us all, for the sake of the revolution, the anarchist youth begs of you not to follow this path. The authoritarian germ will lead to hatred, and we must not forget that hatred in our midst is the worst enemy of the revolution. 20. 266. 27. The 5th Regiment. For the Marxist organizations, particularly for the Communist Party, whose members were indoctrinated with the principles of leadership and control, the problem of military discipline caused no heart-searching. This is not to suggest that indiscipline did not exist in the ranks of the communist militia, rather, no conscientious scruples had to be overcome, no ethical principles had to be laid aside, as in the case of the anarcho-syndicalists, before the problem could be solved. The Civil War had been in progress but a few days when Mundo Obrero, the communist organ, affirmed that every militiaman should get used to the idea that he belonged to a militarized corps. Discipline, hierarchy, and organization, it demanded. Every man must obey his group, each group the body directly above it, and so on and so forth. In this way our victory will be assured too. The communists saw in military discipline and organization the central problem of the war. They lost no time investing the commanders of their militia with adequate powers to enforce discipline, and they undertook, through their 5th Regiment, the training of military cadres and the formation of units with technical staffs and specialized departments. The 5th Regiment was their outstanding military achievement and by far the most renowned military unit of the Civil War. Its extraordinarily rapid growth was aided by the fact that the Communist Party had already set up before the war a quasi-military organization, known as the Militias Antifascistas Obreras y Campesinas, MAOC, the anti-fascist militia of workers and peasants, which, though small in numbers, became the foundation stone of the new regiment. According to Juan Modesto, the national leader of the MAOC, later one of the most publicized communist militia leaders, The MAOC was an organization of popular self-defense, a consequence of the exacerbation of the struggle provoked by reaction, whose goal was to transform the republic gradually into a fascist regime. The mission of the MAOC, he affirmed, was to defend the workers and their organizations, their press, locals, meetings, and demonstrations. Immediately after the failure of the military insurrection in Madrid, he added, the party ordered him to concentrate all the militiamen in the old Salesian convent. 267. Where the MAOC of the working class district of Cuatro Caminos had already established itself. It was in this convent that the 5th Regiment was born. 3. Enrique Lister, who became commander-in-chief of the regiment in September 1936 and who, like Modesto, received his military training in Moscow for rights. One of the questions most frequently asked is why the regiment was called the 5th and not the 1st, 4th, or 6th. On July 17, the day of the military rising in Spanish Morocco, we began to form 5 volunteer battalions, using the MAOC as a foundation. The 5th Battalion had its recruiting and organizational center in Cuatro Caminos. On July 20, after taking part in the assault on the Montana barracks, the 5th Battalion decided to occupy the Salesian convent and to transform itself into the 5th Regiment of the People's Militia 5. The Italian communist Vittorio Vidal, known in Spain as Carlos Contreras or Comandante Carlos, was one of the principal organizers of the regiment and its chief political commissar. Claude Coburn, alias Frank Pitcairn, a reporter for the London Daily Worker, portrays him as a husky, bull-necked man, who combined almost superhuman driving power with an unbreakable gaiety. 6. Enrique Castro, the regiment's first commander-in-chief, describes him as an insurrectionary type of orator helped by his head and gestures that somewhat resembled those of Mussolini. 7. While Antonio Cordon, a professional officer and a communist, characterizes him as the incarnation of revolutionary dynamism. 8. He undoubtedly embodied all these features, but behind his gaiety and congeniality, to which I can personally testify, there lay one of the most sinister and ruthless figures of the communist movement. Justo Martinez Amuccio, the left-wing socialist and governor of Albacete, who knew Vidali well, offers the following vignette. Trained in Moscow as an activist and agitator, he was sent by the Comintern and the GPU to Latin America to assist Medina Codovilla. He was a combination of spy, agitator, and gangster, tough and implacable toward anyone whom he regarded as an obstacle to Moscow's policy. He arrived in Spain hand in hand with Codovilla at the end of 1934. His ostensible assignment was to assist the International Red Aid. From the first day of the war he threw himself into the great social turbulence. He knew the street well and was in his element among the unfettered and violent masses. He formed and instructed the first patrols and execution squads, set up locals and barracks and organized the cleanup of those whom he called fascist, using the methods of the NKVD. Prostitutes, pimps, common criminals. Martinez Amuccio claims the entire riffraff of the lower depths of Madrid that Carlos knew perfectly were used by him for the benefit of the party. 9. In 1937, Vidali described to Ana Luisa Strong, associate editor of the Moscow Daily News, the formation of the 5th Regiment. We had to create an army and staff at once, for most of the armed forces were with the rebels. We had at first just groups of comrades, old and young, men and 268 women, many of whom did not even know how to use a rifle. We had only enthusiastic, determined people, seizing any weapons they could find, following any leaders that arose, rushing to any front which they heard it was necessary to seize from the enemy. In those days we took anyone who knew anything and made him an officer. Sometimes it was enough just to look into a face and see that the eyes were intelligent and determined, and say to the man, "You are a captain. Organize and lead these men." After 2 days we occupied the Salesian convent, 600 of us, of whom 200 were communists. We decided to organize and the War Department said, "You will be the 5th Battalion, Already we have 4 other applications. No, we said, we shall be the 5th regiment, for we shall get at least 1,000 men. Well, those first 4 battalions remained on paper, but the 5th had 6,000 men in less than 10 days. During this time the Giral government wrote us, comrades of the 5th battalion, and we answered back, we of the 5th regiment. After we got 6,000 men they admitted that we were a regiment. We decided to create a special company which should give an example of discipline. We called it the Steel Company. For this company we established special slogans designed to create an iron unity. Never leave a comrade wounded or dead, in the hands of the enemy was one of these. If my comrade advances or retreats without orders, I have the right to shoot him was another. How Madrid laughed at that. The Spaniard is such an individualist that nobody will accept such discipline, they said. Then our first steel company, mostly communists and metal workers, paraded through the city. It made a sensation. 10 after that we created 28 such companies of picked men, besides the ordinary muster of our regular 5th Regiment militia. 11. According to the official communist history of the Civil War, the oath of the militiamen of the 5th Regiment was their moral code. I, a son of the people and a citizen of the Spanish Republic, freely accept my role as a militiaman in the People's Army. I pledge myself before the Spanish people and the government of the Republic to defend with my life democratic liberties, the cause of progress and peace, and to carry the title of militiaman with honor. I pledge myself to maintain discipline and to help to maintain discipline by carrying out to the letter the orders of my commanders. I pledge myself to abstain from dishonorable acts and to prevent my comrades from committing them by making every effort to conduct myself correctly at all times with my mind focused on the high ideal of the democratic republic. I pledge myself to aid in the defense of the Spanish Democratic Republic at the first call of the government. If I should fail to fulfill this solemn pledge. 269. Let the contempt of my comrades fall upon me and let me be punished by the implacable hand of the law. 12. So successful was the 5th Regiment in its recruiting of communists, socialists, and republicans, and of non-party workers and peasants, that at the peak of its development in December 1936 it claimed that it had 60,000 men serving on different fronts. 13 Although Enrique Lister claimed during the war that it comprised 130,000 men. 14 His book, published many years after the war, names the more sober figure of 69,600. 15 On the other hand, Ramon Salas Larrazabal, a supporter of the right, who has produced in his 4-volume History of the Popular Army the most complete study of this subject, claims that the total number of men enrolled in the regiment, including the units trained in its induction and training centers in Albacete, Alicante, Almeria, and Guadix, as well as in Madrid, never exceeded 30,000. To reach the figure of 60,000 claimed by the communists, he contends, it would be necessary to include in the 5th Regiment the international brigades, which initially used the seal of the regiment's headquarters. 16. According to Enrique Castro, the regiment quickly became metamorphosed into a great center of political and military education. 17. Out of this center, which supervised every aspect of the volunteers' lives, political and spiritual, as well as economic and domestic, there flowed a large number of units possessing uniformity of method and organization. They were parts of a building set, wrote Ralph Bates, Assistant Commissar of the 15th International Brigade, which could be rebuilt into an army when the time came. Their officers had precise rank and their orders received the backing of a disciplinary code which the volunteers accepted on enlistment. At the same time the political enthusiasm of the combatants was watched over and fostered by the political commissars. 18. One of the great assets of the 5th Regiment was the collaboration not only of professional military men who had been Communist Party members before the war, such as Lieutenant Colonel Luis Barcelo, a commander of the Regiment 19 and head of the Inspection General de Militias, the office of the Inspector General of Militias, to which the militia units were required to apply for whatever arms and funds they needed from the War Ministry. 20 But also of other professional officers, who, though far removed from communist ideology, were attracted to the party because of its moderate propaganda, 21 superior discipline and organization, and because it alone seemed capable of building an army that could carry the war through to victory. 22. In the prevailing wartime atmosphere, the discipline of the Communist Party was undoubtedly one of its principal assets. The Communist Party must be granted the credit of having set the example in accepting discipline, wrote a non-communist professional officer. By doing so it enormously increased not only its prestige, but its numbers. Innumerable men who wished to enlist and fight for their country joined the Communist Party. It often happened that, when I came across a man who was just leaving for the front, I asked him, 270. But why did you join the Communist Party? You were never a communist, were you? You were always a Republican. I joined the Communists because they are disciplined and do their job better than anybody else, was the answer. 23. The party's discipline and the adherence of professional officers, as well as the collaboration of the foreign communists with military experience, who were associated with the regiment for varying periods before helping to organize the international brigades, were an undoubted advantage. 24. Most important was the preferential treatment the regiment received, as compared with other units, in the distribution of Soviet arms. Referring to the light arms that began to arrive in September, Segismundo Casado, operations chief on the War Ministry General Staff when Largo Caballero became Minister of War, writes, I noticed that these were not being given out in equal quantities, but that there was a marked preference for the units which made up the so-called 5th Regiment. 25. Enrique Lister boasted in January 1937, at the time of the regiment's dissolution and fusion into the regular army, that it had thousands of machine guns and hundreds of pieces of artillery. 26. Although these figures were undoubtedly inflated for wartime propaganda purpose to judge from the incomparably smaller number of machine guns estimated by Lister himself 30 years later. 27. It is nevertheless true, as Ralph Bates stated, that the units of the 5th Regiment received the cream of the weapons. 28. Because of this preferential treatment, because of the opportunity given to a large number of men of the regiment to train in Russia as tank operators. 29. And the attraction of the Communists' discipline and efficiency, the regiment was able to recruit heavily from non-communist sources. The influx of many socialists and republicans would appear to support the Communists' contention that the 5th Regiment was not a communist force but a force that belonged to the Popular Front as a whole. We did not organize the 5th Regiment in order to have an army of the Communist Party, said José Díaz, the General Secretary. The Communist Party does not need its own army. What the party wants is a strong, very strong army, a single army that can win the war and consolidate victory afterwards, an army of the people that will watch over the interests of the workers and peasants, of all anti-fascists. 30. Nevertheless, as the Communist International press correspondents attested, from the beginning, the 5th Regiment was recruited and politically influenced by the Communist Party. 31. In truth, it was under the rigid and all-embracing control of the party and was to all intents and purposes the principal element of its armed power during the first 6 months of the Civil War and would soon become the cornerstone of the Popular Army, the new regular army of the state that La Pasionaria herself acknowledged after the Civil War was designed to play a decisive role in determining the future political structure of Spain. 32. This frank admission gives added credence to the testimony of Enrique Castro, who after he had left the party 33 published the following excerpt from a speech he made to fellow communists in the 5th Regiment at a time when he was its first commander. Comrades, he declared, we have entered into a war. 271. That I believe will be terribly long. Only by winning this war shall we achieve the revolution, establish socialism, and become another Soviet republic in an area of great importance for communism in the entire world. You all know, comrades, that to wage a war an army is needed. We are going to become the organizers of that army. That army will be our army. Listen carefully, our army. But we alone know this. For everyone else that army will be an army of the Popular Front. We shall direct it, but, above all, we must appear to others as combatants of the Popular Front. Is that clear? 34. There is really nothing strange about the candor of this speech, for it would be hard to imagine that there was a single sophisticated member of the party who did not believe that the Popular Front alliance was merely a transitory coalition, whose purpose was to advance the aims of the Comintern and the party, and that an army of the Popular Front would be a determining factor in shaping the present and future course of the revolution. 272. 28. The Popular Army. Important though the 5th Regiment was to the Communist Party as an element of armed power, there were potent political as well as military reasons why the Communists soon proposed that the independent party and trade union militia should be incorporated into a government-controlled force. They knew that the war could not be carried through to victory without a single command that could decide on the disposition and manner of employment of all the fighting forces, in default of which there could be neither an organized army nor any planned strategy. They knew, too, that as long as the parties and labor unions possessed their own militia under the control of their own leaders, and these forces were not fused into a regular army consolidated by the power of discipline and authority, an army of whose levers of command they aimed to secure control, they could never be the ruling force in the anti-Franco zone, determining, behind the curtain of democratic institutions, domestic and foreign policies. During the life of the Giral cabinet, it will be recalled, the Communists had refrained from calling for the merging of the militia into a government-controlled army because of the Caballero Socialists' distrust of that cabinet's intentions, but once Largo Caballero himself was at the helm and in charge of the War Ministry, they could do so without equivocation. Indeed, the insistence of the two Communist ministers and the Soviet military advisers who, in urging their demands, made full use of the succession of defeats on the Central Front highlighted on September 27 by the capture of Toledo, 51 miles from the capital, caused measures to be promulgated providing for the militarization of the militia and the creation of a military force, or popular army, as it was called, on a conscripted basis and under the supreme command of the War Minister. 2. Largo Caballero, writes Louis Fischer, whose personal contact with most of the leading Russians in Spain gives his testimony particular authority, long resisted the idea of a regular army, and it was only with difficulty that his Soviet military advisers persuaded him to abandon the popular but inefficient form of party armies. 3. The Communist ministers Uribe and Hernandez, the Politburo, the Russian military and diplomatic advisers, attests Enrique Castro, who, it will be recalled, was the first commander-in-chief of the 5th Regiment, closed in on Largo. 273. Caballero more and more. We must form the popular army. We must form the popular army. While supporting the slogan of the Communist Party, the 5th Regiment prepared to convert its units into brigades of the new army, retaining its commanders, its commissars, and its political hegemony in the new units. But, of this operation, the most secret and subtle of the entire, wherein the Communists were aware. But not all of them, only the elite. 4. But it was a long way, as events will show, from the publication of the military measures approved by Largo Caballero to their thoroughgoing execution, and, in succeeding months, the Communists, in barracks and trenches, in public harangues, and in the cabinet itself, pressed unremittingly for their enforcement. 5. Although the other militia forces resisted, Castro was not worried. They will have to join the regular popular army. They have no alternative, he told members of the 5th Regiment. But when they do so, it will already be rather late. The first units will all be in our hands, both militarily and politically, as well as many posts vital to the interests of the party. 6. To set an example, or, as the official communist history of the Civil War put it, to demonstrate the sincerity of its intentions. 7. The Communist Party progressively broke up the 5th Regiment, 8 whose battalions, together with other forces, were welded into the mixed brigades. 9 of the embryonic regular army. The communist Enrique Lister, head of the regiment at the time, was made commander, with a Soviet officer at his side. 10 of the 1st Brigade. 11 Because they took the lead in disbanding their own militia, the Communists, according to Carlos Contreras, Vittorio Vidali, the regiment's chief political commissar, secured for themselves the control of 5 of the first 6 brigades, the majority of whose members had received their baptism of fire with the regiment. 12 Enrique Castro stated some years later that, in addition to Enrique Lister of the 1st Brigade, José María Galán, commander of the 3rd, and Miguel Gallo, commander of the 6th, not to be confused with Luigi Gallo, or Longo, of the International Brigades, were party members 13, and that José Martínez de Aragon and Arturo Arellano, commanders of the 2nd and 4th Brigades, respectively, were socialists with close ties to the communists. Fernando Sabio, the commander of the 5th Brigade, was described by Castro as a socialist, but he did not indicate to what degree, if at all, he was under the influence of the Communist Party. 14 Lister gives the names of all the commanders, but does not mention their political affiliation, except that of Martínez de Aragon, whom he describes simply as a Republican. He points out, however, that all were professional officers who had served either with the army or with the Carabineros before the war. 15. While they were thus gathering into their hands the control of the first units of the Popular Army, the Communists were not neglecting its commanding summits. Indeed, during the early weeks of Largo Caballero's tenure of the War Ministry, they had already secured a promising foothold. This they were able to do partly because their relations with the War Minister, notwithstanding his many grievances, were still of a tolerable nature. As a result, 2 of their adherents, 274, Antonio Cordon and Alejandro Garcia Val, were appointed to the operations section of the General Staff. 16, but mainly because in key positions in the War Ministry they possessed men of supposedly unquestioned loyalty to Largo Caballero. These included such professional officers as Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Arredondo, his aide-de-camp, Captain Eleuterio Diaz Tendero, the head of the Vital Information and Control Department. 17, who in the months before the Civil War was the principal organizer of the UMRA, the left-wing Union Milita Republicana Antifascista, which the Communists claim was an amplification of their Union Milita Antifascista formed in 1934-18, and Major Manuel Estrada, the chief of the War Ministry General Staff. 19, who, unknown to Largo Caballero, were being drawn or had already been drawn into the communist orbit. 20. By the same open and disguised occupation of directing posts, the Communists became firmly embedded in the vital General Commissariat of War, set up for the purpose of exercising politico-social control over the armed forces through the medium of political commissars or delegate commissars. As they were officially called. 21. The custom of installing commissars in the militia units had been adopted by the different parties and labor organizations at the outbreak of the Civil War with the object of keeping a constant vigil over the morale of the militiamen and the reliability of the professional officers. Many of the militia battalions, attests Lieutenant Colonel Esteban Rovira, chief of the 42nd Brigade, were led by commanders who, conniving with the enemy, deserted at the first opportunity. This resulted in a natural distrust on the part of the men for their officers and made it necessary for them to have their own delegate in the military command in order to guarantee the loyal conduct of the officers. These delegates were the first political commissars. 22. In October 1936, in accordance with the general tendency toward centralization, a government body was created to regularize this practice. While the commissar was still expected to guard against disloyalty on the part of professional officers. 23. He was also expected to establish concord between the officers and men of the new regular army and to uphold the former's prestige and authority. 24. In addition to these duties and to the tasks of enforcing discipline. 25. And watching over the morale of the soldiers. 26. The commissar had other responsibilities. The commissar is the soul of the combat unit, its educator, its agitator, its propagandist, said Carlos Contreras. He is always, or should be always, the best, the most intelligent, the most capable. He should occupy himself with everything and know about everything. He should interest himself in the stomach, in the heart, and in the brain of the soldier of the people. He should accompany him from the moment he enlists and receives his training until he leaves for the front and returns from it. He should interest himself in how he eats, how he sleeps, how he educates himself, and how he fights. He must see that his political, economic, cultural, and artistic needs are satisfied. 27 To be sure, not all commissars conducted themselves as they were expected to. There are political commissars, affirmed Contreras, who do not maintain close contact with the mass of the soldiers, who are not with them in the trenches, and who only want to be near the commanding officer. 28. Because of the influence the commissar could exert upon the ranks, to say. 275. Nothing of the opportunity his position gave him to sway the minds and hearts of the officer. She should engage in political agitation among the officers and infuse them with the same spirit that animates the men, said the communist leader Antonio Mij, a member of the Politburo. 29. It is not strange that predominance in the Commissariat of War was for the Communist Party a vital factor in its bid for control of the regular army. It was well assured of this predominance to some extent because Mij occupied the Subcommissariat of Organization, the most important of the 4 subcommissariats created 30, but principally because Felipe Pretel, the Secretary General, and Julio Alvarez del Valle, the Commissar General, both of whom Largo Caballero had nominated because they possessed his unstinted confidence, secretly promoted the interests of the Communist Party. 31 Before long, the party increased its influence still further owing to the appointment of José Lane, a JSU leader and recent communist convert, as director of the School of Commissars. 32 And to the illness of Angel Pestana, the leader of the Syndicalist Party. 33 Who had occupied one of the 4 subcommissariats and who was replaced by Gabriel García Morato, a friend of Álvarez del Valle's and a left-wing socialist with pronounced communist leanings. Although critical of some of the communists' methods, he eventually joined the party. 34 As Largo Caballero was not apprised until some months later of the defection of Álvarez del Valle and Felipe Pretel and of the consequent extent of communist penetration of the Commissariat of War, the Communist Party and its allies were able to exploit their privileged position without hindrance by appointing an overwhelmingly large number of communist commissars at the expense of and to the extreme displeasure of other organizations. For example, García Morato stated that, at the beginning of 1937, on the Central Front, socialist battalions frequently complained to him that communist commissars had been appointed to them and that they found this intolerable. He also said that Alberto Fernández Ballesteros, a Caballero socialist, who held the position of Inspector Commissar on the Southern Front, had protested that Antonio Mij, in appointing 30 commissars for that front, had selected only communists. 35. Because of the Communist Party's control of the Commissariat of War, such complaints could not reach Largo Caballero through the commissariat itself and did so, eventually, only through independent channels. 36. Since the precise functions and powers of the political commissar were not strictly delimited by law, he possessed a broad measure of independence, which the communist commissar, who was instructed to be the organizer of the party in his unit, boldly and systematically recruiting the best elements from among the best fighters and recommending them for positions of responsibility. 37 Used to the full in helping to extend his party's dominion over the popular army. Even before the creation of the General Commissariat of the War, the communists had not neglected party activity at the front. Teams of agitators must be created to inform militiamen of the attitude of the party with regard to all problems. The communists should take upon themselves the task of recruiting for the party the best fighters at the front. 38. Jesus Hernandez, communist minister in the Largo Caballero government. 276. Declared, in a speech delivered some years later, after he had ceased to belong to the party. Dozens, hundreds of party and JSU organizers invaded the fronts and military units, and our officers were given categoric instructions to promote the maximum number of communists to higher ranks, thus reducing the proportion of promotions open to members of other organizations. But it is my duty to state that while this reckless policy was being carried out, the communists did not cease fighting the enemy, and their resolution and discipline at the fronts showed them to be better than the best, a fact that facilitated the proselytizing work we had undertaken. The zeal of some communist officers and commissars was so unbridled and so undiplomatic that it went to the unspeakable extreme of removing officers and of sending men to the front line for refusing to become members of the Communist Party or of the JSU. By this procedure the strength of the party was reinforced at the fronts by thousands of new adherents, but, as in the rear, the party destroyed unity, spread discord, and inflamed rivalry among military units of a different political complexion. That was the practical result of the policy we were ordered to carry out and were stupid enough to follow. 39. Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist leader, alleges that the communists actually assassinated at the front socialists who refused to join their party. 40 Jesus Perez Salas, a professional officer and a loyal Republican, writes, in accordance with their usual tactics and with the slogans they received, the communist commissars, who formed the majority, endeavored to increase their party membership by ceaseless propaganda among the men in their units who did not share their ideas. They employed every means at their disposal, from the promise of future promotions to the threat of execution for offenses that had not been committed. This could not be viewed favorably by the other parties, inasmuch as they observed a continual reduction in the number of their members, who were compelled to change their party cards in order to avoid victimization. As a result of all this, a contest ensued between commissars representing different political views, with consequent prejudice to the armed forces. 41. And Colonel Segismundo Casado, the chief of operations on the War Ministry General Staff and an opponent of the Communists, affirms, the Commissariat of War was scarcely formed before it had started very active propaganda in the ranks of the army, by arrangement with the directions which it received from the General Commissar. These directions could be summarized as intense proselytizing work in the ranks, the persecution of anyone not affiliated to the party, secret and lying information being accepted as sufficient grounds for this, the actual elimination of those considered dangerous, for which monstrous responsibility the justification could be used that such persons had been killed for trying to go over to the enemy or for being traitors. 42. The atmosphere created by the conduct of the Communist Political Commiss. 277. SARS was certainly the very opposite from what Largo Caballero had hoped would be encouraged when the Commissariat of War was formed. When at the battle fronts or in the barracks and other places where the troops are billeted, ran a circular order signed by him, disagreements or conflicts arise between soldiers or militiamen belonging to different trade union organizations, delegate commissars shall act with perfect equanimity and in such a way that brotherly acts shall efface all divergences of opinion between the combatants as well as all selfish aims of individuals or groups. 43. In addition to the work of the communist political commissars and officers and to the help of crypto-communists and philo-communist socialists in promoting the influence of the party in the popular army, yet another factor of greater consequence militate in its favor. This was the arrival, first of Soviet officers, then of Soviet arms. Shortly after Largo Caballero's government had been formed in September 1936, writes Luis Araquistin, friend and political associate of the Premier for many years, the Russian ambassador presented to it a serving Soviet General Vladimir Gorev, stating that he was military attaché of the embassy and offering his professional services. Later on fresh auxiliaries sprang up spontaneously without being requested, and they introduced themselves motu proprio into the military staff and army corps, where they gave orders at will. 44. It would be incorrect, however, to infer that the principal Soviet military advisors arrived in Spain without the approval or at least the knowledge of the war minister. In point of fact, to judge from the exchange of letters between Soviet leaders and Largo Caballero, referred to in a later chapter, the war minister himself, through the Soviet ambassador, Marcel Rosenberg, actually requested the aid of Russian military advisors. On the other hand, it appears that not infrequently the advisors acted on their own accord without the consent of the War Ministry, disregarding its views and conducting themselves independently and high-handedly. Colonel Segismundo Casado affirms that their influence reached such a point as to control every project of the General Staff and often entirely to reverse technical plans, replacing them with their own. These generally contain some political and, in questions of organization, appointing commanders, in news, in making propaganda in a party sense, in operations, putting on one side incontrovertible tactical and strategical considerations in order to impose their policy. 45 And the war minister himself testifies, the Spanish government, and in particular the minister responsible for the conduct of operations, as well as the commanding officers, especially at headquarters, were not able to act with absolute independence because they were obliged to submit, against their will, to irresponsible foreign interference, without being able to free themselves from it under pain of endangering the assistance that we were receiving from Russia through the sale of war material. Sometimes, on the pretext that their orders were not being carried out as punctually as they desired, the Russian embassy and the Russian generals took the liberty of expressing to me their displeasure, stating that if we did not consider their cooperation necessary and fitting, we should tell them so plainly. So 278. That they could inform their government and take their departure. 46. On the other hand, Vicente Rojo, chief of the Central General Staff from May 1937 until February 1939, who enjoyed the support of the Communists and the Russians throughout the war, as will be seen in subsequent chapters, vehemently asserts that such charges were false, absolutely false, and that the directives for planning operations and the orders to execute them were always conceived and drafted by the chiefs of the Republican General Staff. 47. This, to be sure, is not the impression one derives from the testimony of the Soviet general, N. Voronov, known in Spain as Voltaire, who says of Rojo, he liked to speak face to face with us, openly exchanging opinions and taking down our proposals and good advice in his large notebook. When he was promoted to Chief of the Central General Staff, our practical collaboration continued and I always wanted to help this renowned Republican officer to the utmost of my ability. 48. The relationship between the Spanish officers and the Soviet military advisors, according to Rojo, was one of cordiality and mutual respect. If I can say anything about the Russian military commanders who were at the side of Spanish officers, not at mine, it is that they were excellent professional comrades, who helped me to overcome discreetly enormous difficulties, and that whenever they were given cause to overstep their functions they had the delicacy not to do so. 49. On the other hand, K. A. Merezkov, the Soviet military advisor at one time to the Chief of the General Staff, General Toribio Martinez Cabrera, states in his memoirs published in Moscow in 1968 that the mutual relations of the Soviet advisors with the military leaders of the Republic came up for discussion every day, and somehow this complicated question could not be resolved in a pleasant manner. 50. In spite of Rojo's denial of any intrusion by Soviet officers, Angel Lamas Arroyo, a colleague, who later escaped to the nationalist side, affirms, from Rojo himself I heard more than one complaint from which I inferred that the Russians considered their plans and directives superior to those of the Spanish General Staff, which could not undertake anything on its own account without the final approval of the Russians. 51. The behavior of the Russian civilians, to say nothing of the NKVD, was no less imperious than that of the military, if I may generalize from my own personal knowledge of Morova, the TASS news agency representative in Valencia, and from the conduct of the Soviet ambassador dealt with in a later chapter, as well as from that of Mikhail Koltsov, leading Soviet newspaper correspondent, who was influential in the Kremlin. Toward the end of 1936, Koltsov established himself in the Madrid Commissariat of War, where, according to the socialist Arturo Beria, then in charge of censoring the reports of foreign news, a function that Koltsov placed arbitrarily under the control of the Commissariat, they intervened in most of the discussions on the authority of his vitality and arrogant will. 52. In his last work on Spain, Half of Spain Died, to which reference has been made on several occasions, Herbert Matthews, the New York Times correspondent. 279. During the Civil War and widely accepted authority on Spain for more than 3 decades, deliberately ignores the above-quoted testimony of Largo Caballero that appeared in my book The Grand Camouflage. 53 and asserts, Burnett Bolloten wrote of the minatory and imperious behavior of the Russian officers and even of civilians like Mikhail Koltsov, the Pravda correspondent, who seemed to have the equivalent of a hotline to Stalin. If so, This was behind the scenes and it never reached the stage of being high-handed with men like Premiers Largo Caballero and Juan Negrin 54. Matthews also ignored the fact that on one memorable occasion, described in the Grand Camouflage, and later in this volume, Largo Caballero, incensed by the Soviet ambassador's demands, expelled him from his office. 55. 280. 29. General José Asensio. Largo Caballero defies the communists. The government leaves Madrid. There can be no doubt that the minatory and imperious behavior of the Soviet officers accelerated the deterioration of Largo Caballero's relations with the communists that had already set in as a result of their absorption of the socialist movement in Catalonia, of the JSU, and of many of his followers in the UGT and the Socialist Party. While, for a time, these relations showed no manifest impairment, a significant crack in the smooth surface appeared when he appointed General José Asensio to the Undersecretaryship of War on October 22, 1936. As a commander during the first weeks of the War of the Militia Forces in the Sierra de Guadarrama, defending the northwestern approaches to Madrid, Asensio, at that time a colonel, had so inspired the confidence of the socialist leader that when Largo Caballero became Premier and War Minister in September, he had made him a general and placed him in charge of the threatened Central Front in command of the Army of the Center. The Communists, who had already been striving to win Asensio's adherence to their party, acclaimed his promotion and new assignment, praised the military accomplishments of this hero of the Democratic Republic, one under whose direction their steel companies in the Sierra had won victory after victory, and made him an honorary commander of their 5th Regiment. 3 All these attentions, a prominent communist acknowledged later, were designed to wean Asensio from Largo Caballero. 4 In the succeeding weeks, when Asensio showed no inclination to yield to the courtship of the communists, and even evinced for them a profound antipathy, they demanded his removal from the command of the Central Front. 5. The tactics they employed toward Asensio were their standard practice. Colonel Segismundo Casado writes, I may as well point out here what tactics the Communist Party usually followed in their relationships with the commanders of the People's Army. They treated as 281. Subordinate those commanders who were affiliated to their party, demanding simply that their orders should be carried out in whatever way best served their party ends, often in contradiction to their duty as soldiers. These officers generally obeyed blindly, paying more attention to the orders of the party than to those of the military high command. Other commanders on many occasions opposed their plans and rejected suggestions which sounded more like orders, or refused to take part in activities which would not have left them with a clear conscience. The Communists pretended to show the greatest consideration to those, but only for a short time, and in a wholly superficial way. They asked them to dine, they told them of the great admiration they had for them, for their intelligence or bravery. In a word, they attempted to stir their private ambitions, but when they were convinced that it was not possible to captivate them by such means, they started an insidious campaign of libel against them, so that the high command was obliged to relieve them. More than one commander lost his life or his freedom through simply doing his duty. 6. The commander who accepted Communist Party membership without hesitation, wrote the organ of the moderate socialists as the war was nearing its end, soon acquired, in the communist press, military qualities superior to those of Napoleon and Alexander, while those who dared to reject a membership that they had not requested were obliquely or openly criticized. 7. The Communists' demand that Asensio be ousted from the command of the Central Front was aided by the military disasters that brought General Franco's forces close to the gates of Madrid during the month of October 1936. Yet, in spite of these defeats, it is generally agreed by communists and non-communists alike that Asensio possessed great military capabilities and exceptional mental gifts, and that the debacle was inevitable in view of the defects of the militia system and the lack of tanks, artillery, and aircraft. 9 These did not arrive from Russia until the end of October, while the international brigades under communist leadership that were to play a cardinal role in the defense of Madrid entered the field only in the second week of November, as will be seen in the following chapter. Álvarez del Valle, the pro-communist foreign minister and commissar general of war, approved the rough draft of a letter written by Louis Fischer to Largo Caballero on October 12 questioning the loyalty of Asensio X at the very time when the communists were demanding his removal from the Central Front. Although Dalvao later voted in the cabinet for Asensio's dismissal from the Undersecretaryship of War 11, he contends that the general was unquestionably one of the most capable and intelligent officers in the Republican Army and that he could have become the greatest military genius 12. It is noteworthy that the day before he approved Fischer's letter to Largo Caballero, Alvarez Dalvao had written the following lines in a note to Asensio: "I am aware of the very important operation due to begin at dawn. To know that you will be there personally directing it adds very much to my hopes. Owing to recent bitter experiences, we 282 can only trust in your skill. For that reason I have decided to send you these intimate lines, which under all circumstances should remain between us." 13. Although for a time Largo Caballero refused to remove Asensio, he finally yielded. But while propitiating the communists with one hand, he diminished their victory with the other by elevating him to the Undersecretaryship of War 14 in place of the pro-communist Lieutenant Colonel Rodrigo Gil 15, a former political associate. His determination to pursue an independent course found practical expression in two further moves some weeks later. He reinstated Segismundo Casado, whom he had dismissed from his post as chief of operations at the pressing instance of the communists. Casado attributes his dismissal to the fact that he had warned the High Command that the marked preference with which Russian arms were being distributed to the 5th Regiment would cause suspicion and jealousy among the men and would soon bring about the accession to power of the Communist Party. This party, he adds, observing what my opinion was, with the underhandedness which characterized it, started a campaign of discredit against me and convinced the Minister of War that I was not the most suitable person to fill the office of Operations Chief because I had the faults of violence and pessimism. 16. In addition to defying the Communists by reinstating Segismundo Casado, Largo Caballero removed Manuel Estrada, the chief of the War Ministry General Staff who had recently joined the Communist Party. 17 and replaced him by General Toribio Martinez Cabrera, a friend of Asensio's. In the whirl of events, these shifts passed almost unnoticed by the general public, but they gave the communists cause for disquiet and convinced them of the rough weather ahead with Largo Caballero. But while strengthening Largo Caballero's authority within the War Ministry, the shifts did nothing in the long run to curtail the influence of the communists on the vital Central Front. General Sebastián Pozas, a liberal Republican, whom Largo Caballero appointed to succeed Asensio as commander of the Army of the Center 18, soon succumbed to their advances, as will be seen shortly, and on the evening of November 6, with the enemy already in the outskirts of the capital, the cabinet hastily abandoned the imperiled city. That same evening Mikhail Kultsov visited the deserted ministries. In his diary, he noted, "I made my way to the War Ministry, to the General Commissariat of War. Hardly anyone was there. I went to the offices of the Prime Minister. The building was locked. I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was deserted. In the foreign press censorship an official told me that the government, 2 hours earlier, had recognized that the situation of Madrid was hopeless, and had already left. Largo Caballero had forbidden the publication of any news about the evacuation in order to avoid panic. I went to the Ministry of the Interior. The building was nearly empty. I went to the Central Committee of the Communist Party. A plenary meeting of the Politburo was being 283 held. They told me that this very day Largo Caballero had suddenly decided to evacuate. His decision had been approved by the majority of the cabinet. The communist ministers wanted to remain, but it was made clear to them that such a step would discredit the government and that they were obliged to leave like all the others. Not even the most prominent leaders of the various organizations, nor the departments and agencies of the state, had been informed of the government's departure. Only at the last moment had the minister told the chief of the Central General Staff that the government was leaving. The Minister of the Interior, Galarza, and his aide, the director of security Munoz, had left the capital before anyone else. The staff of General Poses, the commander of the Central Front, had scurried off. Once again I went to the War Ministry. I climbed the stairs to the lobby. Not a soul. On the landing, 2 old employees are seated, like wax figures, wearing livery and neatly shaven, waiting to be called by the minister at the sound of his bell. It would be just the same if the minister were the previous one or a new one. Rows of offices. All the doors are wide open. I enter the War Minister's office. Not a soul. Further down, a row of offices: Central General Staff, with its sections, the General Staff, with its sections, the General Staff of the Central Front, with its sections, the Quartermaster Corps, with its sections, the Personnel Department, with its sections. All the doors wide open. The ceiling lamps shine brightly. On the desks there are abandoned maps, documents, communiques, pencils, pads filled with notes. Not a soul. 19. There can be little doubt that the government's precipitate and furtive departure that both Indalecio Prieto and the communist ministers had urged the premier to organize and publicize ahead of time so as to avoid the impression of a Flight 20 did much to tarnish Caballero's reputation and to enhance the prestige of the Communist Party. The latter, aided by its 5th Regiment, by the presence of Soviet arms and military advisors, and by the arrival on November 8 of the Communist-controlled 11th International Brigade, the first of the international brigades to enter the field, took the lead in defending the beleaguered city. On the morning of November 7, while the machinery of government, with its functionaries and files, was still en route to Valencia, Mundo Obrero, the Madrid Communist daily, declared, thousands upon thousands of men, of workers, whose future depends upon their courage, have rushed to the city's defense. The locals of the labor unions and of all the anti-fascist and working-class organizations are crammed with men ready to fight. 21. And Militia Popular, the widely circulated organ of the 5th Regiment, declared, the fate of Madrid will be determined in a matter of hours. Thousands of militiamen are fighting the Moors and foreign legionaries, whose aim is to crush the people of Madrid. This is the historic hour, the hour of the decisive battle. It has been said again and again for many days that Madrid will be the tomb of fascism, and now the moment has arrived to turn those words into a reality. The guns are thundering at our 284 gates. Every Madrileno should be on his feet, ready to win, regardless of the price. 22. During the first days of the defense of Madrid, Militia Popular set aside its moderate, strictly anti-fascist language and evoked memories of the Russian Revolution in order to fire the revolutionary consciousness of the workers. In a front-page appeal, Carlos Contreras, the chief political commissar of the regiment, declared, Madrid cannot fall. Men and women, young and old, are rushing to the trenches to defend their city, their lives and their future. Long live the Spanish Revolution! Today is the anniversary of the Russian Revolution. Our Russian brothers, surrounded by millions of enemies, starving, without planes and without tanks, and besieged on all sides, won their battle, because they had faith and confidence in the future. We too have faith. And for that reason we shall conquer. 23. The French historians Pierre Brouet and Émile Temim are undoubtedly correct in stressing the underlying revolutionary faith that must have inspired many of the combatants. For a large number of Spanish militants and internationals, the defense of the capital was a revolutionary epic, whose purely anti-fascist emblem was only provisional. Many of them believed that the communists' opposition to the revolution was only a temporary tactical retreat and that the anti-fascist struggle would end in World Revolution. 24. Before leaving for Valencia on the evening of November 6, General Asensio, the Undersecretary of War, handed sealed orders, approved by Largo Caballero, to General Poses, the commander of the Army of the Center, and to General José Maella, who had just been appointed commander of the Madrid military district, inscribed, "Very confidential. Not to be opened until 6 a.m. Both generals decided not to wait until the designated hour to read their instructions. Had they done so, they contended, 12 precious hours would have been wasted. 25 Moreover, on opening their envelopes they found that they had been addressed incorrectly and that each had been given the other's assignment, a mistake that, in the opinion of Major Vicente Rojo, Mayaja's chief of staff, might have multiplied the probabilities of defeat had it not been discovered in time. 26. Poses was given orders regarding the tactical movement of his battered forces and the establishment of new headquarters. 27 While Mayaja was instructed to set up a junta de defensa or defense council, with himself as president, comprising members of all parties in proportion to their representation in the government, and to defend Madrid at all costs. If all efforts to save the city should fail, he was to retreat toward Cuenca to establish a line of defense at a place indicated by General Poses, the commander of the Army of the Center. 28. No one in the government, affirmed Zugazagoitia, the director of El Socialista and a close associate of Navy and Air Minister Indalecio Prieto, believed that Madrid could be defended, the Prime Minister even less than the ministers, for he was only too well aware of the state of military confusion and disintegration. 29 Reluctantly, the War Minister left Madrid convinced like Prieto that within 3 to 6 days it would be taken by the enemy. 30. 285. Map 2. Division of Spain, November 7, 1936. The battlefront was virtually non-existent, writes Vicente Rojo. The columns that had been containing the enemy on the Toledo and Extremadura highways were destroyed. Of the 3,500 men comprising one column, barely 300 could be found. 31. That Mayaja should have resented General Asensio's and Largo Caballero's action in giving him a task that in those days of peril to the capital seemed to augur only a fatal end is understandable and, according to Zugazagoitia, he realized immediately that he had been selected as a scapegoat. 32 In fact, General Poses asserted that when Mayaja learned of his assignment he nearly wept with rage at what he regarded as a deliberate attempt to sacrifice him to General Franco. 33. Against this background of seemingly impending doom, this aging, easygoing, and undistinguished Generalto, whom nothing on that fateful day of November 6, 1936 could have appeared more enticing than a peaceful retirement, became a legendary figure almost overnight both in Spain and throughout the world, much to Largo Caballero's mortification, thanks to the unexpected resistance of Madrid. Mayaja felt no sense of gratitude to the War Minister for his sudden rise to fame, and thenceforth their relationship was one of mutual enmity. 286. 30. The defense of Madrid, the Junta de Defensa, and the international brigades Mayaja, Rojo, and Kleber. Left to his own resources, General José Mayaja did the obvious thing: he accepted the help of the Communist Party and its 5th Regiment, one the best organized and disciplined force in the Central Zone. According to Mikhail Koltsov, the regiment promptly informed the general that it would place at his disposal not only its units, its reserves, and its munitions, but also its entire general staff, as well as its commanders and commissars too. Although Madrid's defenders were in the main poorly armed and organized, the militiamen had one great psychological advantage over their better equipped and more experienced opponents. Our militiamen, recalls Victor de Frutos, the communist commander of the 1st of May Battalion, which defended the working-class suburb of Carabanchel, harbored the feeling more intensely than at any time during the previous 4 months that they were defending something of their own. It was clear that the proximity of their homes made them realize that they could yield no more. It was as if they had barricaded themselves behind their doors, knowing that this was their last chance to save their lives, their property, and their loved ones. Simultaneously, a formidable barrier faced the enemy. Madrid would have to be conquered house by house. Every door was a barricade, every window a parapet for the defenders with homemade hand grenades. Yes, primitive hand grenades, but powerful enough to punish an enemy patrol. The streets were the entrance to Madrid. Either the enemy advanced through them or he could not take the capital. And, to advance, he had to confront an army of militiamen whose ingenuity and courage were more important than all the tactics learned from military training. The housetops were observation posts. This allowed us to take defensive measures at any time. Many people maintain that the enemy forces did not advance toward the heart of Madrid for lack of decision. I. 287. Can state positively that they did not take Madrid because a psychological phenomenon unknown until then occurred among our militiamen due to the emotional reasons noted previously. 3. Among the socialist and communist militiamen, Carlos Contreras, Vittorio Vidali, the chief political commissar of the 5th Regiment, was a rousing figure. He was the political soul of the defense of Madrid, said Alvaro Menendez, a fellow communist, himself a participant in the fighting in the Casa de Campo. Running wildly from place to place, with eyes swollen from lack of sleep, Comandante Carlos, as he was popularly called, exhorted the men to hold their ground. "It is better to die defending our country and our honor," he declared, "than to be stood up against a wall and shot." The International Brigade, he promised, was on its way to defend the threatened capital. 4. The British author Vincent Brome gives the following account of that historic event. The Battle of Madrid, which began on November 7, 1936, pitted an ill-armed, unorganized but numerically far superior mass of Madrileños against an army of Moroccans and legionaries, fully trained, properly equipped and numbering roughly 20,000. The Madrileños had some Russian tanks and aircraft in support, and Franco's troops were supplemented by German and Italian men and equipment. Now, as the grey, uncertain dawn broke on November 7, the ancient city of Madrid heard the thunderous beginning of an artillery bombardment such as it had never encountered before. But to everyone's surprise, as the shells burst, houses collapsed, men, women and children were buried beneath the debris, and a great film of dust rose above the city like a ghost presence. There were very few scenes of real panic. The propagandists within the city had done their work well. Flaming speeches, powerfully written pamphlets, moving exhortations on the radio and a number of poems charged with stirring imagery had created an atmosphere in Madrid where heroism came naturally in the least expected person. Workers of all kinds answered the radio call for recruits and moved towards the front lines, some completely unarmed but fanatically prepared to take up the arms of the killed and wounded. Women and children toiled all day building barricades, and a group of women presently demanded and began to organize a women's fighting battalion. And then, on the misty morning of November 8, a strange new band of fighters, disciplined men they seemed to the Madrileños wearing corduroy and steel helmets, came marching, in good order, along the Gran Via towards the front. 5. This was the 11th International Brigadeth International Column, as it was first called by the Spanish press under the electrifying leadership of the Soviet General Emilio Kleber. An eyewitness CNT journalist Eduardo de Guzman, later editor-in-chief, in January 1937, of the anarchist newspaper Castillo Libre records. 288. Mid-morning, the Edgar André and Paris Commune battalions 1,700 German, French, Polish and Italian antifascists marched through the Puerta del Sol, the Plaza de Callao and along the Gran Via toward the battlegrounds. People gathered to applaud them enthusiastically. In different languages, the men sing revolutionary songs. They enter the Casa de Campo, where the enemy has already taken the Garabitas and Cerro del Aguila heights. At the same time, the CNT militia cross Madrid in their trucks. Singing a revolutionary hymn and with black and red kerchiefs flying, they proceed through the Paseo de San Vicente and the Dehesa de la Villa, cross the Manzanares River and enter the Casa de Campo, where soon more than half of them would die. The internationals fight with courage. The Spaniards, libertarians, communists, socialists, republicans, and liberals fight at their side with equal determination. The battle continues without let-up through the 8th and 9th, while enemy airplanes try to intimidate the civilian population with massive bombardments of the working-class districts and Argels. But the civilian population holds out stoically and the combatants do not yield a single step. 6. In his dramatic account of the entrance of the international brigades onto the stage of history, Hugh Thomas writes, "By the evening of November 8 the brigade was in position. The Edgar André and the Commune de Paris battalions were sent to the Casa de Campo. The Dombrowski battalion went to join Lister and the 5th Regiment at Villaverde. Kleber took command of all the Republican forces in the University City and the Casa de Campo. He immediately startled the Spanish commanders with his efficiency. It has often been argued that the International Brigade saved Madrid. This Xth International Brigade, however, probably comprised only about 1,900 men. 7 The Xth International Brigade, which eventually arrived at the Madrid front on about November 12, comprised about 1,550.8. This force was too small to have turned the day by numbers alone. Furthermore, the militia and workers had checked Varela. Colonel José Enrique Varela, the enemy commander, on November 7, before the arrival of the brigade. The victory was that of the populace of Madrid. The bravery and experience of the brigades was, however, crucial in several later battles. The example of the international brigades fired the militiamen to continue to resist, while giving to the Madrileños the feeling that they were not alone. On November 9 Valera, checked in the Casa de Campo, mounted a new attack in the Carabanchel sector. But the street fighting baffled the Moroccans, who made no progress. In the Casa de Campo, Kleber assembled the whole of the International Brigade. In the misty evening they launched an attack for the revolution and liberty forward. Among the ilex and gum trees, the battle lasted all night and into the morning of November 10. By then, only Mount Garabitas in the Casa de Campo was left to the nationalists. But 1/3 of the International Brigade was dead. 9. Robert Kolodny, in his account of this epic, is more emphatic than Thomas on the importance of the role played by the 11th International Brigade. Madrid 289 was saved, he writes, when the 3 battalions of the 11th International Brigade, the Edgar André, the Commune de Paris and the Dombrowski, under the command of General Kleber, deployed in the Casa de Campo, and with the support of Soviet tanks and planes, 10 halted the charge of Varela's veterans. The appearance of the foreign volunteers stiffened the resistance of the militia and won the time necessary to organize, train and equip the Republican brigades. 11. And a Spanish historian writes, the arrival of the 11th International Brigade is spectacular and the militiamen are fired with enthusiasm when they see these experienced soldiers fighting with them side by side. In the ranks of the defenders of Madrid, the optimism is contagious. Now there are Russian fighter planes and Russian tanks and these Germans, Poles, Frenchmen, and Hungarians ready to defend the Manzanares River and the Casa de Campo. Who said all is lost? 12. Why did these hardcore revolutionaries from all over Europe and America, mainly communist idealists, go to fight and die in Spain? What noble cause inspired them to shed their blood in torrents in the battles of Madrid, the Jarama, Brunt, and the Ebro, the worst battles of the war? Was their great crusade simply to defend the Democratic Republic of 1931, as some of their survivors insist even to this day? Not so, according to Sandor Voroz, a political commissar in the 15th Brigade. He went to Spain to fight under the leadership of the Comintern, the giants of the revolution, to fight and die, yes, die if necessary on the legendary communist leaders who had defied prison, torture, consumed by but one ambition to free the masses from oppression. I was the hard-tempered steel blade of the class struggle, a communist. I was the expression of international solidarity forged into the armed fist of the revolutionary working class by the Comintern. 13 And William Herrick, the author of Hermanos, who also fought in the 15th Brigade, stated in 2 letters to me, when I went to Spain I had absolutely no belief in bourgeois democracy. To me the party line about democracy was only a tactic, a ploy, which in the end, we, hoped would bring the Communist Party to power. Everyone I knew among the American volunteers, except possibly 1 or 2, believed as I did that the Popular Front, the slogan for democracy, was merely a strategy to help the Communist Party seize power. The veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade have been lying about this for nearly 50 years. It goes without saying that we of the international brigades were also moved by anti-fascism. It was while we were in Perpignan close to the Spanish border that our political commissar told us that we were to answer that we were anti-fascists, not to say we were communists when asked the question in Spain 14. In Madrid, meanwhile, Major Vicente Rojo, whom Largo Caballero had appointed as Maya's chief of staff just before his departure on November 6, had put together a general staff to defend Madrid, composed, in accordance with his instructions, of members of the available personnel of the War Ministry General Staff 15, whose chief, General Toribio Martinez Cabrera, with other senior officers had, like the War Minister, abandoned the capital for Valencia. According to Captain Antonio López Fernández, Maya's aide, Rojo's staff was formed of men 290. Whom the War Ministry had not deemed sufficiently important to take to Valencia, but who were officers of the highest order who until then had vegetated, almost ignored, in posts of the lowest category in the General Staff. 16 among these neglected officers was Major Rojo himself, who, in the words of one authority, had been widely recognized as the best military strategist in the army. 17. According to the nationalist historian Ramon Salas Larrazabal, in his monumental 4-volume study of the Popular Army, Rojo enjoyed great prestige, was regarded as one of the most competent members of the Spanish army, and was liked and esteemed by all his comrades in arms. During the war, he adds, even though he may have lost the affection of many of his comrades, he retained the respect of all. 18. On November 10, the fourth day of the battle for Madrid, the ubiquitous and influential Mikhail Koltzov, who was better acquainted with the military situation than any other journalist in Spain, wrote in his diary, "Maya is very little involved in operational details, he even knows little about them. These are matters he leaves to his chief of staff and to the commanders of columns and sectors." Rojo wins the confidence of the men by his modesty, which conceals his great practical knowledge and an unusual capacity for work. This is the fourth day that he has remained bent over the map of Madrid. In an endless chain, commanders and commissars come to see him, and to all of them, in a low calm voice, patiently, as though in a railroad information office, sometimes repeating himself 20 times, he explains, teaches, indicates, annotates papers, and frequently draws sketches. 19. Nevertheless, it was General Maya, the president of the newly formed Junta de Defensa or Defense Council, who made the headlines. Of Vicente Rojo, his chief of staff, the press said nothing. On December 20, Koltzov noted in his diary, "For some reason not a line about Vicente Rojo has appeared in a single newspaper in Madrid or in any other newspaper in Spain." The reporters go into raptures in their descriptions and portrayals of commanders and commissars, of quartermasters and medical corpsmen. They publish enormous portraits of singers and dancers who work in hospitals, but of the man who, in fact, directs the entire defense of Madrid they write not a word. I imagine this is not due to enmity or antipathy, but simply to the fact that it hasn't occurred to them. Here at times the most obvious things do not occur to one. It is difficult not to notice Vicente Rojo. Without exaggeration, he is accessible 24 hours a day. As chief of the General Staff of the Defense of Madrid, he holds in his hands all the threads of the complex web of units, groups, batteries, isolated barricades, sapper crews, and Air Force squadrons. Without resting, without sleeping, he follows carefully every movement of the enemy in every single one of the myriad sectors into which the battle line is divided. 20. Not until January 16, 1937 did Koltzov note in his diary that the silence of the press had been broken. Now they mention him. He is cited in second place in the list of leaders and heroes in the defense of Madrid. I cannot help but rejoice at having contributed to this by speaking of Rojo in the press before anyone else. L. 291. Socialista says in an editorial article, We are grateful to Mikhail Koltsov for the discovery he has made, for having shown us a man who in the seclusion of his modest office devotes all his powers to saving Madrid. 21 With his journalistic vision, writes Alvarez del Valle, Koltsov discovered on General Maya's staff a modest but extraordinarily competent officer, Vicente Rojo. Koltsov called Rojo to the attention of the journalists of the Madrid press and his name began to be mentioned. Koltsov was alert to everything. 22. Because of the conspicuous role played by General Maya, the president of the Junta de Defensa, and the vital though less conspicuous part played by Vicente Rojo, his chief of staff, it is of special interest to record that in the convulsive months before the Civil War, when political loyalties were shifting rapidly, they had secretly joined the UME, the right-wing Union Milita Española. A documentary work published by General Franco's government states. In order to appreciate the lack of sincerity in the conduct of these two officers, who were caught at the time of the insurrectionary movement in territory dominated by the Red government, it is sufficient to bear in mind that both were enrolled in the Union Milita Española, UME, which had been formed with the patriotic aim of throwing up, at the opportune moment, a dike capable of protecting Spain from the communist tide. But once this moment had arrived and the nationalist rising in Madrid had failed, General Maya and Major Rojo had seen the fate that had befallen so many generals and lesser officers of the army, a large number having been assassinated precisely because they had belonged to the UME instead of siding with their comrades, hastened to offer their services to the Popular Front. But, as their consciences were not clear, and inasmuch as they believed that, by doing away with the file cards recording their membership in this organization, all trace of their previous conduct would disappear, General Maya went, on July 18, 1937 to the police department in charge of political records and demanded that both his card and that of Vicente Rojo be shown to him. Once in his possession, he put them away in his pocket. 23. A photostatic copy of a document signed by officials of the Republican Police Department, testifying to the incident, is published in Appendix 10 of the same work. The authenticity of the document was confirmed by the highly reliable Republican Army officer Colonel Jesus Perez Salas. 24 Maya's and Rojo's membership in the UME is attested by Largo Caballero, who saw the official list of members that was found during a search of the UME's headquarters in Madrid. 25. Although there is no evidence that either Maya or Rojo was involved in any way in the military conspiracy, their precautionary adherence to the UME before the war, in the midst of the internecine turmoil, and the rumors of an impending army coup would explain why, at the inception of the conflict, Rojo, who had been highly esteemed by the army chiefs 26 offered his services to the government only after being warned by a friend that if he failed to do so he might be shot. 27 And why Maya, then commander of the Madrid military district, entered Martinez. 292. Barrios' government of conciliation as war minister, in the belief that it would capitulate to the demands of the insurgent generals. 28 This indeed was also the assessment of the left, to judge from its violent reaction. Maya's precautionary step in joining the UME before the war would also explain why, after the collapse of Martinez Barrios' government, he refused to join the cabinet of José Giral as war minister because he believed, as he confessed, that the victory of the insurrection was inevitable. 29 It is noteworthy that when interviewed by me after the war, he stated that he refused to join the government because it had neither an army nor a police force with which to combat the rebellion. 30. This was only the beginning of Maya's checkered civil war career. Shortly after the collapse of Martinez Barrios' government, he was placed in charge of the Córdoba front, where, at the head of a large heterogeneous force of militiamen, former regular army soldiers, and civil and assault guards, he failed to capture the ancient Moorish capital, raising some doubts among the militiamen about his loyalty. Lot of many a professional officer during the war. Francisco Moreno Gómez, in his Historia de la Guerra Civil en Córdoba, 1936-1939, ascribes Maya's failure to his characteristic sluggishness in operations and his lack of audacity at decisive moments. 31. But, in addition, misfortune stalked him from the outset, when hundreds of guards and other members of his column deserted, taking refuge with their families, a total of 1,200 to 1,500 persons, 600 of whom were combatants, 32 in the ancient Santuario de la Virgen de la Cabeza, where they held out until May 1, 1937 in one of the most heroic exploits of the war. 33. In mid-August 1936, Mayaja was recalled from the Cordova front and made military commander of Valencia. 34 He then disappeared mysteriously and the War Ministry instructed a certain Judge of Lola of the Army Juridical Corps to investigate his case, but within a few days he reappeared and the case was dropped. 35 Finally, on October 22, as the enemy was speeding toward the capital, he was reappointed military commander of the Madrid District 36, which adds substance to the view that even before he was named President of the Defense Council on November 6 and ordered to defend the capital at all costs, he had been chosen as a scapegoat. 37 Yet, in spite of his unheroic past, a singular twist of fortune and a well-directed campaign of propaganda by the Communist Party that needed a front behind which it could maneuver freely, made Mayaja the most glorified figure in the defense of Madrid. As Gustav Regler, the former German communist and political commissar of the 12th International Brigade put it, Republican propaganda needed a hero to put on a pedestal. As a matter of policy, as well as from a sense of tact, we endorsed this glowing picture when talking to the foreign correspondents and even to the Spanish people. 38. Thanks to his great prestige as a result of his achievement, wrote Pedro Martinez Carton, a lesser member of the Politburo of the Communist Party, General Mayaja became the best-loved general in Spain. 39. Mayaja quickly became intoxicated by his newfound popularity. When I am in my car, he told Julian. 293. Zugazagoisha, women call out to me, Mayaja. Mayaja. And they scream to each other, there goes Mayaja. There goes Mayaja. I greet them and they greet me. They are happy and so am I. 40 And Colonel Segismundo Casado attests, I managed to apply a cold douche to lower the fever which he had caught from the people, the press, and above all, the clique which surrounded him and which brought him to a state of actual danger. More than once he told me that the popular enthusiasm had reached such a pitch that women even kissed him in the streets. 41. But after the war, when Mayaja had parted company with the Communist Party following his participation in the National Council of Defense, which revolted against the Communists and the Negrin government in March 1939, the party in exile did what it could to explode the myth it had diligently created. In order to distort the true situation regarding the defense of Madrid, wrote Antonio Mij, a member of the Politburo, there have been and there still are persons interested in attributing it to the traitor Mayaja. Those who have made and continue to make such propaganda know nothing of what happened, nor of the military fruits Mayaja is capable of giving. He never knew more than what he was told as to what was going on in Madrid. He never felt the terrible and difficult situation in its full intensity. The tragedy of those days in Madrid could not penetrate the skull of a dull-wit general, lacking any knowledge of the people. 42. No less acerbic is the post-war criticism by Enrique Lister, the communist commander of the 5th Regiment, who was in constant touch with the general. The way we used Mayaja during the first months of the war was 100% right. His rank of general, in the service of the Republic, impressed a large number of people. His total inability to lead the forces under his command was unknown to the public at large. He understood nothing of the character of our war, nor of the kind of army we needed, but his role in the defense of Madrid, where he was unaware of what was going on, was positive for this very reason. We needed a general and he was a general. Although he knew little about military affairs, all of us tried to create an aura of prestige around him that he damn well didn't deserve. But we were right in acting the way we did. We were simply doing our duty, since it was in the interest of our struggle. 43. And, according to Antonio Cordon, a faithful member of the party to the end, General José Asensio, who, as we have seen, had instructed Mayaja on November 6 to set up the Junta de Defensa, could not understand how Mayaja came to personify all the energy, the heroism and tenacity of the people, and all the intelligence of its political leaders. The people, Cordon added, raised to their own level a mediocre general and presented him to the rest of the world as the embodiment of its own virtues and heroic deeds. This is how the myth of Mayaja was created. 44. Nor has Mayaja's image fared much better over the years at the hands of Soviet communists who knew him personally. Ilya Ehrenberg, noted writer and Izvestia's correspondent during the Civil War, describes the general in his memoirs as a sick old man, overburdened by events and as a figurehead. 45 Rodion Mali. 294. Nevsky, later the famous Marshal Malinovsky and Soviet defense minister, known in Spain as Colonel Malino, affirms that Mayaja had nothing at all to do with Madrid's defense. 46. Still, during the war, when the communists needed a malleable and self-indulgent figure behind whom they could operate at will, they not only glorified the general in their press, but pampered him and pandered to his vanity. Among those who served the party assiduously in this task through blatant flattery and attention, to judge from the reminiscences of Enrique Castro, a witness and a member at that time of the party's Central Committee, was Maria Teresa Leonth, wife of the famous communist poet Rafael Alberti, who became the almost constant companion of the general, whom she dazzled and distracted, thus helping the others to do what had to be done without the old soldier getting in their way. 47. And Herbert L. Matthews, the New York Times correspondent in Madrid, says of Mayaja, the picture of the loyal, dogged, courageous defender of the Republic, a picture built up from the first days of the siege of Madrid, was a myth. He was weak, unintelligent, unprincipled. 48. For his part, Mayaja needed the communists as a protective shield. Other men had been bumped off at the beginning of the war for much less than membership in the UME, Caballero acidly observed some years later. 49. Prodded by Francisco Anton, the secretary of the Madrid Communist Party organization and inspector commissar of the Central Front, his principal activator and mentor, 50. Mayaja soon entered the communist fold. General Mayaja, wrote the well-informed Louis Fischer, an active supporter of the party during the war, carried a Communist Party card, though he probably knew as much about communism as Francisco Franco. Communist propaganda had inflated him into a myth. 51. Juan Simeon Vidart, moderate socialist and admirer of Mayaja's good nature and camaraderie, once asked him if it were true that he had become a communist. He attests, Mayaja began to laugh with his characteristic joviality. Unbuttoning his jacket, he took out a red card showing his communist affiliation. 52. Because Mayaja's allegiance to the Communist Party has recently been disputed, it is noteworthy that shortly after the war, Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, the communist chief of the Air Force, assured me that Mayaja was a member of the party. Furthermore, Vicente Rojo, Mayaja's chief of staff and later chief of the Central General Staff, who throughout the war remained on excellent terms with the party and never criticized it in any of his post-war writings, describes Mayaja in Alerta a los Pueblos as a communist. 53. While Largo Caballero, in his unpublished memoirs, states that he was informed by the Secret Service of the General Staff that Mayaja was an affiliate of the party with card number 28,695. 54. Actually, Mayaja's espousal of the communist cause was no secret at the time. Even the Comintern organ, International Press Correspondence, on February 6, 1937 stated in an article by its correspondent in Madrid, Hugh Slater, that he was a member of the party, while Jesus Hernandez, the Communist Minister of Education, declared publicly on May 28, 1937 that Mayaja was impregnated with communist policy. 55. 295. President Manuel Azana noted in his diary in May 1937, Mayaja has succumbed to the temptation of converting to communism. The idea is laughable. From where did Mayaja get his communism? 4 years ago when I was war minister he told me that he was a staunch Republican, but that he could not compromise with the socialists and they should be shot. It is most likely that he has embraced the communists as a precautionary measure to gain the support and protection of a political party. Nothing more disagreeable could have happened to Largo, who is at daggers drawn with the communists and who rages against them and their Russian mentors and inspirers. According to Largo, the result of Maya's communism is that all the important military posts in Madrid are given to communists and that the units they command get all they ask for, whereas supplies to other units are curtailed. 56. Just as important to the Communist Party as its influence over General Maya, the President of the Defense Council, which because of the exodus of many of the outstanding political figures was composed, according to Vicente Rojo, mainly of young men who had voluntarily decided to remain in the city ready to participate actively in its defense. 57 was the party's control of most of the council's key posts. Its composition and the affiliation of its members, as published in Mundo Obrero, the Communist Party organ 58, were as follows: the true political allegiance of its members, however, if different from the given affiliation, being indicated in brackets. General José Maya, Communist. President 59. Fernando Frade, Socialist Communist. Secretary 60. Antonio Midge, Communist. War. Santiago Carrillo, JSU Communist. Public Order 61, Police. Amor Nuno, CNT. War Industries. Pablo Yag, UGT Communist. Supplies 62. José Carreno, Left Republican. Communications and Transport. Enrique Jiménez, Republican Union. Finance. Francisco Caminero, Syndicalist. Civil Evacuation. Mariano Garcia, JJ.LL. Anarchist Youth Federation. Information and Liaison. On December 1, 1936, the junta was restructured and renamed the Junta Delegada de Defensa de Madrid, or Delegate Defense Council, in compliance with an order issued by Largo Caballero on 25 November 63, which was designed to enhance the authority of the government. The aim of the Delegate Defense Council, said its official bulletin, is to fulfill the orders issued by the government of the Republic, the genuine representative of the will of the Spanish people freely expressed in the elections held last February 64. Henceforth, the members of the junta were called delegates instead of councillors. After several modifica. 296. The makeup of the reorganized council, on January 15, 1937, until its dissolution on April 23, 1937, was as follows: 65. General José Maya, Communist. President. Máximo de Dios, Socialist. Secretary 66. José Cazorla, JSU Communist. Public Order 67, Police. Francisco Caminero, Syndicalist Party. Front Services. Enrique Jiménez, Republican Union. Evacuation. Isidoro Diegues, Communist. Militias. Manuel González Marin, CNT. Transport. Lorenzo Inigo, JJ.LL. Anarchist Youth Federation. War Industries. Luis Nieto, UGT Communist. Supplies 68. José Carreno, Left Republican. Propaganda and Press. In addition to occupying the majority of key posts, the Communists were also influential in the propaganda and press department, where the left Republican José Carreno was in charge. Here, they controlled the official radio station, Radio Madrid, whose director was the German communist Kurt Hager, alias Felix Albin. 69. General Maya played a twofold role, as president of the junta, which filled the political vacuum left by the departure of the government, and as head of the Madrid Military Command, which was in charge of the planning and execution of military operations. Despite the compelling evidence of his political allegiance, much of which was included in my book La Revolución Española, published in 1980, the Spanish historians Julio Arostegui and Jesus A. Martinez ignore this evidence in their work, La Junta de Defensa de Madrid, which appeared in 1984. They also pass over the important testimony of Largo Caballero in his unpublished memoirs giving Maya's Communist Party membership number. Although they studied the memoirs with critical attention. 70 This neglect of bothersome evidence enables them to make the startling claim that the alleged communist affiliation of Maya is simply ridiculous. 71. However, they do acknowledge that the communists became his first political counselors. 72 and that he rarely dissented from them. 73. The author's denial of the general's political allegiance is clearly designed to bolster their impassioned thesis that the PCE and its appendage, the JSU, were not the dominant force in the junta as I and others have claimed. Enrique Castro, for instance, who for a short time was himself a communist member of the junta, writes, "The Communist Party, like an invisible god, dominated everything, the city and the people, Maya, the Junta de Defensa, everyone." 74. It is true that the communists did not occupy the majority of seats, but they did hold the majority of key posts: presidency, war, later, militias, public order, and supplies. They 297 also occupied twice as many seats in the council as any other ideological group, which was in obvious violation of the instructions given to General Maya that the junta should comprise members of all parties in proportion to their representation in the government. 75 But equally important in assessing their true influence in the junta were the external factors that favored the party: the prestige of their 5th Regiment, the dramatic arrival of the international brigades, and the presence of Soviet advisors, planes, and tanks, a presence that elicited the unqualified gratitude of most of the organizations of the left. In this propitious atmosphere, it was not difficult for the communists to gain acceptance of certain measures that might otherwise have been the subject of acrimonious debate. Although La Junta de Defensa de Madrid is a valuable contribution to the historiography of the Civil War, since it makes available for the first time, in their entirety, the minutes of the Defense Council, discusses its crucial role in the defense of Madrid, the friction between General Maya and Largo Caballero and the volcanic eruptions between the communists and anarcho-syndicalists, and provides a wealth of data hitherto unknown, its petulant denial of Maya's political allegiance and its overzealous attempt to minimize the true weight of the communists in the junta even to the point of downplaying as exaggerated the communists' own accounts of their leading role. 76 vitiates its objectivity. Before citing a few examples of the dominant position held by the communists in the Defense Council, it is necessary to digress briefly to record that the well-known pro-communist historian, Manuel Tunin de Lara, described by an opposing leftist writer as a progressive Catholic historian, who since 1936 has always played the communists' game, 77 uses his preface in La Junta de Defensa de Madrid, whose theme, despite its importance, covers only a tiny area in a vast canvas to condemn my entire work, La Revolución Española, in which 40 years of research were invested. The rigorous study of a concrete event such as the junta, he writes, is an indirect contribution to the destruction of one of the myths of the historiography of the Civil War that comes from abroad, specifically, from the United States, the bolloten myth. A myth created by a work whose accumulation of sources and testimony is truly impressive, but which places its entire scholarship in the service of an a priori outlook that he tries to substantiate. Curiously enough, the author underwent this process of a priori ideologization after he had already begun his work. 78. It is true that when I first began to write about the Civil War and Revolution in 1936, as a British correspondent for the United Press, I was very much influenced by the wartime propaganda of the Communist Party, as indeed were many other journalists who supported the Republic, and that it took several years to cast off the slough of distortions and lies that encumbered my thinking. Evidently, Tunin de Lara would have had no complaint had I not challenged the many myths about the Civil War and Revolution created by the Spanish Communist Party and by its domestic and foreign friends. The following examples, based largely on data in La Junta de Defensa de Madrid, illustrate to what degree that communists, because of their dominant 298 positioned due in some measure to the passivity or acquiescence of other organizations, were able to get their way within the council on three fundamental issues. The first example is the exclusion from the junta of the anti-Stalinist POUM, which, as will be seen in a later chapter, was targeted for liquidation by the NKVD. Even Arostegui and Martinez point out that this exclusion was imposed by the Communist Party 79 and without the slightest gesture of disagreement by the other organizations. 80 Not even González Marin, the anarcho-syndicalist representative in the junta, who should have seen in this exclusion a possible danger to the CNT, defended the POUM. Arostegui and Martinez confirm that the Soviet ambassador, Marcel Rosenberg, was involved in this exclusion. 81 And they quote, without rebuttal, the following statement apparently made to the local POUM leader Enrique Rodriguez by Manuel Albar, a member of the Socialist Party executive: Ambassador Rosenberg vetoed your admission. It is of course unfair, but you should understand that the USSR is powerful and that between Soviet help and support of the POUM there is only one possible choice. 82. On November 29, La Badala, the POUM organ, declared that the opposition to the party's representation in the junta came not only from the PCE and the JSU but also from higher up from the Soviet embassy that, together with the Soviet consulate in Barcelona, is inspiring the campaign of insults and calumnies against us. It is intolerable from every point of view that on the basis of the help that is being given us an effort is being made to meddle in and even to direct Spanish politics. On January 29, the junta, on the proposal of the communist delegate, Isidoro Dieguez, approved without a dissenting voice the seizure of the POUM's newspaper El Combatiente Rojo and its radio station in Madrid, for having, in his words, devoted themselves solely and exclusively to combating the government and the Popular Front. 83. Thereupon, José Cazorla, the communist delegate of public order, announced that as the POUM was illegal he would seize all its buildings and its cars. 84 Again, there was not a dissenting voice, not even from the highly articulate and fiery González Marin, who was present at the session. 85 Although the exclusion of the POUM from the Defense Council was a prime example of the junta's deference to communist and Soviet demands, Arostegui and Martinez claim that this matter involved the Spanish Communist Party and probably Soviet and Comintern agents, but not the Defense Council. 86. The second example of communist ascendancy was the party's manipulation of the Junta de Defensa after the fall of Malaga in February 1937, when, as will be seen in a subsequent chapter, it unleashed a vigorous campaign for the purging of all commanding military posts, a campaign that, although directed against officers who were suspect or incompetent, was aimed essentially at those appointees of Largo Caballero who were opposed to its efforts to control the army. It was no coincidence that in a letter addressed to Largo Caballero on behalf of the junta on 13 February urging the enforcement of conscription and a single command, communist delegate, Dieguez, included a demand for the removal of 299 doubtful and suspect elements and of all those who through incompetence or passivity serve the enemy's plans. 87 That this demand was directed against Largo Caballero's undersecretary, General José Asensio, the party's bête noire, was evident 3 days later when the communist organ Mundo Obrero denounced him as the organizer of defeats who deserved the maximum penalty. 88. Although the campaign for the purging of the commanding military posts, as Enrique Castro, who was chief of the operations section in the junta's war council in November 1936, observed years later, was one more step toward the attainment of hegemony by the party. 89 No one in the junta appears to have perceived the danger, and the letter was approved for personal delivery to Caballero by a special commission composed of Dieguez, Maximo de Dios, and González Marin, and for publication in the press. 90 In this way, the junta served the machinations of the Communist Party against the premier who, under simultaneous and irresistible pressure from his opponents in the cabinet, was forced, as will be seen in a subsequent chapter, to remove Asensio. Clearly, the Communists' ability to manipulate the junta was an important element in their offensive against the left socialist leader. It is therefore untrue, as Arostegui and Martinez contend, that the great offensive against Largo Caballero was waged outside al margen de the Junta 91. The third and final example of the Communists' dominant role in the Junta de Defensa was the immediate action taken by Santiago Carrillo, the Counselor of Public Order, and later by his successor, José Cazorla, to monopolize police functions in Madrid. No sooner had the council been formed than Carrillo appointed 5 of his most trusted associates: Alfredo Cabello, Fernando Clautin, Federico Melchor, Luis Rodriguez Cuesta, and Segundo Serrano Poncelado, the top positions in his department 92, all of whom had just entered or would soon enter the Communist Party. 93 According to Arostegui and Martinez, the security services were completely professionalized, the independent political and trade union police squads disappeared, and the Communist Party succeeded in taking control of the new security forces, on which it imposed the predominance of its followers. 94 The centralization of police functions under the aegis of a single party would not have been so easily achieved had the Socialist and Republican councillors opposed it. But they did not oppose it, and their failure to do so clearly reflected the real power relations existing at the time within the junta and the dominant role of the Communist Party. This was a prime example of communist hegemony by default. It was not until April 1937, when the deep-rooted antagonism between Cazorla and González Marin finally surfaced in a fierce confrontation over the CNT's denunciations of communist killings and clandestine jails 95, that the Socialist and Republican representatives in the junta evinced the first faint signs of apprehension 96, and that, according to Arostegui and Martinez, an anti-communist front of socialists, anarchists, and republicans appeared to be forming. As a result, particularly, of the excesses of a certain anti-anarchist terror. 97 While it is impossible to say how far this nascent realignment of forces would have gone if Largo Caballero had not dissolved the 300 junta as a consequence of the formation of a new city council in Madrid on April 23, 98, there can be little doubt that the dominant influence of the communists within that body had enabled them to reorganize and centralize under their control the bulk of the security services in Madrid. In the military field, where the communists possessed the best apparatus, their party was assured not only of the political allegiance of General Mayaja, the commander of the Madrid military district, but of the active support of Major Vicente Rojo, his chief of staff. Although there is no evidence that Rojo ever joined the party, his constant and intimate association with the communist military leaders in Madrid and with General Vladimir Gorev, the Soviet advisor, officially the Soviet military attaché in organizing the defense of Madrid, enabled him to live down an ambiguous past and to establish himself in Russian favor. This is evidenced not only by Mikhail Koltsov's praise of him during the war itself 99, but by that of other Soviet participants many years after the war had ended. 100 It is also evidenced by the place reserved for him in the Spanish Communist Party's official history of the Civil War, published in Moscow in 1966. Vicente Rojo, it states, enjoyed great prestige in the army owing to his extensive knowledge of military science. A man of profound religious convictions, he dedicated himself with exemplary loyalty to the cause of the people and the Republic. Through his sang-froid and courage, through his capabilities as a strategist and organizer, he very soon won general respect. 101. Rojo first emerged as a public figure in the scenario of the Civil War in September 1936, when he brought terms of surrender to Colonel José Moscardo, the defender of the besieged Alcazar in Toledo, Spain's prestigious infantry academy, where, before the war, he had been highly regarded as a professor of military history and where, during the first days of the rebellion, approximately 1,800 men, women, and children had taken refuge. According to Cecil Eby's dramatic chronicle of the siege, based on extensive oral and printed evidence, 102 Rojo's position was ambiguous. After Moscardo had rejected the conditions of surrender, someone asked Rojo why he did not remain with the defenders. Rojo became pensive. "If I did, this very night my wife and children in Madrid would be killed," he said. Not until afterwards did anyone note that Rojo had avoided telling them whether he wanted to stay with them or not. Before being blindfolded again prior to being escorted from the fortress, Rojo dumped the contents of his tobacco pouch on the desk and said, "This is the best memento I can give you." As the bandage was tightened around his eyes, he suddenly cried out, "Viva España," as a soldier might do if he were facing a Republican firing squad. Though this was a monarchist cheer, it was ambiguous which Spain was Major Rojo alluding to. Again, on the matter of the mines that were being dug in order to destroy the fortress, Rojo muttered as he was leaving the building, "For the love of God, keep hunting for the entrance to the mines." 103. Whatever may have been the real political sympathies of Vicente Rojo, the truth lies buried with him in Spain, where he was allowed to return many years after the Civil War had ended and where he died in June 1966. 104 Even Carlos. 301. Contreras, who, as chief political commissar of the Communist Fifth Regiment, knew him well, acknowledged that the Communist Party was never absolutely sure of his true allegiance. 105 Kulzov, too, while zealous in his praise of Rojo's military talents, expressed certain doubts about his politics. It is said of Vicente Rojo, he wrote in his diary on December 20, 1936, that he is too reserved, that he says little about political matters, that he remains silent on burning issues, that perhaps he is keeping something to himself. I would like to think that this is not true. For the moment the defense of Madrid is to a very large extent his accomplishment. This carries more weight than the resounding and frequently empty utterances of revolutionary upstarts who come from the old aristocratic army. Rojo teaches the men, he creates cadres of officers from the people. New books will be written on the new military art of the Spanish people in their struggle for liberty. Vicente Rojo will write them. Books will also be written about him. 106. Whatever may have been Rojo's private political beliefs, there can be no doubt that his outstanding military ability, his total dedication to his work, and, above all, his readiness to cooperate with the Spanish Communists in securing positions of control in the army, especially as the war advanced, overrode all other considerations. From the rank of major, he was soon promoted to lieutenant colonel, then to colonel, and finally to general in October 1937. 107 In May 1937, he became chief of the Central General Staff. 108 In which post, according to the testimony of one professional colleague whose word is beyond question, he did what he could to promote communist predominance in the army. 109 He remained in this post until after the fall of Catalonia in February 1939 and the flight of the left-wing forces across the border into France. Convinced that the war was lost, he refused to accompany the communist-dominated Negrin government to the Central Zone. This was his only major disagreement with communist policies during more than 2 years of quiet but close collaboration. In assessing Rojo's political posture during the war, the evidence of Santiago Garces Arroyo, who was appointed by Negrin to head the Military Investigation Service in April 1938 and who at the time served the interests of the Communist Party, cannot be disregarded. 110 In an interview given to the Spanish historian Heleno Sana, in 1974, he said, "There is no doubt that Rojo played the game of the communists. He identified himself totally with them to the point that he wished to join the party. Negrin, whom he consulted, prevented him from doing so. He told him in the fall of 1938, 'You cannot become a communist at the very moment when we are negotiating with the English for assistance.' 111. A factor that may have caused some historians to overlook Rojo's pro-communist stance during the war 112 was his Catholic faith, which he openly avowed despite great danger to himself. 113 Moreover, José Martín Blasquez, a professional officer, who knew Rojo personally before the war, says that he had no liking for Aznar and that his political views were obviously far removed from the left. 114. His unusual case is explained in part by Enrique Castro, a former member, as we have seen, of the Communist Party's Central Committee and one-time Com. 302. Commander-in-Chief of the 5th Regiment, politically Rojo could never have been with the party. He accepted the party because he understood that it was not only a political force but also a military force. He accepted it because he knew that as long as he acted correctly the party would defend him against everyone and everything. But he was not a communist, nor could he ever have been. He believed blindly in God, and he was a man of such faith, with such a sense of dignity, that he did not conceal his faith in spite of the fact that being a militant Catholic placed him at that time in mortal danger. 115. While it is no doubt true that Rojo never joined the Communist Party, it is no less true that a man can often serve its interests better without an identifying label. When, early in the war, as commander-in-chief of the 5th Regiment, Castro ordered a militiaman to take care of Rojo, he added, "We need him. He can be very useful to the party." "But he is a Catholic," the militiaman objected. For that reason perhaps, was Castro's telling answer. 116. In a penetrating essay on Vicente Rojo, M. Teresa Suero Roca writes, "One question comes to mind: why did Rojo, who was so unlike the communists, succumb to them? Some say he was accommodative. This answer seems too facile. We have already referred to versions alleging that he was a virtual prisoner of the side on which he fought. If it is true that the communists proposed that he be made chief of staff in the defense of Madrid and, later, chief of the Central General Staff, what were their reasons? They were always interested in maintaining the appearance of a democratic government for the sake of domestic and particularly foreign opinion. Were they not also interested for the same reasons in having an officer who was apolitical, a practicing Catholic, and a conservative occupy the highest post in the army? All this helped them to present a democratic facade, while taking into their hands all the levers of power. It is possible that Rojo, or, more likely, his family was subjected to pressure and that this pressure forced him to submit. As we have seen, Rojo belonged to the UMA. Others had been shot for this very reason. Under the circumstances, he may have felt compelled to yield, thus giving the communists an opportunity to exploit his personal characteristics as well as his talents. 117. Rojo's immense contribution to the defense of Madrid was overshadowed not only by the publicity given to Mayaja, but also by the dramatic entrance upon the scene of the charismatic General Emilio Kleber at the head of the 11th International Brigade. Kleber's real name, according to an article in the Soviet newspaper Sovietskaya Bukovina, of February 10, 1965-118 was Manfred Zalmanovich Stern, his nom de guerre being derived from that of the famous general of the French Revolution, Jean-Baptiste Kleber. This, apparently, was the first time in almost 30 years of official Soviet silence that his full name was ever revealed by any Soviet source, although in 1939 the Soviet defector Walter Krivitsky correctly gave Kleber's last name as Stern. 119. It is now clear, as we shall see later, that he was not, as some historians have erroneously believed. 120. The General Gregory 303. M. Stern or Stern, who served as the chief Soviet military advisor in Spain from May 1937 under the assumed name of General Grigorovich. According to Carlos Contreras, 121 chief political commissar of the 5th Regiment, who knew Kleber well, the general arrived in Spain from Russia in September 1936, worked with the regiment for a while, then proceeded to Albacete, where he helped to organize the first of the international brigades, the 11th and 12th, and arrived in Madrid on November 8. There he was assigned to the most seriously threatened sectors of the front: University City and Casa de Campo. Within a few days his popularity surpassed Mayaja's. Gustav Regler, the German communist and political commissar of the 12th International Brigade, attests that Kleber was the real defender of Madrid and created the legend of the invincibility of the international brigades, that he risked his life 100 times and had the charm that was necessary for the Spanish character. 122. The Madrileno, who found his face attractive, writes Julian Zugazagoitia, the director of El Socialista of Madrid, learned his name without any phonetic difficulty. As he pronounced it, he endowed him, by auto-suggestion, with the maximum virtue and the maximum ability. His name effaced all others. 123. On arriving in Madrid a few days after Kleber, Ludwig Wren, the German communist writer and commander of the Thulman Battalion of the 12th International Brigade, found that the newspapers were full of the 11th Brigade and General Kleber, who, unknown a week before, was now the most popular man in Spain. He had driven back Franco's best troops, the Moors and foreign legionaries 124. The foreign press was also unstinting in its praise. He was the man of the hour then, recalls Herbert Matthews, and we all played him up sensationally as he deserved 125. Walter Krivitsky wrote, Kleber was presented to the world, in interviews and sketches, as the strong man of the hour, fated to play a momentous role in the history of Spain and the world. His physical appearance lent color to the legends. He was big in stature, his features were heavy and his shock of gray hair belied his 41 years. Kleber was introduced to the world as a soldier of fortune, a naturalized Canadian, a native of Austria, who, as an Austrian war prisoner in Russia, had joined the White Guards in their fight against the Bolsheviks, only to become converted finally to communism. I had known Kleber and his wife and children and brother for many years. His real name was Stern. He was a native of Bukovina. During the World War he served as an officer, was taken prisoner by the Tsar's troops, and sent to a camp at Krasnoyarsk, Siberia. After the Soviet Revolution he joined the Bolshevik Party and the Red Army. Then he attended the Frunze Military Academy, from which he was graduated in 1924. For a while we worked together in the intelligence department of the General Staff. In 1927 Kleber was assigned to the military section of the Comintern. He went to China for the Comintern on confidential missions. Kleber had never been to Canada and never associated with the White Guards. This bit of fiction was used to cover up the 304 fact of his being a staff officer of the Red Army. It made his role as leader of the International Brigade more plausible. In reality, despite the dramatic part assigned to him, he was without power in the Soviet machine. 126. According to Contreras, Kleber's rise to fame in the defense of Madrid immediately aroused Maya's and Caballero's jealousy. It was his popularity among the people that killed him, Contreras told me. 127. What he did not disclose, however, was that Spanish communist leaders, as the evidence will show, also resented Kleber's popularity and in all probability were equally responsible for his fall. And in this resentment, shared by all those Spaniards who saw their place in history dimmed by Kleber's sudden radiance, not only personal jealousy but national pride was a powerful ingredient. The national pride of the Spanish Republicans, writes Verl Johnston in his History of the International Brigades, soared with the successful defense of Madrid, and Maya and the General Staff did not appreciate the spotlight being focused with such intensity upon a foreigner. It seems to have been for this reason that the political commissariat of the International Brigades, either on the request or at least with the concurrence of the Spanish Communist Party, removed Kleber from Madrid very suddenly early in January 1937. 128. On the other hand, Contreras claimed that General Gorev, the Soviet military advisor to Maya and Rojo, proposed that Kleber be removed. 129. The two versions are by no means incompatible inasmuch as the decision may have been arrived at by Gorev, in deference to Spanish pride, in agreement with the Spanish Communist Party and the political commissariat of the International Brigades. It is noteworthy that the chief political commissar of the brigades, André Marty, the French communist deputy, known as the Butcher of Albacete, their headquarters 130 was, according to Louis Fisher, then quartermaster of the brigades, at daggers drawn with General Kleber. 131. It is now known that the offensive against Kleber was initiated, though not necessarily inspired, by Vicente Rojo, who, to judge from his own guarded testimony, seems to have enjoyed the quiet support of Gorev in the Kleber incident. 132. And who, until Koltsov brought him into public view in January 1937, had remained unnoticed by the Spanish press. This omission must have been extremely painful to a man who had contributed so much to the organization of Madrid's defense, and explains why he totally ignores Kleber in his book España Heroica, published in 1942, which nevertheless names the Spanish commanders on the various sectors of the Madrid front. 133 Rojo, of course, could not have forgotten Kleber. Indeed, in a letter to General Maella dated November 26, 1936, only 18 days after Kleber's arrival in Madrid, but published for the first time in 1967 in his book Así fue la defensa de Madrid, 31 years later he condemned the exaggerated publicity given to Kleber, his artificial popularity, and false gifts of leadership. His men, he contended, are fighting well, but nothing more, and this many others are doing who are not commanded by Kleber. In addition, he accused Kleber of making false reports on the military situation, of insubordination and political ambitions, and warned Maella against 305. An underhanded maneuver that may oust you from the functions that, as all your subordinates can see, you are performing with enthusiasm. 134. Whether Rojo acted on his own initiative or with the foreknowledge and even at the prompting of Spanish communist leaders may never be proved, but it is significant that Spanish communist memoirs and histories barely mention Kleber's important contribution to the defense of Madrid. In fact, neither Enrique Lister, the most publicized communist militia commander on the Madrid front, nor Dolores Ibarruri, La Pasionaria, the famed communist leader, so much as mention him in their memoirs, although they devote considerable space to the capital's defense. 135 Even the official Spanish Communist History of the Civil War, published in 1967, 31 years after the event, which is generous in its praise of Rojo, devotes only a few non-committal lines to Kleber. 136 All this evidence lends support to the suspicion that Spanish communist leaders had more to do with his removal than has hitherto been supposed. Hence, it is not easy to subscribe to the version by Franz Borkenau, written in 1937 and echoed many years later by several historians without due credit or substantiating evidence. 138 That Kleber's downfall was due to a coalition of Largo Caballero, Maella, and the anarchists, who suspected that he was planning a communist coup d'état with the backing of the international brigades. The idea that this comparatively small body of men might leave the front to stage a coup against the government at the very time when Stalin was counseling Largo Caballero in his letter of December 1936 to do everything possible to prevent the enemies of Spain from considering her as a communist republic simply does not jibe with the communists' more subtle designs in Spain for controlling the reins of government. Even Borkenau, who gives no sources, seems to question the validity of his own version. 139. After his removal from Madrid, Kleber went into temporary retirement in Valencia, was later offered a minor post by Largo Caballero on the rapidly disintegrating Malaga front which he refused. 140 Then appeared in the summer of 1937 on the Aragon front, without the previous publicity, at the head of the 45th Division, from which he was soon removed by Rojo, then chief of the Central General Staff. According to Carlos Contreras, Rojo found some reason to remove Kleber. He did not want to leave, was very upset and wept. 141. Shortly thereafter he was recalled to the Soviet Union. Although it was rumored that he was shot. 142 It was not until the publication of the above-mentioned article in Sovietskaya Bukovina, 28 years later, that his liquidation was confirmed by any source behind the Iron Curtain. His fate was tragic, said the article. During the period of the Stalin cult he was unjustly accused and convicted. He died in a labor camp and was posthumously rehabilitated. 306. 31. Soviet officers, journalists, and diplomats. Neither General Emilio Kleber's evanescent glory in the most difficult days of Madrid's defense nor Major Vicente Rojo's invaluable organizational work behind the lines should obscure the role of General Vladimir Gorev, the Soviet military advisor, who controlled the Russian artillery, tank, and air force units on the Central Front. According to Louis Fischer, who had easy access to the Soviet officers in Spain, Gorev was the real hero of Madrid. On November 5, 1936, he wrote after the war, "I went to the War Office to see General Gorev who had taken command of the military situation. He had organized the defense of Madrid. More than any one man he was the savior of Madrid too. This, 2. Was the view of Carlos Contreras. 3. On the other hand, Koltsov's diary, from which all reference to Gorev, whether open or disguised, was either excluded by the author or excised by Soviet censors, no doubt because at the time of its publication in 1938 the general had disappeared in Stalin's purges. 4. Gives generous recognition to Rojo. 5. By contrast, Ilya Ehrenberg, Izvestia's correspondent, in his memoirs published in 1963, 10 years after Stalin's death, makes only passing reference to Rojo but reserves a conspicuous place in history for Gorev. Vladimir Yefimovich Gorev, he writes, seldom looked in at the cellars of the War Ministry, he spent most of his time at the front. He was under 40 but had great military experience. Intelligent, reserved, and at the same time passionate. I could even call him poetical. He won everybody's esteem. To say that the people had faith in him would be an understatement, they believed in his lucky star. 6 months later the Spaniards had learned how to wage war, they had talented commanders Modesto, Lister, and others less well known. But in the autumn of 1936, with the possible exception of Chief of Staff Rojo, there were few men of vigor and military knowledge among the commanders of the Republican Army. In the November days Gorev played a tremendous role, helping the Spaniards halt the fascists in the suburbs of Madrid. 6. Even Rojo, who emphatically denies that Gorev or any other foreigner was in charge of the defense of Madrid, acknowledges that the general cooperated efficaciously, was in close contact with him a large part of the time, and was a very valuable auxiliary in the difficult hours of the battle for Madrid when Soviet materiel began to arrive quite heavily. 7. 307. Thus it seems clear from the evidence available that credit for the organization of Madrid's defense without detracting from Kleber's vital contribution in the field of battle belongs both to Rojo and Gorev, working together in close cooperation. Because many years of Soviet silence has frequently led to the confusion of Gorev with General E. N. Kabardin, the principal Soviet military advisor in Spain, 8, known during the war as General Grishin. 9. It is important to note that their separate identities have now been positively established as a result of a number of books published in the Soviet Union between 1965 and 1971 that show that Gorev was both military attaché at the Soviet embassy in Madrid and advisor to General Mayaja, and hence to Vicente Rojo, whereas Burdin was the overall senior Soviet military advisor. 10. According to Sovietologist David Dalin, Burdin was the first chief and head for 15 years of the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the Soviet General Staff, i.e., the GRU, Globnvoye Razvedavatelnvoye Upravleniye. 11. The fact that he occupied this cardinal position and was appointed to head the Soviet military mission in Spain gives a measure of the importance that Stalin attached to the Spanish conflict at that time. Known by his friends as Starik, the Old Man. 12. Burdin was, according to Whittaker Chambers, who worked for Soviet intelligence, his international chief and was known by that nickname in the Soviet spy ring operating in the United States. 13. In the defense of Madrid, Gorev was assisted by a group of high-ranking Soviet officers, G.I. Kulik, his immediate superior, known in Spain as General Kuper or Kupper, and advisor to General Pozas, commander of the Central Front. 14. D.G. Pavlov, who, under the pseudonym of General Pablo, commanded the Soviet Tank Corps. 15. And Voronov, known as Voltaire, who was in charge of Soviet artillery. 16. And Yakov Smushkevich, known as General Douglas or Douglas. 17. Commander of the Soviet Air Force units and advisor to Major, later General, Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, who was named Chief of the Air Force by Navy and Air Minister Indalecio Prieto on September 7, 1936. A moderate socialist and personal friend of Prieto's, Cisneros was the son of an aristocratic family from the province of Álava. Together with his wife Constancia de la Mora, a granddaughter of the famous conservative Prime Minister, Antonio Mora, he joined the Communist Party, as did many other socialists, quite early in the war because of its discipline and efficiency and the help received from the USSR. 18. Referring to the important Battle of the Jarama in February 1937, the communist commander Enrique Lister says of Pavlov, From the 6th to the 13th he was the real organizer of Republican resistance. General Pablo was a man of great energy, was intelligent, courageous, and quick in his decisions. He enjoyed great prestige among those of us who knew him. A valuable collaborator of the general was Captain Antonio, his interpreter, adjutant, secretary, and I don't know what else besides, whom I had known at the Lenin School, where he was called Pintos, and who in his own country after the war, under the real name of Kravchenkov, won the high award of Hero of the Soviet Union 19. And of Yakov. 308. Smushkevich, Major General of Aviation G. Prokofiev writes, he was the soul of the organization of the massive actions of the Republican aviation. 20. Burdin, Gorev, Pavlov, Smushkevich, and E.S. Tukin, who succeeded Smushkevich in May 1937-21, as well as Gregory M. Stern or Stern, known in Spain as General Grigorovich 22, who succeeded Burdin on the same date, perished in Stalin's purges between 1937 and 1941. During this time, declared Nikita Khrushchev, secretary of the Soviet Communist Party, in his famous denunciatory speech against Stalin in February 1956, the cadre of leaders who had gained military experience in Spain and in the Far East was almost completely liquidated. 23. According to Ilya Ehrenberg, who managed to survive the purges, many of the Soviet commanders in Spain fell victim to the abuses of power in later years. 24. Louis Fischer attributes their execution to the long history of angry rivalry between the NKVD and the Red Army, which resented being spied upon by unknown members of their units who collected information or misinformation and purveyed it to headquarters for misuse. This situation long antedated the Spanish Civil War but was exacerbated by it. Soviet army officers in Spain told me they were being pushed around and spied upon by the NKVD. They carried their complaints to Stalin and they were executed. 25. The fate of Soviet journalists in Spain was no better. Of the three outstanding journalists who covered the Spanish Civil War, Ehrenberg of Izvestia, Morova of the TASS news agency, and Koltsov of Pravda, all of whom were Jews, only Ehrenberg survived. Morova was arrested upon her return to Moscow in 193,726 and was not heard from again. As for Koltsov, both a brilliant journalist and a literary figure and Stalin's personal representative in Spain, who discussed the Spanish situation with the Soviet dictator once or twice daily on the telephone from Madrid. 27. He was, according to the authoritative who was who in the USSR, arrested in 1938, died in imprisonment on April 4, 1942, and was posthumously rehabilitated. 28. It is of special interest that although a biography of Koltsov is included in the Bolshaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, Volume 33, published in 1938, his name was left out of the second edition, Volume 22, prepared before Stalin's death in 1953. His collected works appeared between 1933 and 1936, when he was still in high favor, but were not republished until 1957, 4 years after the dictator's death. In a biography of Koltsov in Sovetskiye Pisateli, Soviet Writers, Volume 1, published in Moscow in 1959 during the Khrushchev de-Stalinization era, his brother, B. Efimov, says that he perished by the foul hand of the concealed enemies of the people. 29. Ruske Sovetskiye Pisateli Prozaki, Soviet Russian prose writers, published in Leningrad between 1959 and 1966, is more explicit. Koltsov's literary and social activity, it states, was suddenly brought to an end in December 1938, when he became a victim of the tyranny that reigned in the years of Stalin's personal cult. 30. However, the third edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, Volume 12, published in 1973, while reinstating Koltsov, makes no reference to his death, reflecting the softer attitude toward Stalin during the post-Khrushchev era. Koltsov was not arrested immediately upon his return to the Soviet Union in 1938, for he visited Louis Fischer in May. He was still all right, Fischer wrote. 309. In 1941 that is why he dared to come. He was purged the same year 1938. His articles and books are no longer published and most of his friends think he has been shot. Next to Radek, he was probably the most influential Soviet journalist. Kulzov, incidentally, is the Kharkov of Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Kulzov was very emotional about Spain. But when talking to strangers he wrapped himself in a smoke screen, which consisted of equal parts of brittle Pravda editorial prose and literary spoofing. That made him seem pompous and cynical. 31 Claude Coburn, the British writer, alias Frank Pitcairn, who was a reporter of the London Daily Worker, the organ of the British Communist Party, during the Spanish Civil War, drew the following portrait of Kulzov in his autobiography, written after he had left the party. I spent a great deal of my time in the company of Mikhail Kulzov, who then was editor of Pravda and, more importantly still, was at that period the confidant and mouthpiece and direct agent of Stalin himself. He was a stocky little Jew, with a huge head and one of the most expressive faces of any man I ever met. What his face principally expressed was a kind of enthusiastically gleeful amusement and a lively hope that you and everyone else would, however depressing the circumstances, do your best to make things more amusing still. He had a savagely satirical tongue. He had once been the editor of Crocodile, the Moscow satirical weekly 32, and an attitude of entire ruthlessness toward people he thought either incompetent or even just pompous. People who did not know him well, particularly non-Russians, thought his conversation, his sharply pointed Jewish jokes, his derisive comments on all kinds of sacred cows unbearably cynical. To myself it never seemed that anyone who had such a powerful enthusiasm for life could possibly be described properly as cynical. Realistic is perhaps the word, but that is not quite correct either, because it implies, or might imply, a dry practicality which was quite lacking from his nature. As the Spanish War ground its way to its gruesome conclusion and all over Europe people who had supported the Republic became truly cynical, 33, despairing, without faith or enthusiasm for anything, I found myself looking forward more and more eagerly to conversations with Kulzov. He was a man who could see the defeat for what it really was, could assume that half the big slogans were empty and a lot of the big heroes stuffed or charlatans, and yet not let that bother him at all or sap his energy and enthusiasm. Kulzov had appointed me London correspondent of Pravda. This position I held only for a short time because very soon after that came the news of his disappearance. As his personal appointee, I had to be quietly dropped. I do not know to this day what Kulzov had done or was supposed to have done in Moscow. His fall and, one presumes, execution came at the height of his power there, and a lot of people when they heard of it could not believe it. They spread stories that he had been sent to China as a top-secret agent under another name. A lot of his friends went on believing that for years, as a kind of wishful thinking to soften their grief. Others were thrown into total disarray by the news, became despairing and totally cynical. 34. 310. Of the top-ranking Soviet officers who served in Spain between 1936 and 1937 in the highest advisory capacities, only Bolloten and Gorev, both of whom were recalled to the Soviet Union in 1937, perished during the war itself. Others perished later. According to Who Was Who in the USSR, Bolloten was arrested by the NKVD in late 1937 and died that year in imprisonment. 35. However, both the Sovetskaya Voennaya Encyclopedia, Soviet Military Encyclopedia, 36, and the Bolshaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia 37 give the date of his death as July 29, 1938. Although his liquidation was not confirmed by Soviet sources until many years later by Ilya Ehrenberg in 1963-38, by Komsomolskaya Pravda of 13 November 1964-39, and by the Soviet published work Bortsi Latei IV Ispanii, 1936-1939 in 197040, Walter Krivitsky had announced his disappearance as far back as 1939.41 in the light of what is now known of the unchecked power of the NKVD and of Krivitsky's extraordinary knowledge of the Soviet secret police. His disclosures, which, it will be recalled, were denounced at the time as lies because of the communist campaign against him as an impostor, have unassailable credibility today. Indeed, they offer the most likely explanation thus far for Ian Burden's liquidation and for that of Arthur Stashevsky, Juan Negrin's advisor on financial matters, who, it seems, shared Burden's opposition to the NKVD's activities in Spain. Krivitsky wrote, General Burden had served for 15 years as chief of the military intelligence of the Red Army. A native of Latvia, he led, at the age of 16, a guerrilla band in the revolutionary struggle against the Tsar. Burden joined the Red Army under Trotsky and rose to a powerful position in the high command. Large-framed, already gray-haired, given to few words, crafty, Burden was selected by Stalin to organize and direct the Loyalist army in Spain. Stalin's chief political commissar in Spain was Arthur Stashevsky. He was of Polish extraction. Short and stocky, he looked like a businessman, and nominally he was the Soviet trade envoy in Barcelona. But Stashevsky, too, had served in the Red Army. He resigned from the military service to take up the task of reorganizing the Russian fur industry. His success was brilliant. Stalin now assigned to him the job of manipulating the political and financial reins of Loyalist Spain. In March 1937, I read a confidential report from General Burden to the Commissar of War, Voroshilov. It was also read by Yezhov, chief of the NKVD. He stated that our OGPU NKVD 42 agents were compromising the Soviet authority in Spain by their unwarranted interference and espionage in government quarters. He concluded with a demand that Alexander Orlov, chief NKVD operative in Spain, be recalled from Spain at once. Burden is absolutely right, was Slutsky's comment to me, after I had read the report. Slutsky, chief of the Foreign Division of the OGPU, went on to say that our men were behaving in Spain as if they were in a colony, treating even Spanish leaders as colonists handle natives. When I asked him if anything would be done about Orlov, Slutsky said it was up to Yezhov. 311. Yezhov, Grand Marshal of the Great Purge then underway, himself looked upon Spain as a Russian province. Moreover, Burden's associates in the Red Army were already being seized all over the Soviet Union, and Burden's own life was no safer than any. With so many of his comrades in the nets of the OGPU, any report from him would be viewed with suspicion at the Kremlin. In April, Stashevsky arrived in Moscow to report to Stalin personally on the Spanish situation. Though a rock-ribbed Stalinist, a rigidly orthodox party man, Stashevsky also felt that the conduct of the OGPU in the Loyalist areas was an error. Like General Burden, he opposed the high-handed colonial methods used by Russians on Spanish soil. Stashevsky had no use for dissenters or Trotskyists in Russia, and approved the OGPU method of dealing with them, but he thought that the OGPU should respect the regular Spanish political parties. Cautiously he intimated that Stalin might perhaps change the Spanish policy of the OGPU. The big boss pretended to agree with him, and Stashevsky left the Kremlin quite elated. 43. A few months later both Stashevsky and Burden were recalled to Moscow and disappeared in Stalin's purges. Krivitsky gives the date of their recall as July 1937 and states that Stashevsky's wife, who was in Paris at the time, informed him that her husband and General Burden had come through, but had stopped only between trains, proceeding to Moscow in great haste. The execution of the leading commanders of the Red Army, Krivitsky adds, portended ill for Burden. Like Stashevsky, he had been intimately associated with the purged commissars and generals since the beginning of the Soviet Revolution, nearly 20 years before. Against that fact his achievements in Spain and his strict and obedient loyalty would count for nothing. 44. Although Krivitsky appears to link Burden's and Stashevsky's fate, at least partially, to their criticism of the NKVD's methods in Spain, it is perhaps significant that Orlov, who had undoubtedly read Krivitsky's charges against him after his defection to the United States in 1938, avoids any reference to the accusations in his book The Secret History of Stalin's Crimes, although it will be remembered that he made a special point of denigrating Krivitsky in his reply to the questionnaire presented to him by Stanley Payne in 1968.45. As for General Gorev, Ehrenberg discovered his fate when he arrived in Moscow in December 1937-46, while Nikolai Kuznetsov, the Soviet naval attaché and advisor to the Spanish Republican fleet in 193,637, known as Kolya 47, states in his book published in Moscow in 1966 that Gorev was suppressed, but gives no date. 48 It is interesting to note, writes Orlov, that General Gorev was arrested only 2 days after Kalinin. The President of the Soviet Union and member of the Politburo, had presented him with the Order of Lenin in a special ceremony in the Kremlin for his outstanding services in the Spanish Civil War. This episode showed that even the members of the Politburo did not know who was on the death list, and that the matters of executions were being decided by two men only, by Stalin and Yezhov, chief of the NKVD. In addition to confirming the arrest and execution without trial of Gorev and Burdin. 312. Orlov gives the names of brigade commanders Kolev and Valua who, he says, helped the Spanish government create the Republican Army and were among the many Soviet commanders in Spain who were recalled to Moscow in 1937 and executed. 49. With the exception of Burdin and Gorev, who were purged in 1937, and with the further exception of Voronov, who occupied high positions in the Ministry of Defense, including that of President of the Academy of Artillery Science, 50 of Kulik, who survived until 1950-51, and Kuznetsov, who became Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Forces of the USSR and First Deputy Minister of the Navy, 52. Most of the other top-ranking officers who served in Spain between 1936 and 1937 were liquidated in 1941, the year of Germany's invasion of Russia and 2 years after the Spanish Civil War. According to Who Was Who in the USSR, Stern and Smushkevich died in imprisonment in October, while Tukin was executed in June. 53 The same source states that all three were posthumously rehabilitated. In a book published in Moscow in 1972, Alexander Yakovlev, the famous Soviet airplane designer, makes the following observations about Soviet aircraft during the Civil War that throw some light on Smushkevich's liquidation. Despite their high maneuverability, our fighters proved to be inferior to the German machines in regard to speed and especially in regard to the caliber and range of their weapons. Our SB bombers could not fly without fighter escort, but our fighters, being weaker than the German, could not provide effective cover. However great the heroism of the Republican flyers, what counted in the long run was the quality of combat materiel. What happened came as an unpleasant, one might even say an inexplicable surprise, especially coming as it did after the dazzling string of records in aviation. Yet there it was, we were definitely lagging behind Hitler Germany, our potential adversary. Stalin took our reverses in Spain very much to heart. And he vented his displeasure and wrath on those who were only quite recently looked upon as heroes and were enjoying the honors they fully deserved. The first victims were Smushkevich and Rykogov, both twice heroes of the Soviet Union, and undeservedly as it turned out subsequently 54. Although it is true that Smushkevich was eventually shot by Stalin, it is by no means certain that events in Spain were even partially responsible, for upon his recall to Moscow in 1937 he was named Deputy Chief of the Air Force and in 1940 was promoted to the position of Inspector General. It was not until October 28, 1941, at the time of the serious reverses on the Russian front during World War I, that he was executed. 55. Also in 1941, General Pavlov, the commander of the Soviet tank forces in Spain, was purged, joining the ranks of those who, to use the words of Ehrenberg, were destroyed for no reason at all by their own people. 56. As for the lesser officers who served in Spain in different advisory and technical capacities, how many perished in Stalin's purges is unknown, but some attained high rank and even eminence in the Soviet Union years later. For example, P. Batov, I. Eremenko, M. Iakushin, S. Krivoshin, A. Novak, G. 313. Prokofiev, and A. Rodimtsev became general officers of various grades, 57, while R. Malinovsky and K. A. Mereskov attained the rank of marshal, Malinovsky becoming Soviet Defense Minister and Mereskov Red Army Chief of Staff. 58. Merezkov arrived in Madrid in October 1936 and returned to Moscow in June 1937. He served as advisor to Enrique Lister in the 1st Mixed Brigade for a brief period, then as advisor to General Martinez Cabrera, the chief of the War Ministry General Staff, at which time he was known as Petrovich, and finally as advisor, for a short time, to General José Mayaja. 59. Another of the lower-ranking officers who survived the purges was the guerrilla war specialist Mamsurov Jutji Umar, known in Spain as Haji or Casanti, who later became a general. At Gaylord's, a Madrid hotel, Hemingway met our army men, recalls Ilya Ehrenberg. He liked Haji, a man of reckless courage, who used to penetrate behind the enemy lines. He was a native of the Caucasus and could easily pass himself off as a Spaniard. Much of what Hemingway says about the activity of guerrillas in his book For Whom the Bell Tolls he heard from Haji. 60, what a good thing that at least Haji survived. I met him once later and was overjoyed. 61. Not all the lesser officers were as fortunate. The former German communist Gustav Regler, well-known author and political commissar of the 12th International Brigade, who had fought in the German army during World War I, tells of a party he attended in February 1937 at the invitation of Koltsov, where officers of the Russian delegation were assembled. 62. Gorkin, an engineer, was the first to greet me. He had set up searchlight installations for us. The only defense we possessed against night-air attacks. AA guns had still to be bought abroad. Now he had been recalled to Russia, and this was his farewell party. He was beaming with satisfaction. His work had been approved of, and in Moscow he would get his reward. The next day Koltsov visited Arganda. He found me on the balcony of the staff building. Pointing to the searchlight beside me, he asked, "What's that?" "A legacy from Gorkin," I replied. He laughed cuttingly and said, "A legacy? That's the literal truth. Has something happened to him on his journey?" I asked. "No," said Koltsov. "But something will happen to him when he arrives. He'll be arrested when he reaches Odessa." For some moments I was dumbfounded. Then I asked, "How do you know? Is it something political?" "Yes," said Koltsov, and it was as though another world was speaking as he went on, "Why are you so surprised? Because of the farewell party? We knew all about it. In fact, that's why we gave him a party. The French give a man rum before they lead him out to the guillotine. In these days we give him champagne." "I'm going into the line," I said. "I don't feel well." "It's not easy for a European to get used to Asiatic customs," said Koltsov. 314. "I prefer American customs," I said. "I'm going to join Hemingway, who had just arrived in Spain and was visiting the front. One can breathe more freely in his neighborhood, if you'll forgive me for saying so." "I'll come with you," said Koltsov. "Perhaps I need a breath of Western democracy too. I assume that it was this humanity which caused his death in a Stalin jail." 63. It is worth adding here the following incident recounted by Regler to Ernest Hemingway that resulted in the two becoming friends. Two volunteers had lost their heads in an engagement near the Escorial, seeing enemies everywhere in the mist, and had shouted to the others to run. I had them arrested and brought to headquarters. I decided to send them to a sanatorium, and I reported this to Marty, political commissar of the International Brigades. He replied promptly that he knew of a suitable place, near Alcalá de Henares. They were taken there, and 2 days ago I had heard that they had been shot in the castle by a Russian execution squad. "Swine," said Hemingway, and spat on the ground. The gesture made me his friend, and thereafter I lost no opportunity of proving the fact. I told him the inside stories of operations and crises which I had witnessed earlier. I let him know our losses and gave him advance information whenever I could, feeling certain that he really understood what it was all about. I gave him secret material relating to the party which he respected, because it was fighting more actively than any other body, although he despised its Martys. He used my material later in For Whom the Bell Tolls, and countless readers learned from the brutal interpolations in a work of romantic fiction about things that they would not listen to in real life. He depicted the spy disease, that Russian syphilis, in all its shameful, murderously stupid workings, writing with hatred of the huntsman for the poacher. 64. In spite of the liquidation of an undetermined number of Soviet officers of various ranks after their return from Spain, the Soviet General Staff derived what knowledge it could from the Spanish conflict, as did its German counterpart. Indeed, a book published by the Red Army High Command in 1939 on the Spanish experience referred to several crucial matters vital from a practical standpoint in preparing the Red Army for Action 65. But it should not be overlooked that while the Civil War allowed the USSR to test new weapons and techniques in the field of battle, it also served as a testing ground for new weapons and techniques in the field of politics. As Julian Gorkin, a left-wing opponent of Soviet policy in Spain, wrote, "It has been repeatedly said that the Spanish Civil War was a general rehearsal for the Second World War. What is not clearly understood is that it was also the first testing ground for popular democracy, perfected forms of which we have been obliged to witness in a dozen countries during the post-war period. The men and methods used to convert these countries into Kremlin satellites were tested in Spain. For this reason, among many, the Spanish experience had and continues to have historical and universal significance." 66. 315. As the official Soviet Kommunisticheski International, Kratky Istorический Okerk, Outline History of the Communist International, puts it, the course of events in Spain revealed a fact of paramount importance, namely, that the Popular Front, the new democracy, was a connecting link between the defensive anti-fascist struggle and the ultimate aimed struggle for socialism, i.e., communist ascendancy. The significance of the Spanish experience for an understanding of the means of approach to the socialist stage of the revolution was fully grasped and appreciated by the Comintern. 67. Although the Comintern delegates and NKVD agents who executed Soviet policies in Spain arrived without the approval of Largo Caballero, the same cannot be said of the principal Soviet military advisors. In fact, the letter sent by Stalin, Molotov, and Voroshilov in December 1936 to Largo Caballero, from which a passage has already been quoted in this volume, stresses that the advisors were sent to Spain as a result of his repeated requests transmitted through Marcel Rosenberg, the Soviet ambassador. Furthermore, in his reply of January 12, 1937, Largo Caballero refers to the comrades requested by us, acknowledging that they were rendering a great service and were discharging their duties with real enthusiasm and extraordinary courage. 68. Still, in spite of this seemingly friendly exchange of correspondence and Stalin's assurance to Largo Caballero that the advisors had been categorically ordered not to lose sight of the fact that a Soviet comrade, being a foreigner in Spain, can only be really useful if he adheres strictly to the functions of an advisor and an advisor only. 69. The power that the Soviet officers necessarily wielded eventually exasperated the war minister and explains his later censure of irresponsible foreign interference. Some idea of the friction that soon arose between Largo Caballero and Mayaja as a result of the latter's virtual dependence on the Russians may be gained from a telegram sent by the war minister to the general on November 17, 1936, reminding him that the only orders he should obey were those issued by the government, and from Mayaja's reply, in which, after taking cognizance of the fact that Largo Caballero had found it necessary to remind him of the most elementary principle of discipline and subordination, which, in his long military career he had never forgotten, he asked to be relieved by someone worthy of Largo Caballero's confidence. 70. Because of the prestige he had acquired, Mayaja no doubt anticipated that the war minister would not act upon his request. And he was right. That the Soviet advisors operated to all intents and purposes independently of the War and Air Ministries has been confirmed by the Spanish Chief of the Air Force, Hidalgo de Cisneros, a Communist Party member. 71. By Luis Araquistan, Largo Caballero's close political associate, and by the War Minister himself. Furthermore, Colonel Segismundo Casado, Chief of Operations on the War Ministry General Staff, affirms, I can state clearly that during the whole war neither the Air Force nor the Tank Corps was controlled by the Minister of National Defense, nor in consequence by the Central General Staff. The Minister and his staff were not even aware of the quantity and types of their machines and only knew the situation of those which were used in actual operations. In the same way the Minister and his 316 staff were not aware of the situation, and even of the existence of a great number of unknown airfields maintained in secret by the friendly advisors and certain of the aviation chiefs who were entirely in their confidence. 72. Perhaps even more galling to Largo Caballero than the autonomy of the Soviet advisory staff was the growth of communist influence in the armed forces, particularly in the Central Zone. Here the presence of Soviet officers, the marked favoritism shown to the Communists in the distribution of arms and supplies from Russia. 73. The intrepid role of the international brigades, their superior efficiency, as well as that of the Spanish Communist units. 74. All helped to swell the influence of the party and to attract into its orbit an imposing number of regular army officers. Although some Spanish opponents of the Communists have underrated the importance of the efficiency of the international brigades as a model for Spanish units. 75. It has nonetheless received ample recognition. Claridad, for example, stated on November 11, 1936, our proletarian and peasant masses, weighed down by centuries of oppression and ignorance, work of social castes that have demonstrated their absolute incapacity for organization, must make superhuman efforts to equal these comrades from other nations. Intelligence is sharpened in school. The militiamen of the international column have had opportunities of cultivating their intelligence during their childhood and youth. Our masses, on the other hand, have had no such opportunities. But when we triumph, we shall have them, and our children shall have even more. For this we are fighting, for this we are dying. 76. An indication and a very important one of the effectiveness of the Communist Party's war work, wrote the correspondent in Spain of the London Daily Worker, is offered by the fact that today the majority of the loyal generals, not to mention the younger loyal officers, have applied for and received membership in the Communist Party. 77. And the socialist historian Antonio Ramos Oliveira, a supporter of Juan Negrin, wrote, army officers and officials who had never turned the pages of a Marxist leaflet, became communists, some through calculation, others through moral weakness, others inspired by the enthusiasm which animated this organization. 78. Among the high-ranking officers who joined the party, General José Maella, the president of the Defense Council, figured prominently, as did the liberal and aging General Sebastián Pozas, the commander of the Army of the Center, whose Soviet advisor was General Kulik, later Marshal Kulik, known in Spain as Cooper. To Jesus Hernandez, former Politburo member, Kulik was coarse but congenial, impressively strong and tall, who reminded one of a polar bear. 79. To Enrique Castro he was large and crude. His shaven head and enormous brutal face were impressive. But even more so were his shouts and hands, which moved as though they were the sails of a La Mancha windmill. His staff stood in dread of him. 80. By contrast, the aging Pozas was phlegmatic, nay, effete. No match for the overpowering Kulik, he was quite content to let the Russian general run the show and never bothered to adjust his peacetime schedule to meet the exigencies. 317. Of a relentless war. It wasn't until late in the morning that he would be roused from his sleep, recalls General Kulik's aide, Rodion Malinovsky, a future marshal of the Soviet Union and defense minister whose ashes are now immured in the Kremlin walls. 81. His toilet and breakfast occupied several hours. Later on he would receive his chief of staff, a colonel, who was as old as he. They would exchange pleasantries, after which the audience would end. Out of respect for the truth it must be said that in his convictions he was absolutely loyal to the Republicans, a matter of far-reaching importance. But the traditions of the old military routine weighed heavily upon him. 82. After the February 1936 elections, Poses had been appointed Inspector General of the Civil Guard and had incurred the hostility of the right-wing army chiefs because of his efforts to ensure the loyalty of this corps to the Republic. 83 At the outbreak of the Civil War he became Minister of the Interior in the Giral cabinet and urged the arming of the people. 84 After assuming command of the Army of the Center in October 1936, he discreetly joined the Communist Party. 85 And, in May 1937, when in command of the Eastern Army, he also joined the PSUC, the communist-controlled United Socialist Party of Catalonia. 86 But despite his membership he was simply a name with propaganda value without a shred of influence in the inner circles of the party. Whereas a large number of officers joined the party, influenced by all the factors enumerated previously as well as by the knowledge that membership would enable them to secure for their units supplies of Russian war material. 87 Others were swayed by its moderate propaganda. Colonel Jesus Perez Salas, a professional officer with genuine Republican sympathies, writes, "It cannot be denied that the Communists were masters in the art of propaganda, as a result of which they managed to deceive everybody. This propaganda consisted principally in affirming that their only aim was to defeat Franco and put into effect once again the laws of the Republic. All their leaders, especially La Pasionaria, made loud protestations of loyalty to the regime and to the Constitution, which they claimed they were endeavoring to re-establish. To achieve this end it was necessary, they said, to organize an efficient and disciplined army that would replace the undisciplined militia of the CNT. So well did they carry out that slogan that they managed to deceive everybody. Some professional military men fell into the snare, and not a few, out of enthusiasm for communist propaganda, thoughtlessly joined the party. As for myself, who had no other desire than that of winning the war, I believed that the communists' seemingly fine aims were necessarily a step in that direction. Unfortunately, this was not so. By their propaganda, they aimed only at gaining supremacy in the army in order to use it for their own personal advantage, subordinating to the latter the war against Franco. This was the reason that impelled me to oppose them. 88. Some officers, particularly those without political affiliation before the war, were drawn to the party for strictly personal motives. 318. There were, writes Bruno Alonso, a moderate socialist and chief political commissar of the Republican fleet, very few professional military leaders, without party affiliation before July 18, but loyal to the Republic, who did not bow to the predominant political influence, some from inclination, others out of weakness of will, and many out of fear lest their lack of political antecedents should result in some arbitrary and irreparable act against them. 89. Let me remind you, the communist Antonio Cordon warned a fellow officer in the War Ministry, that we are living in strange times, when people are killed for nothing at all. I seriously advise you to join the Communist Party. It needs you, and you need it. 90. While most foreign journalists and writers who covered the Republican side were ignorant of the Communists' hegemonic aims within the popular army or preferred not to speak of them for fear of providing fuel for enemy propaganda, John Dos Passos wrote candidly about what he perceived was happening. In July 1937, he said, "In Spain the working class has defended itself with a magnificent heroism that will remain one of the blood-stirring episodes of European history. Meanwhile, behind the lines a struggle as violent almost as the war has been going on between the Marxist concept of the totalitarian state, and the anarchist concept of individual liberty. More and more, as the day-to-day needs of the army become paramount over the turbulent effort of the working class in revolt against oppression, the Communist Party forges ahead as the organizer of victory. The anarchists and the socialists with their ideas of individual and local freedom and self-government have given way step by step before this tremendously efficient and ruthless machine for power. The question which cannot be answered now is whether the Spanish people will have paid too high a price for the fine new army they have organized, and whether the Communist Party won't turn out to be only one more magnificent instrument for power, which means a magnificent instrument for oppression. 91. Dos Passos had visited Spain early in 1937 to investigate the disappearance of his old friend José Robles, who had been put out of the war by the Russians. 92 Although deeply disturbed, he had conscientious scruples about telling all he knew. Reflecting some years later on his dilemma, he wrote, "How to tell about it? You didn't want to help the enemy. At the same time you wanted to tell the truth. There were things you suspected you couldn't yet be sure of. Just describe what happens," I told myself. Through surface events give what hints you truthfully can of the great forces working underneath. What I was seeing, I know now, was the taking over of the dying liberal republic by an outpost of international communism. 93. If the growth of communist influence at all levels in the army finally told upon the patience of the war minister, still more provoking, especially to a man of Largo Caballero's temperament, who even in dealings with his own colleagues was obstinate and irascible, and who, according to General Asensio, his undersecretary, wished to direct and control everything personally. 94 was the import unity of his opponents. Time and again the obduracy with which he withstood the 319 pressure to which he was constantly submitted led to fierce clashes with the Russian generals. 95 and with the Soviet ambassador, Marcel Rosenberg. More than as an ambassador, testifies Luis Araquistin, intimate of Largo Caballero, Rosenberg acted like a Russian viceroy in Spain. He paid daily visits to Largo Caballero, sometimes accompanied by Russians of high rank, military or civilian. During the visits, which lasted for hours on end, Rosenberg tried to give the head of the Spanish government instructions as to what he should do in order to direct the war successfully. His suggestions, which were practically orders, related mainly to army officers. Such and such generals and colonels should be dismissed and others appointed in their place. These recommendations were based, not on the competence of the officers, but on their political affiliations and on the degree of their amenability to the communists. 96. Rosenberg, writes Ginez Gunga, a left-wing socialist Cortes deputy, used to carry in his pocket a collection of notes couched in the following or similar terms: "It would be expedient to dismiss X, chief of such and such a division, and replace him by Z, a employee of such and such a ministry, does not fulfill his duty. It would be advisable to replace him by B, it is necessary to imprison M and bring him to trial for disloyalty," and so on, ceaselessly. 97. It is most likely that among the Soviet officials of high rank who, according to Araquistin, sometimes accompanied Rosenberg on his daily visits to Largo Caballero, was Alexander Orlov, who undoubtedly kept the attitudes of top-ranking Soviet diplomats under careful scrutiny, a task greatly simplified by the fact that his own headquarters were located in the Soviet embassy. Hence, it may be assumed that if Rosenberg failed to execute Soviet policy with sufficient vigor or ventured to criticize NKVD methods in Spain, as Krivitsky stated that General Bolloten and Arthur Stashevsky had done, his aberrant behavior was immediately reported to Moscow. This may explain why Orlov made no reference whatsoever in his book The Secret History of Stalin's Crimes, or in any other written or oral testimony, during the 35 years he lived in exile in the United States, to the recall to Moscow of Rosenberg, of Stashevsky, or of Leon Gakis, Rosenberg's successor in February 1937, all of whom mysteriously vanished without a trace. The only reference I have been able to find in Soviet sources to any of these three men is in Ehrenberg's Eve of War, 193,341, which says that he learned of Rosenberg's fate when he arrived in Moscow in December 1937.98. As for Stashevsky and Gakis, President Azina noted in his diary on July 29, 1937 that Negrin had read telegrams to him that day from Marcelino Pascua, the Spanish ambassador in Moscow, stating that he was unaware of Gakis' situation or of that of another important person who was involved in commercial and financial matters, in obvious reference to Stashevsky. 99 On August 6, Azina wrote, "There is still no knowledge of the whereabouts of Gakis, who went to his country on a leave of absence." 100. 19 years later, Vittorio Vidali was informed by an old Bolshevik in Moscow that Gakis was still alive and had been rehabilitated. 101. Beyond this brief reference, No other information on Gakis has come to light. 320. Orlov's complete silence on the fate of these top-ranking officials, with whom he was in frequent if not daily contact, must of necessity raise two questions. Why did he not consider their recall to Moscow and ultimate disappearance important enough even to mention? Was he perhaps directly responsible for their recall and, hence, indirectly, for their disappearance? Whatever Rosenberg's private thoughts may have been on the attitude of the NKVD in Spain, he appears, on the surface at least, to have executed Soviet policy as vigorously as his conscience permitted. Although we do not know, of course, what the innermost thoughts of this cultured and apparently sensitive diplomat 102 may have been regarding the policy pursued by Stalin and by his chief NKVD agent in Spain, his encounters with Largo Caballero were matched in ferocity only by Largo Caballero's encounters with the communist ministers. According to Indalecio Prieto, who, as a member of the government, must be regarded as an important witness, a situation of unbelievable tension arose between the two ministers and the premier. Very violent scenes occurred during cabinet meetings, and, in addition, Largo Caballero had tumultuous discussions with the ambassador of the USSR, Senor Rosenberg. I cannot make out whether the attitude of Senor Rosenberg was a reflection of the anger of the communist ministers or whether the anger of the latter was a reflection of the attitude of the Russian ambassador. What I do know is that the action of Russian diplomacy on the premier, or better still, against the premier, and the pressure of the communist ministers were simultaneous and alike. 103. In this situation of mounting conflict with the Russians and their Spanish aides, Largo Caballero, faced by the depredations on his following, by the traditional enmity of the moderate wing of his own party, and by the silent animosity of the liberal Republicans, looked to the anarcho-syndicalists for support against his tenacious adversaries. About this time, rumors were circulating that he was planning to form a trade union government composed solely of representatives of the UGT and CNT. The rumors were fueled by a brief report in the UGT organ Claridad on March 3, stating that the UGT executive, of which Caballero was secretary, and the CNT National Committee were holding frequent meetings, and that while confusion and chaos increase in the realm of politics, the foundations are being laid in the trade union field for a rapid and definitive solution to the present situation. The rumors were further fueled by optimistic reports in the CNT press that the leadership of the two rival unions were on the verge of reaching a historic alliance that would resolve fundamental problems. 104 Although Largo Caballero may have given fleeting thought to the idea of a trade union government as a means of political survival, nothing came of the alleged project, which was severely censured by Communist Party Secretary José Díaz during the plenum of the Central Committee at the beginning of March. A trade union government, he warned, would mean the destruction of the Popular Front and of the unity of the Spanish people. Anyone who attempts to break this unity will be branded by our brave combatants as an enemy of our cause. 105. 321. Although it does not appear that the two unions seriously discussed the idea of forming a trade union government, a brief rapprochement between Largo Caballero and the anarcho-syndicalist leaders definitely occurred. The novel relationship thus established was a potent factor in disposing the socialist leader to a policy of conciliation toward his former adversaries. In particular, it deterred him from carrying out, at the pressing instance of the communists, a thoroughgoing militarization of a regular army, an army to which he himself had never been especially partial and which he knew was anathema to the libertarian movement. 322. 32. The libertarian movement and the regular army. We do not want a national army, cried Frente Libertario, the newspaper of the anarcho-syndicalist militia on the Central Front. We want the popular militia, which incarnates the will of the masses, and is the only force that can defend the liberty and the free social order of the Spanish people. As before the Civil War, we now cry, down with chains. The army is enslavement, the symbol of tyranny. Away with the army. Juan López, the CNT leader, declared shortly before entering the cabinet of Largo Caballero, We do not want a uniformed and disciplined militia organized into military units too. The anarcho-syndicalists could not accept a regular army without violating their anti-authoritarian principles. True, the exigencies of an implacable struggle had forced them to recognize that their militia units needed some measure of restraint on individualism, but that was entirely different from accepting an out-and-out militarization involving the rigorous subordination of these units to government control, the restoration of rank and privilege, the appointment of officers by the War Ministry, the introduction of differential pay rates, heavy disciplinary punishments, and the compulsory salute. When this word militarization is uttered, why not admit the fact? We feel uneasy, disturbed, we shudder because it calls to mind the constant assaults on dignity and the human personality, avowed Nosotros, the anarchist organ in the region of Valencia. Until yesterday, to militarize implied, and for many people it still implies, regimenting men in such a way as to destroy their wills by breaking their personality in the mechanism of the barracks. 3. But if the CNT and FAI had ethical motives for their hostility to militarization and the regular army, they had powerful political motives as well. At a congress of the CNT 2 months before the outbreak of the Civil War, a resolution was approved to the effect that a standing army, and by this was meant any standing army organized after the overthrow of the old regime, would constitute the greatest threat to the revolution, because under its influence a dictatorship would be forged that would necessarily deal it a mortal blow. Drafted by a 323 commission composed of some of the outstanding leaders of the libertarian movement, the resolution stated that the greatest guarantee for the defense of the revolution would be the armed people. There are thousands of workers, it added, who have passed through the barracks and have a knowledge of modern military technique. Every commune will have its arms and other elements of defense, for they will not be destroyed and transformed into instruments of labor until the revolution had been finally consolidated. We urged the necessity of holding onto airplanes, tanks, armored cars, machine guns, and anti-aircraft guns, because it is from the air that the real danger of foreign invasion exists. If that invasion should occur, the people will mobilize themselves rapidly in order to oppose the enemy and will return to their work as soon as they have accomplished their defensive mission. 4. It is no wonder, therefore, that the attempt of José Giral's moderate government in the first weeks of the war to create volunteer battalions and, later, a volunteer army under its control should have been viewed with suspicion by the libertarian movement. Solidaridad Obrera, the leading CNT newspaper in Spain, declared with regard to the first of these two measures that even before the military rebellion had been defeated, the middle classes were thinking of the regime to be established on the day of victory. But, it affirmed, the workers would not rest on their laurels and would not allow their triumph to be snatched from them. 5 Garcia Pradas, director of the principal anarcho-syndicalist organ in the Central Zone, CNT, declared that no one should enlist in the volunteer army because such an army would result in the creation of a new caste that would try to settle accounts after the victory over fascism. The people, he added, had shown that they did not need to join an army in order to win the war and should therefore not allow themselves to be deceived. 6. Hence, it is not at all surprising that when, a few weeks after entering the War Ministry, Largo Caballero promulgated measures providing for the militarization of the militia and the creation of a regular army, anxiety grew in the movement and mounted into alarm when the communists made manifest progress in penetrating the military apparatus. In an effort to still the fears of the FIJL, the Libertarian Youth Organization, as to the communists' intentions regarding the army, Santiago Carrillo, the General Secretary of the communist-run Unified Socialist Youth, declared, "I know. There are comrades of the Unified Socialist Youth who desire unity with the young libertarians in order to win the war, but that they believe in their heart of hearts that, when the war is over and the armies return from the front, we are going to use these armies to crush, to destroy, to liquidate our brothers, the young libertarians. But I tell you, comrades, that such ideas must be discarded because they are mistaken, because when we call for unity with the young libertarians we do so sincerely. We know that our libertarian comrades are a force necessary for victory, and we are also convinced that after victory they will collaborate with us in building up a strong, free and democratic Spain. That is our belief, and all we ask of them is that on their part they should abandon their sectarian prejudices. 324. That they should not regard us as passing friends of today and enemies of tomorrow, but as friends today, tomorrow, and always. 7. Neither the anarchist youth organizations nor the libertarian movement as a whole, however, was under any illusions as to the nature of the threat presented by the communists, if only because of the annihilation of the Russian anarchists by the Bolsheviks. The CNTFAI leaders had proposed in September 1936 that a war militia be created on the basis of compulsory service and under the joint control of the CNT and UGT, partly in the hope of parrying the communist danger. 8 But neither of these two proposals had evoked a responsive echo, and with the communist threat still uppermost in their minds, the anarcho-syndicalist leaders had finally decided to solicit representation in the cabinet and thus secure for the libertarian movement some measure of influence in the military machine. This, to be sure, had meant jettisoning not only their anti-government creed, but also their anti-militarist principles, which, in the opinion of Manuel Villar, director, from December 1936, of the CNT newspaper in Valencia, Fragua Social, had proved inimical to the libertarian movement. For, he contended, whereas many anarcho-syndicalists had regarded the holding of commanding posts with repugnance, the communists had embarked on an unbridled drive to occupy all they could. 9 Were we in a position to be squeamish about doctrines? He asked. If the CNT had allowed the levers of revolutionary action to escape from its hands, the revolution itself would have suffered from the lessening of our influence. And as the revolution was the objective, and the CNT one of its most powerful determining factors, the most revolutionary course was to take those steps that would keep us in the political, military, and economic center of gravity. 10. But the role the CNTFAI ministers were able to play in the councils of the cabinet, particularly in regard to military matters, fell far short of their expectations, for they found, to use the words of Juan Piro, the anarcho-syndicalist minister of industry, that they had no rights or responsibilities regarding the direction of the war. 11 Hoping to remedy the situation, they proposed that a kind of inner cabinet be created to handle military affairs, in which the CNT would be given representation. 12 This proposal, supported by the communists no doubt in the belief that the new body would enable them to subject Caballero's actions to closer scrutiny and control, 13 materialized in the decree of November 9, establishing a higher war council that was empowered to harmonize and unify everything related to the war and its direction. 14. The council was composed of Largo Caballero, the war minister, Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist leader and minister of Air and Navy, Vicente Uribe, the communist minister of agriculture, Julio Just, the left Republican minister of public works, Garcia Oliver, the CNTFAI minister of justice, and Alvarez del Valle, the philo-communist minister of foreign affairs and general commissar of war. 15. In spite of its official aim, this new body was condemned to futility from the outset owing to the dissensions between Largo Caballero and the communists, as well as to the rivalry between the premier and Indalecio Prieto that deprived it of any unanimity and also of the most relevant military information essential to the 325 proper discharge of its functions. The communists soon had grounds for open dissatisfaction, since the Higher War Council met only on rare occasions owing to the resolve of the war minister not to relinquish to his opponents what remained of his authority. 16 While the anarcho-syndicalists, who had hoped that it would serve to augment their influence in military affairs, found that their voice had scant effect amid the strength of their opponents. As a result, the libertarian movement was unable to use its participation in the government to increase its say in the military field or even curb the progress of the communists, but rather was obliged in the end to circumscribe its efforts to maintaining control of its own militia units and securing arms from the war ministry. This was no easy task, for the latter had decided that weapons would be withheld from militia forces that were unwilling to transform themselves into regular units with the prescribed cadres. At the Regional Congress of the Valencia CNT, held in November 1936, the representative of the Alcoy paper workers declared, there is the case of a CNT column organized in Alcoy with more than 1,000 militiamen, which the government does not arm because it has no officers. On the other hand, the socialists, who are less in number, have been able to organize a column and obtain the necessary arms because they conform to the government's conditions. 17. To circumvent these stipulations, the anarcho-syndicalists decided that their units should simulate acquiescence by adopting military names, an expedient that was employed by most of the CNT-FAI units, including those on the Central Front, in which, to quote the director of the anarchist Castillo Libre, everything save the nomenclature remained unchanged. 18. At the CNT Regional Congress, the Alcoy delegate declared that rather than be left without arms it would be better to meet the government's demands by introducing officer rank and insignia. But, he added meaningfully, as far as we are concerned, a century delegate is nothing more than a century delegate. 19. This stratagem did not help the libertarian units to secure the arms they needed, and, in the long run, they were forced to yield to the concept of militarization. It was not only the need for military supplies that finally induced the libertarian movement to bow to the concept of militarization, it was also, and this was no doubt the most important consideration, need to overcome the defects of the militia system. One of the most serious of these defects is adequately illustrated by the following excerpt from an unpublished article written by a regular army corporal, who was posted to a CNT-FAI column on the Madrid front. In the column we found a professional army captain, who secretly advised Ricardo Sanz, its anarcho-syndicalist leader, on everything he thought should be done. Sanz, who had common sense, always accepted his counsel, but every time a decision had to be taken he had to convene a general assembly of the militiamen and make the captain's advice appear as if it were his own, cleverly inculcating it into the assembly so that it would look like the fruit of debate. 20. Captain Alberto Bayo, the titular head of the invasion of the Balearic Islands. 326. By Catalan militia, records the following conversation he had with the members of the anarchist militia committee when giving them orders for the invasion of Majorca. "Now, just a minute," one of the big chiefs replied. "We only take orders from the leaders of the CNT and we cannot carry out your orders without their approval." "Nevertheless, they will have to be carried out without their knowledge," I retorted energetically, "because they are in Barcelona and the landing is a military secret that I cannot risk sending by cable, radio, or even by code, and it must be undertaken tomorrow morning without vacillation and without delay." "We are very sorry," they replied, "but we cannot participate if it is to be carried out tomorrow. We risk our men only when ordered by our leaders." Over and over again I held my patience, I reasoned with them, I ordered them angrily, I beseeched them. Finally they agreed to discuss among themselves whether they would carry out the landing the next day or wait until they received orders from their central committee. 21. The disadvantages of this democratic, anti-militaristic procedure soon made themselves apparent. Those in charge would order an operation, declared Federica Monsanei at a public meeting, and the militiamen would meet to discuss it. 5, 6, and 7 hours were lost in deliberation, and when the operation was finally launched the enemy had already attained his objective. Such things make one laugh, and they also make one weep. 22. But they did something else as well, they caused the anarcho-syndicalist militia leaders, especially on the Central Front, where the pressure of the enemy was unremitting, to turn their backs on their traditional attitude toward militarization. It was after the capture of Aravaca and Pozuelo outside Madrid that all my ideas regarding discipline and militarization were shattered. Cipriano Mera, the CNT militia leader who eventually became commander of the 14th Division and then of the 4th Army Corps, confessed some months later. "The blood of my brothers shed in the struggle made me change my views. I understood that if we were not to be definitely defeated, we had to construct our own army, an army as powerful as that of the enemy, a disciplined and capable army, organized for the defense of the workers. Henceforth I did not hesitate to urge upon all combatants the necessity of submitting to new military principles." 23. And, in his memoir, Guerra, Exilio y Cárcel de un Anarcosindicalista, Mera writes, it was no longer a matter of street fighting or simple skirmishes, in which enthusiasm could compensate for lack of training. This was a real war. Hence, we needed militarized units with officers capable of planning operations and opposing the enemy with the fewest possible losses in men and material. I always believed that there was nothing stronger than self-discipline in free men, and that a common commitment to a single ideal was superior to any other factor. I noticed in the midst of battle that convictions and great ideas could inspire great gestures and heroic deeds. But these were insufficient to give us the cohesion we needed on the battle fronts. We had paid for our improvisa. 327. Shin and whims with the lives of too many comrades. To reduce the bloodletting, it was necessary to change our conduct radically, if not our ideas. When one has defended an ideal all one's life, it is sad to have to recognize the fact that, if we really wanted to win the war, we had to create an army with the necessary discipline. I was horrified at the thought of wearing a military uniform, but saw no alternative. 24. That this was not idle rhetoric is attested by Vicente Rojo, General Maya's pro-communist chief of staff. Referring to the night of 67 November, when General Franco's army had reached the outskirts of Madrid, Rojo identifies Mera only by the initial recalls that at 2 a.m. a leader of one of the militia units that had fought most vigorously and had suffered the greatest number of casualties came to his headquarters. "I have come to ask you to give me a rank, any rank," said Mera. "Make me a sergeant. I want to command like an officer so that my orders are strictly obeyed. I no longer wish to be M, the man in charge. I want to be Sergeant M, so that what happened today will not be repeated." "What happened today was a success for you and a triumph for your unit," Rojo replied. "Yes, but at what a cost in casualties." The inexorable imperatives of military tactics had removed the scales from the eyes of this fighter, a fighter who was as passionate and stubborn in the defense of his political and syndicalist convictions as he was courageous and tenacious in the field of battle. 15 days later, Mera's unit, reorganized and retrained, became, according to Rojo, one of our most brilliant shock units, and its leader, hewn from the same raw material as the guerrilla leaders of our War of Independence of 1808, became one of the most outstanding commanders in the cadres that emerged from the early militia army 25. Just as the CNTFAI units on the Madrid front had, under the spur of necessity, introduced a modicum of discipline, so, under the same impulsion, they began to substitute a military for a militia structure and to urge the creation of cadres. Frente Libertario, the organ of the Madrid anarcho-syndicalist militia, declared that all prejudices should be laid aside and that the CNT should send to the military training academies a large number of comrades, who should begin to see that the military profession was as honorable and as essential as the trades that had calloused their hands. "The popular army now in formation," it added, "requires military technicians, and this need, which is of a national character, is felt especially by our organization, which must watch over the constant development of its power." 26. The Madrid anarcho-syndicalist militia was influenced not only by political considerations and by the rigor of the struggle around Madrid, but also by the example of the international brigades, whose more efficient military organization soon asserted its superiority over the militia system. Little by little, affirms the director of the anarchist Castillo Libre, the change that at first had been purely nominal went deeper. The international brigades have been 328. Observed fighting, and it has been proved that, given the same heroism and expenditure of energy, organization results in greater efficiency. In our militia, cadres appear formed in accordance with the regulations of the War Ministry. The battalion leaders become majors, the century delegates become captains, the first corporals and sergeants make their appearance. 27. That this was not altogether a titular change was clear from statements made by many of the leading figures in the libertarian movement, who, having done with their anti-authoritarian past, became assiduous promoters of militarization. Cipriano Mera, for example, considered military discipline so important that he decided to discuss matters only with generals, officers, and sergeants. 28. One of the things that has done us most harm in the army, he declared at a later date, is the excessive familiarity between officers and men who once belonged to the militia. 29. And Juan Garcia Oliver, who before becoming Minister of Justice had been regarded as a pure anarchist, now enjoined the students of one of the officers' training schools, with whose organization and administration he had been entrusted, to bear in mind that enlisted men should cease to be your comrades and become the cogwheels of our military machine. 30. Garcia Oliver's assignment as chief organizer and administrator of the officers' training schools, an assignment sought by the CNTFAI ministers upon entering the government in the hope of preventing the communists from gaining control of the schools and impeding the graduation of officers sympathetic to the CNT and FAI. 31 had been given to the anarchist leader by the Higher War Council because its members, owing to the enmity between Largo Caballero and his rivals, had been unable to agree upon any other candidate. In a speech in May 1937, when he was no longer a member of the council, Garcia Oliver affirmed that he had received the genuine collaboration of the war minister and that the degree of confidence the latter had placed in him was due to the fact that he had not used his assignment for the benefit of his own organization. 32 Undoubtedly, one of the principal reasons for Caballero's support of the anarchist leader was his desire to keep the officers' training schools out of the hands of the communists. Nevertheless, the assignment did little to help the CNT and FAI, for the anarcho-syndicalists who enrolled in the schools were in a minority owing to the resistance by the rank and file of the libertarian movement to the creation of a regular army. 33 This resulted in my bringing the matter up seriously before the National Committee of the CNT, testifies Garcia Oliver, and in an agreement being reached and carried into practice whereby all the CNT regional committees of defense were to pay special attention to the recruiting of students for the training schools. Referring to the existing hostility to officer rank, he attests, when we sent lieutenants to assist the leaders of our CNT militia, who at that time were still opposed to militarization, they were made to dig trenches with pick and shovel in order to humiliate them. But he adds, after the fall of Largo Caballero, when the CNT was no longer in the government, and when militarization was carried forward, those very comrades who had previously humiliated the lieutenants showed a very keen interest in attaining the upper ranks of the Republican Army. 34. 329. As head organizer and administrator of the officers' training schools, Garcia Oliver earned the admiration even of his ideological opponents. Antonio Cordon and I, writes José Martín Blasquez, a professional officer in the War Ministry, made contact with him, but all we were left to do was to carry out his instructions. Quarters, instructors, equipment, and all other requirements were immediately supplied. Oliver was indefatigable. He arranged and supervised everything himself. He went into the smallest details, and saw to it that they were properly provided for. He even took an interest in the students' timetables and the kitchen arrangements. But above all he insisted that the new officers should be trained in the strictest discipline. I, who do not believe in improvisation, was astonished at the organizing capacity shown by this Catalan anarchist. Observing the ability and assurance of all his actions, I realized that he was an extraordinary man, and could not but deplore that so much talent had been wasted in destructive activity. 35. The startling about-face by some of the most prominent members of the libertarian movement was mirrored in the CNT press. Military bearing was commended. 36 And anarcho-syndicalist commissars were urged by the movement to impose condign punishment, even the heaviest and most drastic, on men guilty of offenses. 37 On February 12, 1937, in the midst of the crucial Battle of the Jarama, south of Madrid, an editorial in CNT had declared that militiamen should obey the orders of their commanders on pain of death. 38. But it was not easy to secure general acceptance of the new rules by men who had been taught by their leaders to look upon all armies as the symbol of tyranny, who believed themselves emancipated for all time from the will of autocratic officers, and who had not only introduced the elective principle into their units, but had also lived on terms of equality with group and century delegates. Referring to the above-quoted statement by Garcia Oliver urging the cadets to bear in mind that enlisted men should cease to be your comrades and become the cogwheels of our military machine, a CNTFAI member wrote, when ideas of emancipation, when libertarian conceptions and revolutionary thoughts are seething within us, we cannot understand how our comrade ministers can express themselves in such terms. 39. And writing about the militarization of the militia in Asturias, Solano Palacio, a prominent anarcho-syndicalist, avers, what revolted the militiamen more than anything else was the fact that they were compelled to salute their officers, whom they had hitherto regarded as comrades. 40. The misgivings created among the men on the question of differential pay rates were reflected even in an anarcho-syndicalist newspaper that accepted militarization. Economic differences create classes, and there should not be any in the popular army. In this army, everyone, from the militiamen to the generals, has the same needs and the same right to satisfy them. Differences will bring about an estrangement between those who command and those who obey, and the class feelings they engender will have repercussions contrary to the interests of the people. As we are fighting against all privileges, we cannot tolerate the existence of any in the army. 41. I should be guilty of insincerity if I were to say that resistance did not have to 330. Be overcome, writes Miguel González Inestal, a member of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI. In the libertarian camp every single militant had his share of scruples to conquer, of convictions to be adapted and why not admitted, of illusions to be buried. This was so not only because of our respect for a traditional attitude, consecrated by experience, but also because we feared, quite reasonably, that the resurrection either in part or in whole of the old army would bring about caste privileges, the deformation of youth, the resurgence of the past, the suppression of all social rights, and, above all, that it might end in that army's becoming the devourer of the revolution, the instrument of a party. 42. It was because the CNT and FAI feared the latter contingency and because they had no project, as did the communists, for honeycombing the entire military edifice, that they were determined to maintain the integrity and homogeneous character of their armed units. Thus, although they had decided to convert these units into brigades of uniform military structure and merge them into the regular army under their own commanders, they were opposed to diluting them with non-libertarian forces by forming mixed brigades under the control of officers appointed by the War Ministry, a plan that was mainly of Russian provenance. 43 and of which one of the important political aims was undoubtedly to nullify or at least dilute anarchist influence in the armed forces. In fact, Martin Blazgs**, the professional officer in the War Ministry already quoted, once remarked to General José Asensio, the Undersecretary of War, that as soon as we have created our mixed brigades anarchist influence will vanish. 44. Although Largo Caballero, for political and technical reasons, had approved the militarization of the militia on the basis of mixed brigades. 45. His present desire for easy relations with the CNT, stemming from his growing antipathy to the communists, inhibited him from attempting seriously to enforce the measure. As a result, the anarcho-syndicalist units, while submitting to the General Staff for the purpose of military operations, remained under the exclusive control of the CNT and were composed of men and officers belonging to that organization. In a report dated May 8, 1937, Helmut Rudiger, representative in Spain of the International Workingmen's Association, 8, with which the CNT was affiliated, stated, "There is now in the Central Zone a CNT army of 33,000 men perfectly armed, well organized, and with membership cards of the CNT from the first to the last man, under the control of officers also belonging to the CNT. Furthermore, there are many comrades in mixed units, but the CNT aims at concentrating them all in CNT units." 46. On a later occasion, he wrote, the CNT understood that it should undertake its own militarization. This was an excellent means of organizing a strong CNT army that would not only prosecute the war against fascism, but would safeguard the revolution later on. 47. The homogeneous character of the anarcho-syndicalist units at this stage of the war has been amply confirmed to me by some of the leading figures in the libertarian movement, including Mariano Cardona Rosal, a member of the National Committee of the CNT, and José García Pradas, director of the Anarcho-Syndicalist Daily, CNT, and member of the Anarcho-Syndicalist Defense. 331. Committee of Madrid that controlled the CNT-FAI armed forces on the Central Front. 48. García Pradas testifies. When the militarization of the militia was decreed, our forces in the Central Zone agreed to it only on the condition that they maintained a certain independence, a condition that included the retention of their own commanders. The government of Largo Caballero and succeeding ones, as well as the Defense Council of Madrid, were not willing to assent to this condition, but they were obliged to swallow it, because we would have preferred rebellion to submission. As time went on, we had to admit ordinary recruits into our units. These were never compelled to become members of the CNT, but we always refused to concede to the government the absolute right to appoint commanders on its own account. In general, what happened was that the CNT Defense Committee proposed to the Ministry of War the names of persons it considered suitable, giving the requisite information, and the Ministry, with this information in its possession, approved the recommendations and published the appointments. It was advisable to act in this way for various reasons, one of which was to obtain the high pay allowed to commanders. Our commanders in the Central Zone, after collecting their pay, turned over the greater part of it to the Defense Committee, which consequently had millions of pesetas at its disposal for aiding agricultural collectives. There were times when, with the acquiescence of our National Committee in Valencia or Barcelona, the government wanted to impose certain commanders on us, but neither Eduardo Val, nor Manuel Salgado, nor Miguel Ferrer, a long time in charge of the Defense Committee, agreed to such a thing, and thanks to our attitude it was possible for us to maintain until the very end those forces with which we were able to crush the Communist Party in Madrid in March 1939. That Largo Caballero had assented to and had not simply connived at the evasion of the rigorous form of militarization agreed upon with the Russians is proved by the fact that General Toribio Martinez Cabrera, the chief of the War Ministry General Staff, who enjoyed his entire confidence, authorized the Committee of War of the anarchist Morado column in February 1937 to organize a brigade composed entirely of that column's members. That this was done either without the knowledge or in defiance of K.A. Meretskov, Martinez Cabrera's Soviet advisor, a future Marshal of the Soviet Union and Red Army Chief of Staff, can be open to little doubt. In a report to the General Commissariat of War dated March 12, 1937, Alberto Fernandez Ballesteros, Inspector Commissar of the Southern Front and a left-wing Socialist Cortes deputy, stated that the Committee of War of the Morado column alleged that it possessed written instructions from Martinez Cabrera to form a brigade out of members of the column, and that both the commander of the Granada sector, Colonel Eutiquiano Ariano, and Lieutenant Colonel Salazar certify having read said orders. 49. The same dispensation to organize a brigade consisting entirely of CNT-FAI members was granted to the anarchist Iron Column, as will be seen in the next chapter. Significant, too, is the fact that the following interview on the question of 332 militarization and the mixed brigades, given by Mariano Vázquez, the secretary of the National Committee of the CNT, to Nosotros, the unofficial mouthpiece of the Iron Column, 50 was published without a dissenting comment from the War Ministry. Nosotros, will our columns disappear? Vázquez, yes, they will disappear. It is necessary that they disappear. The National Committee has already decided that our columns, like all the others, should be transformed into brigades. Now this transformation does not imply, although it might appear otherwise, any fundamental change, because those who were previously in command of the columns will now command the brigades. This means that our comrades, who feel affection for the men in charge of operations, can be sure that they will not be compelled through capricious appointments to accept men whose ideology and, consequently, whose personal treatment they dislike. Furthermore, the political commissars, who are the real chiefs, let the word frighten you, the brigades, will be appointed by the CNT, to whom they will be answerable at all times. Nosotros, it has been said, and this is another point that worries are meant, that these brigades will be mixed, that is to say that they will be composed of regular Marxist and CNT battalions. Is it true? Vasquez, there is some truth in it, for that is one of the proposals in connection with the formation of the brigades. However, we have our own proposal, the future brigades, which logically it is for us to form, must be composed of comrades belonging to the CNT and FAI and also be under the control of these two organizations, although subject to orders, another word unpleasant to our ears, from the Unified Command, which all the forces accept voluntarily. 51. Although the attenuated form of militarization accepted by the CNT-FAI leadership enabled the anarcho-syndicalist units to maintain a large measure of independence, it was nevertheless stubbornly resisted by the more extreme spirits of the libertarian movement, who clung passionately to their anarchist beliefs. No account of this dramatic struggle between principle and practice, between the rank and file and the leadership, is complete unless it includes the story of the famed Columna de Hierro or Iron Column. 333. 33. The Iron Column. There are some comrades who believe that militarization settles everything, but we maintain that it settles nothing. As against corporals, sergeants, and officers, graduated from the academies, and completely useless in matters of war, we have our own organization, and we do not accept a military structure. Thus spoke a delegate of the Iron Column at a CNT Congress in November 1936. 1. No column was more thoroughly representative of the spirit of anarchism, no column dissented more vehemently from the libertarian movement's inconsistencies of theory and practice and exhibited a more glowing enmity for the state than the Iron Column too, which occupied a sector of the Teruel front during the first 7 months of the war. Our entire conduct must not aim at strengthening the state, we must gradually destroy it, and render the government absolutely useless, declared the above-quoted delegate. We accept nothing that runs counter to our anarchist ideas, ideas that must become a reality, because you cannot preach one thing and practice another. 3. Nor, in carrying out the social revolution, did any anarchist militia unit inspire more fear among middle and small peasants, among landowners, merchants, and shopkeepers. Mainly recruited from among the more fiery elements of the libertarian movement in the region of Valencia, its 3,000 members included several hundred convicts from the San Miguel de los Reyes penitentiary. The prisoners had to be set free and someone had to face the responsibility of taking them to the front, ran a report issued by the Column's Committee of War. We, who have always held society responsible for its own defects, regarded them as brothers. They joined us and risked their lives, fighting at our side for liberty. Imprisonment had earned them the contempt of society, but we gave them their freedom and the opportunity to rehabilitate themselves. We wanted them to help us, and at the same time we wished to offer them the possibility of social regeneration. 5. But these former convicts soon brought opprobrium upon the Iron Column, for, although some of them had been moved to embrace anarchist ideals in the course of their internment, the immense majority were hardened criminals who had undergone no change of heart and had entered the column for what they could get out of it, adopting the anarchist label as a camouflage. 6. 334. The notoriety that these malefactors visited upon the Iron Column created considerable friction between its Committee of War and the Regional Committee of the Valencia CNT. 7. But a more important reason for discord lay in the fact that, whereas the Regional Committee supported the policy adopted by the national leaders of the CNT and FAI, the Iron Column criticized that policy on the grounds that the entry of the libertarian movement into the cabinet had helped to revive the authority of the state and had given added weight to the government's decrees. In fact, no sooner had the column received word that the 4 CNT-FAI leaders had entered the government than Línea de Fuego, its official mouthpiece, virulently censured the anarcho-syndicalist ministers. The state persists, it declared, and all in the name of an organization that calls itself Libertarian Aid. Such censure accompanied on occasions by the threat of force if the column's views on certain matters were not adopted. 9 was mortifying to the Regional Committee and explains in large measure why it did little or nothing to assist the column in securing either men or supplies. This boycott was a serious matter for the Iron Column. In the early months of the war it had been able to rely upon its own recruiting campaigns and upon confiscations carried out with the aid of anarchist-controlled committees in villages and towns behind the lines. During our stay in Valencia, ran a manifesto issued by the column, we noticed that, whereas our negotiations for the purchase of arms had failed, because of the lack of hard cash, in many shops there was a large quantity of gold and other precious metals, and it was this consideration that induced us to seize the gold, silver, and platinum in several jewelers' shops. 10. Around October 1936, recounts one historian, the column abandoned the front and went on an expedition to Valencia, spreading panic in its path. Its goal was to cleanse the rear of all parasitic elements that endangered the interests of the revolution. In Valencia, it stormed hotels and restaurants, terrifying the city. In a raid on jewelry stores, it seized all the gold and silver it could find. 11. In the town of Castellan, according to an anarcho-syndicalist daily, the Iron Column performed the task of redressing injustices and orienting consciences. In purifying bonfires, it burned accusations, depositions, indictments, and criminal lawsuits against the poor in spirit, the weak, and the humble, who had to pay for their rash actions, their frailties, and their misfortunes. In reality, the crimes of the others with odious corporal punishment and humiliating deprivation of rights, whereas the big criminals who swindled, robbed, and assassinated were exonerated. Amidst the crackle of the flames that destroyed those mountains of paper, a bureaucratic machine that belonged to the Middle Ages was reduced to ashes. 12. But the forays of the Iron Column into the towns and villages of the Valencia region soon ended with the re-establishment of governmental authority. According to a communist historian, the thorough trouncing that the column, famous for its nocturnal combativity in the rear, received from trained government forces had a decisive effect on the restoration of authority in Valencia. 13a. 335. Report in Línea de Fuego, the Iron Column's daily newspaper, stated that a clash had occurred after the Guardia Popular Antifascista, a communist and socialist police unit in Valencia, had shot and killed an unarmed member of the column. This crime, ran the report, caused unanimous indignation among the CNTFAI columns on the Teruel front. We agreed to go to Valencia the next day to attend the funeral of our fallen comrade and to demand accountability. The cortege was proceeding quietly and silently, the report alleged, but was machine-gunned after passing Communist Party headquarters, resulting in 148 casualties among the militiamen. As our sense of responsibility is greater than theirs, we stifled our feelings. We did not want to take reprisals or continue fighting. But everyone should know that our conduct does not mean that we are afraid or have forgotten. Although we have now returned to the front to finish off the fascists, a day will come when we shall remember the events and those responsible will get what they deserve. 14. Because of a decline in revolutionary fervor and the discredit into which the column had fallen in libertarian circles since the early days of the Civil War, its appeals for volunteers were no longer capable of furnishing it with an adequate supply of fresh recruits for the relief of the men at the front. Furthermore, the committees were being supplanted by regular organs of administration, in which the more revolutionary elements were no longer the preponderant force. Even more serious was the fact that the War Ministry had not only decided to withhold arms from all militia units declining to reorganize themselves along the prescribed lines, but had decreed, although in carefully selected language, that the pay of all combatants, which in the case of the militia had previously been handed to each column in a lump sum without supervision and irrespective of its structure, would henceforth be distributed through regular paymasters stationed only in battalions. As the decree made no mention of paymasters in units that had not adopted a military framework, it was clear that if the Iron Column were to hold fast to its militia structure, the time would soon arrive when all pay would be suspended. The decree in question was submitted to the government by Largo Caballero and, after approval, was published in the Gaceta de la República on December 31, 1936. Although its language was discreet, its aims were clear. In this connection, José Martín Blasquez made the following statement to General Asensio, when he suggested to him that such a measure be adopted, "I now propose that we decree that those who decline to transform themselves from militiamen into soldiers should get no pay. If we give every battalion a paymaster who will only pay men who obey orders, and if the paymasters of every mixed brigade are subordinate to the quartermaster attached to every brigade command, the brigades, and consequently the whole army, can obviously be organized at once. At the same time it will do away with abuses such as take place in the Iron Column, which numbers barely 3,000 men, but receives pay for 6,000 every month 15. In connection with these abuses, according to information given to Alberto Fernandez Ballesteros, left-wing socialist Cortes deputy and inspector commissar of the 336 Southern Front, the CNTFAI militia forces in Malaga inflated their payrolls to such an extent that in a single fortnight they obtained 400,000 pesetas more than they were entitled. 16 But it should not be supposed from the foregoing that the padding of payrolls was limited to the CNTFAI militia, for the communists, who exaggerated the size of their 5th Regiment, indulged in the same practice. 17. In spite of the Iron Column's earlier intransigence with regard to militarization, the Committee of War, better informed than the rank and file of the column's plight, now realized that an uncompromising stand was no longer expedient. They knew that the column could not hold out against the pressure of the government and the hostility of the CNTFAI leadership, and that it would either have to assent to the limited form of militarization advocated by the National Committee of the CNT or be left without the material support essential to its existence. But could the column be brought to heel? Unrest and demoralization were spreading, and there were already murmurings and threats among the more rebellious spirits that they would leave the front if militarization, even in the mildest form, were introduced. On December 22 alone, 97 men had abandoned the front and were denounced as deserters by the Committee of War. 18. At this crucial juncture, at the end of January 1937, when dangers pressed in upon the column from every side, the Committee of War issued a significant report to its members. In the beginning, the state was a phantom to which nobody paid any attention. The working-class organizations of the UGT and CNT represented the only guarantee for the Spanish people. But almost without noticing it, our own dear CNT itself became a sapless and lifeless phantom, having injected into the state its own power and prestige. It is now just another appurtenance of the state and another extinguisher of the flames of the revolution. Once strengthened, the government began the work of reorganization, and at the moment it has at its disposal an army, like any other state army, as well as several coercive bodies of the old kind. Just as formerly, the police now take action against those workers who attempt to do anything useful from a social point of view. The people's militia has disappeared, and, in a word, the social revolution has been strangled. If we had the help of the government and also of our organization we refer to the responsible committees, we should have had more war material and more men for the relief of our comrades. But things turned out differently, and we had to allow our men to wear themselves out month after month behind their parapets. Such self-sacrifice is unknown, nor can it be expected of anyone, and every day tremendous problems arise. We admit the internal problems of the column are difficult to solve, and before anything serious should occur, before demoralization and fatigue should spread and deal a violent blow at what has been conquered and maintained at the cost of unparalleled sacrifice, before all this should happen, we repeat, a formula satisfactory to everyone must be found. If all the anarcho-syndicalist columns are militarized, and we stand out in opposite 337. To the decision of the CNT and FAI as the only column that does not accept militarization, we shall be deprived of help not only from the government, but also from our own organization. With the necessary aid, our column could maintain intact the revolutionary principles that are in keeping with our character, but owing to the absence of that help we must acknowledge that our method of warfare has failed. We know that the overwhelming majority of our comrades will be furious with those responsible for this, but we should like to point out that their protests will be suffocated violently by the state. There is no longer any possibility of organizing anything against its wishes, for it is sufficiently strong to crush whatever stands in its way. Furthermore, these days of utmost gravity impel us to silence our indignation. Once more we must imitate Christ. We know the disadvantages of militarization. It conforms neither to our temperament nor to that of others who have always had a fine conception of liberty. But we are also aware of the inconveniences of remaining outside the orbit of the Ministry of War. Sad indeed it is to admit that only two courses are now open to us, the dissolution of the column or its militarization. Any other course would be futile. 19. At the end of the report the Committee of War had expressed the hope that the question of militarization would be discussed at an assembly of the column then in progress. But, although the matter was debated, no decision was reached. It was therefore no accident that Nosotros published about this time the interview with the Secretary of the National Committee of the CNT, quoted in the last chapter, in which he was at pains to show that the transformation of the militia columns into mixed brigades along the lines agreed upon by the National Committee would not involve any fundamental change. But even this assurance did not modify the intractability of the more zealous opponents of militarization, who constituted the majority of the members of the column. At the beginning of March, however, matters were suddenly jolted into a climax. In a ministerial order aimed particularly at accelerating the militarization of the Iron Column and undoubtedly issued after consultation with his CNT-FAI colleagues in the cabinet, Largo Caballero announced that the militia on the Teruel front would be made subordinate to the War Ministry from April 1 and appointed José Benedito, commander of the anarcho-syndicalist Torres Benedito column, to the organizational section of the General Staff for the purpose of effecting the necessary changes. 20. At the same time the Iron Column was notified, according to Martín Blasquez, that the decree of December 30, providing for the distribution of pay through battalion paymasters subordinate to the Paymaster General, would be enforced. 21. Whatever the Committee of War's private opinion may have been with regard to these developments, it was submerged by the indignation that swept the column. In a general assembly the men refused to submit to military reorganiza. 338. And to the new financial regulations, and a large number decided to leave the front in protest. Of this, Martín Blasquez, who claims to have inspired the decree, writes, "A part of the anarchist Iron Column before Teruel revolted against the imposition of my decree concerning the financial organization of the army. They maintained that the government was turning into a counter-revolutionary government and that it was organizing an army of mercenaries to deprive the people of its conquests of July 1936, when the army and the police forces had disappeared. They demanded that the money for the whole column should be paid en bloc as before, and refused to submit either to the organization of battalions or to the new financial arrangements." 22. On their way to the rear, several centuries of the column became embroiled in an armed struggle between assault guards and anarchists in the village of Vilenza. When the small incident was settled, ran a report issued a few days later by the left-wing socialist Minister of the Interior, Angel Galarza, the police, for some inexplicable reason, were attacked and had to be reinforced. Without instructions from the responsible elements of the CNT and FAI, members of a certain organization ordered a kind of general mobilization, which occurred in several villages of the province, an attempt being made to cut communications and to impede the circulation of traffic as well as the entry into the villages of the police forces. 23. After a battle that cost both sides a number of dead and wounded, more than 200 anarchists were taken prisoner, of whom 92, according to Nosotros, were members of the Iron Column. 24. Fearful lest this defiance might give the War Ministry an excuse for drafting the members of the column for service in the regular army or lest the Valencia CNT might try to incorporate them into other units of the libertarian movement, the Committee of War issued the following guarded notice: "The Iron Column has neither been dissolved nor does it contemplate dissolution nor has it been militarized. In accordance with the resolution approved by all its members, it has asked to be relieved so as to rest and reorganize itself." That is what is now happening. At the present moment only about 3 centuries remain to be relieved. When this has been effected, an assembly of the whole column will be convened, wherein, with our customary seriousness and sense of responsibility, the position of the column and the road to be followed will be decided upon. Hence, until then, comrades must not enlist in other organized units. For, as they belong to a column that at the present moment is resting, no one can compel them to do so. 25. Nevertheless, the Iron Column was now in a state of virtual disintegration. The Communists would no doubt have had Largo Caballero draft its members forthwith into units of the regular army. It is necessary to put an end to what remains of party and trade union militia and autonomous columns, and to create a single army, said a manifesto issued by the party's Central Committee. 26. But Largo Caballero shunned a step that would have been regarded by the CNTFAI leaders as a precedent dangerous to the independence of other libertarian units. In this way, the Committee of War was given a breathing spell in the days before the 339 proposed assembly that was to determine the column's future, in which to win support among the men for the restricted form of militarization approved by the National Committee of the CNT. While matters were in this posture, it is significant that the following article, written by a member of the column, appeared in the anarchist newspaper, Nosotros. 27. I am an escaped convict from San Miguel de los Reyes, that sinister penitentiary which the monarchy set up in order to bury alive those who, because they weren't cowards, would never submit to the infamous laws dictated by the powerful against the oppressed. I was taken there, like so many others, to wipe out an offense, namely, for revolting against the humiliations to which an entire village had been subjected, in short, for killing a political boss. I was young and am still young because I entered the penitentiary when I was 23 and was released, thanks to the anarchist comrades who opened the gates, when I was 34. For 11 years I was subjected to the torment of not being a man, of being merely a thing, a number. Many prisoners, who had suffered as I had from bad treatment received since birth, were released with me. Some of them, once in the streets, went their own way, others, like myself, joined our liberators, who treated us like friends and loved us like brothers. With them we gradually formed the Iron Column, with them, at a mounting tempo, we stormed barracks and disarmed ferocious civil guards, and with them we rudely drove the fascists to the peaks of the Sierra, where they are now held. Hardly a soul has ever bothered about us. The stupefaction of the bourgeoisie when we left the penitentiary is still being shared by everyone, and instead of our being attended to, instead of our being aided and supported, we have been treated like outlaws and accused of being uncontrollable because we did not subordinate the rhythm of our lives, which we desired and still desire to be free, to the stupid whims of those who, occupying a seat in some ministry or on some committee, sottishly and arrogantly regarded themselves as the masters of men, and also because, after expropriating the fascists, we changed the mode of life in the villages through which we passed, annihilating the brutal political bosses who had robbed and tormented the peasants, and placing their wealth in the hands of the only ones who knew how to create it, the workers. The bourgeoisie. There are many kinds of bourgeois individuals, and they are in many places wove ceaselessly with the threads of calumny, the evil slanders with which we have been regaled because they, and they alone, have been injured and can be injured by our activities, by our rebelliousness, and by the wildly irrepressible desires we carry in our hearts to be free, like the eagles on the highest mountain peaks, like the lions in the jungle. Even our brothers, who suffered with us in the fields and factories and were vilely exploited by the bourgeoisie, echoed the latter's terrible fears and began to believe, because they were so informed by persons who wished to be regarded as leaders, that the men fighting in the Iron Column were merciless bandits. On some nights, on those dark nights when armed and alert I would try to 340 penetrate the obscurity of the fields and the mystery of things, I would rise from behind my parapet as if in a dream, gripping my rifle with a frenzied desire to fire, not merely at the enemy sheltered barely 100 yards away, but at the other concealed at my side, the one who called me comrade. And I would feel a desire to laugh and to weep and to run through the fields, shouting and tearing throats open with my iron fingers, just as I had torn open the throat of that filthy political boss, and to smash this wretched world into smithereens, a world in which it is hard to find a loving hand to wipe away one's sweat and to stop the blood flowing from one's wounds on returning from the battlefield tired and wounded. One day that was mournful and overcast news that we must be militarized descended on the crests of the Sierra like an icy wind that penetrates the flesh. It pierced my body like a dagger. I have lived in barracks, and there I learned to hate. I have been in the penitentiary, and it was there, strangely enough, in the midst of tears and torment, I learned to love intensely. In the barracks, I was on the verge of losing my personality, so severe was the treatment and the stupid discipline they tried to impose upon me. In prison, after a great struggle, I recovered that personality, for every punishment made me more rebellious. There I learned to hate every kind of hierarchy from top to bottom, and, in the midst of the most agonizing suffering, to love my unfortunate brothers. As a result of this experience, when, in the distance, I heard murmurs of the militarization order, I felt my body become limp, for I could see clearly that the guerrilla fearlessness I had derived from the revolution would perish, and that I would fall once again into the abyss of obedience, into the animal-like stupor to which both barrack and prison discipline lead. There was never any relief for us, and worse still, there was never a kind word. Everyone, fascists and anti-fascists, and even members of our own movement, what shame we have felt, have treated us with aversion. We have never been understood. Because during the war itself, we wished to lead a life based on libertarian principles, while others, both to their own misfortune and to ours, have remained yoked to the chariot of state. History, which records the good and the evil that men do, will one day speak, and it will say that the Iron Column was perhaps the only column in Spain that had a clear vision of what our revolution ought to be. It will also say that of all columns, ours offered the greatest resistance to militarization, and that there were times when, because of that resistance, it was completely abandoned to its fate. Our past opposition to militarization was founded on what we knew about officers. Our present opposition is founded on what we know about them now. I have seen an officer tremble with rage or disgust when I spoke to him familiarly, and I know cases today of battalions that call themselves proletarian, whose officers, having forgotten their humble origin, do not permit the militiamen on pain of terrible punishment to address them as thou. 28. 341. We used to live happily in the trenches. Because none of us was superior to the other, all of us were friends, all comrades, all guerrillas of the revolution. The delegate of a group or century was not imposed upon us, he was elected by us. He did not regard himself as a lieutenant or as a captain, but as a comrade. Nor were the delegates of the committees of the column colonels or generals, they were comrades. We used to eat, fight, laugh, and swear together. I don't know how we shall live now. I don't know whether we shall be able to accustom ourselves to abuse from corporals, from sergeants, and from lieutenants. I do not know whether, after having felt ourselves to be men in the fullest sense of the word, we shall get used to being domestic animals, for that is what discipline leads to and what militarization implies. But the hour is grave. We have been caught in a trap and we must get out of it, we must escape from it as best we can. The militarists, all the militarists there are fanatical ones in our own camp, have surrounded us. Yesterday we were masters, today they are. The popular army, which has nothing popular about it except that the people form it, does not belong to the people but to the government, and it is the government that commands, it is the government that gives orders. Caught as we are in the militarists' net, there are only two possible roads. The first road leads to the dissolution of the Iron Column, the second to its militarization. But the column, that Iron Column that caused the bourgeoisie and the fascists to tremble from Valencia to Teruel, must not be dissolved, it must continue to the end. If we were to break up the column, if we were to disband and were later drafted, we should have to march, not with those whom we choose, but with those with whom we are ordered to march. Whatever we be called, column, battalion, or division, the revolution, our anarchist and proletarian revolution, to which we have contributed glorious pages from the very first day, bids us not to surrender our arms and not to abandon the compact body we have constituted until now. Sunday, March 21st, the day fixed for the holding of the assembly that was to vote on the future of the Iron Column, was a portentous one for all its members. In the past weeks the Committee of War had been urging the acceptance of militarization as the only alternative to dissolution, and now that passions had spent their force and disintegration was upon the column, it was obvious that the proponents of militarization were certain to have their way. The arguments used by the committee during the assembly in favor of converting the column into a brigade, that the men belonged to age groups then being drafted by the government, that, even should they decide to disband, they would be inducted shortly afterward into the regular units organized by the state, that the War Ministry had agreed to all of the 4 battalions of the proposed brigade being formed of members of the column, and that only the artillery would be in the hands of 342 professional officers. 29 were sufficiently powerful to ensure the favorable vote of the assembly. A few days later, the Committee of War announced to the members of the column that the unit would become the 83rd Brigade of the regular army. 30 The fact is that some of the members of the column were enrolled in other anarcho-syndicalist brigades. The famous Mexican artist David Alfaro Siqueiros, a member of the Mexican Communist Party, who was given the command of the 82nd Brigade, testifies, "Because I was a Mexican officer 31, I was given the command of units comprising anarchists from the former Iron Column and Rosal Column, which because of their anarchist creed were romantically opposed to the whole concept of military discipline. Other Mexican officers, among them the communist, Colonel Juan B. Gomez, were also given the command of units with the same beliefs, because the anarchists' love for Mexico, in contrast to their hatred of the Soviet Union, facilitated our organizational work." 32. 343. 34. Largo Caballero breaks with Moscow. For all its seriousness, the episode of the Iron Column added but a ripple to the whirlpool of discord that for weeks had been swirling in Valencia, the seat of government. Early in February 1937, enmities had acquired fresh malignancy with the fall of the strategic port of Malaga, from where the loosely organized and inadequately equipped militia columns, divided by dissensions and mutual suspicions, had been rolled back in precipitous confusion for more than 80 miles along the coast by an overwhelmingly superior enemy force composed of Spanish and Italian units. Copies of 2 important documents dealing with the loss of Malaga have been preserved. No one wishing to apportion responsibility fairly can afford to ignore them, for they form, together with the valuable data in General José Asensio's book, El General Asensio, Su Lealtad a la República, in Ramón Salas Larrazábal's Historia del Ejército Popular de la República II, and in José Manuel Martínez Band's La Campana de Andalucía III, the basis of any serious study of this subject. One is a detailed account of the disaster given on February 12, 1937 to members of the Higher War Council by Colonel José Villalba, a professional officer with no party ties, in charge of the Malaga sector of the Southern Front. The other is a report dated February 18, 1937 to the Commissariat of War by the left-wing socialist Alberto Fernández Ballesteros, Inspector Commissar of the Southern Front. These documents refer to the absence of military discipline and organization on the Malaga sector, the muddle and disorder in the rear, the irresponsibility of professional officers and militia leaders, the struggle between the different factions to the prejudice of military operations, the proselytizing efforts of the Communist Party, the appointment of an excessive number of communist political commissars by Cayetano Bolívar, chief political commissar of the Malaga sector, the wanton neglect of defensive works, the treachery of the 2 commanders in charge of fortifications, Romero and Conejo, who deserted to the enemy, the inadequate supplies of rifles, guns, and ammunition, the lack of assistance from the fleet and air force, and, finally, the failure of the War Ministry to respond to the reiterated appeals of Colonel Villalba and other leaders for reinforcements and supplies. One of the most unlucky figures in the disaster was 344. Map 3. Division of Spain, February 8, 1937. Villalba himself, who was assigned to the Malaga sector after enemy forces had pierced the eastern defenses at Estepona and when everything was fusing into disaster. Don't worry. He'll never return from there. General Asensio, the Undersecretary of War, is alleged to have told Antonio Cordon, the head of his technical secretariat, when signing the appointment. For undoubtedly selected by the War Ministry as a scapegoat, Villalba was later arrested and imprisoned. 5 After more than a year's internment, however, he was exculpated from any blame for the disaster and rehabilitated. 6. A transcript of shorthand notes taken by a telephone operator shortly after midnight on February 8 of a heated exchange between Villalba and Asensio can be found in the pro-nationalist work Malaga, Sangre y Fuego, by Angel Gallonet and José Morales. Although this book, which was written during the war, is propagandist in nature, the following excerpt from the transcript, when viewed in the light of several interviews I had with Villalba in Valencia immediately after his return from Malaga, appears genuine. Villalba: listen, Pepe, I have received orders from the ministry to return to Malaga and Asensio, you should not have left Malaga. Villalba: the fascists have already entered Malaga and anybody who denies it is lying. 345. Asensio: you should not have left Malaga alive. You should have remained there as instructed by the minister. Villalba: you don't know what is happening in Malaga. So, I should go back to Malaga? I see, you want me to give myself up to Franco? Asensio: you must return to Malaga. You should not have left it? Villalba: obviously, so that Quepo the nationalist General Gonzalo Quepo Delano can catch me. So that's what you want. Asensio: you have received orders to return to Malaga and you must return with the troops. Villalba: with what troops? I no longer have any troops, they are just a rabble. I warn you that not only Malaga but Motril will be lost if you do not provide help in time. But, look, how can I return to Malaga if the fascists are already there? Asensio: the fascists are not there. Villalba: what you are saying is that I should give myself up to Franco. It's easy to talk from where you are. You should not have left Navalcarnero alive. The telephone operator indicates that the name of the location was somewhat similar to Navalcarnero. Anyhow, I'll try to enter Malaga, I shall return there, but, remember, this is another dirty trick you are playing on me. Asensio: in the army, there are no dirty tricks, there are just orders. 7. Of the Malaga debacle, the communists made what use they could to advance their military policy. Day after day and week after week they had been urging that the military measures adopted by the government during the first months of its existence be put into effect. And now the loss of Malaga gave dramatic import to their words. To be sure, the agitation upon which they throve was not without self-interest, for they saw in the rigid implementation of those measures a means, not only of bringing the war to a successful issue, but also of creating a military machine that, if harnessed to their party, would ensure their ascendancy in the affairs of state. They were therefore impatient of Largo Caballero's indulgence toward the anarcho-syndicalist militia and particularly of his dilatoriness on the matter of conscription, especially as voluntary recruiting had fallen off and a continuous stream of fresh men was needed to replace losses. They were also impatient of his laggard record regarding other matters and of his ingrained pre-war habits. Papers of the utmost military importance accumulate in enormous stacks unattended to, unexamined, Kuldzow noted in his diary. Regardless of what is happening, Caballero retires at 9 p.m. and no one dares to awaken the old man. Even if Madrid should fall in the middle of the night, the head of the government would learn of it only in the morning. 9. There was no power nor circumstance, writes Kirill A. Merezkov, one-time Soviet advisor to the chief of the Central General Staff, General Toribio Martinez Cabrera, that would make Caballero change his long-established routine. Whenever he went to sleep, all contact with the outside world was severed and all access to him was cut off. 10. There is no doubt an element of exaggeration in these Soviet observations, for even the staunch Spanish communist Antonio Cordon, who was the head of the 346 Technical Secretariat of the Undersecretaryship of War under Caballero, acknowledged that the war minister established a rational work schedule in the ministry. He kept rigidly to his own schedule, which began at 8 a.m. sharp and ended at 8 p.m., with a very brief interval for food. At 8 o'clock, he retired, and no one was allowed to disturb him unless the matter was very serious and urgent. 11. Still, whatever Caballero's habits, the Communists and their Soviet allies could have lived with them, as they managed to live with those of such other prominent Spaniards as General Sebastián Pozas and Juan Negrin, who were more amenable to their wishes. But, as Cordon observes, I soon found out that the firmness of character of the socialist leader, which so many used to admire, including myself, was based on obstinacy, and was frequently transformed by an exaggerated opinion of his own importance and qualifications into a negative trait. 12. With such men, to be sure, the Communists found it hard to deal. Moreover, as Koltsov observes in his diary, Largo Caballero had crude ways. From time to time he shouts, he does not permit objections. As Minister of War, he resolves military problems personally. 13. As far back as September 1936 the government had decided, largely as a result of communist pressure, to call up the 1932 and 1933 classes 14, but this decision had remained on paper, partly because Largo Caballero, as we have seen, believed in the superior morale and greater combat efficiency of volunteers 15, and partly because he knew that the anarcho-syndicalists, whose support he needed, were opposed to the enrollment of their members in government units. Although a CNT National Congress decided to agree to the mobilization of the two classes announced by the government, it did so on the understanding that all men with anarcho-syndicalist membership cards should be drafted by the CNT for service in its own militia units. In Catalonia, the regional committee of the CNT stated with reference to this decision, as it would be very childish to hand over our forces to the absolute control of the government. The National Congress has decided that all persons in the two mobilized classes who belong to our trade union organization should present themselves immediately to the CNT barracks or, in the absence thereof, to the trade union or CNT defense committees of their locality, which will take note of their affiliation, their age, their employment, the class to which they belong, their address, and all the necessary facts. A report will be sent to the Regional Committee of Defense, Nicolas Salmeron, 10. This committee will issue militia cards that will be sent to the inscribed comrades, who, of course, will henceforth be at the disposal of the Regional Committee, which will assign them to the column or front selected. 16. When taken to task in February 1937, shortly after the fall of Malaga, by a delegation of the communist-dominated Defense Council of Madrid for not enforcing the draft, Largo Caballero retorted that the government had neither barracks in which to house the conscripts nor money and arms with which to pay and drill them. 17. Moreover, a few days earlier, in response to communist demands for the implementation of the draft, he had declared somewhat disingenuously, in reference to the decree of 29 October 1936 that rendered all able 347 bodied men between the ages of 20 and 45 liable to conscription, 18 that compulsory military service was enforced de jure and de facto. What the government and the war minister demanded, he continued, is that organizations and unions of all kinds should impose on their members the discipline this measure requires, so that when the military authorities deem it necessary to employ the services of men of military age they will encounter no obstacles. It is in this way, the minister considers, that those who wish to cooperate in the defense of national territory against the foreign invasion should carry on their propaganda, and not by making demands on the government in connection with problems that have already been made the subject of legal measures, such as the decree of 29 October 1936. 19. But, in truth, this was evasive sophistry designed to conceal the non-enforcement of the draft, and a few days later the communist ministers, backed by the Republican and moderate socialist representatives in the cabinet, compelled Caballero not only to repeat the call-up of the 1932 and 1933 conscripts but to include in the same draft the 1934 to 1936 classes. 20 This, however, did not change matters substantially for the libertarian movement. At the beginning of March, the Regional Committee of the CNT of Aragon, while taking cognizance of the government's mobilization orders, urged the workers in that region to present themselves at the recruiting depots of the CNT for enlistment in anarcho-syndicalist units. 21 On March 15, the day when several of the mobilized classes were to present themselves at their induction centers. 22 The National Committee of the CNT, the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, and the Peninsular Committee of the Libertarian Youth issued a joint manifesto enjoining the workers to form themselves into brigades and place themselves at the disposal of the bodies directing the war. 23 A reference, of course, to the defense committees of the CNT and FAI. In view of all this, it is hardly surprising that Frente Rojo, the communist organ, should have affirmed a few weeks later that in several villages in the region of Extremadura it had been able to prove that men who should have enlisted in the regular army in compliance with the government's mobilization orders had been urged not to do so, and were being formed into battalions of a certain political or trade union character. 24. Meanwhile, the PCE strove to utilize the Malaga debacle in another way. It demanded the purging of all positions of command. Although directed ostensibly against members of the officer corps who were suspect or incompetent. 25 This demand soon proved to be aimed specifically at those appointees of Largo Caballero who were opposing its permeation of the armed forces. In the words of Enrique Castro, the former member of the party's Central Committee, frequently quoted in this work, Malaga was more than a military defeat. It was the grand pretext for the party to begin its most difficult political battle for hegemony, the struggle for the overthrow of Largo Caballero. 26. That the Communists' first target should have been General José Asensio is natural, for, as Undersecretary of War, he held the most important position in the War Ministry next to Largo Caballero, a position to which, it will be recalled, the 348th Minister, in a defiant gesture, had elevated him in reply to their demand that he be removed from the Central Front. The offensive against General Asensio was unspeakable, wrote Largo Caballero some years later. I had already been forced to relieve him of his command of the Army of the Center. Now the Communists were determined to oust him from the ministry. Why? I asked them. Because he is a traitor. Give me proof, evidence. But they never produced any. At every session of the cabinet the communist ministers raised the same issue: the undersecretary must be dismissed from office, he is a danger in the ministry. I asked them for proof, they offered to furnish it, but they never did. Innocent oversight. When they became convinced that by accusing him of being a traitor they got nowhere, they accused him of being a drunkard and a philanderer. I replied that I had never seen him drunk and that I was surprised they should denounce a Spanish general because he liked women, whereas I knew for certain that they had enrolled homosexuals in their party. 27. But the communists were undaunted by Caballero's obstinacy. Asensio had now become such an impediment to their plans for hegemony that the Russian ambassador, Marcel Rosenberg, personally demanded his dismissal. To this demand, Largo Caballero, afire with indignation, replied by expelling the Soviet diplomat from his office. This signal event, confirmed by several colleagues of the Premier and by Largo Caballero himself in both his published and unpublished memoirs 28, is colorfully recorded by the left-wing socialist Cortes deputy, Ginés Gunga, who affirms that Rosenberg threatened to withdraw Soviet aid unless the demand for the removal of the Undersecretary of War were heeded. He writes, "Those of us who used to frequent the Ministry of War were at first struck by the daily visit, to which we finally became accustomed, of His Excellency, the Soviet ambassador, who spent several hours every day in the office of Largo Caballero, Premier and War Minister. Rosenberg was usually accompanied by an interpreter, but what an interpreter! Not a secretary of the embassy, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic, Don Julio Alvarez del Valle. One morning the visit behind closed doors had already lasted 2 hours when suddenly old man Caballero was heard shouting. The secretaries gathered around the door of the office, not venturing to open it out of respect. Caballero's shouting increased in intensity. Then, all of a sudden, the door opened, and the aged Premier of Spain, standing in front of his table, his arms outstretched and his shaking finger pointing to the door, was heard saying in a voice tremulous with emotion, "Get out! Get out! You will have to learn, Señor Ambassador, that although we Spaniards are very poor and need help from abroad very much, we are too proud to let a foreign ambassador attempt to impose his will on the head of the government of Spain. And as for you, Valle, it would be better to remember that you are a Spaniard and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic and that you should not combine with a foreign diplomat in putting pressure on your Prime Minister." 29. 349. In his own version of this stormy incident, Largo Caballero affirms that he refused to put up with the interference by Moscow, which was treating Spain like a Soviet colony. After 2.5 hours of insolence and audacity, during which the ambassador and Alvarez del Valle claimed that Russia's counter-espionage service had discovered proof of the disloyalty of General Asensio, Largo Caballero stood up, pounded on his marble desk and told the ambassador never again to raise the matter. Such was my annoyance that not much more would have been needed for me to have pushed him out of the office. 30. After expelling the Soviet ambassador, Largo Caballero remained alone with Alvarez del Valle. "I rebuked him for playing the communist game," he recalls. All he could reply was that since people were saying, even if unjustly, that Asensio was a traitor he should be removed from office. A fine argument. But who were the people who were saying this? The communists and no one else. 31. In a totally simplistic and lopsided interpretation of Largo Caballero's attitude toward the Soviet ambassador, the pro-communist Amaro del Rosal, a member of the UGT executive during the war and former partisan of Largo Caballero, says that when the first personal clash with Rosenberg occurred, Caballero was in a permanent state of irritability. On previous occasions, he tells us, everything had transpired normally in keeping with good diplomatic relations, especially relations between an ambassador of the first socialist state and an old socialist militant enveloped in popularity and revolutionary prestige. The ambassador, he claims, was the same as ever, but Caballero had changed. His annoyance with the ambassador had no foundation, it was a reaction of personal irritability resulting from a new frame of mind, from a political evolution or, better still, from a political poisoning. Rosenberg was a great friend of Caballero's, an effective and loyal advisor, the representative of the only country that was helping the Spanish Republic. How could the Premier develop an attitude of hostility, of violence, toward that country and its representative? As long as Caballero was loyal to the Caballero of 1936 everything went smoothly, but to the degree that he began to divorce himself from the political line that had brought him to power, he began to bog down in his own contradictions. 32. It is indeed curious that in the same work Amaro del Rosal states that the campaign against Asensio was unfair, that it was motivated by selfish professional ambitions, and that Asensio was a great military figure, a fact that disturbed other military men. 33. For this is an obvious reference to the communist Antonio Cordon, who, as he himself avows, was frequently at odds with Asensio. 34. While personal intrigue and ambition no doubt played a role in Asensio's downfall, and although Cordon's fellow communists must have used this ambitious young officer, who a year later became Undersecretary of the Army under Juan Negrin, to undo Asensio, it goes without saying that the campaign against the General, in which, it will be recalled, the Communists in the Defense Council of Madrid also exerted what pressure they could against Largo Caballero, served first and foremost the political ends of the party rather than Cordon's personal ambitions in the War Ministry. 350. The Asensio episode illustrates to what degree the relations between Largo Caballero and the Soviet ambassador had deteriorated. In reply to the question posed by Stalin, Molotov, and Voroshilov in their letter of December 1936, is the Spanish government satisfied with Rosenberg, or is it necessary to replace him with another representative? Largo. Caballero had answered reassuringly as recently as January 12, 1937, just a few weeks before ejecting the ambassador from his office, "We are satisfied with his behavior and activity. Everyone here likes him. He is working hard, excessively, at the expense of his enfeebled health." 35. Perhaps because of this friendly response, or because they may have hoped that Largo Caballero's stormy scene with the ambassador was just a passing incident, Moscow and the PCE did not entirely despair of manipulating the socialist leader. Indeed, they still hoped that they could use his influence to facilitate the fusion of the socialist and communist parties, as it had facilitated the unification of the two youth movements. The Russian plan, passionately adhered to throughout the war, was to fuse the two parties, testified Luis Araquistin, the left socialist leader, whose intimate relations with Caballero invest his words with special authority, and who, like Caballero, had personally supported the fusion before the war. 36 The new party would be called the Unified Socialist Party, as in Catalonia, but in reality it would be a communist party, controlled and directed by the Communist International and the Soviet authorities. The name would deceive the Spanish workers, and it was hoped that it would not alarm the Western powers. Stalin fervently desired that Largo Caballero should use his power in the government and his enormous authority in the Socialist Party to impose the absorption of the latter by the Communist Party. 37. Who can doubt that the achievement of this goal would have been a giant step toward the absolute hegemony of the Communist Party and the establishment of a single-party state? But although the influential Madrid section of the PSOE, the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, which Caballero controlled and to which Araquistin belonged, had advocated the merging of the two parties before the war. 38 His experiences had stamped out the last spark of his enthusiasm for amalgamation. After he had been maneuvered out of office in May 1937, Caballero gave another reason for his changed attitude toward the question of fusion. "The only thing I ask," he declared at a public meeting, "is that those who at one time wished to carry out this fusion should keep to the same program that we had, namely, that it should be realized on the basis of a revolutionary program." I remember very well that when we used to speak of this question, the Communist Party posed as a condition, because it had been so agreed in Moscow, that we should break relations with all the bourgeois parties. This remark was a reference to a letter addressed before the war to the PSOE executive by the Central Committee of the PCE, proposing the fusion of the two organizations. Written during the early phase of the Popular Front period and couched in language designed to appeal more to the radicalism of the numerically superior left socialists headed by Largo. 351. Caballero then to the moderate socialists led by Indalecio Prieto, who controlled the executive committee. The letter posed, inter alia, the following conditions: complete independence with regard to the bourgeoisie, complete rupture of the social democratic bloc with the bourgeoisie, recognition of the need for the revolutionary overthrow of bourgeois domination and for the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of Soviets. 39. Do the communists insist now, as they once did, Largo Caballero continued, that we should break relations with all the bourgeois parties? No, on the contrary. The slogan they now have is that we should return to the days before 18 July 40. Whatever may have been the real weight of this issue in determining the changed attitude of Caballero and of other left socialist leaders toward the fusion of the two parties, there can be no doubt that it was not so much their dislike of the moderate tone of the Communist Party's present policy as its depredations of the socialist movement and the fear that it would eventually absorb the socialists that put the matter entirely out of court. This is suggested by the following account, given by Rodolfo Llopis, Under-Secretary to the Premier, of a conversation among a group of leading left-wing socialists that took place in January 1937. The conversation turned to what was, for all genuine socialists, one of the most dramatic of subjects, namely, the disloyalty of the communists. Someone present drew a picture that was only too familiar to all of us, the campaigns waged by the communists at the front and in the rear, their drive to remove the socialists from various organizations. Their barefaced proselytism, in which they unscrupulously employed the most reprehensible of methods, their constant disloyalty toward us. He spoke of the behavior of the socialist youth leaders who had gone over to the Communist Party, and of the conquest that the communists had made of the two socialist deputies, Necken and Montiel. Meanwhile, he added, our party gave no sign of life, the executive committee controlled by the moderate socialists remained silent. Several other comrades spoke. Caballero likewise. He said just a few words, but they were clear and emphatic. What is this about absorption? He asked. Nobody will ever absorb me. The party has a tradition as well as potentialities that cannot be thrown overboard. The party cannot die. As long as I live there will be a socialist party. 41. Even before the outbreak of the Civil War, when he had briefly harbored the illusion that through the fusion of the two parties he could absorb the communists, Largo Caballero had grown wary of the idea of amalgamation, and no enticement laid before him by the Spanish Politburo and the Comintern, not even a promise that he could head the United Party 42 could induce him to yield to their import unity. The Communist International, he writes, referring to the pre-war period, wanted to fuse the communist and socialist parties and put them in its bag, but it encountered one great difficulty: the Communist Party did not have men of authority and prestige for such an important task. Unfortunately, they focused their attention upon me. In the communist press, I was the only Marxist. 352. Socialist, a revolutionary, the legitimate representative of the Spanish proletariat, the devoted friend of the workers, the only hope of the future, the Spanish Lenin. My photograph was displayed in newspapers, in movie theaters, in store windows, in Spain and abroad, even in Russia. They wanted to awaken in me those evil instincts that always dwell in the hearts of men, vanity and ambition, but those emotions were fast asleep in the very depths of my being. They didn't know me, otherwise they would not have thought of such stupidities. Vittorio Codovilla, the Comintern delegate, known in Spain as Medina, visited Largo Caballero, pressing him for the fusion of the two parties. I would be the head of the new party and hence the master of Spain, because once fusion had been achieved all the workers would join the party and it would become an invincible force. Caballero did not yield. I had already acquired too much experience to allow myself to be influenced by those siren calls. After he became premier in September 1936, pressure was resumed. I replied courteously in the negative. Undeterred, Codovilla again visited Largo Caballero. My visitor told me that this was the psychological moment to carry out the fusion of the two parties, that all the workers were demanding the single party, that since I occupied the premiership, it would be a success, and that it was advisable to achieve it as soon as possible because in that way the war would be won. In short, he insinuated that I could and should carry out a coup d'état. Restraining my indignation, I replied that it was not true that all the workers were asking for fusion, and that, even if they were, I would not lend myself to the maneuver. I requested him not to mention the matter again. If anyone wanted the union of the workers, all he had to do was to join the UGT and the Socialist Party. I was not ready to stain my modest political and trade union history with the treachery he proposed. Looking as red as a pomegranate, Medina withdrew. I had placed the premiership, the war ministry, all the posts I held as well as my future tranquility, in jeopardy. In spite of this rebuff, a final effort was made to persuade the left socialist leader. Marcelino Pascua, the Spanish ambassador to Moscow, arrived unexpectedly in Valencia with an urgent request. He asked me on behalf of Stalin if the fusion of the parties would be carried out. My reply to him was no. 43. This unequivocal expression of Caballero's intractability just a few days after he had expelled the Soviet ambassador from his office finally convinced the Russians of the futility of further attempts to knead the socialist leader to their purpose and became the signal for the launching of a whispering campaign to undermine what remained of his authority. Insidiously, the words stupidity, ineptitude, vanity, and senility were bandied from mouth to mouth. 44 Presaging the greatest political battle of the war, a battle that would eventuate in the political demise of the man who had been the most influential and popular of the left-wing leaders at the start of the fighting. Observing, as a communist, the gradual development of this historic battle against the party's former allies, against the oldest working-class party in the country, against its unquestioned leader Francisco Largo Caballero, Enrique Castro, then a member of the party's Central Committee, confesses that he smiled and rubbed his hands with satisfaction, as the following thoughts occupied his mind. 353. We shall win the battle. We shall win the battle against the Socialist Party and against Largo Caballero. With the help of the masses, with the help of the other parties and organizations. And with the help of the Socialist Party itself. Ha! Ha! Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous! What does it matter that idiots accuse us of disloyalty to our allies? Isn't the party doing what it is supposed to do? Is a proletarian revolution possible without a powerful communist party in control? The imbeciles should not be astonished. What we are doing to conquer the masses, to achieve the true revolution, the socialist revolution, is nothing new. Here are the texts of Lenin and Stalin. Texts that are within the reach of anyone who wants to know what they contain, of anyone who wants to know our aim, our method, our tactics, and strategy. There is nothing new, nothing new. What is happening is that you, all of you, have been so dumb that you have not bothered to learn who we are and what we are. But that is not our fault. The fault is yours. The political stupidity of our allies is without a doubt one of our best allies. 45. He adds, Spain had never witnessed a great political funeral. Now it would. And before very long. Largo Caballero, the politician, had entered his death agony. He was unaware of this, just as he was unaware of many important things during his lifetime. But it made his political death the more terrible, a death that would come brutally and by surprise and in an atmosphere of almost complete political isolation. 46. Now, more than ever, Largo Caballero needed the advice and support of men in whose political judgment he had total confidence in order to combat his ruthless adversaries, but there were no such men. Luis Araquistin, his close associate and mentor for several years, was now ambassador in Paris, far removed from the day-to-day intrigues in Valencia and, in any case, although a brilliant polemicist, was a political strategist of dubious ability. Moreover, once faithful supporters like Álvarez del Valle, Santiago Carrillo, Margarita Neckin, Felipe Pretel, and Amaro del Rosal had transferred their allegiance to the communists. To make matters worse, his immediate political entourage consisted of only 3 men in whom he could place his trust, none of whom was a match for the communists, aided, as they were, by foreign advisors trained to perfection in the Leninist art of splitting rival organizations and destroying political opponents. Firstly, there was Rodolfo Llopis, the undersecretary to the premiership, a devoted follower and well-known educationalist, at one point president of the socialist-controlled Teachers' Federation, who possessed neither the requisite vigor 47 nor political acumen. Secondly, a political nonentity by the name of Alfajm, Eustaquio Aparicio, and, finally, the young upstart, the arrogant and inexperienced José María Aguirre, a former messenger for the socialist deputies in the Cortes, who had managed to ingratiate himself in the good graces of the Prime Minister and had been more than bountifully rewarded with the title of Politico-Military Secretary and the rank of Captain. 48. It is no wonder that during the campaign against Largo Caballero, Aguirre felt beyond his depth and regretted the absence of Araquistin. In a private communication, Aguirre wrote to the ambassador on February 28, "If only you could join." 354. Us. I have great faith in our chief. But, he is so alone. There is no one, or hardly anyone, who can help him to carry out effectively what has to be done. 49. The question must necessarily arise why Araquistin, who was undoubtedly aware of his chief's perilous position, never offered to return to Valencia to assist him. The campaign against Largo Caballero was now gathering greater force. Why was this campaign waged against me? Do you know why? Largo Caballero asked his audience at a public meeting some months after he had left the government. Because Largo Caballero did not want to be an agent of certain elements in our country, and because Largo Caballero defended national sovereignty in the military field, in the political field, and in the social field. And when these elements learned, very late, to be sure, that Largo Caballero could never become an agent of theirs, the line changed and the campaign against me started. But I can affirm that until shortly before this campaign commenced, I was offered everything that could be offered to a man with ambition and vanity. I could have been the head of the Unified Socialist Party, I could have been the political figure of Spain, I would have had the support of those who approached me, but only on the condition that I carried out their policy. And I replied that I would not do so on any account. As I was saying, they got to know me very late. They should have understood from the very first moment that Largo Caballero has neither the temperament nor the substance of a traitor. I categorically refused to carry out their policy, with the result that on one occasion, I had a very violent scene with official representatives of a certain country whose duty it was to be more discreet, but who did not fulfill that duty. And I told them in the presence of one of their agents, an agent, however, who held a ministerial portfolio a reference to Foreign Minister Álvarez del Valle, that Largo Caballero would not tolerate any kind of interference in the political life of our country. 50. 355. 35. Pressure on Largo Caballero mounts. Independently of the effort by the Soviet ambassador to secure the dismissal of General José Asensio from the Undersecretaryship of War, the Communists applied pressure from other directions. On February 13, the Junta de Defensa de Madrid, it will be recalled, demanded, on the initiative of the Communist representative, Isidoro Dieguez, the removal from the army of doubtful and suspect elements, a demand that was followed by a virulent denunciation of Asensio in Mundo Obrero as the organizer of defeats who deserved the maximum penalty. At a cabinet meeting held a few days later, the Communist ministers formally demanded Asensio's ouster. Foreign Minister Álvarez del Valle, despite his personal conviction that the general was unquestionably one of the most capable and intelligent officers in the Republican Army, gave the demand strong support. Having decided that the fundamental factor was not one's own personal trust in the general, he explains, but the suspicion which he inspired in a large section of the troops, I was one of the cabinet ministers who stood out most firmly for his dismissal. The fight waged by Caballero against what he thought was an injustice done to his undersecretary had a certain greatness. He deeply resented the fact that I, for the first time, took a position different from his, and from that day, to my great regret, I ceased to be his most trusted minister too. In spite of Largo Caballero's bold defense of General Asensio, he was defeated by a broad opposition spanning the political spectrum from the anarcho-syndicalist to the left Republican ministers. This was confirmed by Federica Monsanati in a letter to me after the war. Her honesty is particularly appreciated because of the reluctance of several of her former cabinet colleagues to furnish me with serviceable information regarding their respective attitudes. 3 The stand of the left Republican ministers during the debate was reflected in a derogatory allusion to Asensio in large type on the front page of Politica, the national organ of their party, for the same day that Asensio's resignation was published in the official Gazette. 5. If Álvarez del Valle had done much to undermine Largo Caballero's position in this crisis, the hostile attitude of the CNT and FAI toward the general, both in cabinet meetings and in their press, was also important. 6 A strict disciplinarian who had employed stern measures against retreating militiamen when in Com. 356. MAND of the Central Front and had ordered the execution, according to one authority, of several militia leaders who had refused to obey his orders to attack. 7 Asensio had long been distrusted in libertarian circles, where in the early days opposition to professional officers and to militarism in all its forms had been an article of faith. Hence, The CNT and FAI had been easily sucked into the campaign against the general as they had in the Junta de Defensa de Madrid and, without consciously desiring it, had thereby facilitated the workings of the communists against Largo Caballero. In the above-mentioned letter to me regarding Asensio, Federica Monsanelli avowed that she later considered that the libertarian movement's opposition to the general was a mistake, not only because of his exceptional ability, but because it helped to weaken Largo Caballero in relation to the communists. But Largo Caballero was not to be easily divested of a collaborator in whose technical ability he had the maximum confidence and, with the object of using him in some capacity in the War Ministry, instructed him to remain in Valencia under his direct orders. 8 At the same time, provoked by the struggle over Asensio, he took vigorous action against communist influence in the War Ministry. He assigned Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Corton, a member of the Communist Party and head of the Technical Secretariat of the Undersecretaryship of War, to the Córdoba front. 9 Dismissed his aide-de-camp, Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Arredondo, on account of his sympathy for the party. 10 And posted him, along with Captain Eleuterio Diaz Tendrethefilo, communist chief of the Vital Information and Control Department and chief organizer before the war of the left-wing officer organization, the UMRADO. The Basque Front. 11. Referring to these and other dismissals from the War Ministry, Martín Blasquez, who at the time was Antonio Corton's assistant in the Technical Secretariat, writes, "Whether because my services were regarded as more essential, or because I was believed to be less of a sympathizer with the Communist Party, I was not dismissed from the ministry as so many others were. Some of my colleagues, including Caballero's aide-de-camp Arredondo and Diaz Tendero, were sent to the Army of the North at Bilbao. I confess I was alarmed at the prospect of being vindictively sent there myself. I was very pessimistic about the prospects on that front. I had made frequent requests for supplies for Bilbao, but they had all been rejected. We shall send nothing to the Army of the North, I had been told. Let the Basques look after themselves. What have they got an independent republic for?" In view of this short-sighted policy, being sent to the Army of the North obviously meant a very good chance of ending up before a fascist firing squad. 12. In this purge the Communists' greatest loss was undoubtedly that of Diaz Tendero, the head of the Information and Control Department that investigated the political antecedents of every man before he could enter the army. 13 Without actually being a member of the PCE, Diaz Tendero, to quote Margarita Necken, the left socialist Cortes deputy, who knew him personally and switched her own allegiance to the Communists in December 1936, did wonderful things for the 357 Party. 14 His ability to advance the interests of the Communists was undoubtedly enhanced by the central role he played in a special officer classification committee, whose task it was, so Stanley G. Payne attests, to categorize all available officers according to their political reliability. 15 Particularly helpful to him, writes M. Teresa Suero Roca, was the card index compiled before the war of all the army commanders as well as that portion of the records of the UME, the Rightist Union Milita Española, of which he had managed to take possession. 16 Thus he wielded considerable discretionary power, and his removal by Largo Caballero dealt a severe blow to the hegemonic designs of the PCE, the more so as, according to Asensio, it had previously proposed, with the support of representatives of other organizations, that Diaz Tendero succeed him in his high office. 17. In addition to the dismissal of Diaz Tendero and the other officers from their key posts, Largo Caballero won a move that seemed to offer an even greater threat to communist plans for control of the armed forces. Appointed 6 inspectors, all of them trusted left-wing socialists. 18 To scrutinize the work of generals, of the lesser officers and non-commissioned officers, of the top officials in the Commissariat of War. 19 And of political commissars of every rank. 20. Cowed momentarily into discretion by this vehement reaction, the Communists ventured a mild criticism only of the latter measure. 21 And refrained from condemning in their press the removal of their men from key positions in the War Ministry, lest they exacerbate Caballero's anger still further. Through the ingenuity of Diaz Tendero they contrived a means of denouncing these dismissals and of preventing Caballero from retaining Asensio in any capacity in the War Ministry. As head of the Information and Control Department, Diaz-Tendero had been in contact with all organizations, and was able because his allegiance to the communists was barely known outside the war ministry to use the columns of Nosotros, the mouthpiece of the Iron Column. 22 This newspaper's dislike for Largo Caballero was untempered by the political considerations that restrain the language of the less extreme libertarian organs, which, in spite of their attacks on Asensio and their hostility to the socialist leader before the war, were now conscious of his present value as an ally against the PCE. On February 25, Nosotros, inspired and documented by Diaz-Tendero, published, under the caption "How the Purging of the Army is Being Carried Out," an article containing one list of sincere Republican officers dismissed from their posts and another of officers appointed in their stead, who had never been known for their Republican sympathies and were either disloyal or just indifferent. The first list included the above-mentioned communist and pro-communist officers Antonio Cordon, Manuel Arredondo, and Diaz-Tendero, who had been removed from the War Ministry, and the second included the name of Lieutenant Colonel Fernandez, who had succeeded Diaz-Tendero in charge of the Information and Control Department and who was, according to Nosotros, a great friend of Asensio's. But more interesting than all these facts, the paper affirmed, was that although the impression had been created that General Asensio had been removed, he had, in reality, 358, been relieved of all responsibility and placed behind the scenes as technical advisor to the minister and the new undersecretary. Moreover, his appointment has been made by a simple ministerial order, whereas assignments and appointments of generals, whatever their status, should be made by decree on the proposal of the government and with the signature of the head of state. Although there is no corroborative evidence that such a ministerial order was ever issued by Largo Caballero and, indeed, Asensio himself later denied its existence. 23 The war minister certainly did hope to use the general's services, as the latter himself has conceded. 24 Nevertheless, no formal appointment of the kind suggested was made, and it may be safely assumed that the allegation was designed to forestall any attempt to revive Asensio's authority in the war ministry. In addition to the article inspired by Diaz-Tendero, Nosotros came out with the following invective against the war minister. Largo Caballero is old, too old, and does not possess the mental agility necessary for solving certain problems upon which our own lives as well as the lives and liberty of the whole people depend. When the newspapers, all the newspapers with the exception of those inspired by the war minister himself, accuse one man, when in the trenches, in the barracks, in the committees, in the streets, and in the ministries themselves, it is whispered or openly stated that General Asensio either through ineptitude or treachery has gone from defeat to defeat, when it is common knowledge that on the very night the news of Malaga's fall was received, the general, now advisor to Largo Caballero, got drunk in a cabaret just like any individual who thinks only of wallowing in the mire and debasing himself. The minister should not send letters to the press and adopt tragic airs with the idea of silencing such things. This was a reference to two open letters written by Largo Caballero, one to Carlos Espla, the left Republican minister, the other to the national executive of the left Republican Party, protesting the following allusion to Asensio's successor, Carlos de Barrebar, on the front page of the party organ, Politica, of February 21, if in the dismissals we can discern victory, do not let us invite defeat as a result of the appointments. In the first of these letters Largo Caballero asked Espla whether Politica was about to begin a new campaign of a disruptive character such as the one that has compelled me to deprive myself of an able collaborator and urged him to use all his influence to stop it from developing. 25 In his letter to the National Executive, he declared that he was not prepared to tolerate the initiation of a campaign by an official organ of a popular front party that might create disagreeable situations for his trusted collaborators. 26 In reply, Politica contended somewhat meekly that the words to which Largo Caballero objected had been set up in type before the name of Asensio's successor was known. 27 While the National Executive no less sheepishly affirmed that it did not see in them any attack on Carlos de Barrebar. 28 With hostile eyes the people see that they are being fooled, Nisotros's invective against Caballero continued. The resignation of Asensio is a trick because behind their backs he is extolled, having been elevated to a position of 359. Greater confidence at the side of the minister. The Minister of War, Comrade Largo Caballero, should bear in mind that he is old, and, what is more, that he is becoming senile and that senile men should neither govern nor be allowed to govern. 29. Angered by this abusive language and by the allegation regarding Asensio's appointment, an allegation that compelled him to abandon all idea of using his services, even unofficially, in the War Ministry, lest he be accused of flouting public opinion and the will of the cabinet, Largo Caballero had Angel Galarza, left-wing socialist Minister of the Interior, suspend the publication of Nosotros. 30. That same day the minister announced without mentioning Diaz Tendero by name that a regular army officer, suspected of inspiring several articles, had been arrested, and that about 200 copies of Nosotros had been found in his home. 31. It is noteworthy that Nosotros's attack on Largo Caballero had been embarrassing to the national leaders of the CNT. This was clear when, a few days later at the extraordinary Congress of the Catalan CNT, the Secretary of the National Committee opposed and succeeded in defeating a motion of the Catalan organization that a protest should be made against the suspension of the paper. 32. Some months later, in reference to the attacks on Largo Caballero that had appeared in other libertarian newspapers, Helmut Rudiger, representative in Barcelona of the 8 with which the CNT was affiliated, wrote, "We all knew Caballero's past, but not all the editors of the CNT provincial papers knew that several months ago Caballero had become an opponent of communist influence and that, consequently, to demand his removal was to do the work of the Communist Party." 33. A few months after the fall of Largo Caballero in May 1937, when the PCE had strengthened its position still further, Asensio was indicted for neglecting to supply the Malaga front with the necessary arms and munitions and was imprisoned pending trial. 34. In May 1938, he was released and rehabilitated, partly because of the intervention of influential friends, including Diego Martínez Barrio, the Vice President of the Republic, and of Vicente Rojo, then Chief of the General Staff, who was personally convinced of his innocence. 35. Partly because he could have made a powerful case against his chief accusers, and partly because of the problem having regard to the Communists' desire at that time to avoid widening still further the gulf between themselves and the left socialists of placing him on trial without impeaching his chief, Largo Caballero, to whose orders he was, as Under-Secretary of War, directly subordinate. The Nosotros incident was the crowning indignity and injury that Largo Caballero had suffered at the hands of the Communists. For months he had watched their stealthy permeation of the socialist movement and of the armed forces that had resulted in the loss of a substantial part of his own following, including many intimate associates. But no doubt fearing to forfeit Soviet supplies and also fearing to reveal to the outside world, particularly to Britain and France, which he still hoped might be enticed to raise the arms embargo, the depth of communist penetration behind the Republican facade. 36. He had been 360. Inhibited from making any public statement against his tireless adversaries. In fact, it was not until October 1937, 5 months after the fall of his government, that he ventured any open criticism. He claimed that he waited so long because he did not wish it to be said that he had made any statement that had adversely affected Spain's position at Geneva or had demoralized the soldiers at the front. "I can assure you," he added, "that one of the greatest sacrifices I have ever made in my life was to keep silent during these past 5 months. But I am not worried, for, although the calumniators have thrust tooth and nail into my flesh, my conscience is satisfied that my silence was in the interests of Spain and in the interests of the war." 37. These considerations, apparently, also explain his forbearance during his incumbency. Nevertheless, incensed by the Nosotros incident, he could no longer suppress his anger. Issuing from his silence on February 26, he hit back with a public declaration, in which his diatribes against fascist agents were unmistakable allusions to the Communists. On Sunday, February 14, he stated, large contingents representing anti-fascist Spain marched through the streets of Valencia affirming their adhesion to the government and to the Republican Constitution. This referred to a demonstration in his support organized after the fall of Malaga by the Provincial Secretariat of the Valencia UGT, which was controlled by the left-wing socialists. In a notice inviting all the trade union, political, and cultural organizations in Valencia province to participate, the Secretariat stated that it wanted the government to see by the demonstration that it had the support of the working people. The communists accepted the invitation and, at a gathering of the leaders of the local organizations, succeeded, thanks to the propitious atmosphere created by the fall of Malaga, in securing the adoption of a proposal that a 10-point petition be presented to Largo Caballero on the day of the demonstration embodying, among other things, the following demands: compulsory military service and the cleansing of all responsible military posts. That the Largo Caballero socialists resented the petition is clear from the following lines in an editorial published in their newspaper the day before the demonstration: "We should not ask for compulsory military service, but should present ourselves when we are called up. We should not ask for anything, but should give everything." 38. Owing to the participation of the communists and to the petition, with which great play was made, the left-wing socialists were unable to use the demonstration, as they had intended, to bolster Largo Caballero's authority. On the contrary, the communists succeeded in using it very much to their own advantage. Largo Caballero's statement continued. While the demonstrators were expressing their willingness to give the government unqualified support, and while as a result of this clamorous demonstration the position of Republican Spain and its legal government was strengthened in the eyes of the world, fascist agents redoubled their efforts to such an extent that they found in the midst of traditionally Republican and working-class organiza 361 a certain response and even help for their aims and intrigues. Disguised among us, and favored by our proletarian and republican kindness, they sowed confusion, stirred up passions, and encouraged indiscipline in our ranks. The authorities know that fascist agents, with membership cards of the Republican parties, the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, and the UGT and the CNT, have been operating freely in Loyalist Spain and that their criminal acts have succeeded in disorienting many Republican soldiers and even civilians, whose clear and self-sacrificing past certify to their good faith and loyalty. A section of the press and of the anti-fascist parties and organizations, responsible members of those bodies, and well-intentioned yet thoughtless people, have become involved in the enemy's dark plot and facilitate his work. So well organized is espionage among us that I affirm in all sincerity that intrigues and passions are coiled around our feet like reptiles. A whole apparatus has wedged itself between the people and the government, perverting the consciences of many individuals and encouraging the darkest appetites, an apparatus that works consciously or unconsciously in both ways I believe against our cause, with the result, as I have already stated, that around the feet of those who should march, and are ready to march at the head of the democratic and working people, serpents of treason, disloyalty, and espionage are coiled. I am not prepared to tolerate this state of things an hour longer. 39. Although the communists publicly described this veiled assault upon themselves as the Toads and Snakes Manifesto in a denunciatory speech by Politburo member Jesus Hernandez, they did so on May 28, 1937, 3 months later, after the fall of the left socialist leader. 40 When Largo Caballero issued his statement at the end of February, they were careful not to identify themselves publicly as the object of the assault and gave the statement a discreet reception in their press. 41 They also joined with other organizations at a meeting called by the Premier in assuring him publicly of their support. 42 Nevertheless, at the beginning of March, according to Hernandez, in his book Yo fui un ministro de Stalin, written some years after he had left the party, a Politburo meeting of far-reaching importance was held in Valencia, attended by the Moscow delegation comprising Stefanov, Codovila, Gero, and Togliatti, and by Marti, organizer of the international brigades. Also present were Orlov, head of the NKVD in Spain, and Gaikis, the Soviet charge d'affaires, who, Hernandez points out, were attending a Spanish Politburo meeting for the first time. In short, he says acridly, more foreigners than Spaniards. At the meeting, he claims, the overthrow of Largo Caballero was presented by Togliatti as the primary short-term objective. His account of this meeting has been ignored by the official history of the Civil War prepared under the auspices of La Pasionaria 43, herself a member of the Politburo, but was vigorously assailed by Orlov and contains at least one serious inaccuracy. 44 An account is given here, since it offers the only testimony we have of purported behind-the-scenes disagreement with the 362 Moscow delegation over the proposed removal of Largo Caballero. It is true that Fernando Clautin, a party member at the time and a leader of the JSU, confirms this disagreement. 45 But neither he nor his close associate Santiago Carrillo, a deputy member of the Politburo, was present at this historic meeting. Hernandez states that at the beginning of the meeting José Díaz, the party secretary, gave his reasons why the communists should not destroy Largo Caballero: they would incur the enmity of the majority of the Socialist Party, would be accused of striving for political and military hegemony, and would isolate themselves from other anti-fascists. I saw my comrades beset by doubts, Hernandez comments, filled with vacillation and fear. Panic-stricken by the thought of having to wage a political struggle for the first time, against the representatives of Moscow. Hernandez claims that he supported José Díaz, arguing that Caballero had behaved loyally toward the communists, that he had helped them gain predominance in the army, that he had not hindered them from receiving the best arms, that thanks to him they had been able to organize the Popular Front and unite the socialist and communist youth, that he had been docile to the Soviet advisors, and that he was the communists' main support for the fusion of the socialist and communist parties. To break with Caballero, he added, would be the greatest victory they could hand to General Franco. Uribe, Checa, Pasionaria, and Maj Pedro Martinez Carton, the other full member of the Politburo, was at the front were petrified. They were waiting to hear the voice of Moscow before venturing an opinion. Then Stefanov spoke. Díaz and Hernandez, he said, were defending a bad cause. It was not Moscow but history that condemned Caballero. Martí complained that Caballero rationed gasoline for the international brigades and did not provide enough automobiles for his headquarters. The trouble with you, retorted Díaz, is that you have too large a bureaucratic machine. I'm no bureaucrat. Martí bellowed, thumping his chest with his fist. I'm a revolutionary, yes sir, a revolutionary. So are we all, replied Díaz. That remains to be seen, answered Martí. You are a bore, Hernandez interposed, and neither your age nor your past history permit you to treat us with disrespect. And you are a lump of shit, Martí responded. Rising from his seat, Díaz shouted, you are a guest at this meeting. If you are dissatisfied, there's the door. Uproar followed. Some were speechless. Others incensed and rabid. Orlov, imperturbable, smoked in his armchair. Togliatti, cold and impenetrable, contemplated the scene with feigned serenity. Codovilla tried to calm Martí. Guerrero, open-mouthed, looked from one to the other with astonishment. Gakins ran a comb through his hair as though unaffected. Pasionaria, nervous and beside herself, shrieked comrades. Comrades, like a cracked record. Gakis spoke, Caballero is withdrawing himself from Soviet influence. A few days ago he practically threw Rosenberg out of his office. Then came the turn of those members of the Politburo who had not yet expressed themselves. It won't make any difference, Hernandez thought. They'll sit where the 363 sun is warmest. One after the other they rose to condemn Largo Caballero and signify their agreement with the Soviet delegation. I can see, Díaz said sarcastically, that the majority of the Politburo agrees with the line expressed by the delegation, which I shall accept only out of discipline, putting on record my dissenting opinion. Togliatti, whom Hernandez describes as the heavy artillery of the delegation, then spoke. As could be expected, his words were not designed to argue or convince. They were orders, devoid of tact or euphemism. I propose that the campaign to soften up the position of Largo Caballero start at once. We shall begin with a large meeting in Valencia, at which Comrade Hernandez will be the speaker. Hernandez says that at first he objected but, prompted by Diaz, yielded to party discipline. Concluding the meeting, Togliatti stated, "As for Largo Caballero's successor, I believe we should proceed by a process of elimination. Prieto, Veo, Negrin. Of the three, Negrin may be the most suitable. He is not anti-communist like Prieto, nor stupid like Veo." 46. There is a baffling flaw in Hernandez's account of this meeting that cannot be ignored. He claims that Orlov was present. This is most unlikely, not because Orlov himself has denied his presence 47, but because Hernandez's description of him as a man almost 2 meters tall, elegant, and polished, 48 is totally inaccurate. Bertram D. Wolff, the famous Sovietologist, who met Orlov personally many years after his defection to the United States, wrote, "This zeal to give verisimilitude by an exact description betrays a forgery. 2 meters would be 6 feet, 6¾ inches. But Alexander Orlov, whom I have interviewed a number of times, is more than a foot shorter than that, much shorter than Hernandez, broad-shouldered and somewhat corpulent. He is neither elegant nor distinguished-looking." 49. In the Spanish Revolution, published in 1979, I attempted to explain this false portrayal by a personal experience that led me to believe that Hernandez was referring not to Orlov but to a certain Belayev. I met Orlov and another high-ranking operative of the NKVD in the Spanish Revolution, I assumed was Belayev, in the spring of 1937, when I was a United Press correspondent in Valencia. I do not recall the names by which they were introduced, but discovered Orlov's identity many years later when, after Orlov's death in 1973, the U.S. government printing office published The Legacy of Alexander Orlov, containing transcripts of his testimony before the U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security together with his photograph taken in 1933. Thanks to this photograph and to my clear recollection of the man, I can state beyond peradventure that, far from being almost 2 meters tall, elegant, and polished, Orlov was short, thick-set, and inconspicuous and could have passed unnoticed in virtually any crowd. The physical appearance of the man, who I assumed was Belayev, matched so closely the one Hernandez attributed to Orlov that I was persuaded Belayev was the person Hernandez had in mind. This assumption, it now appears, was incorrect, for Enrique Castro, who met Belayev in Moscow, describes him as heavy, rugged, and of medium height. 50. 364. Hence, we may be forced to conclude that Hernandez never knew Orlov, at least by that name, and that the tall, elegant individual whom he frequently addressed as Orlov witnessed the long dialogue in his book between himself and the supposed Orlov, in which he uses the latter's name more than a dozen times. 51 was neither Orlov nor Belayev but another NKVD agent. On the other hand, we may be compelled to conclude that his references to Orlov are pure fabrication. In any event, there can be little doubt to judge from Hernandez's false description that Orlov was not present at the Spanish Politburo meeting called to discuss the overthrow of Largo Caballero. Orlov himself, as we have seen, has denied his presence. He also denied that Togliatti, the Comintern delegate, was there. Hernandez committed still another factual error, which completely demolishes his story. According to his narrative, this meeting took place in March 1937. However, from the biography of Palmiro Togliatti by Marcella and Maurizio Ferrara, the Italian communist writers, 52, we know that Palmiro Togliatti arrived in Spain to take up his duties as representative of the Comintern in June 1937, actually, July, according to the biography, i.e., after Largo Caballero had already resigned from the government. Therefore, Togliatti could not have been at the meeting described and argued that Caballero must go. With Togliatti out, the imaginary meeting, with all of Hernandez's fantastic trimmings, collapses. 53. This part of Orlov's rebuttal, however, does not rest on solid ground, for, according to the Spanish communist writer Adolfo Sánchez Vázquez, Togliatti was in Spain as a Comintern delegate during practically the entire conflict from 1936 to 1939-54. Hernández gives details regarding two important meetings held as early as August and November 1936, in which Togliatti participated, as well as another in Madrid, just before the fall of Largo Caballero in May 1937, during which a large-scale offensive in Extremadura was discussed. 55 Furthermore, Justo Martínez Amuccio, who was governor of Albacete, the headquarters of the International Brigades, affirms that Togliatti was in Spain from September 1936 and records a conversation with him in December, during which Togliatti tried to gain his cooperation in the purging of the brigades of spies and undesirables. 56 More important still is the testimony of Julian Gorkin, the POUM leader, who has researched this matter more thoroughly than any other person, with regard to the date of Palmiro Togliatti's arrival in Spain and his personal and direct intervention at the head of the communist apparatus. A polemic began, principally in Italy, that has not yet ended. His official biographers, Marcella and Maurizio Ferrara, assert that he did not arrive in Spain until July 1937. On the basis of numerous depositions, of which I have preserved only those of former Spanish communist leaders and agents of Moscow, who collaborated with him, I can prove the following: a. As head of the Latin section of the Comintern, Togliatti intervened in the affairs of Spain even before the proclamation of the Republic. b. Togliatti belonged to the commission appointed in Prague, on July 26, 1936, to direct Spanish activities. c. 365. It was Togliatti and Duclos, the French Comintern representative, who imposed in Madrid, in September 1936, the line the Spanish Communist Party was to follow. d. In Spain or during frequent trips to Paris and Moscow, Togliatti was delegate number 1 of the Comintern and, as such, intervened directly in all important decisions. 57. In a letter to me, Gorkin affirms, Palmiro Togliatti had his friends, the Ferrara couple, write that biography after I had denounced him at a meeting in Rome for his role in Spain and had the important daily newspaper, Il Messaggero, publish long extracts from the book by Jesus Hernández. The significance of the attempt by Togliatti's biographers to deny his presence in Spain until after the fall of Largo Caballero in May 1937 is clear when we bear in mind the following excerpt from Gunther Nollau's International Communism and World Revolution, in which he discusses Togliatti's effort to gloss over his role in Spain when responding to questions in Nuovi Argomenti on June 16, 1956. The undisputed fact that Togliatti was in Spain in his capacity as a Comintern functionary helps to give the lie to his recent assertion that the political decisions and practical measures taken by the national communist parties between 1934 and 1939, for example in Spain, were entirely the product of their own initiative. 58. With regard to the date of Togliatti's arrival in Spain, one point should be clarified. In a letter addressed to the Comintern on September 15, 1937, he stated that he had been in Spain for more than a month. 59. This undoubtedly refers to his appointment as head of the Comintern delegation at the end of July, but does not invalidate the claims that he was in Spain on several occasions before then. In any case, with respect to the alleged independence of the PCE, there is no dispute that both Stefanov and Codovilla, the two other Comintern delegates, to whom the party was subordinate, were present at the historic meeting of the Politburo at which the fate of Largo Caballero was decided. Although Hernández does not give the exact date of the meeting, he does say that it took place a few days before the plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. 60 This was held in Valencia on 58 March 1937. 61 The public meeting at which he spoke was not a special meeting in the Tyrese movie theater, as he seems to imply. 62 But a public session of the plenum held in that location on March 7, which I personally attended as a representative of the United Press. 63 Just before addressing the crowd, he claims that José Díaz said to him, "Pluck up your courage. The decision to destroy Caballero has been made. If you don't comply, it could mean your political downfall. And that should not happen on any account. 64. Both inside and outside the government, Hernandez writes, I served as a battering ram against Largo Caballero and against the Undersecretary of Defense, General Asensio, his man of confidence in military affairs. My name inspired odium. No one could perceive my personal drama, silent and disguised. And naturally I was judged on the basis of my conduct. This was neither the first nor the last time that I was compelled to stifle my personal feelings in order to obey Moscow. The conflict between my conscience and my public actions was a 366. Silent, painful, and hidden duel. The party flattered me, and our followers acclaimed me as a hard-hitting orator, as the strong man of the party leadership. The more my popularity grew, the more I saw myself sinking inexorably into the quagmire of the policy we were ordered to follow. And did follow. The fact that I was fully aware of what I was doing converted my duplicity into a moral torment. 65. Although the overthrow of Largo Caballero was now Moscow's primary short-range objective, it was not until 2 months later that a suitable opportunity arose to oust him from the premiership. Meanwhile, the Communists continued to press their efforts to strip the military summits of all officers who were an impediment to their plans for hegemony. In this they were aided by an offensive launched on March 8 by General Franco's Italian allies on the Guadalajara sector of the Madrid front. On the 5th day of the enemy's advance, when it seemed that nothing could arrest his triumphant progress, the two communist ministers, Hernandez and Uribe, supported by the majority of the cabinet, demanded that the chief of the Central General Staff, General Toribio Martinez Cabrera, whom Largo Caballero had recently appointed in place of the communist Manuel Estrada, resign, and that the Higher War Council be immediately convened to decide on his successor. 66. Although Mundo Obrero, the communist organ, had urged some days earlier, with Martinez Cabrera and other officers in mind, that the council should meet regularly to discuss all questions pertaining to the war, such as the appointment and control of officers and the cleansing of the army of all hostile and incompetent elements, 67. No action had been taken by Caballero. But now the demand of the communist ministers could not be denied. Under the chairmanship of Caballero, the council met and, on the proposal of Julio Alvarez del Valle, with the backing of Vicente Uribe, voted that Martinez Cabrera should be succeeded by José Maya's chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Rojo. 68. Although Rojo, with the support of General Mayajahu, stated in a letter to the War Ministry that he could not dispense with Rojo, because of the Italian offensive, and that he should have been consulted before the decision was made, declined to accept the post. 69. And even though a dramatic counter-offensive soon transformed the Italian advance into a confused flight, Martinez Cabrera was not suffered to continue in office. 70. In his published memoirs, Largo Caballero alleges that the communist sponsorship of Rojo, as chief of the Central General Staff, and his refusal, backed by General Mayaja, to accept the post were simply a maneuver to oust Martinez Cabrera. 71. This would explain why Rojo, according to his own testimony, incurred the war minister's enmity when he declined the post. 72. The communists did not claim credit at the time for the removal of Martinez Cabrera, but Jesus Hernandez publicly declared after the fall of Largo Caballero's government that his party had been instrumental in removing him. 73. What was the reason for depriving me of men who could be useful to me in 367. The War Ministry? Largo Caballero asked. The reason, he said, was threefold. 1. They had refused to fall into line and enter the Communist Party as Mayaja had done. 2. The Communists wanted to fill the vacant posts with their own supporters in order to know in detail what was going on in the War Ministry. 3. The Communists wanted him to get bored and to relinquish the portfolio of war. 74. The removal of Martinez Cabrera was swiftly followed by another victory over Largo Caballero, for no sooner had the general been ousted than the communist ministers and their allies in the cabinet secured the appointment of Vicente Uribe, the communist minister of agriculture, and of Alvarez del Valle, the pro-Soviet foreign minister, as government representatives on the Central General Staff. Experience has proved to us, stated Mundo Abrero on March 18, that the subordination of the highest military body to the Minister of War is insufficient. Infinitely more just is the direct representation of the government in all the deliberations of the General Staff. In this way, the officers who form the latter have at all times the help and advice of the government itself. On the other hand, the arduous task of the holder of the portfolio of war requires this direct help of the two ministers. Our sincere congratulations to the government on this magnificent agreement. 368. 36. Largo Caballero hits back. While the PCE was registering triumphs in the cabinet and in the Higher War Council, Soviet representatives in Spain were endeavoring to undermine Caballero's influence still further by winning the unconditional adhesion of Carlos de Barabar, who had succeeded General Asensio in the Undersecretaryship of War. A left-wing socialist belonging to Caballero's intimate circle, Barabar had been deprived, owing to serious illness, of a first-hand knowledge of the events that had recently extinguished Caballero's enthusiasm for the unification of the socialists and communists. The information he had received was derived, according to his own account, solely from pro-communist sources, Largo Caballero himself having confined his conversations with Barabar to the latter's state of health and refrained from troubling him with political developments. As a result, Barabar affirms, he took up his new post inclined to work for the fusion of the two parties. I frankly avow, he writes, that there was a moment when I, of all the left-wing socialists, was the most influenced by the communists sallowing for the unsurpassable exception of Alvarez del Valle, and that I understood my resumption of work should distinguish itself by a continual and positive labor in favor of the immediate fusion of the two parties in order to rescue our own from the catastrophe into which its inefficiency was plunging it, and at the same time to demonstrate the superiority of communist methods too. In another article, he acknowledges that the dynamic quality of the communists was very congenial to him as compared with the extreme sluggishness of many socialists. 3. Notwithstanding the accusations Barabar heard from the lips of socialist colleagues when he was about to resume work that on the very fronts, even in the field hospitals, the socialists, just because they were socialist, were receiving disgraceful treatment, whereas the communists were favored in everything and even monopolized glory for themselves, and that a socialist or an anarchist battalion could be seen barefooted and in tatters at the side of another battalion of the same brigade. But of communist affiliation, that was equipped as if for a military parade, he was disposed to make allowance for exaggeration. The impression I received was so shocking, he writes, that I honestly believed that there had been considerable exaggeration in all I had heard. Further. 369. More, the extremely artful replies made in various speeches by socialists, such as Valle, who, as we learned later, had long been in the service of the Communist Party, appeared so impregnated with revolutionary Marxist fervor, so inspired by the great ideal of unification, so ardently desirous of eradicating whatever might be true in those accusations by means of a far-reaching policy, through which the socialists and communists, united more closely every day, would devote themselves to winning the war, that although I no longer lived in the state of ingenuousness that I did when I was cut off from active politics, I nevertheless believed that the evil could not be as great as it appeared, so heinous did it seem to me. For this reason, I felt inclined to continue working for that broad policy of unification, together with men who were incapable of committing such injustices that conformed to a carefully prepared plan. 4. But once in the Undersecretaryship of War, Barabar changed his mind. In that observatory, the impression I received was the most disagreeable of my life and shattered the dearest illusions I had cherished during my illness. I gradually discovered to what degree I had been credulous and had run the risk of letting myself be seduced by rose-colored spectacles that were as odious as they were distorting. In the short period during which I held that post, it was necessary to change the administration of the health and transport services and prepare for changes in the Quartermaster Corps 5. As the control of this corps was in communist hands, Barabar testifies elsewhere, this terrible weapon of corruption and proselytism was employed unscrupulously in the commission of abuses ranging from the petty fraud of giving a friend a special voucher to the enormous infamy of granting or not granting, as the case may be, food and clothing to an entire unit, depending on its political coloring or that of its commander. 6. I learned that on some fronts, writes Largo Caballero, an annoying preference was shown for the communists. They were given shoes, clothing, tobacco, and food. The others were treated as stepchildren, that is, when they were not shot in the back. I likewise learned that in some hospitals, just as the priests and nuns had once acted toward non-communicants, non-communists were not taken care of. They were neither treated properly nor fed properly. All the attention was given to Communist Party members and future converts. 7. It is a lamentable thing to have to acknowledge the fact that in order to get rope sandals a soldier must be a communist, declared the left socialist Cortes deputy for Madrid, Carlos Rivera, early in the war. In the military hospitals the same thing goes on as in the days of the nuns, when, in order to get a stew or chicken, or whatever there was, you had to wear and venerate the scapular or the cross. Now you need the hammer and sickle. 8. And even the moderate socialists, who were cooperating with the Communist Party as closely as they dared against Largo Caballero, their common enemy, condemned the privileged position enjoyed by the communists at the front. 9. Without any desire to offend those persons who occupied positions of maximum responsibility, Barabar testifies, I must declare that all the levers on which they relied, the exceptions are so few that they are not worth mention. 370. Were in the hands of Stalinists who ran the services of the army with the utmost unscrupulousness and profited from its funds and perquisites of office, concerned only with the growth of the Communist Party, with the reinforcement of its power, and, in some cases, only with personal gain. And what happened in the departments of the Undersecretaryship of the War Ministry also occurred in the different sections of the General Staff. By means of a fantastic web of intrigue and in spite of the honesty of many persons who held technical posts of the greatest responsibility, and who were not members of any political party, the Communists cornered all the commanding positions, and, protected by them, waged a campaign of proselytism as barefaced as it was menacing. 10. A few weeks after the fall of Largo Caballero, CNT declared, the Communist Party orders officers who are subject to its control to use military discipline in order to make converts, with the result that we find thousands of cases where a military commander employs his prerogatives and the military code not in order to fight fascism, but to annihilate revolutionary organizations and weaken the power of other anti-fascist bodies. 11. From the moment he entered the undersecretaryship, Barabar was regaled by the Russians in the Hotel Metropole, Soviet headquarters in Valencia, and received regular visits from them at the War Ministry, during which they endeavored to seduce him from his allegiance to Largo Caballero. 12. Although he does not refer in detail to these occasions, he nevertheless reveals, I received all manner of flattery and was conceded the honor of being the only socialist next to Alvarez del Valle, of course capable of appreciating the urgent need for the fusion of the working class. In short, I was being tenderly cultivated for the role of traitor to Largo Caballero. 13. But Barabar refused to forsake the socialist leader, and from the day he gave the Soviet ambassador to understand that he would not assume the role the Russians and the Spanish aides expected of him, he ceased to be the object of their cajolery. 14. His rebuff came as a rude surprise, for his recent support of the idea of socialist-communist unification, particularly at a time when its luster had begun to tarnish before the eyes of many of his own colleagues, had encouraged the communists to believe that he would advance their interests in the War Ministry. Far from fulfilling these expectations, Barabar became a prop for Caballero's policy and, in the succeeding weeks, helped the War Minister to carry out his most rigorous assault on communist positions in the armed forces. By the end of March this assault had acquired such amplitude as to elicit a public denunciation by the Politburo. The unity of all anti-fascists necessary for winning the war is being hindered by a whole series of acts, especially during the last few days, such as the transfer or removal from commanding positions of officers and commissars just because they are communists who have given repeated proofs of their abilities and talents. 15. Largo Caballero's anger had undoubtedly been inflamed by the communists' behavior in the War Ministry and by the practices of their political commissars now being brought to his attention. These practices ranged from the withholding of non-communist newspapers from the Front 16 to the coercing of soldiers to join 371. Their party. 17. He had also recently learned of the sectarian conduct of the General Commissariat of War, which, it will be remembered, had been set up in October 1936 to regularize the appointment of commissars and had passed under the control of the communists owing to the defection of Álvarez del Valle and Felipe Pretel, whom the war minister had selected because they enjoyed his highest confidence. On November 25 he had issued instructions whereby all commissars were to be appointed by him on the proposal of Álvarez del Valle, the general commissar, whose recommendations were to be submitted through Felipe Pretel, the Secretary General. 18. Although these instructions gave no authority to the commissariat to permit candidates to take up their proposed assignments before formal ratification by the war minister, the candidates recommended by Álvarez del Valle and Pretel, as well as by Mij, the communist head of the subcommissariat of organization, to whom Álvarez del Valle frequently delegated his powers, had been allowed to assume their duties provisionally, a procedure that had greatly benefited the Communist Party. 19. One of those most responsible, writes Largo Caballero, was Álvarez del Valle, who until then had professed to be my trustworthy friend. He labeled himself a socialist, but was unconditionally in the service of the Communist Party and abetted all its maneuvers. I summoned him, reprimanded him for his conduct and for appointing more than 200 communists without my knowledge and signature. He turned pale as he listened to me and with an absolutely deadpan expression replied that the appointments were of company commissars and that he had made them because he thought he had the authority. With the law in my hand I showed him that there were no exceptions whatsoever. 20. Shortly after the war Álvarez del Valle gave the following explanation: when the Commissariat of War was formed in Spain, the Communists took a greater interest in its development and expansion than the other political parties. The latter, for whom it had no particular meaning and who looked on it at first as something rather exotic and unnecessary, contented themselves with presenting lists of candidates drawn up with no special care. The Communists, on the other hand, sent their most active members right from the day of its inception. This inequality grew during the critical period of the defense of Madrid. The situation on that front during the months of November and December 1936 made it necessary to increase the number of commissars. Hundreds of provisional nominations were made, and these only served to increase the existing disproportion. 21. More than 30 years later, Álvarez del Valle affirms that the most painful attacks upon him were those that pictured him as having betrayed Largo Caballero. I had loved Don Francisco, he protests, like no other of my chiefs. I was unquestionably one of the socialists in whom he confided most at the start of the war. I was already his foreign minister, and when the time came to create a war commissariat he insisted that I become the general commissar. Largo Caballero filled me with immense respect. He was an exemplary socialist. 372. Completely at harmony with the working class, from which he had come. With a noble face and youthful blue eyes, Largo Caballero easily won the affection of the masses, among whom, at the start of the war, he was much more popular and beloved than any other leader. I was completely devoted to him. I appointed the political commissars without paying any attention to their political affiliation. Their party or political affiliation made no difference to me. In the end it turned out that the communists were greater in number than the commissars who belonged to other parties. Largo Caballero was immediately informed by the socialists who surrounded him, and some of them owed their posts to me, that I had delivered the war commissariat to the communists. 22. Feeling himself cheated in the trust he had placed in Álvarez del Valle and realizing how very greatly the Commissar General was under the spell of communist influence, Largo Caballero decided to apprise Manuel Azana, but although the President of the Republic authorized Álvarez del Vao's dismissal from the cabinet, Caballero, oddly enough, retained him in office. One day in 1937, testifies Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist minister, who was in constant and intimate communication with Aznar during the war, the Premier Largo Caballero telephones from Valencia to Barcelona, asking President Aznar for an urgent interview, which is held halfway in Benicarlo. Largo Caballero loses no time in declaring, "I have asked for this conference because I must tell you, and I could not do so by telephone, that one of my ministers is betraying me." Aznar is surprised. Largo Caballero continues, "The minister belongs to my own party, he is a socialist, the foreign minister." The Prime Minister then informs the President of the Republic of the disloyal conduct of Julio Álvarez del Vao. Aznar authorizes Largo Caballero to discard Álvarez del Vao, but the Prime Minister does not use the authority granted him, just as a few weeks earlier he did not take advantage of an opportunity one gave him to get rid of that communist puppet when, in the very midst of a cabinet meeting, I told Álvarez del Vao that his conduct was more befitting a Soviet official than of a Spaniard who was a minister in the government. Annoyed by my words, Álvarez del Vao resigned 23. But Largo Caballero, far from accepting his resignation, retained him in office. There are some men with a reputation for firmness who are given to absurd weaknesses. 24. The element of inconsistency in Caballero's action in all likelihood derived partly from his hesitation to disrupt Álvarez del Vao's work and diplomatic connections at the League of Nations, and partly from his fear of how Russia, the sole purveyor of arms, might react to Álvarez del Vao's removal. But his action must also have stemmed in some measure from a knowledge of the frailness of his position should the dismissal of his foreign minister provoke a cabinet crisis. 4. While it is certain that Caballero and his followers could rely upon the CNT in the event of a government shake-up, divided though they were by differences of principle and practice, it is no less certain that the Communists and their allies, the moderate Socialists and Republicans, whatever the differences between them, were united as one man in their hostility to the left Socialist leader. Thus, rather than risk ejecting Álvarez del Vao from the government or even from the 373. Commissariat of War, Largo Caballero signed, in April 14, a sensational executive order curbing the powers of that influential body. Not only did he subordinate it to himself in the matter of orientation, but all nominations, removals, and promotions were henceforth to be decided directly by him, while any commissar whose appointment and rank had not been confirmed by May 15 was to consider himself dismissed from the Corps of Commissars. 25. This order provoked a hurricane of protest from the Communist Party. It is quite clear, objected Frente Rojo, that the political commissar does not have everybody's sympathy and appreciation. Who are those persons who are attempting to restrict his functions and who would even suppress them, were that possible? They are men with antiquated ideas who are still among us, men who counteract the creative work of our people with the foul practices of the old school. These are the enemies of the political commissars. Far from restricting the work of the commissars and giving them a one-sided orientation, it is necessary for our army that their sphere of activity be broadened and that they be given ample means, as well as the necessary stimulus, for accomplishing their tasks. 26. The following day it asked, who can feel hostile to this corps of heroes? Who can feel antagonistic to the forgers of the people's army? Only the declared enemies of the people, only those who are irreconcilably opposed to the anti-fascist army, only the blind or the insensate who are driven by a torrent of passion to commit the worst infamies. Our commissars are the pride of our army. We must defend them as we would our own children. 27. There are some persons, affirmed La Pasionaria, who want to kill the commissar's initiative by subjecting him to bureaucratic regulations that will tend to render his magnificent work ineffective and to transform him into a man without enterprise, fearful of any bold action on which the commanding officer may frown. But this must not be allowed. The commissar cannot on any account be deprived of his distinguishing characteristics, he cannot be placed in subjection and politically castrated without inflicting grave damage on the organization and the discipline of our popular army. That would nullify all the constructive work, all the cleaning up that was effected in order to create the popular army, the genuine army of the people. It would mean leaving our soldiers at the mercy of officers who could at a given moment disfigure the character of our army by returning to the old days of barrack discipline. Commissars, stick to your posts. 28. The War Minister's recent order concerning the commissariat, retorted Caballero's mouthpiece, Adelante, in no way restricts its functions. On the contrary, it invigorates them and places them within the bounds of the commissariat's aim, which is not to practice political sectarianism, but to create the moral atmosphere and sense of responsibility that will carry our army to victory under the supreme control of the man who, at this historic hour, is undertaking the tremendous and glorious task of directing the destinies of Spain. 29. In its rejoinder, Frente Rojo declared, the War Minister can give the commiss. 374. Sariat whatever orders he likes, but control must rest in the hands of the commissariat itself. If that is not so, why was it created? For the purpose of making another department of the War Ministry? In that case the commissariat would be superfluous. 30. Adelante contended. Nobody, least of all the Minister of War, seeks to diminish the prestige of the commissariat. We have already pointed out the aim of the order, an aim that, of course, will be carried out, namely, that the Commissariat of War shall not be used by any party belonging to the Popular Front government coalition for the purposes of propaganda. It is essential that we all act with honesty and with loyalty. On behalf of the Socialist Party, we declare that certain commissars belonging to the Communist Party have misused their posts in order to make political converts. We affirm that individuals of scant ideological stability and frivolous political behavior, who should have entered the corps of commissars as socialists, republicans, or anarchists, have, contrary to their intimate convictions, submitted to pressure from commissars of a higher rank belonging to the Communist Party and have asked to become members of that organization. And because pressure and coercion, if these did not have the desired results, were followed by a crescendo of defamation and threats, the Premier and War Minister decided to put an end to a state of affairs that would necessarily have led to disaster, to an unbridgeable chasm of distrust and sectarianism being created between the soldiers belonging to different political and trade union organizations. 31. On April 22, Álvarez del Valle, seemingly oblivious of his own share of responsibility for the crisis, informed Luis Araquistin in Paris of the flaring press polemics. The controversy has already lasted 3 days and shows no signs of ending. It is truly regrettable. On other occasions I have managed to restrain the communists, but in this case it is difficult, because they are convinced that Caballero's decree is designed to remove the communist commissars who in their immense majority have conducted themselves admirably, and they won't put up with that. I spoke to Gakis, the new Soviet ambassador, last night. He is very worried. He foresees a rapid worsening of the political situation. As you can see, instead of proceeding along the path of unity, we are heading for a collision. 32. Largo Caballero's decree had, of course, the unqualified support not only of the left-wing socialists but also of the anarcho-syndicalists, who had long been exercised by the activities of the communist political commissars. Back in December, Frente Libertario, organ of the CNT armed forces on the Madrid front, had stated that the editors had received countless letters complaining that in many units composed of members of different organizations the non-commissioned officers and commissars were devoting themselves to making political converts and were using coercive measures to this end. 33 And now CNT, the Madrid anarcho-syndicalist organ, declared, the War Minister, adopting a firm 375 and just attitude that we all praise, has cut short the maneuvers through which the Communist Party was planning to secure the political control of the entire Popular Army, maneuvers that included the appointment of a number of commissars utterly out of proportion to the size of its forces at the front. We all laud the mission of the General Commissariat of War, but no one can allow this body, which was to guarantee the revolutionary character of our army, to bring to the battle fronts not only the same frenzied partisanship that the Communist Party practices behind the lines, but also its intolerable plans for hegemony. 34. The polemic that had raged in the press between the communists and left-wing socialists over the commissariat of war assumed a more rancorous character every day as mutual recrimination was stimulated by the presence of other barbed issues in the military field. These included the creation of reserves, which the communists considered were being organized at too leisurely a pace. 35. The removal from the army of alleged traitors, a decree of Largo Caballero, February 16, 1937, limiting the highest rank to which civilian militia leaders could rise to that of Major. 36. Regarded by the communists as a hindrance to their plans to gain control of the regular army through the cadres trained in their 5th Regiment. 37. A subsequent decree issued by Caballero, denying admission to the officers' training schools of anyone lacking a recommendation from the CNT or UGT, viewed by the communists as an attempt to depoliticalize the army and convert it into a monopoly of the two labor federations. 38. And finally, the designation by the Higher War Council, over Largo Caballero's objections, of the Communist Ministers of Education and Agriculture, Jesus Hernandez and Vicente Uribe, to discharge missions of military significance in Madrid and the Basque Country. With regard to this matter, in mid-March the Council had appointed Jesus Hernandez and Julio Just, left Republican Minister of Public Works, to represent the government in Madrid. Their object was to establish closer relations with the Junta de Defensa and to study the needs of the Central Front. When the appointments came up for ratification by the government, Largo Caballero, fearing the additional influence that the communists might gain from the presence of one of their ministers in Madrid, took exception to a proposal that the mission of the two ministers should be permanent. Owing to disagreement, the cabinet never defined the precise duties of the two ministers or settled the length of their stay in the capital, and when they returned temporarily to Valencia, Adelante, Largo Caballero's mouthpiece, declared that their mission had terminated. 39. Debate was still gyrating around this issue when the Higher War Council designated Vicente Uribe, its communist representative, to undertake an investigation into the situation in the north, where a large-scale offensive had been opened on April 1 by General Franco's forces and his German and Italian allies. The war minister viewed this assignment with no less hostility than that given to Hernandez, particularly as Uribe was accompanied by Gorev, the Soviet general. But though important in themselves, these issues were for the most part only symptomatic of the fundamental cleavage between the two factions. Adelante wrote. 376. For some time we have been consuming our reserves of patience in face of the sly insinuations and the malevolent criticisms that the newspapers and agitators of the Communist Party have been directing against members of the Spanish Socialist Party and especially against the work of its most prominent figure. The communist organ Frente Rojo inclines toward a monstrous abuse of criticism. Everywhere it sees defects, shortcomings, and lack of foresight. The time has come to silence these irresponsible statements by asking whether or not the inspirers, who see so many motes in the eyes of others, do not have a beam in their own. And on this matter, what can be said of the activities of the Communist Party representatives in the government? The activity of the Minister of Agriculture is certainly not in all respects the most adequate to our national requirements. Nor is the behavior of the Minister of Education, as far as the functions entrusted to him by the government are concerned, the kind circumstances demand. In the whole of Loyalist Spain the problems of agricultural production and distribution are still without a solution capable of guaranteeing the tranquility of the rear. Thousands upon thousands of children are left without proper care by the Minister of Education. Reserves. Thousands of young Spaniards in the barracks are integrated into the war machine. The fundamental reserves, however, are based on the regulation of agricultural production and distribution. That is the matter that lies within the competence of the Minister of Agriculture. Reserves. The most important reserves of the Spanish people are the children, the younger generation. What care are they receiving? What attention is being paid to them? It is advisable to remind every member of the government that he has precise functions limited to the problems affecting his ministry. It is stupid, for instance, for a minister of education and fine arts, or for a minister of agriculture, to attempt to solve war problems. The ministers should confine themselves to their specific tasks and not meddle in business foreign to their own departments except at cabinet meetings. They have enough to do solving their own problems. We are not prepared to tolerate any further attempt to disturb the rear by negative criticisms and hypocritical assertions aimed at a systematic disparagement of those who are facing the rigors of the war with that silent and modest heroism with which great deeds are accomplished. Enough silly talk. An end to high-sounding slogans that are not carried out and to appeals for cordiality, unity, and fraternity that are put into effect with mental reservations and with a view to personal advantage. We socialists raise above everything else the banner of the Spanish Revolution, a revolution that, thanks to the sacrifice of our martyrs and heroes and to our Spanish slogans and leaders, has been achieved in a Spanish way. 40. Frente Rojo argued. Do the comrades of Adelante really believe that the ministers are mere trade union secretaries who should concern themselves only with the business of 377. Their respective unions? The communist ministers represent their respective organizations in the government, as do the socialist, republican, and anarchist ministers, and are, and should be, as much concerned as anyone else about the problems and situations created by the war. Or does Adelante believe that the war is being waged only by the war minister and that the question of victory or defeat affects him alone? The war and the administration of the country are conducted by the Popular Front, by all the parties and organizations comprising the Popular Front, and the men who represent them in the government have the same right and obligation to concern themselves with questions affecting the entire country as well as the lives and future of all Spaniards. From where does Adelante get its absolutist conceptions? Our ministers intervened in the north and in Madrid at a very serious moment. And the results of their work inspire confidence. We do not say that they alone have solved the difficulties, they have contributed to their solution in a large degree, and their efforts, all the things they have accomplished, have the frank and full support of our party. Adelante demands that Hernandez organize child reserves. It is true that the children have to be prepared for life as well as for the kind of society that will stem from our victory, but first we have to equip our army with the necessary reserves for attaining that victory. The comrades of Adelante should let us know whether they want a popular front policy or a policy based on a personal dictatorship. Finally, is it not strange, having regard to the fact that the whole people, anarchists, socialists, communists, and republicans, have been demanding for months and months the cleansing of the commanding army posts, that this cleansing should begin with the political commissars? How many commissars have passed over to the enemy, we should like to know. How many officers have deserted and are still deserting? Here is a concrete task for the person concerned with the fate of our army. We do not quite understand the reiteration of the adjective Spanish in Adelante's article. What is it insinuating? No one is more Spanish, profoundly and fervently Spanish, than the Communist Party and its leaders, and it was precisely our party that characterized the present war as a war of national independence, as a war for the maintenance of Spanish sovereignty. 41. Adelante declared. The Communist Party says it is supporting a popular front policy, but avails itself of every seasonable opportunity to pursue its own policy and to spread propaganda that must of necessity irritate non-communists. In this way it only succeeds in achieving something quite distinct from what it brags about every day. In other words, it sows suspicion and sectarianism among the workers, rendering difficult the organic unity of the proletariat for which the Socialist Party has been fighting for so long, and especially Largo Caballero, against whom the rage of 4 or 5 petty, resentful leaders is now concentrated. Leaders who are in 378. Capable of understanding that a man who is all self-sacrifice and determination can work modestly for 7 long months while heaps of nonsensical slogans are spread about the rear with no better result than that of creating confusion. Where are the wits of those who disparage the leader of the Spanish working class? Do they think it is such an easy matter to destroy his prestige by a blustering political campaign? Do they not realize that Largo Caballero is not a political boss as Frente Rojo insinuated the night before last, nor an apprentice in dictatorship, nor even a potential dictator? He is the incarnation of a whole revolutionary movement. He is the personification of the history of the Spanish working class and the Marxist movement in Spain. He is the embodiment of 40 years of exemplary conduct in our trade union and revolutionary struggles. 42. 379. Part B. The Communist Triumph. 381. 37. The PCE cultivates the moderate socialists. Thwarted by Largo Caballero's opposition to their plans for military hegemony and by his refusal to promote the political supremacy of their party through the fusion of the socialist and communist parties, the communists now decided to ally themselves openly with the moderate or so-called center faction of the PSOE and to exploit its internal rivalries in order to undo the left socialist leader. Before the Civil War, the center faction, which controlled the executive committee of the party, had been intensely hostile to the communists. It had condemned their campaign for the fusion of the two parties as the fraud of unification one and had denounced the coalescence of the two youth movements which had been achieved thanks to the support of Largo Caballero as the absorption of the socialist youth by the Communist Party too. Indeed, the executive committee had viewed the communists with such suspicion and dislike that it had refused to answer a proposal they had made to set up a liaison committee between the two parties. The Communist Party, wrote General Secretary José Díaz in April 1936, has proposed to the Socialist Party the formation of a contact committee with a program designed to facilitate the development of the democratic revolution and to carry it to its final consequences. This proposal has been left unanswered by the present reformist and centrist leadership. On the other hand, it has been welcomed by the left wing. The masses of the Socialist Party repudiate the attitude of the present reformist executive and see in the line of Largo Caballero one that approaches most the revolutionary path, the path of the Communist Party and the Communist International 3. While publicly extolling Largo Caballero, the leader of the left wing, the communists excoriated Indalecio Prieto, the leader of the center faction. A masterful character, who enjoyed immense prestige in moderate circles, Prieto had infinitely more in common with the liberal and even conservative Republicans than with the left wing of his own party. Thus, when he declared to El Intransigent of Paris in the spring of 1936 that Spanish individualism could not conform to the methods of Moscow and that he favored socialist collaboration in the Republican government, the communist organ Mundo Obrero suggested that inasmuch as he had repudiated not only the violent struggle for 382 power but the essence of Marxism by advocating old-style working-class collaboration with the bourgeois republic, he should voluntarily resign from the Socialist Party and join any of the Republican parties. For yet, despite this taunt, in the spring of 1936 the Communists were secretly more in sympathy with Prieto's moderate stance than with Largo Caballero's ultra-revolutionary posture, which they obliquely or privately censured, but they knew that they had much to gain from publicly associating themselves with the powerful left wing of the PSOE as long as their friendship with Largo Caballero lasted. Although collaboration between the PCE and the center faction of the PSOE had not been feasible before the Civil War, it now appeared practicable not only because of their common hostility toward Largo Caballero and their resolve to remove him from the premiership and war ministry but because of the softening of the attitude of a few leading centrists toward an eventual merger of the two parties. Furthermore, the support for unification in some of the local units controlled by the Prieto faction had made such headway that toward the end of 1936 the Executive Commission of the PSOE, according to its secretary Ramon Lamanita, in a speech before the National Committee a few months later, was faced with the possibility that fusion might have taken place on the local, provincial, and regional levels without any control by the party. But organic fusion from below presented too great a threat to the national leadership and Lamanita, whose political allegiance had oscillated since 1921 between the PSOE and the PCE, and who at this time was discreetly supporting the Communists. 5. Was careful not to arouse the fears of the more cautious leaders of his party by encouraging local initiatives in favor of immediate fusion. It seemed to us, he added, that the most intelligent position was to welcome this sentiment in favor of unification and to channel it by initiating discussions with the Communist Party. In this way, the executive would be able to impose its authority on local units and stop them from taking any initiative in favor of partial fusion without our knowledge. 6. As a result, at the end of December 1936, the Socialist executive proposed to the Politburo that a national committee be formed to coordinate the activity of the two parties. 7. The leaders of the Caballero faction, records the official communist history of the Civil War, became alarmed over the new path taken by the executive committee. Under the circumstances, the Communist Party proposed that the PSOE executive should invite two representatives of the UGT whose executive was controlled by Largo Caballero to participate in the discussions. Although the Caballero leadership agreed to the proposal, it showed neither haste nor desire to accelerate working-class unity. With all kinds of delays and the most hollow pretexts, the representatives of the UGT executive sabotaged the talks for almost 3 months. 8. It was during this period that Largo Caballero administered his blunt rebuff to Stalin in refusing to agree to the fusion of the two parties. But, despite his animosity, the Communists found grounds for encouragement in Indalecio Preto's unexpected friendliness toward Marcel Rosenberg, the Soviet ambassador 9, and toward General Smushkevich, alias Douglas, the head of the Russian Air 383 Force units in Spain, to whom he offered every facility in his capacity as Navy and Air Minister. Preto was at first on excellent terms with the Russians, testified General Hidalgo de Cisneros, the Spanish chief of the Air Force, at one time an intimate of Preto's, 10, who joined the Communist Party quite early in the war. He said that we should do everything we could to encourage them to help us. He urged the Russians to send us war material. He made 2 or 3 speeches to the Russian pilots, one of which he made in Albacete, thanking them for coming to Spain and saying that their country was the only one that had helped the Republic. He spoke like a communist. He was on excellent terms with Douglas and Rosenberg. 11. In the same uncharacteristic spirit of cooperation with the Communists, Preto assured Vittorio Codovilla, Medina, the Comintern delegate, of his readiness to work for the fusion of the PSOE and the PCE. 12. An intention he also conveyed to Pietro Nini, International Brigade Commissar and later head of the Italian Socialist Party, during a conversation on 3 March 1937.13. Although Preto's expression of friendly intentions was in strident contradiction with his past, he undoubtedly had inner reservations, to judge from his vigorous resistance to the Communists shortly after he became Defense Minister in May 1937. The following episode, recounted by Preto, which occurred after he replaced Largo Caballero in the War Ministry in May 1937, is worth recording. One night, at an unaccustomed hour, Gaysky Leon Gaykes, the Soviet ambassador, who succeeded Marcel Rosenberg in mid-March 1937, brought me some welcome news. An important shipment of war material that I felt might be decisive was about to leave Russian ports. The ambassador showed pleasure at my display of satisfaction. 2 days later he came back to see me and asked me to support the fusion of the Socialist and Communist parties. I refused, and he repeated his demands almost threateningly. He insisted with tenacity, hinting that he was carrying out orders from Moscow and that I would be rewarded or punished according to the attitude I adopted. He did not sway me. During a third visit, but without referring in any way to our earlier conversation, Gaykes informed me that the much-needed war material that had been offered would not be shipped. That was the punishment I received. 14. But in the spring of 1937, Preto still needed the Communists, as they did him, to compass the ruin of Caballero. Preto had not forgiven his opponent for preventing him from assuming the premiership in May 1936. In fact, the relations between Prito and Caballero even before that date had been so strained by mutual rivalry and antagonism that they barely spoke to each other. Largo Caballero testifies, on one of the occasions when I was summoned by Señor Azana and was talking with him and other ministers, Prito entered. He greeted everyone, shook hands, but made an exception of me. I realized that my presence would be annoying and withdrew 15. According to General Hidalgo de Cisneros, although Prito and Largo Caballero formed part of the same cabinet, they avoided each other as much as possible and used intermediaries to discuss affairs jointly affecting their respective ministries. 16. Like the communists, Prito was animated by hostility to the left wing of the 384 Revolution 17 and by the hope that a reflux of the far-reaching revolution that had swept the country in July 1936 would induce Britain and France to abandon their policy of neutrality. On October 4, 1936, El Socialista, which expressed Prito's viewpoint, had stated, "We have to take into account the attitude of the states that surround us. We still hope that the estimate of Spanish events made by certain democracies will be changed, and it would be a pity, a tragedy, to compromise these possibilities by accelerating the revolution, which does not lead to any positive solution at the present time." 18. But between Prito and the Comintern, which directed Spanish communist policy, there was a profound divergence of aim, for whereas the Comintern was concerned first and foremost with the advantages that Russia's strategic position would derive from the raising of the arms embargo, Prito, like President Azana and other liberal Republicans who looked to the moderate socialist politician for leadership, was interested solely in the Spanish scene. To his mind, Anglo-French aid would counteract the mounting influence of Russia, which he attributed largely to their neutrality. The Western democracies, he declared after the war, fearful of communism, did not realize that this movement grew in Spain as a result of their own lack of assistance. To the extent that these countries denied us help, popular sympathy went openly to Russia when it was learned that she was supplying us with the means of defense. 19. Yet, because he now needed the communists in order to oust Largo Caballero and little realized that, like the left socialist leader, he too would eventually become their victim, Prito did not allow the misgivings their growth and proselytizing methods were causing him to interfere with the close association they were establishing with the executive committee of his party, over which he still preserved a directing influence through its president, Ramon González Pina, and other steadfast supporters, such as Manuel Albar, Manuel Cordero, Anastasio de Gracia, and Francisco Cruz Salido. Nor did the communists allow their past distrust of Prito to impede their courtship of the moderate socialist leader and his center faction. As Boris Stefanov, the Comintern delegate, told Eudosio Ravines, the Peruvian communist, in reference to Prito, whose candidacy, as successor to Largo Caballero, he appears at one time to have endorsed, "For us, as you well know, there are neither friendos nor enemies, there are persons who serve and persons who do not." 21. In a statement reflecting the rapprochement between the PCE and the center faction, as well as the breach with Largo Caballero, the Politburo declared at the end of March, "Having regard to the fact that the relations between the communists and socialists are becoming closer every day owing to a correct understanding of the policy of the Popular Front, and that the hostility to the Communist Party is not due to the opposition of the Socialist Party itself, but to a few isolated individuals who do not interpret the correct feelings of the masses, the Politburo considers it necessary to strengthen its ties with the Socialist Party. It therefore invites the Executive Committee to hold a joint meeting with a view to examining the present 385 situation and establishing on a permanent basis closer relations than have existed until now by the setting up of coordinating committees of a local and national character that will facilitate the discussion and adoption of measures leading to unity of action and as quickly as possible to the fusion of the Socialist and Communist parties into a great single party of the Spanish working class. With this aim in view, the Politburo has appointed a delegation to establish relations immediately with the leadership of the Socialist Party. 22. As a result of the negotiations that took place during the month of April, a national coordinating committee was formed, in which Ramon Lamanita represented the PSOE and José Diaz the PCE. Its first action was the issuance of instructions to all units of the two organizations to set up similar liaison committees in their respective localities. 23 In the succeeding months, the idea of fusing the two parties was extolled, theoretically and rhetorically, with only slightly less enthusiasm by the Preto Socialists 24 than by the Communists, but it never became a reality because of the apprehensions of the majority of the members of the Socialist executive. Nevertheless, all was not lost. When it transpired that some of the Socialists were not yet ready for such unification, reveals the official Komunisticheski International, Kratki Istoryczny Okrąg, Outline History of the Communist International, published in Moscow in 1969, the Communist Party and the ECCI Executive Committee of the Communist International came to the conclusion that the Communists should not force amalgamation of the Communist Party with the Socialist Party. It was recommended that those socialists who were already prepared to join the Communist Party should be persuaded that it would be more beneficial to continue to work within the Socialist Party to strengthen unity of action and prepare the amalgamation of the workers' parties. 25. But, in the volatile political situation of April 1937, the close relations that the Communists and Preto Socialists had now established were of more immediate importance than organic fusion and were destined to exercise a fateful influence on the course of events during the decisive days ahead, for, behind the public agreement to work for the amalgamation of the PSOE and the PCE, there lay, as events will show, a secret compact to oust Largo Caballero from the Premiership and War Ministry. 386. 38. Catalonia. The military insurrection and social revolution. Strengthened by their agreement with the moderate socialists to oust Largo Caballero, an agreement to which some of the left Republican leaders were also privy, communists required but a suitable opportunity to bring the conflict with Largo Caballero to a head. This opportunity came with the eruption on May 3, 1937 of an armed conflict in Barcelona, the capital of the autonomous region of Catalonia and the largest industrial center on the peninsula. Tensions in Barcelona had been mounting ever since the defeat of the military insurrection on 19-20 July 1936, when the CNT, the anarchist-oriented Labour Federation, and its ideological guide, the FAI, which were by far the most powerful of the working-class organizations in Catalonia, had emerged virtual masters of the region and the driving force of the revolution. The anarcho-syndicalists and anarchists of the CNT and FAI have consistently claimed most of the credit for the defeat of the military in Barcelona. Juan Garcia Oliver, one of the principal actors in the drama, affirms that the forces of the CNT and FAI almost exclusively defeated the insurrection during the two memorable days of fighting and that more than 400 of their men lost their lives, including the prominent militant Francisco Escaso, who was killed during an assault on the Ataranzanas barracks. One on the other hand, Major Federico Escofet, a Catalan autonomist and moderate Republican, who was Comisario General de Orden Público, or General Commissioner of Public Order, at the time of the insurrection, claims that although the contribution of the CNT and FAI was substantial, these organizations could not have prevented the Barcelona garrison from seizing the city without the heroic effort of the forces of public order, two namely, the assault and civil guards, the latter commanded by General José Aranguren and Colonel Antonio Escobar, both loyal Republicans. 3. Whatever their respective contributions to the defeat of the military, it was the decisive intervention of the CNT and FAI in the fighting, for despite Federico Escofet's refusal to provide them with arms, that transmogrified the political 387 complexion of Barcelona and the entire region immediately after the surrender of General Manuel God, who had assumed command of the insurgent garrison. 6. With regard to Escofet's refusal to give arms to the anarcho-syndicalists, Diego Abad de Santillan, the CNT-FAI leader, testifies that around 3 a.m. on July 19, 1 hour before the military insurrection in Barcelona, Garcia Oliver went to police headquarters to request arms. Major Escofet, he says, replied that he had faith in his men and could not part with any weapons. A few hours earlier, the assault guards had received orders to recover some rifles that the anarcho-syndicalists had found in ships anchored in the port and had carried off to the CNT Transport Union. A massacre might have occurred at the Union. But for the intervention of Buenaventura Durruti, the famous anarchist leader, who persuaded the men to hand over some of the weapons that were visibly worn. As a result, a confrontation was averted at a critical moment when the insurgent barracks were already on a war footing. 7. Vicente Guarner, a Catalan and moderate Republican, who as chief of police was at Escofet's side during the military insurrection, describes the revolutionary effervescence that followed the defeat of the rebellion. Thousands of persons of both sexes, the majority of whom had not been involved in the fighting, poured into the streets armed with the weapons they had looted. It was impossible to restore order. Nor could we keep discipline in our own forces, including the civil guard, which, intoxicated with enthusiasm, had been caught up by the atmosphere, and, in shirt sleeves, manned the trucks decorated with flags and with the initials of the various organizations, among which the inscription CNTFAI predominated. As always in the history of Catalonia, the crowds began to burn churches and convents, the homes of well-known rightists and other private buildings. We issued orders to the police stations and to the units of assault and security guards to collect firearms. But it was not humanly possible to get back the rifles, the revolvers, and all the weaponry that the masses had seized and that until then had been denied to them out of fear that they would never be recovered. The soldiers and recruits of the garrison who had been released from all oaths of service and obedience to their officers by a strange decree issued by the Madrid government joined the popular masses or tried to return to their villages by any available means of transportation. The utter disorder for which we could find no solution was one of the many misfortunes created by the military insurrection. The police forces and the Catalan political authorities appeared to be holding up, but in reality it was the proletariat, which had seized large quantities of war material and exhibited certain gifts of organization, that assumed political leadership. 9. Carlos Pisuerga, the left Republican mayor of Barcelona and an opponent of the CNT and FAI, writes, when the outcome of the fighting was not yet certain, the anarcho-syndicalists busied themselves above all with seizing the weapons that the defeated troops had abandoned in the streets and barracks. This 388 was the decisive factor in the period of horrors that followed. But the major responsibility lay with the military, who did not foresee that their possible defeat would mean that the weapons they had received to guarantee order would serve as instruments of terror and disorder. 10. Following the defeat of the military insurrection, the workers of the CNT and FAI seized post offices and telephone exchanges, formed police squads and militia units in Barcelona and in other towns and villages of Catalonia, and through their factory, transport, and food committees established their dominion over most of the economic life of the region. 11. In Barcelona, their red and black flag, flying over the former headquarters of the Employers Association, the Fomento Nacional del Trabajo, renamed Casa CNT, bore testimony to their power and to the triumph of the revolution. The Cambridge-educated British communist and poet John Cornford, who was killed while fighting in Spain, was inspired by what he saw. In Barcelona, he wrote, one can understand physically what the dictatorship of the proletariat means. The real rule is in the hands of the militia committees. Everywhere in the streets are armed workers and militiamen, and sitting in the cafes which used to belong to the bourgeoisie. The huge hotel overlooking the main square is occupied by the United Socialist Party of Catalonia. Further down, in a huge block opposite the Bank of Spain, is the anarchist headquarters. It's as if in London the armed workers were dominating the streets. It is genuinely a dictatorship of the majority, supported by the overwhelming majority. 12. Capitalism no longer exists in our region, affirmed Jaime Miravitlles, a prominent member of the middle-class party, the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya. It is the labor unions that control the large metallurgical and textile plants and public utility corporations. 13. The anarcho-syndicalists also controlled most of the Franco-Spanish border, one of the many prerogatives reserved to the central government. Madrid had been empowered by Article 9 of the Statute of Catalan Autonomy of September 1932 to take control of internal order if the interests of the state were threatened, but, itself a prey to revolution, it had neither the will nor the strength to exert authority. Just as the Republican Constitution of 1931 had become an empty formula as a result of the revolution, so, too, had the Catalan Statute. Not since the War of the Spanish Succession had Catalonia been so completely free from Madrid, but this freedom was hardly satisfying to the middle classes, the principal advocates of Catalan autonomy, for while the revolution had destroyed the coercive power of Madrid, it had also shattered the political structure upon which the free enterprise system and the security of private property reposed. The statute had given Catalonia a parliament and an executive council government of the Generalitat in which the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, EC, the Republican left of Catalonia, the strongest party of the Catalan middle and lower middle classes, was dominant, but the practical significance of these two bodies had all but disappeared in the whirlwind of the revolution. On July 20, immediately after the defeat of the military insurrection, Luis 389 Companies, President of the Autonomous Region and head of the EC, made the following conciliatory statement to a group of triumphant anarcho-syndicalist leaders that included Garcia Oliver: "Today you are the masters of the city and of Catalonia. And I hope you will not take it amiss if I remind you that you have not lacked the help of the loyal men of my party whatever their number, as well as that of the Guards and Mozos de Escuadra, a special defense corps of the government of the Generalitat. 14. You have conquered and everything is in your power. If you do not need me or do not want me as President of Catalonia, tell me now, and I shall become just another soldier in the struggle against fascism. If, on the other hand, you believe in this post, I and the men of my party can be useful in this struggle. You can count on me and my loyalty, both as a man and as a politician, who is convinced that today a shameful past has ended, and who sincerely desires that Catalonia shall march at the head of the most socially advanced countries. 15. Although the authenticity of President Companys' statement has been challenged by Major Escofet, who, as we have seen, was General Commissioner of Public Order in Catalonia at the time of the events. 16. It has been accepted without question by Angel Osorio y Gallardo, the Republican jurist, in his laudatory biography of Companys, by the communist writer Manuel Benavides, and by Carlos Pisunier, the mayor of Barcelona and close political associate of the president. 17. The anarcho-syndicalist leaders had gone to the Generalitat Palace in response to a request by President Companys. We were armed to the teeth with rifles, machine guns, and revolvers, recalled Garcia Oliver. Companys received us standing, visibly moved. The formalities were brief. We sat down with rifles between our legs. 18. During the interview, testifies Abad de Santillan, who was also present, some of the members of the government of the autonomous region were pale and trembling. 19. This was by no means Companys' first encounter with the leaders of the CNT and FAI. In the days of the monarchy he had won prominence as their defense lawyer. He had little in common with them, for in all essential characteristics they were worlds apart, as indicated by his abandonment of his legal profession to organize politically the Catalan middle and lower middle classes. As one of the founders of the EC and of the Unió de Rabassaires, he represented the small manufacturers, artisans, and businessmen, as well as the tenant farmers and sharecroppers of the region. This did not endear him to the CNT and FAI, and a remark in 1933 by Solidaridad Obrera, the anarcho-syndicalist organ, that he was cut from the same cloth as other politicians, 20 epitomized their feelings toward him. Their relations did not improve when in 1934 he was elected president of the Generalitat of Catalonia, and his government, faced with a critical period of social unrest, closed down the headquarters of the CNT and FAI and proscribed their press. Solidaridad Obrera, wrote Abad de Santillan, was unable to appear for more than a few months in 1934, notwithstanding the fact that it had the second largest circulation in the region. The trade union activities of the CNT were carried on in complete clandestinity. are locals, are clubs, and cultural. 390. Centers were not opened throughout 1934, and the sole concern of the Generalitat government was the destruction of the CNT and the extermination of the FAI. 21. But now the anarcho-syndicalists were at the helm. The most dramatic scene took place, recalls the mayor of Barcelona, when Buenaventura Durruti, Mariano Vázquez, secretary of the CNT Regional Committee, and Garcia Oliver went to speak to the president of the Generalitat, and when companies appeared to resign himself to the fact that they were masters of the city. The reason he behaved the way he did was his fear that, if he were to break with the CNT and FAI, they would take complete control of the city, and that this would be followed inevitably by the worst horrors or by chaos and by the collapse of the common front of those who had fought together, leading to a fierce repression by the military and the Falangistas. As long as this had not happened, the situation might gradually improve and the government might re-establish its authority. 22. In short, as Vicente Guarner, the chief of police, put it, there was no alternative but to maintain the political facade of the Catalan government and try to recover little by little the reins of power. 23. In his propitiatory statement to the CNT-FAI leaders, companies, to use the words of Garcia Oliver, was flexible and realistic. He employed the language that circumstances dictated and rose to the very difficult occasion with a unique gesture of dignity and understanding. As a Catalan who realized that the great hour of his country had struck, and as a very advanced liberal who had no fear of the boldest social changes. 24. No doubt the legal assistance that companies had given the anarcho-syndicalists in the past now helped to predispose them in his favor. No doubt, too, their revived confidence was reinforced by his later statements. The militant workers, he declared at a public meeting in October, are, of course, those who must pay the greatest attention to the work of the revolution. We, the representatives of the small bourgeoisie who must be respected and heard, should ease the way for the workers. We must either go along with them or behind them, but in the long run, it is they who must dictate the law. It would be useless to try to avoid the future of the workers by stratagem or by force. 25. A supple politician with a reputation for maudlin demagoguery, yet with a touch of genuine compassion for the underdog, he was quick to adapt himself to the prevailing mood. There were few Republicans, writes Abad de Santillan, who had acquired such a perfect understanding of the situation created on July 19, and there were few who expressed themselves with such clarity and with such force in favor of the new social regime controlled by the workers. 26. Clearly, Companies was too shrewd a politician to oppose the CNT and FAI at a time when they were in the full tide of victory. He knew that resistance would be perilous and that his party must choose between going under or being borne alone by the storm until it might reassert its sway. But loyalty to his followers and a humane impulse to protect even persons suspected of being sympathetic to General Franco prevented him from suffering in silence the violent forces set in motion by the revolution. Indeed, pleas for restraint and censures of violence marked most of 391. His public statements, 27, and his personal intervention enabled many persons whose lives were threatened to leave the country. When, after July 1936, Luis Companys was overwhelmed by the revolution, a Catalan scientist told Angel Osorio, and all of us had to run to the Generalitat to protect friends and institutions, I saw that he did everything possible to save all those he could, although at times without success. I know that many of our right-wing politicians, such as Abadal, Ventosa y Cavel, Puig y Cadafalch, Count Montsanei, high dignitaries of the church, innumerable priests, and many industrialists, who were able to escape, saved their lives thanks to the intervention of Ventura Gasol, Councillor of Culture in the Catalan government, and José María España, Councillor of the Interior, who acted at the request of and in full agreement with Companys. 28. Yet Companys was careful to censure excesses and disorder in the name of the revolution and refrained from criticizing the changes it had wrought. This, too, was the attitude during the first few months of the civil war of other leaders of the Esquerra 29 as well as of La Humanitat, their party organ 30, and if they ventured to criticize the revolution they did so by innuendo rather than by frank dissent. In 24 hours, minds that once appeared averse to change have evolved strikingly, wrote Federica Montseny. Displaying a remarkable ability to adapt themselves, men who were spiritually very far removed from us have accepted the new order of things without protest. 31. We could have been supreme, imposed an absolute dictatorship, declared the Generalitat government a thing of the past, and instituted in its place the real power of the people, wrote Diego Abad de Santillan, one of the leading theoreticians and militants of the Spanish libertarian movement and regarded by some as a purist. But we did not believe in dictatorship when it was exercised against us, nor did we wish to exercise a dictatorship ourselves at the expense of others. We decided that the Generalitat government should remain at its post with President Companys at its head. 32. On another occasion, he wrote, "It is said too lightly that given a choice of dictatorships ours would have been preferable. Yes, it would have been preferable for those who assumed the role of dictators, but not for the working people. An anarchist dictatorship would be just as nefarious for Spain as a fascist or communist dictatorship, apart from the fact that we would become the negation of what we are and what we stand for." 33. And Garcia Oliver, who, in violation of his anti-government, anti-state principles, became Minister of Justice in Largo Caballero's government a few months later, affirmed, the fate of Spain was being decided in Catalonia between libertarian communism, which would have been equivalent to an anarchist dictatorship, and democracy, which signifies collaboration. The CNT and FAI decided in favor of collaboration and democracy, renouncing the revolutionary totalitarianism that would of necessity have led to the throttling of the revolution by an anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist dictatorship. 34. The decision to reject a totalitarian solution was taken at an extraordinary assembly of the Catalan CNT called after the defeat of the military insurrection. 35. 392. Garcia Oliver, regarded at one time as an anarcho-Bolshevik, claims that he proposed that the CNT should take the principal government buildings by assault, but that Buenaventura Durruti replied that a coup should not be carried out until after the capture of Saragossa, a CNT stronghold and capital of the neighboring region of Aragon. The capture, he said, was a matter of no more than 10 days. To this Garcia Oliver responded that the revolution should not be left in the middle of the street while waiting for the capture of this or that city. 36. Nevertheless, according to an official report by the CNT, the Assembly unanimously rejected totalitarian solutions, because a dictatorship would have led to the elimination of all those who had collaborated on 1920 July in the victory over the rebel forces, and because it would have been crushed by foreign intervention. 37. Although opposition to dictatorship and the threat of foreign invasion were the arguments most frequently used by the anarcho-syndicalists to explain their decision not to impose their will in Barcelona. 38. They often established in the rural areas a form of parochial dictatorship with the aid of militia groups and revolutionary tribunals. Yet, while they did not balk at the use of force in instituting collectivized agriculture and libertarian communism in certain villages, they had no program, as did the Marxists, for concentrating the power of government in their own hands. Writing on this subject a year before the Civil War, Federico Urls, the veteran Spanish anarchist and father of Federica Montseny, stated, "Although we do not desire power or dictatorship, we have not solved the problem of what force will be required between the time when the social revolution occurs and a libertarian regime based on economic equality and equal rights for all is established." 39. The dilemma of the CNT on the day of the revolution is explained by Major Escofet, the moderate Republican Commissioner of Public Order. When on July 20, he recalls, the CNT in Barcelona found itself virtually in control of the streets, the arms and transportation, in other words, with power in its hands, its leaders, who were bold and energetic and experienced fighters, were disoriented. They had no plan, no clear doctrine, no idea what they should do or what they should allow others to do. The CNT concept of libertarian communism was devoid of realism and was silent as to the road it should follow in a revolutionary period. 40. The dilemma of the CNT was acknowledged by Helmut Rudiger, representative in Barcelona of the International Workingmen's Association, 8, with which the CNT was affiliated. In response to criticism by foreign anarchists, he wrote, "Those who say that the CNT should have established its own dictatorship in 1936 do not know what they are demanding. The CNT would have needed a government program, a program for exercising power, it would have needed training in the exercise of power, an economic plan centrally directed, and experience in the use of the state apparatus. The CNT had none of these. Nor do those who believe that the CNT should have implanted its own dictatorship have such a program, either for their own country or for Spain. Do not let us 393 delude ourselves. Furthermore, had it possessed such a program before July 19, the CNT would not have been the CNT, it would have been a Bolshevik party, and, had it applied such methods to the revolution, it would have dealt anarchism a mortal blow." 41. Lacking a program of their own for the seizure of governmental power, the CNT-FAI leaders, although anti-statists and against all governments, decided to allow the Generalitat government to remain standing. But the war and revolution in Catalonia could not be directed by a government without influence over the largest and most radical segment of the working class. Nor could the anarcho-syndicalist leaders reinvigorate the government with their own authority without violating their anti-state and anti-government principles. Hence a central anti-fascist militia committee was created, in which the CNT and FAI appropriated the key departments of war, public order and transportation. 42 According to Garcia Oliver, the committee was created at the suggestion of President Companies. 43 This is most likely, for no one could have realized more clearly than Companies that if the war were to be waged successfully, that if some of the values and institutions of the Republican regime were to be saved from the hurricane of the revolution and the revolutionary terror subjected to even a modicum of control, some kind of central governing body was necessary, a government in essence if not in name, in which the CNT-FAI leaders could participate without loss of face and which could prosecute the war until such time as the nominal government might regain the essential elements of real power. If his conciliatory statement to the anarcho-syndicalist leaders was but a first step in this direction, then, far from representing a surrender to the FAI, it was, as Angel Osorio y Gallardo, Republican jurist and biographer of the president, put it, an act of supreme dexterity designed to make the FAI surrender to Companies. It should not be assumed, he added, that he wished to deceive the FAI. The fact is that there is no greater dexterity than sincerity. What the president undoubtedly wanted to say was this: practically speaking, I have only the nominal power. The real power is in your hands. But don't you agree that your efforts require a directive body? If you do not have one, you will easily fall into disorder and impotence. Use me then in a governing and leadership capacity. 44. Although President Companies may have conceived of the role of the Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee as that of an auxiliary body of the Generalitat government, the committee immediately became the de facto executive body in the region. Its power rested not on the shattered machinery of state but on the revolutionary militia and police squads and upon the multitudinous committees that sprang up in the region during the first days of the revolution. The work of the militia committee, attests Abad de Santillan, himself a member, included the establishment of revolutionary order in the rear, the creation of militia units for the front, the organization of the economy, and legislative and judicial action. In sum, the militia committee was everything, it attended to everything. 45. The Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee, he wrote on another occasion, became the real and only power, the absolute, revolutionary power. 46. 394. To represent the Catalan government and the Esquerra on the militia committee, President Companies appointed the shrewd and extremely able politician José Tarradellas, whose double objective, according to his biographer, was to organize the war effort with the cooperation of all the anti-fascist forces and to achieve the total transfer of power from the anarchists to the Generalitat government. To end the division of power would be no easy task even for a man as astute as Tarradellas, but, as his biographer points out, his friendship with the anarcho-syndicalists, which was due to his ability to understand their noble and utopian aims, was a decisive factor in his political activity. 47. Although Tarradellas affirms that the Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee was powerfully influenced by the gigantic figure of President Companys, 48, he also states that the Generalitat government was more symbolic than real. 49. This is not to say that the government was destitute of power, for it could rely upon the remnants of the regular police corps d'assault and civil guards and upon the militia organized by the political parties, although it is true that these were vastly outnumbered by the armed forces of the CNT and FAI. The Council of Finance of the Catalan government shared with the UGT Bank Employees Union control over the banking system of the region. 50, a source of power neglected by the CNT and FAI, partly because they represented predominantly the blue-collar workers of the region and partly because they had always advocated the abolition of money and credit, but the council served mainly as a rubber stamp for the revolution, since one of its principal functions was to meet the financial needs of the militia committee. To be sure, the Generalitat government appeared to issue decrees or executive orders like a sovereign power, but most of those published in its official journal, the Butlletí Official 51, were simply measures previously approved by the committee or were legislative acknowledgements of accomplished facts. True, as Companys gradually recovered his self-confidence, he resisted some of the committee's more extreme proposals, such as the abolition of the Catalan Parliament, which the revolutionaries regarded as an outmoded institution and threatened to resign if they were put into effect. On one occasion, according to Miguel Sarapamis, a founder member of the communist-controlled PSUC, Companys told the committee members, "You can dispense with me if you like, you can dispense with the Generalitat government, you can arrest me, but tomorrow the whole world will know that the legal authority has been supplanted." 52. Companys was prone to theatrics. He would throw a fit, attested Sarapamis, who knew him well, pull his hair, toss things around, take off his jacket, tear off his tie, open his shirt. This behavior was typical. 53. But during the early days of the revolution, Companys exhibited more restraint and circumspection, and his government played a largely passive role as a rubber stamp for the Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee. As Abad de Santillan, one of the committee's CNT-FAI members, affirms, everything had to be resolved or validated by the committee. 54. This is true. Witness, for example, the decree suspending the Catalan municipal councillors belonging to parties that opposed the popular 395 Front. 55. The decrees establishing the 40-hour week and raising wages 15%, 56. The decree suspending eviction proceedings against militiamen, 57. The decree confiscating the property of the church and of persons implicated in the rising, 58. The executive order making compulsory the reinstatement of workers discharged on political grounds, 59. And the executive orders issued by the Councillor of Labour relating to the new working conditions established by the unions in various branches of industry. 60. On July 24, 1936, wrote Luz y Fuerza, a CNT trade journal, the workers of the Sociedad General de Aguas de Barcelona and of the Empresa Concesionaria de Aguas Subterráneas del Río Llobregat confiscated both concerns and took over administrative and technical control. The following day, the government of the Generalitat recognized the validity of the confiscation, and a government controller or interventor joined the Committee of Control. 61. The government of the Generalitat, said a CNT-FAI report on the sequestration of the Metro Transversal subway by the anarcho-syndicalists, has appointed a controller who has been accepted, in principle, by the workers, but whose function is entirely passive. Effective control is in the hands of the Revolutionary Committee of the Enterprise. 62. Obviously, the urban middle and lower middle classes were not satisfied with the inferior position of the Catalan government in the division of power or with the ability of the anarcho-syndicalists to collectivize at will. 63. Nor were the tenant farmers and sharecroppers of the Unió de Rabaissers, which represented the majority of the peasant population in the region, Having seized the land, they felt that the revolution had accomplished its mission. Not so the extreme spirits. In those villages where anarcho-syndicalist laborers were predominant, or where the influx of CNTFAI militiamen weighted the scales in their favor, individual cultivation was abolished, often at the expense of rural production. Certain abuses have been committed, which we consider counterproductive, confessed Solidaridad Obrera, the leading CNT newspaper. We know that certain irresponsible elements have frightened the small peasants and that the latter are showing a lack of interest in their daily labors. 64. On another occasion it stated, news that the small bourgeoisie is deeply alarmed has reached our ears. We were under the impression that the anxiety of the first few days had evaporated, but the uneasiness of the shopkeeper, the businessman, the small manufacturer, the artisan, and small peasant holder persists. They lack confidence in the leadership of the proletariat. 65. And referring to Hospitalet, a town of 30,000 inhabitants outside Barcelona, a left-wing critic of the zealots of the collectivization movement stated, all the small places of business have been taken over, such as food stores, meat markets, grain stores, small electric plants, etc. As a result, it is now said that the place in Catalonia where there are more fascists is Hospitalet, because the revolution has been discredited and discontent is growing. 66. Seeing their world going under, it is no wonder that the urban-rural middle classes sought desperately for help against the swell of the collectivization movement. 396. 39. The rise of the PSUC. Dissolution of the militia committee. Neither in the towns nor in the villages of Catalonia could the intermediate classes turn for support to the Esquerra, hitherto their unfailing defender, for most of its leaders, like those of the other middle-class parties, Acció Catalana and Estat Català, were timorous to the point of self-effacement. In contrast, the Catalan communists, who controlled the PSUC, the Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya, boldly defended in consonance with the policy of the Spanish Communist Partit interests of those classes that were being dragged into the whirlwind of the collectivization movement or threatened with extinction by the disruption of trade, by the lack of financial resources, and by the requisitions carried out by the CNT and FAI. It would be unpardonable, said Treball, the PSUC organ in Barcelona, to forget the multitude of small commodity producers and businessmen in our region. They declare that nobody is concerned about their fate. They are elements who tend to favor any reactionary movement because it seems to them that anything would be better than the economic system that is being instituted in our region. The distressing situation of many of these people is obvious. They cannot run their workshops and businesses because they have no reserve capital, they have hardly enough to eat, especially the small manufacturers, because the wages they have to pay to the few workers they employ prevent them from attending to their own daily needs. 1. And a PSUC manifesto declared, "We demand an economy freed from naive experiments and the ingenious plans of individuals who are operating today on the bleeding body of Catalonia with the recklessness and irresponsibility of a madman in a laboratory encircled by flames. We demand an economy freed from the influence or pressure of so many committees that have sprung up everywhere, and that sap the magnificent vitality of Catalonia too. It was the PSUC, not the middle-class Esquerra, that opposed the revolutionaries of the CNT and FAI, defended the interests of the rabasseurs and fearlessly organized 18,000 tradesmen, artisans, and small manufacturers into the GEPSI, Grimes I Entitats de Petits Comerciants I Industrials, the Catalan. 397. Federation of Small Businessmen and Manufacturers. Because the PSUC allowed the GEPSI, many of whose members were employers of labor, to enter the Catalan UGT, which it controlled. 3. It was criticized by Juan J. Domenech, the CNT leader, who charged that, to increase its size, the UGT in Catalonia did not object to enrolling speculators, shopkeepers, and merchants or to their exploiting the workers. 4. In the beginning, writes Albert Porres-Baró, who played a leading role in the collectivization movement in Catalonia, the GEPSI began to function at first timidly, then boldly. For its part, the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, which had been regarded as the political organization most suited to the defense of the small bourgeoisie and which had relinquished its political leadership to the CNT because of prevailing circumstances, could not look favorably on the capture of its clientele by the PSUC and organized the Unió de Ministrals Artisans Union, which on occasions functioned alongside the GEPSI and on others against it. 5. A small party at the outset of the Civil War, the PSUC was the result of the fusion of four minuscule organizations aggregating approximately 2,500 members, the Unió Socialista de Catalunya, USC, the largest component, which appealed strongly to Catalan nationalist sentiments, the Federació Catalana del PSOE, the Partit Comunista de Catalunya, and the Partit Català Proletària. From information furnished me by Miguel Sarapamis, secretary before the war of the USC and subsequently a member of the PSUC's Executive Committee 6, and from data provided by other sources, I arrive at the following numerical breakdown: USC, between 1,200 and 1,500 members, Federació Catalana del PSOE, between 600 and 700 members, Partit Comunista de Catalunya, less than 400 members, Partit Català Proletària, approximately 80 members. Miguel Valdés, the PSUC leader, put the initial membership of the United Party at around 3,000.7. On the other hand, Luis Caballero, a member of the Central Committee of the PCE, gave the figure of 5,000.8. The above figures differ from those of the Soviet historian L.V. Ponomariova, who gives the membership of the USC at the time of unification in July 1936 as 2,000, that of the Federació Catalana del PSOE as 1,500, the Partit Comunista de Catalunya as 2,000, and the Partit Català Proletària as 500, making a total initial membership of 6,000.9. Whatever the true figures, it is obvious that the PSUC was only a diminutive organization at the outset of the Civil War. According to USC Secretary Sarapamis, the negotiations for the fusion of the four groups had been proceeding inconclusively before the war, partly as a result of the insistence of the Communists that the United Party be linked to the Communist International through the PCE, and the demand by the Federació Catalana del PSOE that it affiliate with the Labour and Socialist International. The prospects of breaking the deadlock, affirmed Sarapamis, were not improved by the attitude of Juan Comarera, the president of the USC, who at first opposed any connection with either international, particularly the Communist. 10 Comarera is alleged to have told members of the executive committee of his party that it was essential to prevent the Communists from capturing the new organization. 11 But 398. Under the impact of the revolution, these differences melted away. The leaders of the four parties knew that the emergence of the CNT and FAI as masters of the situation left them scant hope of survival unless they united their forces. After a heated debate, Juan Comarera and Rafael Videla, president of the Federació Catalana del PSOE and at one time a loyal supporter of Caballero, 12 withdrew their objections to adherence to the Communist International. 13 And the PSUC was formed on July 23. Juan Comarera became the general secretary of the new party. His position during the long negotiations initiated in November 1935 appears ambiguous and is troubling to historians, for he stated in an interview published in Justicia Social, the organ of the USC, on March 28, 1936, that he favored affiliation with the Comintern. He also signed a document in June 1936, drafted by the Liaison Committee representing the four parties, which stated that the new party would recognize the Communist International as the only international that interprets the desires of the world proletariat. 14. A plausible explanation for this ambiguity is that behind Comarera's public support of the Comintern lay his ambition to head the United Party and his reluctance to burn his bridges with the Communists. Victor Alba, an authority on left-wing Catalan politics, may indeed be right when he states that Comarera's support was no doubt the price he had to pay for the post of General Secretary, because he was among the most moderate members of the moderate USC, and had no ideological reason for wishing that the new party should belong to the Third rather than to the Second International. 15. He could certainly not have forgotten the ultra-revolutionary language of the Catalan communists before the advent of the Popular Front. Reporting on their first party congress in 1934, Vicente Uribe, the Spanish communist leader, stated that the Catalan Party, with the assistance and under the leadership of the Communist Party of Spain and its Central Committee, must win the majority of the proletariat of Catalonia and the advanced masses in the rural districts for communism, for the Soviets, for the workers' and peasants' government, and make Catalonia the unshakable bulwark of the victory of the Soviet Revolution in Spain. 16. There is evidence that Comerera, in addition to once opposing affiliation with the Comintern, even resisted the fusion of the four parties. His opposition is recorded by Joaquim Almendros, the Barcelona secretary of the Federació Catalana del PSOE, who became a member of the executive committee of the United Party. It is curious that his important testimony is not mentioned by Miguel Caminal in his well-documented, 3-volume biography of Comerera, or by Josep Luis Martín y Ramos in his work on the origins of the PSUC. According to Almendros, it was Comerera who put up the greatest resistance to unification. Comerera, he affirms, was a true Catalanista, who believed that his organization should not become involved with the national parties and that his natural allies were the Catalan organizations, the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, with which the USC associated itself in elections, Acció Catalana, Estat Català, and the Unió de Rabassers. But, Almendros continues, the situation became critical after the defeat of the military insurrection. Comerera had no course but 399. To change his point of view, for he understood that only by fusion could the four parties confront the destructive power of the anarchists. 17. According to Soviet historian Ponomariova, under pressure of the civil war and the danger that the CNT leaders wished to direct the revolution along the path of so-called libertarian communism, the four parties decided to merge into a single party of the Catalan proletariat and to adhere to the Communist International through the Communist Party of Spain. 18. By March 1937, only 9 months after its formation, the PSUC claimed 50,000 adherents. 50,000 militants in Catalonia is a sort of miracle, declared Comerera. In Catalonia there is no Marxist tradition. Forces diametrically opposed to Marxism have been and still are active, namely, the great mass of the peasantry, the segment of the working class that is anarchist by tradition, and the other segment also linked by tradition and by its slow development to the petty bourgeois republican parties. To have created a party of 50,000 militants in an atmosphere without any Marxist tradition, faced as we are by powerful adversaries who have done everything they could to hinder us, is a great triumph. 19. The figure of 50,000, which, according to Ponomariova, rose to 60,000 in July 1937 and to 90,000 before the end of the war 20, does not appear to be greatly exaggerated. The recruits that flocked to the party came from many sources: manual and white-collar workers from the Catalan section of the UGT, government officials, police, teachers, tradesmen, artisans, small manufacturers, as well as small and medium-sized farmers, tenant farmers, and sharecroppers, many of whom had formerly held Esquerra membership cards. The PSUC, said Severino Campos, a prominent CNTFAI militant, devotes itself to making converts of persons who are not inspired by the slightest Marxist or, least of all, revolutionary sentiment. 21. However, speaking in July 1937, 1 year after its formation, at a time when the PSUC was at pains to de-emphasize its middle-class composition, Comerera claimed that 60% of its members were industrial workers and 20% agricultural laborers. If to these percentages, he continued, we add those of officials, clerks, teachers, and of all other salaried workers, we can affirm that 97% of our party is composed of wage earners. The balance, he stated, was made up of comrades in the liberal professions and of a negligible, an insignificant number of elements of the small bourgeoisie. 22. As no mention was made of the Rabassers, many of whom, according to Victor Colomer, the agrarian secretary of the PSUC, joined the party. 23. It must be assumed that these tenant farmers and sharecroppers were classified somewhat loosely as agricultural laborers. As noted earlier, from the time of the fusion, the PSUC adhered to the Communist International through the PCE. Shortly thereafter, the leaders of the Catalan Communist Party became the ruling nucleus. In addition to controlling the PSUC's organizational work, its press and trade union activities, they were in charge of internal vigilance. All records were in the hands of Joaquim Olezo, the head of the party's Control Commission, who exercised a constant surveillance over the PSUC leaders and monitored their telephone calls. This task was greatly 400. Simplified by the fact that most of the members of the Central Committee and Local Committee of Barcelona had been urged to live with their families in the Pedrera, a large apartment building seized by the party at the outbreak of the Civil War. 24. Pedro, the Comintern delegate whose real name was Ernogero and who, after World War II, held several high positions in the Soviet-controlled Hungarian government. 25. Was placed at Juan Comarera's elbow, and Spanish communist leaders were sent regularly to Barcelona, with directives. Within a few months, both Comarera and Rafael Vidiella, the former Caballero socialist, reinforced their ties with the PCE, when they were made members of its Central Committee. 26. The PSUC was directed behind the scenes by Pedro with extraordinary energy, tact, and efficiency. He had been a militant supporter of the Hungarian Soviet Republic in 1918 and personal secretary to its leader Bela Kun at the Comintern in 1934. In addition, he is said to have been closely associated with the Soviet secret police during the purges and aided in the elimination of most old Hungarian communists, then living in the Soviet Union. 28. During the Civil War, he watched over Treball, the PSUC daily, occasionally wrote its editorials, and, aided by his knowledge of Catalan acquired as Comintern representative in Catalonia in the early 30s, smoothed over differences in the inner circle of the party resulting from the Catalan nationalism of some of its leaders and their reluctance to accept the centralizing aims of the Spanish communists. One of Pedro's principal accomplishments was his success in subordinating Comarera's Catalanist tendencies to the PCE. The tactical skill of the Soviet delegate Pedro, writes Almendros, and of some members of the Spanish Communist Party was illustrated by the way they fed Comarera's ambitions. They managed to convince him that he might occupy the post of Secretary General of the Spanish Communist Party, a post that was in the hands of José Díaz and was shaky at the time. Because of this prospect, he began to forget the peculiarities of Catalonia and, consequently, of the new Catalan party. His surrender to the directives of the PCE and the Soviet delegate was complete. The PSUC became the blind and obedient servant of the Politburo. As a result, during the weekly sessions of the party, Comarera acted as though he were directed by the orders and slogans issued by Moscow. 29. Several times in the course of the war, the friction created by the nationalist sentiments of some of the PSUC's leaders and by the centralizing tendencies of the Spanish Communist Party threatened to erupt into open conflict, and only the tremendous tact and personal authority of Pedro succeeded in bringing the Catalanistas to heel. 30. After the war, the Spanish Communist Party in exile gave the following version of the friction within the PSUC. From the moment the PSUC was formed, all the healthy and loyal elements who had come from the four parties, with Comrade Juan Comarera at the head, looked for support and help to the Spanish Communist Party. But, from the very first moment, some elements also came to the PSUC to begin an undeclared struggle against the line of the Communist International. These wretched elements fought against the Commune. 401. Nist orientation of the party from the day of fusion, using their positions in both the central and executive committees to this end. 31. In addition to keeping the recalcitrants in line, Pedro dominated the meetings of the party's executive committee, personally inspected the smallest units of the party, and, in short, exercised a close and constant supervision over almost every detail. 32. High in the confidence of Moscow, he even monitored the activities of Vladimir Antonovovzenko, the Soviet Consul General in Barcelona. 33. Less than 2 weeks after the defeat of the military insurrection on July 20 and in the thick of the revolutionary ferment, the PSUC joined with the Iskra in a maneuver to undermine the ascendancy of the Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee. According to the official communist history of the Civil War, Guerra y Revolución en España, 1936-1939, the party attempted to counteract the influence of the FAI by accepting a proposal of the Iskra to enter the government. On July 31, a new administration was formed by the AK leader Juan Casanovas with 3 PSUC representatives 34, but the FAI reacted violently and sent a delegation to President Companys demanding the immediate dissolution of the government. According to Sarah Pomies, the delegation threatened to seize the Generalitat Palace, the seat of the Catalan government, unless Companys yielded. Fearful of an open clash with the anarchists, the official communist history continues, the Iskra representatives decided that the PSUC ministers should withdraw. Hoping to please the anarchists, Casanovas even presented the list of candidates in his new government excluding the PSUCTO Mariano Vázquez, secretary at that time of the Regional Committee of the Catalan CNT. Only when Vázquez gave the list his approval did Casanovas dare to make it public. 35. The anarcho-syndicalist historian César M. Lorenzo records an event that illustrates to what degree the libertarians in Catalonia were at that time able to lay down the law. Vidiella, one of the 3 PSUC representatives who had entered the government, and a member of the militia committee, was expelled from the latter without ceremony for not apprizing the other members of his intentions. 36. But this setback did not diminish the resolve of President Companys to concentrate the levers of power in the hands of the Generalitat government. A few weeks later, he called a meeting of the CNT-FAI representatives in the Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee. "I recognize that you are the masters of the situation," he told them. "I am ready to go along with you as far as necessary. Everything is in a state of flux and I realize that it is the people who must reshape society. If you wish, I shall quit, but I feel I can be useful to you. The democracies France in particular know me. For this reason I am sure that we can secure weapons to conquer the fascists, which is something they will not provide the CNT and FAI. We must save appearances. Therefore, I suggest that we form a government of the Generalitat representing my party and the CNT, in which I shall be the Prime Minister. After you have squeezed me dry, you may cast me aside as unusable. My only desire is to serve the revolution." 37. In his efforts to breathe new life into the Generalitat government by Superst. 402. In the militia committee, Companys was aided by pressure from the central government, which discountenanced a revolutionary body that exposed to the world at large that its authority in Catalonia was ineffectual. "We were told time and again," affirms Diego Abad de Santillan, "that as long as we persisted in maintaining the militia committee, arms would not reach Catalonia, that we would not be given foreign currency with which to purchase them abroad or raw materials for our industry. There was, therefore, no course," he asserted, "if they were not to lose the war, but to dissolve the committee and join the Catalan government. For the first time in the history of the modern labor movement, we anarchists joined a government. Not because we had forgotten our doctrines or the nature of government. Circumstances beyond our control led us to situations and methods that were repugnant to us but unavoidable." 38. Federica Monsanelli explained the historic decision differently. In Russia, she declared, in a speech on October 14, 1936, the anarchists had tried to carry out their ideas in regions like the Ukraine where libertarian communism was established, but by not participating in all aspects of public life they found themselves removed from the direction of affairs and persecuted with blood and fire. "For that reason," she added, "in Catalonia we have participated in everything and established ourselves everywhere. Thus, even in politics, we have made a revolution. There is no violation of principles, only a recognition of what history has taught us." 39. Who made the historic decision to enter the Generalitat government? None of the leading anarcho-syndicalist spokesmen makes this clear, although there is some evidence that it was taken during the national plenum of regional committees of the CNT that began in the third week of September. 40. In the new administration, formed on September 28 by José Tarradellas, who has been described by a supporter as a man of great political foresight and extraordinary skill. 41. The anarcho-syndicalists held only 3 out of 12 portfolios. In July, it will be recalled, companies had appointed Tarradellas, who, 41 years later, in 1977, was to become the first president of the Generalitat after the death of General Franco, to serve as government representative on the Militia Committee, and now, in accordance with his powers under the Catalan constitution, he delegated to him his executive functions by naming him first councillor or premier in the Generalitat government representing the Esquerra. The 12 seats in the government were apportioned among the various organizations as follows. José Tarradellas, AC. First Councillor, Premier, and Councillor of Finance. Artemio Aguad, AC. Internal Security. Ventura Gasol, AC. Culture. 403. Juan P. Fabregas, CNT. Economy. Antonio Garcia Berlin, CNT. Health and Public Assistance. Juan J. Domenech, CNT. Supplies. Juan Comarera, PSUC. Public Services. Miguel Valdez, PSUC. Labor and Public Works. Andres Nin, POUM. Justice. Lieutenant Colonel Felipe Diaz Sandino. Independent, Liberal Republican. Defense. José Calvet. Unio de Rabasers. Agriculture. Rafael Closes. Acció Catalana Republicana. Councillor without portfolio. Although the dissolution of the Militia Committee strengthened the authority of the Generalitat government, it did not end the division of power in the region, for the revolutionaries maintained their own police squads, patrullas de control or patrols under the authority of the CNT-dominated Junta de Seguridad, and their armed militia under the authority of the CNT-controlled Secretariado de Defensa, as well as a vast network of defense, transport, and food committees that covered the length and breadth of the region. On the other hand, the Generalitat government, through Artemio Aguad, the Councillor of Internal Security, and Martín Rurad, his Comisario General de Orden Público, or Police Commissioner, could rely on the assault and Republican Guards as well as on the militia of the moderate parties. 42. To end the division of power became the principal goal of the PSUC and the AC councillors in the new government during the coming months. The first step in this direction was the decree of October 9, 1936, providing for the dissolution of the revolutionary committees that had emerged in the wake of the military uprising and for their replacement by regular municipal councils, in which the different organizations were to be seated in proportion to their representation in the government. 43 Since the majority of these committees were dominated by the CNT and FAI, the approval of the decree by the CNT councillors must have surprised the Esquerra, which, despite the resistance of the more radical members of the libertarian movement, managed to recover some of its lost power in the towns and villages of the region. In the impassioned political struggle that was waged during the next few months to end the duality of police and military power, a distinction should be made between the policies of the Esquerra and those of the PSUC. On the one hand, companies and Tarradellas hoped to end the dichotomy by subtle manipulation of the CNT and FAI and by turning to account their political artlessness and inexperience, thus avoiding encroachment by the central government and by the 404 Spanish Communist Party on Catalan autonomy. 44 On the other hand, the PSUC despite the Catalanist sentiments of many of its leaders looked to the central government and the Spanish Communists for help despite the risk of impingement on the autonomy of the region, as will be seen in the succeeding chapters. 405. 40. The POUM and the Trotskyists. The political arena in Catalonia was complicated by the presence of the POUM, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, formed in September 1935 through the fusion of Andrés Nin's Izquierda Comunista, Communist Left, with Joaquim Morin's Bloc Obrero y Campesino, Worker and Peasant Bloc. 1. According to Nin, the membership of the POUM rose from 6,000 in July 1936 to 30,000 in December. 2. Although small by anarcho-syndicalist standards and possessing little more than a skeleton organization outside Catalonia, it was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with in the region. A vigorous advocate of socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, an unrelenting critic of the Popular Front and of Stalin's trials and purges, the POUM was denounced as Trotskyist. Although some of its leaders, including Andrés Nin and Juan Andrade, had once been disciples of Leon Trotsky and after the outbreak of the Civil War had favored giving him political asylum in Catalonia. 3. The POUM was not a Trotskyist party, and it frantically attempted to prove that it was not in numerous articles and speeches. 4. Nevertheless, in accordance with the tactic used by Stalin at the Moscow trials of amalgamating all opponents under a single label, the Communists denounced the dissidents of the POUM as Trotskyist agents of Franco, Hitler, and Mussolini. 5. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Joaquim Morin, General Secretary of the party, was trapped in rebel territory and was arrested under an assumed name when trying to reach the Republican side. Released from Jaca prison in September 1937, he was reincarcerated a few days later when his true identity was discovered, and he was not freed until October 1946. 6. Although Morin himself never participated in the war, writes the Civil War scholar George Essenwein, his legacy as the chief theoretical architect and organizer of the POUM undeniably left its stamp on the party's policies. While one cannot assess precisely the impact of his absence, there can be no doubt that it created profound problems for the POUM during the war. This is illustrated by the fact that when Nin took over the leadership, he lacked the ascendancy that Morin had enjoyed. 4. As Ignacio Iglesias, a good friend of Nin's and a POUMist, later wrote to Victor Alba. 406. Historian and one-time member of the party, Morin was for the majority of the POUM something more than the Maximo leader, Dirigent Maximo. He was, purely and simply, the leader, the only leader. 7. Morin's ascendancy was also enhanced by the fact that his followers outnumbered Nin's by at least 23-1 at the time of the fusion. 8. The strong feeling for Morin was evident at the first meeting of the Central Committee of the party held after the outbreak of the Civil War, when, according to Alba, Nin was named not General Secretary, a post and title reserved for Morin, but Political Secretary. 9. Although the POUM was denounced by the Communists as Trotskyist, the truth is that Trotsky had profound differences with the POUM from its founding. 10. And within a few months of the outbreak of hostilities, a handful of orthodox followers, the Bolshevik-Leninists, organized the exiguous Spanish section of his Fourth International. 11. The POUM was never Trotskyist, i.e., a Bolshevik party. Declared Unserwert, a German-language organ of Trotsky's Fourth International. The POUM leaders defended themselves desperately against the accusation of Trotskyism and did not shrink even from the most contemptible means. Not only did they expel Trotskyists from their ranks, but, what is more, the POUM published these expulsions in the most provocative way. 12. Bertram D. Wolfe, a leader at the time of the Communist Party of the USA. Opposition, which was associated with the POUM through the International Bureau for Revolutionary Socialist Unity, wrote: "The simple facts in the case are: 1. The POUM is not Trotskyist. Its membership and leadership come predominantly from the Communist Party, the Catalonian section of which was expelled in bloc during the ultra-left wave of 1929, for rejecting union splitting, for advocating the tactics of the United Front, for opposing the stupid theory that the rest of the working class was social fascist, for objecting to the mechanical transference of tactics to Spain which had no connection with Spanish realities. Its outstanding leader was Joaquim Morin, repeatedly and bitterly attacked by Trotsky as centrist, opportunist, petty bourgeois, main misleader of the Spanish proletariat, Menshevik traitor and similar choice epithets. In his gentler moods, Trotsky pronounced Morinism a mixture of petty bourgeois prejudices, ignorance, provincial science and petty politics, and concluded that the first step on the road to a revolutionary party in Spain must be to denounce the political vulgarity of Morenism. In this, we must have no mercy. Two of the leaders of the POUM, Andrés Nin and Juan Andrade, were former followers of Trotsky. They broke with him almost 5 years ago when they rejected his instructions to enter the Second International. Since then, Trotsky has variously honored them as a mere tale of the left bourgeoisie, the traitors Nin and Andrade, and has declared that in Spain, genuine revolutionists will no doubt be found who will mercilessly expose the betrayal of 407. Morin, Nin, Andrade, and co., and lay the foundation for the Spanish section of the Fourth International. 3. The Trotskyists are not members of the POUM. The POUM has a standing order for the expulsion of all Trotskyists. La Badala, the party organ, has carried a number of articles polemizing against Trotskyism, not in the merciless, arrogant, and insulting tone with which only Russians like Stalin and Trotsky can write of even their best political elements if they do not happen to serve their factional purposes in the party feud in the Soviet Union, but in a factual and theoretical form which both Trotskyists and Stalinites alike have long given up or forgotten. 13. The Trotskyists inveighed against the POUM for entering the Catalan government, in which Andrés Nin occupied the post of Councillor of Justice. Any form of coalition government on the basis of a common program with the bourgeoisie and the reformists is outright treason to the revolutionary program, they declared. The essential task is the total destruction of the bourgeois state and its substitution by a government of workers, namely, committees or Soviets. 14. And M. Casanova, a foreign Trotskyist volunteer in Barcelona, wrote, "The representative of our international organization in Barcelona, Jean Roux, foresaw and explained in August 1936 the tragic consequences for the POUM and the Spanish Revolution of the liquidation of the dual power as a result of the dissolution of the Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee. The leaders of the POUM did not listen to us. They preferred the practical route of collaboration with the Generalitat government to the sectarian voice of the Fourth International. 15. In reply, the POUM argued that its presence in the Catalan government was a transitional step toward complete working class power and that its slogan had always been and continued to be a workers' government, committees of workers, peasants, and combatants, and a constituent assembly. 16. The Trotskyists rejoined that the slogan was inconsistent with the POUM's participation in a government that, shortly after its formation, decreed the dissolution of the workers' committees and their replacement by local councils, giving representation both to middle-class and working-class parties. Not on a single occasion during the Civil War did the POUM propose the seizure of power by the committees, wrote G. Muniz, Manuel Fernández Grandizo, a former activist and factionalist in Nin's Izquierda Comunista and now the leader of the tiny group of Bolshevik-Leninists. 17. The Trotskyists also censured the POUM for merging its trade union organization, the FOUS, the Federación Obrera de Unidad Sindical 18, with the PSUC-controlled Catalan UGT instead of with the revolutionary CNT, alleging that the POUM's purpose was to avoid friction with the anarcho-syndicalist leaders. 19. The POUM argued that it had made this move in the hope of giving the UGT a revolutionary injection, thus making the fusion with the CNT more practicable. 20. Andrés Nin, the POUM leader, for his part, claimed that if the FOUS had entered the CNT it would have been only a small minority, whereas in 408, the UGT, a negligible force in Catalonia as compared with the CNT, 21, it hoped to make its opinions prevail. 22. These hopes were quickly disappointed, for the UGT leadership prevented any free expression of opinion by refusing to hold general assemblies and expelled POUM members from prominent positions. 23. These expulsions, alleged La Badala, the party organ, were demanded for the most part by those petty bourgeois elements in the UGT before the war had clashed with the revolutionary workers in the chambers of commerce and employers' associations. 24. The communists ignored the dissensions between the Trotskyists and the POUM, for they were both equally caustic in their criticisms of the USSR. They both condemned the Soviet government for initially adhering to the non-intervention agreement, and both claimed that the subsequent shipment of arms to Spain was due to Soviet self-interest. This correction of a mistake, declared La Battella, is not due to any desire to advance the cause of the Spanish Revolution. Lenin would not have declared himself neutral for a single moment but to self-preservation. What really interests Stalin is not the fate of the Spanish or world proletariat, but the defense of the Soviet government. 25. There are people, declared PSUC Secretary Juan Comarera at a public meeting, who have the effrontery to assert that Russia is only defending her own interests, that she is on our side only because our defeat would mean her defeat. This was not true, he affirmed, because Russia was powerful enough to repel any aggression upon her own soil. The fact is that the USSR is a workers' state and that the law of a workers' state is not self-interest but solidarity. Our comrades in the USSR understand that our defeat would prolong the martyrdom of our comrades in Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Portugal by many years and would place the liberty of the workers of all of Eastern Europe and possibly all of Western Europe in imminent danger. It is true that the USSR is powerful, but, comrades, the power of the Russian proletariat is not enough. The USSR is far away and between us lie too many miles and too much water. In order to defeat international fascism, it is imperative that democratic Europe be on our side. 26. On August 27, the POUM protested the execution of Grigory I. Zinoviev and Lev B. Kamina and of other old Bolsheviks by Stalin. 27. The CNT, Socialists and Republicans did not understand the significance of what was happening in Moscow, writes Victor Alba. They gave little information and made no comment. The CNT, which should have seen in the trials a warning, treated them as though they were just a family quarrel. 28. The Trotskyists accused the POUM of minimizing or hiding as far as possible the news about Stalin's trials and assassinations. 29. This was only partially true because, although there was a strong current of opinion in the POUM that feared to exasperate the communists by denouncing the trials, this fear did not prevail. 30. The opening of the new Moscow treason trial in January 1937 added fresh acerbity to the press polemics between the POUM and the Communists, when the POUM declared that the accused were innocent. Replied Frente Rojo, the Com. 409. Munist organ, La Battella, the organ of the band of counter-revolutionaries and provocateurs who direct the POUM, has at last exposed itself. The occasion for throwing off the mask is the trial in Moscow of the second gang of Trotskyist terrorists, spies and assassins, accomplices of the Gestapo, who are directed, like the POUM, by Trotsky himself. 31. To this La Battella retorted, Stalin knows perfectly well that, with the exception of one or two of the accused, the others are not Trotskyists. We also are accused of being Trotskyists. We are not. The defendants in Moscow are also accused of several other things. They are agents of the Gestapo, they are in the service of fascism and foreign espionage. The same is said of us. Fortunately, Spain is not Russia, but an attempt is being made to put Spain under Russian tutelage and control, which, of course, we oppose with the utmost vigor. And that is what Stalin and his domestic and foreign bureaucrats do not forgive us. They do not forgive us for raising high the banner of Marx and Lenin, which they have abandoned and betrayed. They do not forgive us for proclaiming the truth about their domestic and foreign politics. They do not forgive us for fighting in Spain for the socialist revolution, while they try to imprison us within the framework of the bourgeois and parliamentary republic. 32. During the following months the polemics raged with increasing virulence. On April 25, Trebal, the PSUC organ, declared, the Trotskyists know that they are definitely discredited among the masses. They know that the masses now recognize them as the most obvious enemies of the working class. They know that everyone realizes that they are not only assassins. This is proved by the case of Kirov, the Russian communist leader, whose assassination was officially laid to a Trotskyist conspiracy but saboteurs and warmongers. They have seen that the workers reject them, that they spit in their faces, denounce them as the most disgusting of their enemies. Naturally, they dare not show their true face, but instead camouflage and disguise themselves. The Trotskyist Gorkin Julian Gorkin, International Secretary of the POUM, a member of its executive committee, director, and principal editorial writer of La Battala 33 uses the same method. But his explanations prove at least one thing, that the Catalan masses flee from Trotskyism as from the plague, and that the POUM leaders are anxious to deny what they really are. From the outset, the POUM had excoriated the communists and socialists for supporting the Democratic Republic. The international bourgeoisie, wrote La Battala, was fully aware that the issue in Spain is one of revolution or counter-revolution, of socialism or fascism. The socialists and the communists, in their efforts to deceive the Republican bourgeoisie at home and abroad, only deceive the working class. 34. To this type of criticism, Santiago Carrillo, the secretary of the communist-controlled Unified Socialist Youth, responded, "There are some who say that we are practicing a deception when we declare that we are defending the Democratic Republic. This is not a stratagem to deceive Spanish democratic opinion nor to deceive democratic opinion abroad. Because we know that if 410 we should commit the mistake of fighting at this time for the socialist revolution, we should see in our fatherland not only the fascist invaders, but side by side with them the bourgeois democratic governments of the world. The Trotskyist elements know full well that if we were to call for social revolution as an immediate goal, we would be playing the game of Franco and Mola, which is to represent the legal government as a government of Reds, as a government of communists." 35. On November 18, 1936, La Battala declared that the leaders of the Communist International did not want a proletarian revolution in Spain. A new victorious proletarian revolution in Europe, not under the sole auspices of the Third International, would mean the transfer of the center of gravity of the international working class movement from Moscow to where that revolution was being carried out. For that reason, the Stalinist leaders in Spain must liquidate the organizations that do not submit blindly to their discipline. That applies to us as well as to the CNT and FAI. They consider that we are more difficult to destroy in the theoretical field and wish to destroy us first. As for the anarchists, they think they can destroy them afterward. On November 24, in a document presented to the CNT councillors, the PSUC proposed the exclusion of the POUM, i.e., of Andrés Nin, the Councillor of Justice, from the cabinet and the formation of a new government with plenary powers. 36. The anarcho-syndicalists refused to countenance these proposals. On December 8, President Companys, without publicly defining his position on the question of the POUM, declared that a strong government with plenary powers capable of imposing its authority on everyone was necessary. 37 To this the CNT replied that a strong government would simply be a dictatorship. 38. The Esquerra organ, La Humanidad, hitherto extremely circumspect. 39 ventured to object that the CNT's reaction was inexplicable. We cannot see what advantages a weak government could offer in this hour of war and revolution, because war and revolution are waged and won exclusively on the basis of iron discipline, of unity and action, which are only feasible with a strong government that imposes its authority inexorably on everyone, absolutely everyone. 40. No headway was made in resolving the differences between the opposing sides, and on December 12, Premier Tarradellas officially announced that the cabinet was in a state of crisis. That morning, Juan Andrade, a former supporter of Leon Trotsky and regarded by some as the most radical member of the POUM Executive 41, wrote in his Nota Politica Diaria in La Battala, "The dilemma facing the CNT is whether to decide in favor of the present policy of collaboration, which, in effect, is counter-revolutionary complicity, or in favor of an alliance with the revolutionary Marxist POUM. The issue before the working class is the creation of a revolutionary workers' front, which would block the advance of the counter-revolution and raise the question of proletarian power through committees of workers, peasants, and combatants." 42 The same day, Juan Comarera, PSUC leader and councillor in the outgoing cabinet, publicly demanded the ouster of the POUM, charging that it had been disloyal to the 411. Government's leaders having attacked the government's decree and that it had waged an anti-Soviet campaign at a time when the Soviet Union had placed itself on the side of our people and given us tremendous help. In addition, he demanded the suppression of the CNT-dominated Secretariat de Defensa and the Junta de Seguridad that controlled the revolutionary militia and the patrols, so as to give plenary powers to the councillors and to establish an iron discipline within the government apparatus. 43. There were juntas and committees, he said later, that govern more than the government itself. 44. On the other hand, the POUM, which had its own patrols and militia, argued that the junta and secretariat, in both of which it was represented, were organs of revolutionary expression that prevented the state as presently constituted from being turned into a police state against the proletariat. 45. Can the revolutionary working class in Catalonia, it asked, allow these levers of control to be snatched from it? Not on any account. To agree to that would be to take a very dangerous step backward on the road of the revolution. 46. The anarcho-syndicalist leaders at first opposed the removal of the POUM from the government, but not apprehending any threat to their own organization or feeling any sympathy toward the POUM because of its Marxist ideology, its attempts to penetrate the CNT before the war. 47. And its frequent censure of the collectivizing ardor that had disaffected a large segment of the urban and rural middle classes. 48. They finally acquiesced in its exclusion in mid-December. In exchange, the PSUC dropped its demand for the suppression of the junta and the secretariat and agreed to give the portfolio of defense to the CNT in return for the portfolio of justice held by the POUM. It was clear from the manner in which the crisis was resolved that the PSUC's immediate concern had been the exclusion of the POUM from the government. Not so clear at the time, however, was the role of the Soviet Consul General, Vladimir A. Antonovovzhenko, who, according to Miguel Sarapamis, the former PSUC leader and intimate of Juan Comarera, went to President Companys in December to insist that the POUM not be allowed to remain in the government. He used every argument, Sarapamis personally informed me some years later. Soviet arms, the foreign situation, raw materials for Spanish industry, and food shipments. 49. Whether the CNT also received this warning either from Companys or directly from Antonovovzhenko cannot be said with certainty, but it is significant that Rudolf Rocker, the famous German anarchist, who was in close touch with the CNT-FAI leaders, wrote in 1938 that the Soviet ambassador Sik had threatened to deny further military aid unless the POUM was ousted. 50. At all events, it was apparent that the CNT's opposition to the removal of the POUM had begun to weaken on December 13, when Solidaridad Obrera simply dismissed the crisis as a product of the rivalry between the two Marxist parties. To this, Juan Andrade rejoined that it was not just a conflict between two organizations. What was at stake, he warned, was the whole future course of the revolution. 51. The POUM was dismayed over its exclusion from the cabinet but decided to put a bold face on matters. It is not possible to govern without the POUM. 412. And still less against it, declared La Badala on December 17 in banner headlines. The POUM, it asserted, had emerged from the crisis clearly strengthened. It has become the only genuine opposition force in Catalonia. Its revolutionary political positions are stronger than ever and thanks to them it will win over the working class. Despite its declared optimism, the POUM was apprehensive. Now that the PSUC has obtained its immediate goal, does anyone believe that it will renounce its aims? With our elimination it has won its preliminary objective. For the moment it does not feel strong enough to go any further. 52. To help the CNT to rationalize its sacrifice of the POUM, the PSUC agreed to withdraw officially from the cabinet. But this was only a nominal concession, for the PSUC representatives, Comarera, Valdez, and Vidiella simply appeared in the new government with UGT labels, although they were well-known members of the PSUC executive and within a few weeks were to become members of the Central Committee of the Spanish Communist Party. 53. The composition of the new government formed on December 16, 1936 was as follows. José Tarradellas. Ec. First Counselor, Premier, and Counselor of Finance. Antonio Maria Spert. Ec. Culture. Artemio Aguad. Ec. Internal Security. José Calvet. Unio de Rabaseiros. Agriculture. Juan Comarera. UGTPSUC. Supplies. Miguel Valdez. UGTPSUC. Labor and Public Works. Rafael Vidiella. UGTPSUC. Justice. Francisco Isglias. CNT. Defense. Diego Abad de Santillan. CNT. Economy 54. Juan José Domenech. CNT. Public Services. Pedro Herrera. CNT. Health and Public Assistance. Solidaridad Obrera hailed what appeared to be the preponderant trade union character of the new government as a victory for its syndical ideas and a defeat for the political parties as represented by the PSUC and the POUM. With this solution of the crisis, it continued, we feel that no one has cause for complaint or reproach of any kind. The two antagonists, the POUM and the PSUC, whose conflict has brought us to our present pass, have been excluded from the Council of the Generalitat. Both are represented in the UGT. Both stem from the same ideological branch, although slight differences of attitude and tactics SIPA. 413. Rate them. In our opinion, neither has the right to cry out in protest. 55. The POUM was angry over this simplistic explanation of the crisis. Our elimination has been carried out, said Juan Andrade, not because of the casuistic claim that we are represented in the UGT, but because we hold intransigently revolutionary positions. Anarcho-syndicalism has always been guilty of paying more attention to form than to content. The CNT leadership has opted for a course that is extremely dangerous. It has preferred to yield to the anti-revolutionary tendencies that desire our elimination. Rather than maintain the uncompromising revolutionary line of the rank and file 56. The POUM did not disguise its belief that it had been forced out of the government by Soviet pressure. Jordi Archer, the chief political commissar of the POUM militia, stated, "We have been defeated momentarily not by the PSUC-UGT but by a power that lies behind these organizations and is responsible for the maneuver raising before those who oppose its will the specter of abandoning us and leaving us without arms and munitions in face of the criminal hordes of Franco 57. And La Badala affirmed that there was a well-thought-out plan, imported from abroad, to liquidate the POUM. The plan, it said, comprised 3 stages: 1. The preparation of the political and psychological atmosphere, 2. The removal of the party from the Generalitat government in order to isolate it politically, and 3. The application of measures to annihilate it physically. We are not afraid of fighting, it threatened. We are not provoking anyone, but we are ready to respond with dignity to all provocations. 58. Finally, Andrés Nin, the party leader, declared at a public meeting, by using certain Asiatic methods, it is hoped to curb the revolution and to sweep aside the CNT and the POUM. No one should harbor any illusions. Our party cannot be destroyed, because it is the very flesh and blood of the working class. Our proletariat will not be restrained. It does not intend to fall under the tutelage of anyone. It is advancing unfalteringly and resolutely toward the socialist revolution, and no obstacles, however great, will stop it. 59. 414. 41. Moving toward open warfare in Catalonia. A notable consequence of the December crisis was the weakening of the CNT's position in the government. The POUM, the CNT's only possible ally, was alarmed at the passivity with which the anarcho-syndicalists had accepted its expulsion and at their failure to perceive that the victory of the PSUC represented an obvious menace to themselves. Not surprisingly, the POUM organ, La Badala, reprinted, As proof of the growing danger, the following excerpt from a news release by the Transocean Agency, dated Moscow, December 17, 1936, which appeared in the Mexican newspaper Universal Gráfico. The Soviet press expresses the hope that the cleaning up of the Spanish anarchists and Trotskyists in Catalonia will be carried out with the same energy as in the USSR. 1. Although the Soviet Consulate General in Barcelona denounced the statement as false, and indeed no such statement ever appeared either in Izvestia or Pravda, it undoubtedly served to impress upon the CNT the growing peril to itself. Apart from the deterioration of the CNT's position in the government, another important consequence of the December crisis was the growth in self-confidence and pugnacity of the leaders of the ERC, the largest of the middle-class Republican parties in Catalonia. Their renewed self-assurance prompted La Badala to declare disdainfully on January 28, "For 5 months the Republicans remained subdued. They raised the clenched fist and listened solemnly to the International. At times they appeared more revolutionary than the true revolutionaries. But now the bourgeois Republicans are beginning to feel strong again." Although the leaders of the ERC refrained from publicly gloating over the ouster of the POUM, there can be little doubt that they perceived in its removal a significant setback for the entire revolutionary movement. This was evident at a public meeting of their party held on December 28, 1936. So aggressive were their speeches, so suffused with veiled and even open threats to the future of the Revolution 3, that President Luis Companys, who still believed that the collaboration of the CNT and FAI in the cabinet was essential if the libertarian movement were to be domesticated and gradually divested of its armed power, felt impelled to inject a note of caution. While criticizing the confused network of 415 committees and juntas, urging the centralization of all administrative authority in the hands of the government, and warning that a revolution that does not have a disciplined, energetic, and responsible government is condemned to failure, he offered the following pacifier to the CNT and FAI: "Some Republicans believe, even dream, that in the future a political and social system will be established equal to or similar to the one that existed before July 19. This simply demonstrates their blindness and lack of loyalty, because this is not possible. Nor would it be right or legitimate. I have said, and I say it again, that the time has come for political power to pass into the hands of the working classes. For this reason they should be the most interested in watching over the purity, the honor, the effectiveness, and wisdom of the work of government." For these words seemed to placate the libertarian leaders, who firmly believed in Companys' early commitment to the revolution. Said Solidaridad Obrera, Luis Companys is in agreement at the present time with the proletarian organizations, especially with the CNT, and reveals a political vision that is more perceptive, more sincere, and more loyal than that of some of his coreligionists. 5. But no amount of subtle statecraft or artful treatment of the CNT and FAI by President Companys or Premier José Tarradellas, the main architect of the policy of conciliation, could appease the more impatient members of the middle and lower middle classes, who were faced with immediate or gradual economic ruin. They longed for a rapid end to anarchist power and saw in the dynamic leadership and aggressive policies of the PSUC the only hope of salvaging some of their possessions from the wreckage of the revolution. No wonder that they continued to flock to the rival party in growing numbers. Tarradellas, on the other hand, undoubtedly believed, as one admirer capsulized his thinking, that the time of the Izquierda would come when anarcho-syndicalism, through political immaturity, would collapse of its own accord, and that it was far wiser, at least for the time being, to pursue a policy of accommodation with its leaders than to force them into intransigent positions. 6. For this reason, Tarradellas, while urging the centralization of all administrative authority in the Generalitat government and the enforcement of the government's decrees, frequently defended the CNT and FAI from communist attack. On one occasion, for example, when an armed clash threatened to erupt in the town of Granollers, he endeavored to prevent the dispatch of government reinforcements. 7. On another, he sided with the CNT when the PSUC criticized the anarchist-dominated Commission of War Industries, over which he presided. 8. And, on yet another, he vigorously defended the CNT Counselor of Defense, Francisco Isglias, and his Undersecretary, Juan Manuel Molina, against communist charges of procrastination in implementing the government's decrees. 9 For his frequent defense of the libertarians, Tarradellas received their glowing praise. 10 Not surprisingly, he soon found himself at odds with the more truculent leaders of his party, such as Artemio Aguad, the Counselor of Internal Security, who favored the fearless audacity and head-on tactics of the PSUC. I knew, Tarradellas averred some years later, that important people in the Izquierda were 416. Colluding to some degree with the communists in order to put an end to the problem of the CNT, that there were people who believed that the matter could be resolved in one afternoon and that nothing would happen. I never held that view. It was not loyal, not by any means. 11. His cautious policy, backed initially by companies and by some of the other leaders of the Izquierda and Acció Republicana, a small Catalan middle-class party, irked the PSUC, but not until after the war did the party criticize the premier openly. The bourgeois leaders ran a PSUC document, specifically referring to Tarradellas, collaborated directly and indirectly with the counter-revolutionary policy of anarchism in the secret hope of precipitating its ideological collapse and then taking into their hands the political and economic power of the region. 12. To the dismay of many of the Izquierda leaders, the PSUC was able to exploit Tarradellas's prudent tactics to attract to itself not only the more restless segment of the urban middle classes but also large numbers of sharecroppers and tenant farmers of the Unió de Rabaissers and adherents of the CADC, the Centre Autonomista de Dependents del Comerç y de la Industria, Union of Office Workers and Retail Clerks, both of which organizations had been inviolable preserves of the Izquierda before the outbreak of the Civil War. 13 It has now been revealed in the biography of PSUC Secretary Juan Comerera, published in 1984, that José Calvet, the president of the Unió de Rabaissers and Councillor of Agriculture in every wartime cabinet of the Generalitat, not only collaborated closely with Comerera but was an active member of the PSUC. 14 Hence, the real strength of the PSUC in the various Catalan administrations was greater than appeared from their official composition. No sooner had the PSUC achieved its goal during the cabinet reshuffle in December than it turned its attention to the committees that had assumed control of the wholesale food trades at the outset of the revolution. In an attempt to weaken the power of the CNT in this vital area and to re-establish freedom of trade, Juan Comerera, the PSUC Secretary and Councillor of Supplies in the new cabinet, decreed the dissolution of the committees. These committees, he alleged, shortly before issuing his decree, had replaced the middlemen, to the prejudice of society, and were responsible for the enormous increase in the cost of food. 15 Although the anarcho-syndicalists argued that the committees prevented the rich from speculating at the expense of the workers, it is clear from the CNT and POUM press that the committees in the name of liberty and the revolution were also guilty of 1001 abuses. 16 And in most cases perpetuate the vices of the bosses and speculate just like them. 17 Nevertheless, the real point at issue was not so much the question of the abuses as the economic power of the committees. The policy of the PSUC, affirmed POUM Secretary Andrés Nin, was aimed at the re-establishment of freedom of trade and the destruction of the entire revolutionary work of Comrade Domenech, the former CNT Councillor of Supplies, against the speculators. 18. But it was a far cry from the publication of Comerera's decree to its enforce. 417. Meant as long as the armed power of the revolutionaries remained intact. To undermine their position, the PSUC applied unremitting pressure after the December crisis to end the duality of police power in the region. This was divided, as we have seen, between the patrols, on the one hand, under the authority of the CNT-dominated Junta de Seguridad, and the Assault and National Republican Guards, on the other, under the control of the Izquierda Councillor of Internal Security, Artemio Aguad. One important byproduct of the crisis was the appointment by the pro-communist Aguad 19 of Eusebio Rodriguez Salas, a PSUC member, as Comisario General de Orden Público, or Police Commissioner, in place of the less aggressive, yet anarcho-phobic, Martí Rurad, a member of the Izquierda. Next to Comarera, Rodriguez Sala soon became the libertarians' principal object of execration. A former anarchist, he had long before the war abjured his libertarian creed, joined Morens Bloc Obrero y Campesino, and finally allied himself with the small Catalan Communist Party, bringing to the PSUC the fearlessness and daring that had characterized his activity as an anarchist. 20. Shortly after the December crisis, the Catalan UGT, which represented the PSUC in the government 21, proposed that all the forces of public order patrols as well as assault and National Republican Guards be dissolved and their members incorporated into a single internal security corps. 22 The CNT rejected the proposal. The patrols should not only be maintained, they should be increased, said Solidaridad Obrera. All those attacks directed against them are directed at the very heart of our revolution. 23. And the Executive Committee of the POUM declared, the proposal must not be approved. To approve it would be equivalent to delivering ourselves bound hand and foot to the bourgeoisie and assisting in the creation of armed forces designed to crush us. Public order must remain in the hands of the working class. To achieve this, a security corps must be created that is based on the patrols. Only in this way will revolutionary order be guaranteed. 24. Nevertheless, with the backing of the UGT, PSUC and Izquierda councillors, the government approved a series of decrees providing for the dissolution of the various forces of public order, including the Revolutionary Workers and Soldiers Councils, and their reorganization into a single internal security corps, in which, significantly, the positions of command were to be held by the officers of the dissolved Assault and National Republican Guards. 25. As the libertarian movement, whose representatives in the government had approved some of the provisions or had been outvoted on others, 26, but had nonetheless observed the principle of cabinet solidarity, did not denounce the decrees, the POUM declared, if other organizations have not perceived clearly the trend of events and have not reacted as the situation demands, they will make themselves responsible before history. The fate of the revolution is in the balance. That is what these organizations that express their loyalty to the revolution day by day do not appear to understand. Their policy, which tends to maintain a unity that in no way benefits the revolution, profits only reform. 418. Ism. Our party has only one mission with regard to these decrees, to denounce them publicly and tirelessly, to work unremittingly and indefatigably for their abrogation, and to see that the working class imposes its own order and its own police forces. 27. To this attack Solidaridad Obrera responded, we state frankly in plain language and without beating about the bush that the decree relating to public order does not satisfy us. Our representatives in the Council of the Generalitat have done the impossible, trying to polish it by removing all those features of a reactionary character. They have only partially succeeded. Although, as a disciplined organization, we respect the legislation, this does not mean that we renounce our efforts to substitute it for a new legal instrument reflecting more closely the true revolutionary political situation in our region. We regard the creation of that single security corps, which is completely alien to the struggles and aspirations of the working people, as a mistake. 28. During the next few days, open and furtive agitation against the decrees reached such intensity that, on March 16, the Regional Committee of the CNT, to assuage the fears of the rank and file, announced that the government had agreed to postpone discussion of the decrees. 29. This confounded Tarradellas. There was certainly some misunderstanding, he said, as the decrees in question, which were undoubtedly well received by public opinion, were approved by the government and published in the Diary Official on 4 March. What had actually happened, he explained, was that the government had agreed to postpone the appointments to the key positions in the new corps. 30. This was true. In fact, because of the agitation, the appointments, which were to have been confined mainly to members of the Assault and National Republican Guards, were never made, and the legislation died on the pages of the Diary Official, leaving the duality of police powers in the region unchanged.